Jiang Xing is the spirit of the marriage tree, residing in a desolate temple, where she has languished for 2 centuries without offerings, unable to bear her hunger any longer. She transforms into a 6-year-old child and descends the mountain to perform. On her very first day, she encounters her disciple's disciple. The Yu family suddenly gains a sister, and the exuberant members of the Yu clan, thriving in the light of fortune, are overjoyed. The third brother, Yu Tsangshu, a top-tier star in the entertainment industry, brings Jiang Xing onto a dating reality show. The audience exclaims, "I'll give you $10 if you claim to be from the neighboring kids show." Jiang Xing endeavors to unite him with a despised White Lotus, only for the viewers to weep when they witness the White Lotus tear apart a scoundrel, shattering her persona. The audience cries, "Sister-in-law is truly delightful." The eldest brother, a domineering CEO, suffers from the common affliction of having lost his first love, and at 30, is reluctantly thrust into a dating show to seek a match. Jiang Xing brings him face to face with his lost love, saying, "She is not deceased. Refrain from weeping just yet." The second brother, Yu Tsangnan, a renowned painter, is invited to join the show. Jiang Xing, who typically enjoys matchmaking, remains indifferent to him, leaving the audience puzzled. Jiang Xing responds, "Oh, my second brother prefers men." Jiang Xing's journey as a matchmaker unfolds smoothly as she becomes the connecting force for the production team. In the end, the vast online community is astonished to discover that when Jiang Xing shakes her head, it signifies a mere facade, while a nod indicates genuine involvement, leading them to flood her livestream with inquiries about the authenticity of the couples they ship. Ultimately, Jiang Xing is no longer plagued by hunger. She takes up her feather duster, elegantly waving her sleeve, preparing to return and rejuvenate the temple. A throng of her disciples clings to her pant legs, weeping, "Sister, how could we survive without you?" Jiang Xing exclaims, "What? I'm just going back up the mountain, not departing from this world." Chapter 1. The tree's existence is fraught, reliant on performance. You say your father has passed. Yu Tsangshu gazes down at the little girl seated before him, his eyes brimming with disbelief, still reeling from her proclamation of, "My father is dead." Jiang Xing sits upright, a diminutive figure clad in a vibrant red garment, her hair styled in twin buns, her complexion pale and emaciated, resembling a destitute doll. She clutches her oversized sleeves, acutely aware that her attire is woefully out of sync with contemporary fashion, anxiously tightening her vest while concocting a tragic backstory. My family is impoverished. My father told me that when I was 1, my mother left for work and never returned. A month ago, my father fell ill and succumbed due to lack of money for medicine. Then a man came and claimed to be my uncle. He did not feed me and he would hit and choke me. Terrified, I managed to escape. As she concludes, Jiang Xing raises her arm to reveal a tapestry of old and new scars and bruises crisscrossing her slender limbs, a pitiful sight to behold. Yu Tsangshu's heart ignites with uncontainable fury as he gazes at her pitiful arms, which evoke a suffocating sense of anguish. That man claiming to be her uncle is undoubtedly a trafficker, brazenly taking advantage of her orphan state. Were it not for her luck in escaping, the outcome could have been dire. Yu Tsangshu crouches to meet her gaze, gently pulling her sleeve down, careful not to cause her pain, and speaks in as soothing a tone as he can muster. "Little sister, how old are you now?" Jiang Xing tilts her head. 6 years. 6 years. Yu Tsangshu's sympathy deepens. Her malnourished appearance renders her even younger than a 5-year-old. He asks, "Have you started school?" Jiang Xing shakes her head, her anxious eyes fixed upon him. Internally, Jiang Xing muses, "Am I revealing too much? Is 6 the age for schooling? Can girls attend school in this era?" Yu Tsangshu reflects. She has lost her parents, has never been to school, and nearly fell victim to human traffickers, having narrowly escaped. Her cautious gaze renders it impossible to abandon her. As for her antiquated attire, Yu Tsangshu assumes she changed to evade her pursuers. Coincidentally, their production team is filming nearby, and many shops are renting out traditional costumes. A voice calls out to him, "Tsangshu, it's time to get to work." Yu Tsangshu acknowledges, ruffling her hair, "Stay right here, little sister. I must attend to my duties. I'll come back for you once I'm done, so don't wander off." Jiang Xing nods solemnly, feeling a wave of relief. Food is brought to her, and after a gentle thank you, she slowly begins to eat. The meal fills her belly, yet her spirit remains unquenched. She is the spirit of the marriage tree, a ginkgo tree that has borne witness to countless romantic entanglements over millennia. Having existed as a spirit for 1,000 years, she was once revered with offerings, with lovers frequenting her branches to hang their wishes. However, as the temple fell into disrepair, she bid farewell to wave after wave of priests until none remained. The last priest, before his departure, knelt at her altar, weeping in despair. Ancestor, I am an unfilial disciple. Our nation faces turmoil, and every citizen bears responsibility. Long have I dwelled in seclusion, yearning for enlightenment. Yet if the land suffers, how can I aspire to transcendence? I must forsake the path, and it seems I shall never return. This unfilial disciple offers incense one last time. Since then, no one has ascended the mountain to burn incense, no one to offer prayers. Without the power of faith, she has endured hunger for over 200 years. Unable to withstand it any longer, she resolves to descend the mountain herself, for the temple has no followers to honor her, and if she continues to linger, she risks becoming a withered tree. She must find a way to regain her strength through faith. Now, having merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg in this unfamiliar era, she feels profoundly out of place, especially when observing the strange contraptions resembling cannons pointed at her brother. This lad, crowned with the light of virtue and possessing a familiar lineage, is likely a descendant of one of her unfilial disciples from a bygone era. Following him seems a safe bet. Jiang Xing retracts her gaze, reasoning that after 2 centuries of hunger, a few more days won't hurt. She needs to delve deeper into the context of this age before making further plans. Several hours later, Yu Tsongshu finishes work and returns to Jiang Xing, finding her obediently seated in her chair, truly having not wandered off, which fills him with affection. He squats down to her level, asking, "Little sister, shall we go to the police station?" Given her lack of family and her recent escape from a trafficker, this is the most prudent course of action. As for what follows, whether she will be placed in a welfare home or adopted, he, as a single man, lacks the authority to make such decisions. Jiang Xing clutches the edge of his wide sleeve, pleading, "Brother, please take me home." "I don't want to go to the police station," Yu Tsongshu stands, chuckling as he gently pokes her forehead. "You trust me so easily. What if I were a bad person?"
"Just come home with me."
Jiang Xing resolutely shakes her head, affirming, "Brother is a good person." Yu Tsongshu is amused by her serious demeanor. "First, we'll file a report at the police station, then I'll take you to the hospital to have the doctor tend to your injuries, and after that, we can go home together, all right?" Seeing her obediently nod, he rises, her bright, watery eyes fixed on him as she takes his hand, following closely at his side. Yu Tsongshu's heart swells with joy, unable to suppress a beaming smile. Finally, the Yu family is gaining a sister. Back in elementary school, when a sister was added to their family, he would be asked if he had eaten, to which he would reply, "How did you know I have a sister?" Fuming, he would run home to pester his mother to give him a sister, only to be met with a stern reprimand from his father. Though it may seem mischievous, this child, with her mother missing and father deceased, completely alone, is nothing less than a gift from the heavens. Jiang Xing gazes up, observing the twitching corners of his mouth, and silently thinks, "I am the ancestor sent to you by the heavens, a reward for your years of kindness." At that moment, a burly middle-aged man rushes over, panting heavily from the exertion of the short distance. "Tsongshu, do you need to return to the company? Who is this girl? Where are you taking her? The streets are swarming with reporters. She isn't your illegitimate child, is she?" This is Yu Tsongshu's manager, Lao Cheng. He swiftly pulls Jiang Xing aside, wary of the crowd, and lifts her into his arms. "Don't worry about it. The assistant is getting the car. We're heading to the police station." "Hey, no. Is she really your illegitimate daughter? Don't create chaos for me, ancestor. The director is looking for her. The matter of compensation should be handled directly with me," Yu Tsongshu stated, striding purposefully through the crowd, making his way to the underground parking lot. "Wait, that's not." Observing the multitude of cameras capturing the moment he carried the girl away, Lao Cheng's heart leapt to his throat, leaving him teetering on the brink of tears. He could easily foresee tomorrow's headlines. Yu Tsongshu suspected of having an illegitimate daughter. After all, since his debut, he had been embroiled in countless scandals, and the notion of a playboy having an illegitimate daughter held considerable credibility. The director had mentioned that the child actor assigned to portray the male lead sister had suddenly become stage fright and, despite all attempts to console her, was in tears, rendering filming impossible. At that moment, a child unexpectedly appeared, clinging to Yu Tsongshu's leg and calling him brother. Yu Tsongshu mistakenly assumed she was the child actor arranged by the production team and simply went along with it. Upon hearing this, Lao Cheng pounded his chest in despair, convinced that this was undoubtedly Yu Tsongshu's ploy to meet his illegitimate daughter. Chapter 2. You are an illegal resident, my dear. Jiang Xing gazed vacantly out of the window, captivated by the unfamiliar skyline of towering edifices. The sunset had lost its dull hue, as the streets illuminated with vibrant lights shone as brightly as day. Bustling with the incessant flow of vehicles, a prosperity that the bygone eras could scarcely have imagined. As a millennia-old tree spirit, she had witnessed the rise and fall of numerous dynasties and had adapted well to the present age. She couldn't help but reminisce about the time, over 2 centuries ago, when her disciples had swiftly dispersed. This flourishing world was a testament to the lands they had safeguarded from their temple. The vehicle pulled into the police station. Yu Tsongshu guided her as they engaged with the officers. After grasping the basic situation, the police decided to ascertain the girl's household registration status. "Do you know the name of your hometown village?" one officer inquired. Jiang Xing shook her head. "What is your father's name?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Jiang Tu, the Jiang of Jiangxia and Tu meaning land. I am Jiang Xing, like the ginkgo tree." The officer noted the 2 names. According to her account, Jiang Tu had passed away nearly a month prior, and the village committee would soon be canceling his household registration, which would reveal that he had a daughter, making the search relatively straightforward. While they investigated Jiang Xing's household information, Yu Tsongshu seated her in a chair and observed her twin buns secured with red ribbons, each adorned with a small card. Curiously, he opened one, and his eyes widened. Who would tie the word marriage onto a child's hair? The wait felt interminable, and noticing her boredom, Yu Tsongshu handed her his phone to watch an animated film. As night fell completely, the police returned, but their expressions were laden with complexity. Crouching down, one officer asked, "Child, is your name really Jiang Xing? Did your father truly go by Jiang Tu?" Jiang Xing nodded affirmatively, explaining that she was originally a ginkgo tree, nurtured by the earth, and her name was entirely fitting. However, the officer lamented that there was no record of a Jiang Tu being deregistered, nor could they locate her household registration. The girl, bewildered, shook her head, unaware of the implications. The officer sighed heavily. If the child was truthful, it meant not only was her father an illegal resident, but she herself had never been registered at birth. After a lengthy discussion with Yu Tsongshu, Jiang Xing appeared oblivious to their conversation, swinging her legs in a world of her own. When Yu Tsongshu returned, he lifted her into his arms with a light-hearted tone. "Come on, little sister, let us take you to the hospital." In a world where the household registration system was so meticulously organized, the fact that her biological father was an illegal resident raised questions about whether she was a mere oversight or involved in something more sinister, all while condemning a child to live without a birth registration, rendering her unable to attend school once of age. She was still young, perhaps blissfully unaware of her circumstances, and thus might continue to live carefree. After tending to her old and new wounds at the hospital, the doctor provided a nutritional meal plan for her frail frame. Yu Tsongshu, a popular figure with millions of fans whose slightest movements could trend online, was photographed carrying the child in and out of both the police station and the hospital, propelling the news of a celebrity's illegitimate daughter to the forefront of social media. Who is this little girl? Why is our hamster always holding her? The scandal erupted, questioning Yu Tsongshu's character and insinuating connections to various women. With the media frenzy escalating, Yu Tsongshu refrained from answering calls from his manager, who was frantic with worry over the situation. "Madam Yu, we have a serious issue. The young master is rumored to have an illegitimate daughter, and it's spreading like wildfire." Upon arriving at the Yu family's ancestral home, Yu Tsongshu descended from the car with Jiang Xing, facing a throng of family members waiting at the entrance. Father, mother, elder brother, younger brother, cousin, Uncle Wei, why is everyone standing outside? Were you here to greet me? Mrs. Yu and his cousin rushed towards them, inadvertently pushing Yu Tsongshu aside to snatch Jiang Xing from his arms. "Little darling, I am Hamster's mother. Come along with me and Auntie to see if you like it here," Mrs. Yu cooed, taking her hand. "I'm Hamster's sister. Have you eaten dinner yet, little Xing?" The other men gathered around, encircling Yu Tsongshu and forcing him to shout, "Be careful not to touch her injuries." Their enthusiasm filled him with warmth. Although he had ignored his manager's calls, he had noticed the trending topic online. He didn't rush to clarify or suppress the rumors. Instead, he shared Jiang Xing's situation in the family group chat. Initially, no one responded, and he assumed they hadn't seen his message. However, everyone was present that day, and without a household registration, Jiang Xing could seamlessly become his rightful sister. The Yu family's warm reception of her underscored this fact. Once she was accepted as family, he could openly declare her as his sister online, shocking everyone. After Jiang Xing changed into the adorable nightgown they had prepared and settled onto the large bed, sipping a milkshake, she was still processing her new reality. Mrs. Yu continued to speak softly to her. "Are you afraid of sleeping alone, little darling? I'll leave a light on, and if you're not comfortable, you can turn it off. If you can't sleep, just knock on Auntie's door. I'm in a room across from you. Okay, Jiang Xing replied. Tomorrow, Auntie will have someone create a princess room for you. Beautiful and lovely, Mrs. Yu added,
kissing her forehead. Good night, little one.
Good night, Auntie, Jiang Xing echoed. Once the door closed, Jiang Xing placed her cup on the table, rolled up her sleeves, and noticed the delicate bond that tied her to the Yu family, intricately entwined around her wrist. In this world where cause and effect were revered, tracing back to origins, Jiang Xing realized that the Yu family's ancestors were her disciples, naturally fostering a sense of kinship that allowed her to be embraced without hesitation. With a place to call home established, her next concern was sustenance. She was ravenous. Jiang Xing glanced down at her round tummy, admitting to herself that the tantalizing delicacies of the human realm had indeed piqued her appetite. The tablet on the table resembled the phone in Yu Tsangxu's hand, albeit larger, likely serving the same purpose. She seized the tablet, immersing herself in the modern information throughout the night. The Yu family, affluent and influential, acted with remarkable efficiency, promptly securing her household registration. Confronted with the rampant speculations online, Yu Tsangxu swiftly produced Jiang Xing's registration page, emphasizing their familial connection. I have a sister now. I want to associate with those without a sister anymore. ISNT my sister adorable? Attached photo. I've maintained my integrity, single for 25 years. If this continues, I'll resort to legal action. This marked his first attempt to clarify the numerous rumors surrounding him. The social media frenzy intensified. Yu Tsangxu clarifies rumors. Yu Tsangxu sister. Yu Tsangxu sister flaunter. Who is this lucky child, and how did Hamster suddenly acquire a sister? Few were unaware that Hamster was the third young master of the Yu family. The revelations about Hamster resurfaced old scandals, leading to Yu Entertainment filing lawsuits against numerous actresses who had exploited Hamster's name for publicity, including several artists from their own label, all for tarnishing his reputation. Unbeknownst to them, the hammer of justice had struck, revealing Hamster to be an innocent boy, shattering the previously established playboy persona, who could comprehend the family dynamics. Chapter 3. You're in for a rough ride. Yu Tsangxu presented the tablet respectfully to Mrs. Yu. Having completed the necessary arrangements, the online community thrived on speculation, interpreting any shared photo as a sign of deep connection. He had never cared to clarify anything, and those actresses had never dared approach him, never gaining his attention. Yet, he was astonished at how absurdly the rumors had escalated, transforming him, a solitary man, into a supposed romantic expert, all without his knowledge. It is only upon closer inspection that one realizes his tarnished reputation is largely fueled by the numerous rumors surrounding him, propagated by starlets eager to bask in his limelight. Ms. Liu has typically remained indifferent to his scandals, but now that she has a younger sister, she expresses her disapproval, stating that his disgrace reflects poorly upon the family, particularly on the young girl. As Jiang Xing dashed down the stairs, she exclaimed, "Brother Hamster, you're back." Having spent a few days at the Yu residence, she had seen little of Yu Tsangxu, who had been preoccupied with his affairs. Ms. Liu's expression softened upon seeing her, radiating maternal affection. "Come here, my little darling." She beckoned, lifting Jiang Xing into her arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Indeed, you are my daughter, so beautiful." At her tender age, Jiang Xing had been pampered with good food and care, her skin fair and radiant, and her chubby cheeks adorned with a pair of round apricot eyes that sparkled with joy, revealing two charming dimples when she smiled. Clad in a white princess gown that billowed like a cake, she lifted her sleeve to show Ms. Liu her nearly faded bruises, indicating she was on the mend.
Ms.
Liu showered her with another kiss, exclaiming, "You're simply adorable." In a family where the birth of 3 sons had led her to believe she would never have a sweet, soft daughter, she was pleasantly surprised that fortune had favored her after all her prayers during festive seasons. As the weather in Xiangqing turned cooler, Ms. Liu inquired if Jiang Xing wished to join them on their vacation. With the new school year already past, and given that she was not yet 6 years old, Jiang Xing would not be enrolled until the following September, granting her nearly a year free from academic obligations. Jiang Xing's gaze fell upon Yu Tsangxu's face. Noticing his recent entanglements with troublesome romantic interests, her eyes lighting up as she wriggled free from Ms. Liu's embrace and rushed toward him. "No, Mama. You and Dad go have fun. I want to be with Brother Hamster." Despite Ms. Liu's desire to take her along, she reminded Jiang Xing that Brother Hamster is busy with work. "It's all right. I'm very well behaved. I won't disturb his work," Jiang Xing reassured her. Hearing this, A smile threatened to spread across Yu Songshu's face. Clearly, his little sister held a special affection for him. However, the moment he caught Ms. Lu's disapproving glare, his smile faltered. After all, it was his sister who chose him, and he had not coerced her. You should accept fewer roles and take good care of your sister, she advised. I trust you will fulfill your responsibilities. Coincidentally, his period drama was nearing completion, and he had a variety show that he could not decline. So he resolved to bring his sister along for some fun. Ms. Lu remained in a less than cheerful mood, while Jiang Xing tugged at her clothing, asking Mama, if you go play, can you bring back some delicious treats? Upon hearing this, Ms. Lu's expression brightened, and she readily agreed. Jiang Xing sighed inwardly, pondering the profound love bestowed upon her by her family, which was quite overwhelming. After a few days of observation, Jiang Xing discovered that online offerings had become exceedingly popular. Netizens were increasingly reliant on virtual wish pools, sharing lucky koi, while personal visits to temples had dwindled. In keeping with the times, she swiftly established a channel for online offerings. This era is rife with entertainment, exemplified by Yu Songshu, an idol in the entertainment industry with millions of fervent fans who idolize him, enveloped in a powerful aura of belief. This fervor is nearly universal among those with fans. Tears unwittingly welled at the corners of her eyes. If only she could become a child star, she too would have adoring fans. As the filming for Yu Songshu's variety show approached, he found himself embroiled in a live dating show, where canceling would incur exorbitant penalties. Lacking funds, and upon requesting financial assistance from his older brother, he was met with the condition, you can have the money, but leave your sister with me for some fun. With this in mind, taking his sister onto the dating show seemed feasible, prompting him to instruct Lao Cheng to negotiate terms with the director. Upon hearing his request, the director nearly fainted. Brother, this is a dating show. It's meant for adults. What if something inappropriate occurs? Your sister is underage.
Lao Cheng interjected.
We can forego 5 million. The director replied, even if inappropriate content were to arise, it wouldn't be broadcast. We are a live show focused on wholesome entertainment suitable for all ages. Thus, an agreeable solution was reached. Typically, variety shows announce their cast in advance to build hype before filming begins. However, this dating show was different, being in its 4th season, with only the 1st season having officially revealed its cast. As the show's popularity soared, the director learned to maintain suspense, only disclosing the filming schedule. The Passion of Fire is about to premiere. After 3 months apart, I've been yearning for you, Alai. My heart aches with anticipation. Through extensive searches, I discovered that the charming young lady's recent posts hinted at something more. My dear dog Dan also shared some flirtatious musings, indicative of impending romance. There seems no need for such hype. It would be awkward to premiere without any prior appearances. I cast my vote for Hamster. The prodigal son returns, yet remains a pure-hearted singleton. I won't allow it. You must find love quickly. Before setting off, Lao Cheng repeatedly cautioned him to mind his image in front of the cameras. After all, it was a dating show, and he should act appropriately without being temperamental or difficult. Growing weary of the reminders, Yu Songshu quipped, why don't you come along with me?
Lao Cheng promptly fled,
citing work obligations, wishing him smooth sailing. He had no interest in attending. This variety show's games were notoriously grueling, designed to be thrilling, and his physique could not endure such trials. In October, Xiangqing's weather hovered around 20 degrees. In the car, Yu Songshu adjusted Jiang Xing's coat, fastening the buttons while softly asking, we're going on television, little darling. Are you scared? Watching her shake her head, he gently ruffled her hair. Once we step out, there will be cameras following us. If you're cold, just tell your brother. I wouldn't want you to be seen with a runny nose. Jiang Xing, her resolve firm, declared that she would not embarrass herself in such a manner. Don't worry, brother isn't here for romance. He just wants to have fun with you. Jiang Xing huffed in response. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to. This outing would be quite the ordeal, with troublesome romantic entanglements blossoming and a faint ominous aura lingering. The first filming location was right in Xiangqing, where they were among the first to arrive. As expected, upon their arrival, countless cameras turned in their direction. Yu Songshu opened the car door, stepping out with his ashen hair styled in an elegant side part. With a high nose bridge adorned by sunglasses, his luminous skin appeared flawless under the high-definition lenses. Dressed in a floral green shirt with the top buttons undone, revealing collarbones that could house fish, he removed his sunglasses, revealing his captivating peach blossom eyes, and greeted the cameras with a professional smile. It's Hamster.
Ah,
My enlightened idol. Today, Hamster looks so handsome. Xiangqing's dodgy does not deceive me. Look at the camera, brother. Chapter 4. Brother, I'm delicate and weak. I gasp for breath with every step. The audience was still reeling from Yu Tsangshu's striking appearance when he reached into the car and pulled out a child. The comments fell into stunned silence. After extracting Jiang Xing, he took her hand and headed to the trunk to retrieve a plush panda backpack for her while dragging a large suitcase behind. They passed by a plethora of cameras. In a show for adults, bringing along a little child was a bold move for Yu Tsangshu. Truly, it felt akin to revealing too much and only wanting to rush to the restroom. Hamster had done nothing wrong. He merely wished to change venues to watch Ultraman. As the atmosphere shifted from a dating show to a children's program, he contemplated taking a quick nap. Despite the inopportune timing, Jiang Xing looked exquisite, a testament to the strength of their genes. The Yu family is vast, and Yu Tsangshu had navigated the entertainment industry for years. If not for his recent revelation, few would have recognized him as the third young master of the Yu family. Thus, no one questioned the sudden appearance of Jiang Xing in the public eye, merely assuming she was Yu Tsangshu's biological sister. Curious, Jiang Xing observed the cameras trailing closely behind them. Her older brother was quite professional, maintaining a steady hand. She tilted her head, gazing past the lens, greeting him. Good morning, brother. Happy wedding. The cameraman, with a decade of expertise, momentarily faltered. How did she know he had just tied the knot? They hadn't even had the chance to hold a wedding ceremony before obtaining their marriage license. Was it Mr. Yu who informed her? One must wonder how gossip-driven Mr. Yu could be to inquire about such matters. If it weren't for the live broadcast, he would undoubtedly have engaged in a casual chat. How adept he was at stealing the spotlight. Did she even acknowledge the nature of this program? What was with the feigned adorableness? Some individuals need not be so foul-mouthed, nor harbor such malice towards children. For heaven's sake. The little sister is merely 6 years old, inherently charming. Congratulations to the cameraman on his recent nuptials. By the way, how did she come to know this? Was she handed a script? Each season features 6 regular guests, with the possibility of inviting flying guests based on circumstances, or perhaps newcomers who join later. The production team prepares a private room for each guest, but due to special circumstances, Mr. Yu's room is a double. After stowing away his luggage, Yu Tsangshu took Jiang Xing to the lobby, where she adapted remarkably to the presence of the camera, displaying no signs of timidity. Once her initial curiosity subsided, she acted as if the cameras were non-existent. Yu Tsangshu went to the kitchen to wash grapes, returning to offer them to her, and also handed her his phone, which was playing a cartoon, while he immersed himself in interacting with the comments. Hello everyone, I am Yu Tsangshu, though you may also call me Hamster. Quite the modest introduction, considering his somewhat renowned visage. After his introduction, Yu Tsangshu glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, let us chat for a trivial 10 minutes. The director handed him a tablet displaying the live broadcast, and though he was just one of the guests, the viewership had already surpassed 30 million. With comments flooding in at an astonishing speed, rendering them nearly illegible. Randomly selecting a comment, he read aloud. How considerate. The older brother doesn't he even bring his younger sister out for everyone to see. With his tongue racing ahead of his thoughts, Yu Tsangshu nearly bit his own tongue, handing the tablet back to the production team, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. The production team, ever eager for drama, was unperturbed by potential backlash, continuing to air the broadcast without reservation. The family is in stitches, haha. A reminder was issued. Please remember, this is a live broadcast, not a no-man's land. The production team had a penchant for the absurd. They even brought in a lie detector for him to wear, cheerfully stating, almost forgot this. Here is the first question. Hamster, are you here to find love? Indeed, I yearn to experience the trials of romance. No sooner had he spoken than the lie detector emitted a sharp beep. The director urged, be truthful. Yu Tsangshu replied, I initially didn't want to participate. The penalty for breach of contract was exorbitant. Is that permissible to say? He sought a camera on the production team, eager to witness the expressions of those present. As the second question arose, your sister is not part of the industry. Will she be featured on the broadcast? He responded, she is still young. Excessive exposure could cause her distress, so let us focus on the artists. The third query, if your girlfriend and sister were to argue, whom would you assist? He replied, girls often have minor squabbles. If a man sides with one, it could escalate tensions. The lie detector chimed again, and Yu Tsangshu, expressionless, removed the device, chuckling, oh, how mischievous, you broke it. Goodness, I was nearly taken in by his earnestness. So, who do you truly wish to support? Jiang Xing's gaze shifted from the cartoon to him. Sensing her attention, Yu Tsongshu turned to the production team and remarked, "Aren't you going to ask more questions? My sister seems hungry. Her eyes are sparkling. I must prepare something for her." Jiang Xing, suddenly under the scrutiny of the audience, gasped softly and nodded weakly. Though she wasn't particularly famished. Yu Tsongshu approached, reclaiming his phone from her grasp. "You're hungry? I'll order takeout for you." Seeing that he had lost interest in interacting with the comments, the production team resorted to filming them directly. After Yu Tsongshu and Jiang Xing had their fill, intending to return to their room for a rest, the second guest arrived. A girl appeared, struggling with an enormous white suitcase, adorned in a sun hat. Her cheeks flushed and breathless, as if she had walked a great distance. What a stroke of bad luck to have her here. Is there truly no one else available for such a splendid show? Could this green tea, little white lotus, please take her leave? She could barely lift a 500 milliliters bottle of water, and here she was, enduring the trials of the show, possessing a lovely face, yet a vacant mind unbeknownst to the girl. Her entrance triggered a torrent of malicious comments. Upon noticing someone already seated on the sofa, she beamed with an innocent smile and greeted, "Brother Yu, you're here too? What a coincidence." Yu Tsongshu did not recognize her and merely offered a polite greeting. The girl's gaze fell upon Jiang Xing, noting her youthful appearance. Had the production team truly escalated their game to such heights? No matter, business is business. Just as she was about to initiate her antics, the girl, with a radiant smile and adorable dimples, exclaimed, "Sister, you are so beautiful." At that, her heart fluttered, and she instinctively lowered her head, feigning shyness, while internally berating herself. How could she allow herself to be so foolish? Just moments ago, she was pondering competing with a child. Such shame. I shall go put away my luggage. You all continue to enjoy. With that, she huffed and puffed, dragging her oversized suitcase up the stairs, her frail figure swaying precariously as if she might tumble down at any moment. Jiang Xing nudged her brother. "Brother hamster, shouldn't you assist the sister?" Your brother, and delicate and frail, gasping for breath with every step. I would only be a hindrance, so I shall refrain." Jiang Xing, "Oh, you delicate and frail creature," gasping for breath. The person on the stairs overheard and nearly stumbled. Shortly after she ascended, another man and woman arrived. The woman donned a white floral sundress, her hair styled in a fishtail braid adorned with pearl hairpins, her makeup a facade of natural beauty. Every glance and smile reminiscent of a captivating heroine from a youth drama. The man stood beside her, towering over her, clad in a gray-black athletic ensemble. His smile radiant like spring sunshine, making them appear as a perfect pair. "Oh, my OTP has joined a dating show. My OTP is thriving." How daring to secretly engage in romance on a dating show, stunning everyone. How adorable and beautiful. How dare that imitation, Shi Yang, dance before the original. Almost forgetting about Shi Yang, the green tea sister, was she bold enough to find out that Qiu Qizhou was on the show and shamelessly follow? Can she please exit the entertainment industry? This is no jest, and Han arrived empty-handed, while Qiu Qizhou effortlessly carried a suitcase, appearing quite at ease. She seemed a bit shy, wanting to manage her own luggage, but Qiu Qizhou was unwilling to let her exert herself, effortlessly pulling the suitcase ahead of her. A man may cast aside his dignity, but he must not lose face. Even if her suitcase seemed to contain an entire household, he could not afford to appear burdened. With so many cameras around, to admit exhaustion would imply inadequacy. The two entered the house, discovering others had already arrived. Upon spotting Yu Tsongshu, and Han appeared pleasantly surprised, her lips curling into a sweet smile as she greeted him with decorum. "Teacher Yu, you're here. When did you arrive?" Though young, Yu Tsongshu had achieved remarkable success and maintained his status at the pinnacle of popularity, possessing both talent and fame. Having only recently gained recognition through a romantic drama after 2 years in the industry, was a second-tier flower, yet she could respectfully address him as teacher. This was the epitome of politeness and propriety, unlike those who immediately resorted to calling him brother, as if they were already acquainted. Shi Yang found herself once more cast as the comparative measure. Did the naive fans of hers not have the decency to keep their infatuation to themselves? Was there truly no one to speak on her behalf? If she liked her, she would be too embarrassed to show her face in public. Yu Tsongshu maintained a neutral demeanor towards them, exchanging pleasantries without engaging in awkward small talk. Qiu Qizhou took his luggage upstairs to his room, while Han quietly settled onto the sofa, occupying a seat apart from Yu Tsangshu. As soon as she sat down, she began to seek a conversation. To her surprise, she was able to see Teacher Yu in the midst of such fervent emotions. Having admired him for a long time, she expressed, "I have watched every one of your dramas. I was fortunate to work with you in the same production before, and I always hoped for another opportunity. Thank you for your admiration. Focus on your craft and hone your skills. In the future, you shall ascend to even greater heights," Yu Tsangshu replied.
Han nodded fervently,
Her face flushing with excitement at his affirmation. "Thank you, Teacher Yu. I will continue to strive for improvement." Their interaction was undeniably sweet.
am sorry, Chizhou.
"I think I'm falling for someone else. Our little hamster here, indulging in all these whims, will only lead to heartache for you." Noticing that the conversation with Yu Tsangshu had dwindled, and Han sought to lighten the mood by directing her attention towards the young girl seated beside him. "What are you playing, little sister?" Jiang Xing glanced up, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "I'm playing a game." And Han chuckled softly, her playful spirit ignited. "You're so young and already playing games? That's impressive. Which game is it? Let me take a look." Jiang Xing promptly turned off her phone screen and placed it against Yu Tsangshu's chest, declaring, "No peeking. I'm not very good at it." A hint of embarrassment flickered in Han's eyes, but she quickly regained her smile. "Don't worry, little sister. I wouldn't laugh at you. I can't play games, either." Jiang Xing stuck out her tongue and tugged at Yu Tsangshu's sleeve. "Brother, I'm sleepy. I want to take a nap." And Han's smile dimmed slightly as she watched Yu Tsangshu lead Jiang Xing upstairs, leaving her alone in the hall. With a hint of self-deprecation, she murmured, "It seems the little sister doesn't like me very much." Her words naturally reached the live stream, where viewers deemed her overly sensitive and rushed to comfort her. "Don't think too much, dear. The child is just shy. Give it a few days. I think that child is simply blind." When she saw Shiyang, she called her a beautiful sister, yet when Han arrived, she wouldn't utter a word. How cold. Poor Han, being snubbed by a child. She's too young to know Shiyang's true nature. They'll warm up to each other in a few days. Really? Didn't she say she was tired? How can she still be so cheerful while chatting with strangers? The comments expressed disbelief at the situation. Most of Yu Tsangshu's fans flooded the chat, and as he exited, the barrage of comments quieted significantly, shifting focus to his personal camera. However, just as viewers tuned in, a black garment abruptly obscured the camera, plunging the live stream into darkness. "We're all friends here. Don't be so distant. Just because the little sister is asleep doesn't mean you have to be in such a hurry. If we can't see, we'll just listen. Brother, can we not team up with that sister from earlier?" The playful banter continued, with comments echoing the sentiments of the viewers, intrigued by the unfolding dynamics. As the excitement in the live chat surged, the atmosphere shifted once more as Yu Tsangshu's tone softened. "So, who would you like your brother to team up with?" "With the sister in the white dress. Shiyang?"
Yes.
"Shiyang. Can you not speak so recklessly, you little rascal? Please just keep quiet." The audience reacted with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Watching the hamster and Shiyang in a relationship would be more painful than death. Yu Tsangshu, if you agree to this, I'll unfollow. I brought you here to have fun, not to cause trouble. Yu Tsangshu gently pressed Jiang Xing's head, guiding her to bed. "Oh," she protested, but he remained unyielding, redirecting his attention to sorting their luggage, placing a pink smartwatch on the table, granting her a device with numerous functions while restricting her phone usage. Jiang Xing beamed. "Thank you, brother." "For what? Did you promise her something?" "You're blocking the camera. But you're also obscuring my dark future. Chapter 6. School is cancelled. I'm here to marry." When Jiang Xing awoke, the room was empty, and the curtains had been drawn by Yu Tsangshu, casting a dim light as dusk approached. She longed to sleep indefinitely, yet hunger gnawed at her. Entering hibernation would minimize her energy expenditure, but alas, poverty loomed, and without effort, she would revert to a mere sapling, drawing energy from the mountains. With this thought, her motivation surged. Before joining the program, she had secretly watched previous seasons, applauding their thrilling content. The intensity was palpable, featuring the entangled relationships of male and female artists, competing for the affections of captivating guests and the rivalries born from games. In the end, many couples emerged, leaving the audience enchanted. Though some voices questioned the sincerity of these unions, she believed in the magic of on-screen chemistry, as long as it didn't collapse. With her aspirations aligned, she felt invigorated, yet the urge to remain nestled in her blankets lingered. Just then, the door swung open, disrupting her solitude. Sister, you've napped for 2 hours. The longer you sleep, the duller your mind becomes. Hurry up. Jiang Xing resignedly sat up, tugging at the collar of her nightgown, appearing less than vibrant. Yu Tsongshu retrieved her dress and ushered her into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Change quickly. Everyone is here now. And tonight's meal might just be the best one yet. Future meals would depend on the day's task performance, with some indulging in lavish feasts while others settled for plain buns with pickles. Jiang Xing soon donned her outfit, allowing Yu Tsongshu to lead her downstairs. As they descended the stairs, she glanced at the 5 individuals seated on the sofa, 2 men and 3 women. The gathering turned to look at them, and she recognized 3 faces from earlier, including Qiu Qizhou and 2 women named Shiyang and Han. The other 2 were strangers. Yu Tsongshu introduced her to the newcomers. This is my sister. The man, seemingly around Yu Tsongshu's age, reached out to pinch Jiang Xing's cheek, chuckling at her frown. Hello, little sister. I'm Liang Jingqi. Yu Tsongshu swiftly intervened. Get lost. Go home and pinch your own sister. My sister is in middle school and is trying to lose weight. Her face is too thin. With a scoff, Yu Tsongshu remarked, Liang Jingqi, you're the reason you get beaten up for bragging about your little sister. If he hadn't boasted every day, he wouldn't have pressured his mother to have a daughter and wouldn't have ended up getting hit. Reflecting upon the matter, he could not help but feel a swell of pride. At 25, he was already significantly older than his 6-year-old sister, who was far more charming than Liang Jingqi's sibling. Indeed, she was a paragon of cuteness. The girl exuded a formidable aura, reminiscent of a powerful career woman. She greeted him with a casual air, introducing herself as Gunami. After a brief pause, she added, You may call me Sister Nami. With that, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xing. I nearly wept. Sister Mi had deigned to participate in a variety show. Perhaps age and a yearning for companionship had prompted her to do so. Such women, who prioritize their careers above all, are often regarded as undesirable in our circles. Indeed, it seems you are above all others, unworthy of their attention. Kindly silence yourself. To belittle another's success is a mark of a limited mind, and it appears you suffer from a grave lack of intellectual development. Gunami initially debuted as a member of a girl group, but due to her humble background, she struggled to gain recognition in the entertainment industry. Eventually, with the assistance of a benefactor, she severed ties with her previous agency and withdrew from the public eye. Subsequently being recruited by a renowned entertainment company to work behind the scenes, eventually ascending to a managerial position. Now, she commands respect as a revered manager, her status and value having transformed dramatically. Even A-list and B-list celebrities must lower their heads and address her as sister. While she may not be in the limelight anymore, having ceased acting and declined endorsements, she has never formally announced her retirement from the industry. Thus, her appearance as a guest on a dating show has taken many by surprise. Jiang Xing observed her flourishing career, yet noted that such a powerful professional presence seemed to stifle her romantic prospects, leaving them frail and seemingly on the verge of extinction. Should her romantic prospects wither away, she would face a life devoid of love, either resigned to solitude or consorting with a multitude of suitors. Jiang Xing approached her, extending her small hand. Hello, sister. My name is Jiang Xing. Gunami hesitated for a moment before smiling and shaking her hand, releasing it almost immediately. This brief contact seemed to invigorate Jiang Xing's romantic prospects. Gunami's life appeared fulfilled, and her unexpected appearance on a dating show suggested that she had not entirely abandoned the hope of finding love. If she had not given up, perhaps she could use a little assistance. Sister Nami, the love you desire has always been within reach. You've merely been preoccupied with work these past few years. The signs of someone harboring feelings for you are quite apparent. Take a moment to look around, and the answers will be clear. A flicker of confusion crossed Gunami's eyes as if a veil had descended over her perception, leaving her momentarily startled. The little girl's gaze was unguarded and imbued with innocence, yet under its scrutiny, Gunami felt as though her very soul were being laid bare. Before she could gather her thoughts to respond, Yu Tsongshu pulled Jiang Xing away, dismissing her whimsical remarks. Pay no mind to her nonsense, he said, eliciting laughter from the others. After all, what could a child's words truly signify? Yu Tsongshu softened his tone, leaning in to speak quietly with her. I understand that children often speak without a filter, but refrain from discussing matters of unrequited love in such a peculiar manner next time. He mused. When will you help me find a sister-in-law? The child's ramblings were likely influenced by Ms. Liu, who frequently spoke to her about her older brother's romantic affairs. School is on pause, and I shall take on the role of sister-in-law, she declared boldly. How dare she speak so freely about Sister Me? Relying on her youth as a shield? Did she mean to suggest that teacher Liang harbored feelings for Sister Me? After all, they had known each other for years. Surely that could not be true. The two teachers shared a platonic friendship. Please do not spread rumors. To suggest that Liang Jingqi and Gunami were a couple was far less believable than the notion of Liang Jingqi and Yu Tsangshu, with the past being resurrected. I raised a banner for my ship, the old cold rice couple. Chapter 7. Consequences. You cannot control. The production team treated them to a sumptuous feast. Jiang Xing reveled in the culinary delights, and after satisfying her hunger, she wiped her mouth with a napkin, still yearning for more. Noticing that nearly everyone else had set down their chopsticks, she paused her motion and glanced at their bowls. Most of the female artists had only taken a few bites, leaving half a bowl of rice untouched, while even the male artists had consumed only a single bowl. In stark contrast, she had devoured 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup, her plate nearly emptied of its contents. Embarrassed, Jiang Xing set down her napkin, resting her hands on the table while her little legs swung awkwardly. Could it be that everyone was so reserved? Or perhaps they were hesitant to eat in front of her, fearing her voracious appetite? Yu Tsangshu gently patted her belly, noting that it had indeed rounded out significantly. He warned her not to overindulge, as it was not good for her stomach. Jiang Xing had always eaten ravenously, a habit born from having rarely experienced a full meal, leading her to approach every meal as if it were her last. Given her hearty appetite, he felt compelled to remind her at every meal, today, her portion was slightly less than yesterday, a sign of progress. Jiang Xing brushed his hand away, and with a swift motion, her stomach deflated as if it had merely been a momentary indulgence. As the director observed that everyone had nearly finished their meals, they commenced the live broadcast at 8 o'clock, announcing the official start of the Passionate Flames variety show. This episode's theme revolved around returning to pastoral life. Set in the countryside of Xiangqing, a region known for its economic prosperity, the production team had rented a 3-story villa for the occasion. The director began introducing the guests to the viewers in the live stream, while Jiang Xing sat off to the side, out of the camera's view. After a moment's hesitation, the director did not mention her name. Our program relies heavily on audience participation, and the upcoming game will invite viewers to submit their suggestions. The challenges with the highest number of likes will be selected. Earlier at 7 o'clock, we captured screenshots and, after discussion, settled on the content for the first episode. I trust that after a brief interaction this afternoon, you all have formed initial impressions of each participant.
Now,
please write down the names of the contestants you are drawn to on the provided paper, which will determine tomorrow's partnerships. After the combinations are revealed, we will announce the challenges for tomorrow. A gentle reminder: successful handholding requires mutual selection. If only one party chooses, they must accept the punishment proposed by their chosen partner, which will be reasonable and fair. With diverse thoughts swirling among the crowd, the very notion of suggestions from the production team brought a sense of unease. To avoid punishment, everyone had to weigh their choices carefully. The crew distributed sheets of paper and pens, waiting for 3 minutes before collecting the responses. Jiang Xing's expression was one of indifference as she drifted into daydreams. This segment seemed utterly pointless. It was evident to any astute observer who would select whom, and Han and Qiu Qizhou would undoubtedly choose each other without needing to write anything down. Gunami and Liang Jingqi, having known each other privately, would likely opt for one another as well, given their intelligence and awareness of the interpersonal dynamics at play. As for Shi Yang, her misguided infatuation with Qiu Qizhou was painfully transparent. While her useless brother's sole redeeming quality was his obedience, he would choose Shi Yang, leading to inevitable punishment for both of them. As anticipated, the results announced before the eager audience aligned precisely with her expectations. Xi Yang, witnessing an Han and Qiu Qizhou successfully pair up, wore an expression of profound dismay, tears streaming down her pale cheeks as if she had just been abandoned by a heartless lover. Everyone knew of Shi Yang's affections for Qiu Qizhou, yet it seemed that love was unrequited, for he and Han were now a couple. She rushed forward, akin to an interloper in another's romance. Moreover, her attempts to imitate Han's demeanor only served to highlight her ineptitude. It was precisely her incessant clinginess to Qiu Qizhou that made her a target for the fans' ire, leading to a reputation so tarnished that calls for her to withdraw from the industry became commonplace. Yu Tsangshu chose Shi Yang. Was she not the sister of the hamster? Surely, she was his adversary. He truly selected Shi Yang. What a tragic twist. Is Shi Yang not of sound mind? The hamster has chosen her. Did she even realize who had chosen her? What kind of gaze is she fixated on Qiu Qizhou? Can she not provide us hamsters with a reaction? Some individuals should not flaunt such large faces. Just because he selected her, must she express endless gratitude and develop feelings for him? The other two pairs successfully held hands. So don't tell me that in the first episode, Yang will be bound to the hamster. None of this is the crux of the matter. The hamster is about to face the program's punishment. Yang, I advise you to show mercy. The consequences may spiral beyond your control. Knowing that punishment looms, Yu Songshu displayed little reaction, as it was no secret that Yang harbored affections for Qiu Qizhou. She would undoubtedly choose him. Jiang Xing suggested that he select Yang, and so he did. And Han, upon seeing the results, covered her mouth in shock, gazing enviously at Yang, exclaiming, "Teacher, you chose Yang. How fortunate." Yu Songshu had starred as the male lead in numerous idol dramas, each of which had become a sensational hit, earning him the title of national boyfriend and the reputation of being a charming figure in the realm of mortals. Yang had struck gold. As she wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, her gaze lingered on Yu Songshu with a hint of poignant admiration. "Brother Yu, you are truly wonderful." The audience chimed in, "Get lost, you green tea." Flirting with one after another. It's infuriating. Jiang Xing silently observed the unfolding drama, even thoughtfully reminding everyone of the process. Her crisp, innocent voice reached everyone's ears. "Director Uncle, what is the punishment? You really can't stand to see your own brother receive any kindness, can you?" With matters having progressed this far, it was time for the star to make her entrance. Indeed, because the character Xing in Jiang Xing's name sounds like star, she was affectionately referred to online as Sister Star. The director's team, noting that Jiang Xing had garnered considerable attention, swiftly decided to have her present the punishment card. Jiang Xing took the punishment card and appeared before the camera, racing towards Yang. "Sister, don't cry. The punishment will make you happy." Yang's lips twitched, nearly breaking into laughter. Yu Songshu cast a covert glance at her, observing his little, white-eyed wolf. The punishment card listed 5 options, from which only one needed to be selected for execution. The first option was to forego sleep tonight. The second was to skip breakfast tomorrow. The third involved wearing high heels throughout the day. The fourth mandated going without an upper garment tomorrow. The fifth required applying a turtle face mask while recording the program the next day. Each option was more outrageous than the last, bound to offend someone. Yang gazed at the punishment card in silence. After a moment of deliberation, Yang bit her lip and muttered, "I'll go with the second option." While the fourth seemed like a blessing at first glance, had she chosen it, her future in the entertainment industry would be bleak, as Yu Songshu's fans would surely trample her. Weighing her choices, skipping breakfast seemed the least severe. After all, for an artist, missing 1 or 2 meals was commonplace. Next, it was Qiu Qizhou's turn to impose punishment on Yang. He, being considerate of the girls, opted for the more amiable third option, wearing high heels during the program. Now that everyone had successfully formed their pairs, let me announce tomorrow as challenge, ascending Xiangshan Mountain. The challenge is quite simple. Let me explain the rules of the game. The guests must pay attention to their climbing ranking, capture sweet moments, and maintain popularity in the live broadcast. These 3 factors will determine the victor. Chapter 8. Even if it doesn't work, one must still worship. Jealousy is overwhelming. What mountain? What simplicity? Xiangshan, with climbing difficulty, second only to Taishan. How can one utter such words with a straight face? Ganami raised a question. Can we take the cable car to the top? Please complete the task in your own way. The crowd fell silent. Please choose either yes or no. The next morning, the program's vehicle rumbled toward the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. Yu Songshu, who had not eaten breakfast and was feeling hungry, exchanged glances with Yang, who was wearing her stiletto heels. In contrast, everyone else appeared invigorated. As Liang Jingqi passed by, he patted Yu Songshu on the shoulder, grinning radiantly. "Hey, how can you climb a mountain without eating? What if you faint from anemia halfway up? Shall we just give up?" And Han also expressed concern. "Teacher Yu isn't eaten, and Yang is in high heels. If you really feel unwell or can't walk, you can take the cable car up. The director's team hasn't clearly stated whether it's allowed." Jiang Xing interjected. "And Jia, you don't need to worry about us. Hurry and go with Brother Qiu. Good luck." Yu Songshu squeezed Jiang Xing's little hand, his lips moving as if to say something, yet he ultimately held his tongue, thinking, "My little sister is quite the talker." Jiang Xing, sensing the slight movement, continued, "My brother is amazing. He said last night that carrying Sister Shiryang up the mountain would be no problem. Yu Tsongshu's expression stiffened. You really know how to boast. Jiang Xing laughed carefree, completely oblivious to the gazes of those around her. At home, only the eldest brother had a stomach ailment. What could be done? After all, he was the domineering CEO. As for Yu Tsongshu, he had no such ailments and was in good health. At 8 o'clock, the sun began to rise, dispersing the moisture in the air. Even though everyone harbored doubts, for the sake of the program's effect, they could not shamelessly take the cable car. They truly began the ascent on foot. Looking up at the seemingly endless steps in front of them, Xiangshan, aptly named, was a mountain replete with fragrant blooms. Hosting various flowering trees, every season, even every month, brought forth blossoms. Currently, the osmanthus flowers were in bloom, perfuming the air for miles. Xiangshan is a renowned tourist attraction in Xiangqing, and the production team generously rented the entire mountain for the day, filtering out most ticketed tourists. Of course, a small number of locals were able to enter for free with their ID cards, coming early to climb and exercise. At the summit stood a temple, reputed to be bustling with incense. Jiang Xing glanced up and immediately spotted the continuous wafting of incense, a symbol of fervent prayers. However, despite the abundance of offerings, the deities remained unresponsive. The incense may rise to the heavens, but without wisdom, the prayers remained unfulfilled. Despite the lack of results, so many people still came to pay their respects. Was it merely a case of following the crowd? Jiang Xing felt a pang of jealousy welling up in her eyes. As she pondered this, she felt someone tugging at her braid, and turning around, she saw Yu Tsongshu squatting before her. Sister, would you like to climb the mountain with me? Or would you prefer to stay with the director's team at the foot of the mountain until I finish my tasks and return to find you? Indeed. The director's team would not follow them, but each group had a cameraman accompanying them. Even adults found climbing the mountain immensely strenuous. Xiangshan was not a straightforward ascent. Within the mountain lay winding paths. Even if one were to climb continuously, it would take 3 hours to reach the summit. For a 6-year-old child, the climb would undoubtedly be more arduous. Jiang Xing patted her chest confidently, declaring, "It's all right, brother, I'll follow you." She pushed Shiryang toward Yu Tsongshu, saying, "Brother, it's time to fulfill your promise. Go ahead and carry her. Don't be shy. Sister Shiryang is in high heels and finds it hard to walk. If you don't carry her, she might fall." Shiryang gasped, standing awkwardly beside Yu Tsongshu, thinking to herself, "Surely he wouldn't actually listen to little Jiang Xing and carry me?" Yu Tsongshu chuckled softly, realizing the cleverness of the child. How could he not see that she was trying to matchmake him with Shiryang? From yesterday, when she insisted he choose Shiryang, it was evident. Jiang Xing didn't even know Shiryang, so why was she so fond of her? After a moment of hesitation, he asked Shiryang, "Would you like me to carry you?" Shiryang's face flushed bright red, and she quickly shook her head. "High heels are my forte. I'll be just fine." How could she dare to ask for his help? He nodded and reached out to take Jiang Xing's hand. "Come here, I'll hold your hand. It's a long way, so don't get lost." Jiang Xing bounced ahead with glee, and as Yu Tsongshu followed, he heard her call back. "Then you take good care of Sister Shiryang. I'll go ahead." Jiang Xing ascended the steps, and as Yu Tsongshu prepared to follow, he glanced back at Shiryang, who had yet to move. He added, "If you truly can't manage, just take the cable car. Don't push yourself." The cable car at the foot of the mountain could only reach the top directly, while the scenic cable cars stopped at various viewpoints along the way. They were 2 different routes. The younger sister walked ahead alone, with the camera merely trailing behind them, leaving her without any surveillance. Should anything unfortunate occur, or if she went missing, locating her would prove exceedingly difficult. Naturally, for her safety, he felt compelled to follow her up the stairs. Initially, he assumed that Shiryang would opt for the cable car to the summit, yet to his surprise, she boldly stepped forward to keep pace. Her strides seemingly infused with an effortless vigor. "Let us go." Shiryang was quite fond of Jiang Xing, and Yu Tsongshu shared her concerns. How could one allow a child to walk alone in front? Following closely beside her, he hadn't anticipated her competitive spirit to be so robust. Was Shiryang no longer being troublesome? Having climbed 3 steps without uttering a word of fatigue? As long as she could keep moving? Should she throw a tantrum and abandon the challenge, she would have to face the penalties set by the production team. And he was unwilling to see the little hamster suffer. In accordance with the production team's guidelines, it was best to pause at the viewing platform for photographs and check-ins. Yu Tsongshu maintained a distance that allowed him to keep Jiang Xing in sight. She appeared to be unfazed by fatigue, her lively figure bouncing forth with unrelenting steps. The girl beside him was already sweating, her breaths growing heavier. Glancing back, although the foot of the mountain was no longer visible, they were still quite far from the first viewing platform. Sensing Yu Songshu's gaze, Yang lowered her head, feeling a bit ashamed. For the sake of her delicate persona, she had never engaged in any form of exercise, relying solely on starvation to maintain her figure. Even if she had the desire, she felt powerless. How could little Jiang Xing be so formidable? Had she consumed some sort of stimulant? And Yu Songshu, truly impressive. He seemed to be a blend of strength and grace. A facade he maintained quite well. Just yesterday, he had asked for his assistance with a suitcase, claiming to be weak and breathless. Yet today he was bounding up the stairs, with the luggage still on his back. After more than 10 minutes of climbing, the interminable stairs finally came to an end, leading them to a viewing platform that still fell short of the halfway mark up the mountain. Yang's legs felt weak, nearly causing her to kneel, and she plopped down without a care for her image or persona. It was evident that the predecessors had indeed lost their carefully crafted images upon entering the show. It was not without reason. Yu Songshu handed her a bottle of water and called out to Jiang Xing, who was still moving forward. It seemed she had finally remembered that two people were trailing behind her, as she turned for the first time during the ascent and rushed back toward them. "Brother, what's wrong?" she asked as she approached Yu Songshu. Observing her face, aside from a slight flush, she appeared completely dry, whereas he, though still perspiration-free, was beginning to feel the strain in his legs. Unconsciously, he began to reflect on himself, and the realization was suffocating. Was it possible that he was the one lacking? Chapter 9. This family would fall apart without me. I was mistaken. It turns out the only one dragging us down was Yang. Are today as children truly this remarkable? I nearly blacked out just bending down to tie my shoelaces. With you in this great nation, I feel reassured. The joke is on me. I missed the evolutionary train. Jiang Xing returned, her rosy complexion a testament to her joy. Her breathing was so steady that it was almost unnatural. After all, climbing a mountain was as simple for her as eating or sleeping. And she merrily played with the flowers and grasses along the way. She remained the undeniable charmer. Oh no, rather. The flower magnet, trees and blossoms alike yearned to be close to her, albeit lacking the sentience to converse with her. "Are we not going to continue?" she inquired, puzzled. Yu Songshu offered her another bottle of water. Jiang Xing paused for a moment, comprehending that he wished for her to carry it herself to lighten his load. She accepted the water and, with thoughtful consideration, glanced at the backpack he had left on the bench, suggesting, "Would you like me to carry it?" In years past, those who sincerely wished to ascend Gaoyuan Mountain to pay their respects would arrive at the temple looking quite disheveled, each one needing to change into a clean set of clothes upon reaching the summit, fearful that their sweat might offend her. Yu Songshu's eyelid twitched slightly, and he clenched his teeth. "Aren't you tired?" "Tired? Why would I be?" she replied, her expression bewildered. She looked back at the path they had traversed. Had such a short distance exhausted her? Should she be weary? Her gaze shifted to Yang, who was still seated on the bench, unwilling to rise. And her heart skipped a beat. Of course, she's only 6. She should be tired, right? But I've never felt tired. So how would I know what being tired feels like? Sweating, breathing heavily, yes. Jiang Xing bit her lip, contemplating. Just as she was about to change her demeanor, she noticed the camera aimed at her, reminding her that so many were watching. If she was suspected of being weak, it would be disastrous. "Should I wait until later to get tired?" she proposed timidly. Yu Songshu unscrewed the cap for her, placing the bottle in her arms. "Drink some water, otherwise, you'll hurt your throat." Jiang Xing took the water and sat down on the bench. "Brother, since we're resting anyway, why don't you and Sister Yang take some couple photos?" The pavilion was white, as if crafted from jade, with branches of osmanthus trees reaching in, their golden blossoms vibrant against the sunlight. The osmanthus here was peculiar, lacking in foliage. Further ahead lay a peach orchard that, in October, was in full bloom, petals drifting in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene. Yang's eyelids fluttered, her sense of duty finally rekindled. Trembling, she extended her hand, softly requesting, "Pull me up." Yu Songshu and Yang proceeded to take their photos, leaving Jiang Xing to her own devices, who leaned against a post, utilizing her superior eyesight to observe their activities. Having just caught her breath, Yang felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, gazing at Yu Songshu with a look of longing, appearing somewhat alluring under the lens. Meanwhile, Yu Songshu, seemingly the embodiment of charisma, at that moment bore an expression of unwavering determination, as if he were preparing to enlist in the military. Jiang Xing felt an overwhelming frustration bubbling within her. Given the opportunity, he was utterly inept. With a flick of her fingertip, the surrounding flora glimmered with a faint green luminescence. Yang diligently posed for the camera, striking various stances, when suddenly, something hanging from a tree came crashing toward her. Startled, she screamed and leapt directly into Yu Tsangshu's embrace, wrapping her legs around his waist like a koala. Her scream echoed, "A snake! There's a snake!" Yu Tsangshu instinctively supported her, only to notice that what hung from the tree was merely a vine swaying in the wind, appearing somewhat foolish. He fell silent for a moment. It was not a snake. Yang, too frightened to hear his words, was already in a state of panic. The photographer was grinning widely. The photos captured were exceedingly sweet. The vine had arrived just in time. Once Yang regained her composure, she belatedly realized that Yu Tsangshu had not been referring to a snake. She looked back and confirmed it was merely a bare vine. Autumn had arrived, and even the vines had shed their leaves. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a snake. She quickly jumped down from Yu Tsangshu's embrace, continuously apologizing. Bowing as she did so, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend. It was unintentional. Help. Why is this so amusing? Ha ha ha. Darling S embrace, I want to jump too." Surely, she hadn't done it on purpose? A scheming girl, taking advantage of the hamster. Her reaction seemed genuine. When the object swayed in front of the camera, I, too, thought it was a snake at first. What a fright.
How could a plant look so serpent-like? It was terrifying.
Jiang Xing contentedly withdrew her gaze. Indeed, this team would falter without her. After finishing the photos, Yu Tsangshu returned the water to his bag. "Let us go. We'll head straight to the cable car." Upon hearing Yu Tsangshu's words, Yang's eyes lit up. Really? We don't have to walk anymore? She had heard everything. It wasn't her suggestion. She still possessed a competitive spirit. It was Yu Tsangshu who proposed it first. Indeed. Yu Tsangshu scooped Jiang Xing into his arms and walked toward the cable car station. Are we really going to take the cable car? No more filming the rest of the show? The production team wouldn't be so foolish. They simply hadn't made it clear, wanting to see who would crack first and take the cable car. From the moment Jiang Xing stepped onto the stairs, he had no intention of holding back. He planned to ascend to each stop before taking the cable car, completing the tasks at each station. Yu Tsangshu and Yang brought up the rear of the group. Yet only they chose the cable car, while the other two teams passed the viewing platform and continued forward, with Liang Jingqi and Gan Nami leading the way. Liang Jingqi and Gan Nami were longtime friends, and their camaraderie was quite pleasant. The two individuals share a profound connection. Liang Jingqi debuted as a singer, while Gan Nami emerged from the same program as a member of a girl group. Their personalities aligned harmoniously, leading to a genuine friendship. Gan Nami later chose to step away from the limelight to toil behind the scenes, a decision that Liang Jingqi wholeheartedly supported. However, the pair lacks a palpable romantic chemistry. Even in a relaxed atmosphere, they appear more like two brothers with their arms draped casually over each other's shoulders, and their photographs resemble those of siblings. I once believed that familiarity would foster a deeper bond, but perhaps I was misguided. If they were meant to be, they would have already pursued a romantic relationship. It is evident that they are not lovers. Is it conceivable that Liang Jingqi harbors a secret admiration for Gan Nami, skillfully concealing it? Their relationship spans many years, but it does not equate to extensive time spent together. The words of the younger sister mentioned by Xing cannot possibly refer to him. Let us not lose our composure. Would you truly take the words of a 6-year-old to heart? As they walked ahead, the absence of any other figures in their line of sight suggested they were simply here to hike, focused solely on their journey. Gan Nami settled on a bench at the next viewing platform, unscrewing her water bottle to quench her thirst. She dabbed at her sweat with a tissue, her gaze distant, and the two shared a moment of unspoken understanding. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Liang Jingqi, still wiping his brow, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing. I just remembered what that little girl said," she replied, referring to Yu Tsangshu's sister. Gan Nami nodded, letting out a soft sigh. "I suppose I am just too oblivious. I truly cannot fathom who among us might have feelings for me." Liang Jingqi appeared momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a realization, his eyes deepening with thought. Children's words should not be taken too seriously. Gan Nami merely chuckled, squeezing her sore calves before continuing on. "Should we take the cable car?" The audience, scrutinizing the live broadcast with a magnifying glass, noticed Liang Jingqi's fleeting distraction. I sense he is preoccupied with something. Could it be? Does he secretly have feelings for Gunami? After all this time, he has not shown it. Is he a descendant of the Ninja Turtles? Whatever the case, the atmosphere in the live stream suddenly felt sweeter. Chapter 10. I am an open-minded parent. Liang Jingqi and Gunami took a moment to rest, and after careful consideration, they resolved to continue their hike on foot. It was a rare opportunity to explore Xiangshan on foot, and they knew this brief respite would not hinder their plans for lunch atop the mountain. As they sat, a group approached, consisting of Qiu Qizhou and Han. They were the only pair from the first episode's regular cast to be dubbed a couple, and their chemistry was unprecedented, sending fans into a frenzy at every stop for photographs. Their interactions exuded a palpable romantic vibe, reminiscent of a youthful idol drama, without their fiery passion. How could the show continue? Hey, are you all here? Haven't you started climbing yet? And Han approached the pavilion, appearing like a woodland fairy, clad in a knee-length dress. She opted for comfort over athletic wear, given the nature of the steps rather than treacherous terrain. Gunami glanced at her, feeling as though she had returned to her days in the girl group, sensing a similarity between her and those girls. Liang Jingqi, ever warm-hearted, greeted them. We're just taking a break and waiting for the others. You two are quite speedy. And Han's gaze flickered, her cheeks flushed as she shyly admitted, it's not too bad, though we did take quite some time for photos. I just saw a comment in the live stream saying that Teacher Yu and Shi Yang have already taken the cable car up. Qiu Qizhou chimed in. It's understandable to give up. One skipped breakfast, and the other is in high heels. This path is no easy feat. The cable car offers a much easier route. Gunami leaned against a post, narrowing her eyes at them. What are your plans? Are you taking the cable car? And Han shook her head. We can still walk a bit more. We're also worried that the production team has hidden some tricks, so we'd rather take extra steps. The rules regarding the hike had not been clearly stated by the production team. They merely suggested ascending in one's own way. What if taking the cable car were against the rules, rendering their efforts void? Better to be safe and walk. Liang Jingqi rose to his feet, assisting Gunami up as well. Then we'll be on our way. See you at the top. Goodbye, they said, pausing just long enough to capture a few photos. The altitude of Xiangshan brought forth breathtaking views, and as they ascended, they marveled at the peach blossoms blooming along the path. Peach blossoms typically bloom in spring. How curious that they were so vibrant in autumn. As a resident of Xiangqing, I had never hiked to the summit of Xiangshan. The cable car had always been my lifeline. The scenery at Xiangshan is truly remarkable. The higher one climbs, the more one encounters flowers blooming defiantly against the seasons, begging to be added to the travel itinerary. The peak was filled with the fragrance of incense, a testament to the thriving temple. Jiang Xing and the others took the cable car directly to the middle of the mountain, leisurely disembarking. The scenery here was starkly different from that at the mountain's base. Vast expanses of maple trees replaced the lush greenery below, signaling a true arrival into autumn. Jiang Xing clamored to get down, while Yu Tsongshu provided her with some water. She directed him and Shi Yang to pose for photographs, lamenting, "How can you bear to let me accompany you while you indulge in steamed buns and pickles? Sister Shi Yang may willingly endure hardships, but I am just a 6-year-old child." Admittedly, he acknowledged that Jiang Xing was better suited for learning Sichuan opera with her impressive skills at changing expressions. Jiang Xing poked the cameraman with her finger. "Big brother, how about letting me follow along?" The heavy camera would surely crush her small frame, and the cameraman politely declined her request. She pondered for a moment and conceded, "All right, but you better take good shots and keep the camera steady. Rest assured, I have been a professional for 20 years. During their exchange, the two had already wandered off into the maple forest, prompting the cameraman to realize his oversight and hastily follow after them. As no one was watching, a tendril of daughter affectionately brushed against Jiang Xing's hand. She lowered her gaze, grasping the yellowing vine and gently tugging at it, causing the maple leaves to cascade down as though caught in a sudden tempest. The leaves underfoot visibly thickened, and with each step, the ground became softer. Shi Yang's delicate high heels faltered, and she stumbled sideways.
Ah!
Startled, she shut her eyes and screamed, clutching the legs of the person beside her in an instinctual reaction. Unbeknownst to her, the individual did not reach out to steady her. He could only drop to his knees, fortunately landing on a soft surface that spared her from injury. Tentatively, she opened her eyes, only to behold an unexpected sight.
Xiang.
It was no wonder the person beside her had not caught her in her fall. She had clung desperately to his legs with such force that it nearly dislodged his trousers. Amidst the chaos, the man scrambled to secure his slipping pants. To make matters worse, her face was now directly aligned with his. Upon witnessing the peculiar angle, she instinctively released her grip, retreating a few steps while remaining on her knees, desperate to apologize. "I'm so sorry. It was not intentional, truly not." Her ankle throbbed with pain. Yet she had no time to dwell on it. The thought of nearly pulling down Yu Tsongshu's pants in front of everyone was far more terrifying. Yu Tsongshu took a few deep breaths, his face reddening, his glare at her sharp enough to ignite flames. Once assured his trousers were secure, he approached her and roughly lifted her from the ground. "Still kneeling? What does this mean? Am I to be berated as a diva by the viewers? How infuriating." Yu Tsongshu pressed his lips together, still simmering with anger, choosing to walk away without uttering a word. Shuyang, aware of her wrongdoing, lowered her head like a scolded kitten, limping behind Yu Tsongshu, her demeanor pitiful. What had just transpired? Shuyang nearly pulled down the hamster's pants. "I even witnessed an inappropriate scene. She asked such a weirdo. I apologized to the organization. The hamster looked like a modest woman being teased. Huh? Why is this so amusing?" Jiang Xing's enigmatic gaze wandered over the two, her face adorned with an expression of knowing amusement. "Brother, what kind of photo did you just take? Your faces are so flushed." Yu Tsongshu's cheeks reddened further at her words, and he pressed down on her head, exclaiming, "What are you going on about? Blame her for spreading rumors all the way here." Jiang Xing pushed his hand away, continuing her playful banter. "Hamu, you didn't just hide away to do something naughty,
Did you?
I'm quite the open-minded parent, so don't worry." Yu Tsongshu shot her an incredulous glare. "Who has the parent here? Nothing happened. And does she really have the eyes of a 6-year-old? Jiang Xing glanced back at Shuyang, who was struggling to walk towards them, and pushed her brother. "Didn't you see that Sister Shuyang hurt her foot? Go help her." Yu Tsongshu clenched his fists tightly. "Stars, let us refrain from speaking. I'm worried for your safety, haraha. Truly a little sister. Did you not see how dark Hamu's face is turned?" Still fanning the flames, "Hamu and Shuyang really can't be a couple. Stop the rumors. Not shipping them, but it's quite amusing, haraha." Amidst the standoff between Jiang Xing and Yu Tsongshu, it was Yu Tsongshu who eventually relented, lifting Shuyang in one arm and heading straight for the cable car, placing her inside. Jiang Xing joyfully followed behind, and the three of them boarded the cable car. A cable car can accommodate 8 people, and it was relatively spacious. The photographer aimed his lens at them, and the atmosphere inside the cable car was eerily quiet. The cameraman, encountering such a peculiar ambience for the first time, couldn't he help but suggest, "Why don't you two teachers chat a bit?" Chapter 11. The notion that you could have a wife is preposterous. Yu Tsongshu felt like he could die of embarrassment right on the spot. What was there to talk about? Shuyang glanced at Yu Tsongshu, uncertain if he was still angry. What had just transpired was merely an accident. Surely, wouldn't he still be upset? As she pondered, she recalled her need to maintain her persona and casually asked, "Brother Yu, may I inquire about your impression of me?" The moment those words left her lips, she wished she could retract them. Truly a case of stepping into a bear trap. Jiang Xing turned back, her smile growing wider as a large hand grabbed the nape of her neck, pulling her into a warm embrace in front of the camera. With a blank expression, he playfully tugged at Jiang Xing's braid and remarked nonchalantly, "Not very good." Shuyang's face stiffened, and she lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I wasn't intentional just now. I'm not that kind of person." "Not that kind of person?" Jiang Xing discreetly pinched Yu Tsongshu's arm. Can't you choose your words more wisely?" Yu Tsongshu lowered his head and pinched her cheek, asking softly, "Why did you pinch me?" Jiang Xing replied, "How come I see a look of exasperation in my sister's eyes? Ha ha ha." Shuyang realized that Yu Tsongshu didn't seem inclined to engage with her, and she quietly closed her mouth, rubbing her aching ankle, which was already swollen. Jiang Xing rummaged through her bag for some emergency medication and handed it to Yu Tsongshu, indicating he should pass it to Shuyang. He shot her a glance. "Can't you give it to her yourself?" Jiang Xing retorted. Shuyang slumped to the side, her gaze falling on Jiang Xing. Why did she feel that Jiang Xing quite liked her? She had seen the edited videos online. Yu Tsongshu's choice was also Jiang Xing's idea. And they didn't know each other before. Could it be that her feigned innocent behavior appeared genuine in the eyes of a child? Jiang Xing responded with a tone of righteous indignation. "You think you could actually have a wife? Sister Shuyang would never look at you." Shuyang nearly choked on her own saliva, sitting up in alarm, shaking her head frantically. I can't. Her survival instinct was incredibly strong. Yu Tsongshu pinched her ear. preparing to scold her. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you realize how your reckless words tarnish your brother's reputation? Jiang Xing swiftly swatted his hand away, looking at him with exasperation. Brother, you're such a fool. Even sister isn't worried about her reputation. Why are you angry? You two will inevitably become a couple. Yang felt an uncomfortable sensation, almost on the verge of tears. Could she be concerned? She never intended to ship herself with Yu Tsangshu. She merely wished to cultivate her pure and innocent image, openly pursuing Qiu Qizhou. If you keep blabbering nonsense, I'll leave you on the mountain to become a Taoist. Jiang Xing grinned. That is not a bad idea. I actually want to be a Taoist. Her nonchalant attitude left Yu Tsangshu momentarily speechless, his tone softening. All right, it was my fault. We become Taoists. Girls can't become Taoists. Jiang Xing shot him a sidelong glance. Who says girls can't be Taoists? I can predict fortunes. Yu Tsangshu promptly covered her mouth. We're live, little sister. Mind your words. What can a child do as a Taoist? If you can't handle it, you'll be sent down the mountain. Just stay home and enjoy your life. Jiang Xing mentioned how she learned fortune-telling and feng shui from the village elder, to which he obviously didn't believe. Yet she claimed that their ancestors were indeed Taoists. The family genealogy clearly stated so, and his aunt had inherited the family business. He must be cautious of her. What if she recognized Jiang Xing as potential and whisked his sister away? She indeed possessed the qualities of a little Taoist. The thought of her being so young, yet pondering the idea of becoming a Taoist was utterly amusing. Being a Taoist also came with a salary every month. If the only requirement wasn't a doctoral degree, the temples in Xiangshan would be overflowing with applicants. Jiang Xing brushed his hand aside, returning to the original topic. Then you must treat Sister Shiyang well. Yu Tsangshu chose silence, unwilling to engage further. Jiang Xing fixated on the dark aura surrounding his fate line, which had grown denser. She fell into contemplation. Typically, she believed in letting couples develop naturally. But Yu Tsangshu's situation was unique. The disruptive influences in his love life affected his destiny. If he didn't unite with his fated partner soon, he would be unable to escape this calamity. Jiang Xing pondered how to facilitate their emotional evolution, and Yu Tsangshu, relieved that she was no longer causing a ruckus, exhaled deeply. Observing Shiyang shrinking to the side, trying to diminish her presence, he noticed her swollen ankle. He clicked his tongue in irritation, handing her the medicinal alcohol. Apply some of this to alleviate the pain. Shiyang accepted the medication, repeatedly thanking him. Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow, her gaze lingering on their interaction. Those who knew how to seek help were promising students. If Yu Tsangshu wasn't her disciple, she wouldn't bother intervening, allowing him to experience his destined tribulations, endure the harshness of life, and finally receive Shiyang's salvation. Instead, here she was fretting and laboring, building a bridge for them. She felt a deep sense of reflection, only to have her phone snatched away. Didn't I say you couldn't play with my phone? You're stealing it again. Jiang Xing looked at him incredulously. Her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, astonished that he had the audacity to say such things when he had clearly handed it to her moments ago. Never mind. She thought. She was getting old and wouldn't bicker with the younger generation. She wriggled out of Yu Tsangshu's embrace and hurried towards Shiyang. Sister, let me help you with the medicine. Make the pain go away. No need, little Jiang Xing, I can manage by myself. The scent of medicinal alcohol filled the cable car. Yu Tsangshu glanced at them, exited the live stream, and tucked his phone away. The photographer, sensing the atmosphere had quieted again, refrained from saying anything further, following the comments to capture close-ups of Hamu's beautiful visage. Perhaps due to the earlier awkwardness, they didn't stop at the viewing platform midway and reached the mountain summit in half an hour. Jiang Xing dashed out of the cable car, finally beholding the true visage of the temple. This temple, constructed in modern times, was grand and magnificent, dedicated to the compassionate Taoist, known to the world as Guanyin. A towering statue of Guanyin, standing at 30 meters, resided in the hall, surrounded by offerings from all directions. Since there were no tourists today, the incense was tended to by a group of young novice priests of lower rank. The sound of chanting echoed within the temple, instilling a sense of tranquility. In stark contrast, her dilapidated temple seemed rather shabby. She cast her gaze around and spotted the wish tree standing in the tortoise pond, adorned with countless crimson tags inscribed with people's heartfelt desires. It was rumored that if a wish was hung upon it, it symbolized a chance for its fulfillment. Conversely, if it fell into the pond, it represented unattainable aspirations, unworthy of Guanyin's blessings. Jiang Xing, feeling a sudden awareness, looked up to meet the gaze of the Guanyin statue, its compassionate eyes seemingly alive, deeply penetrating her soul. Yu Songshu followed closely behind her, increasingly feeling like a nagging caretaker, constantly murmuring, "Why are you running so fast? I can't keep up with you. Brother, I wish to offer incense." Chapter 12. My head itches as if sprouting. Yu Songshu assumed it was merely the whims of a child. Initially intending to directly ask the Taoist priest for 3 sticks of incense, he glanced at the quietly following Shi Yang and opted instead to inquire with her. Jiang Xing seamlessly took over the conversation. Sister Shi Yang also wishes to offer incense. Yu Songshu gently patted her head, pleased with her ability to engage. He approached the Taoist priest and procured 6 sticks of incense, handing 3 to Shi Yang and 3 to Jiang Xing. However, Jiang Xing did not accept them. She nudged the 2 forward slightly. "You 2 go ahead. I have something to discuss with the abbot." Yu Songshu instinctively glanced at Shi Yang's reaction, noticing her gaze lift to the Guanyin statue, and she unexpectedly tugged him forward alongside her. He felt a lump in his throat, ultimately refraining from uttering anything, standing with her as they both made a wish for all things to go smoothly, taking a few steps to place the incense on the altar. When he turned back, he could no longer see Jiang Xing's figure in the vast square. She had mentioned seeking the abbot, and every hall was filled with priests reciting scriptures. Seeing the child disappear, Yu Songshu hurriedly called for the photographer to halt the live stream and assist in the search. Observing Shi Yang's limited mobility, he instructed her to wait in the resting area. Shi Yang, realizing Jiang Xing was gone, felt an overwhelming anxiety, but, constrained by her own limitations, could only watch as they searched, hoping to not complicate matters further. Jiang Xing sought out the most bustling temple, where an elderly man bearing a whisk obstructed her path, his face radiating kindness. "Come with me." Jiang Xing scrutinized him, noting that his age surpassed the human lifespan, his aura heavy with death, causing her to frown. The abbot led her to the back courtyard, the quarters for the priests. He opened the door to one room, revealing a considerably smaller Guanyin statue. Yet, Jiang Xing was astonished to see the statue's eyes lift to meet hers. The abbot knelt beside her, seemingly in deep meditation. Jiang Xing approached, took a stick of incense, lit it, and knelt on the cushion, bowing in reverence. As she raised her head, the swirling incense smoke obscured the statue's gaze, and Jiang Xing extended her hand, revealing a transparent glass bead that instantly vanished into her palm. It was a tear from Guanyin. In that moment of absorption, Jiang Xing felt the tranquil power of faith from the temple surge toward her. After centuries of hunger, she finally experienced the essence of belief once more. This was Guanyin's blessing upon her. Before arriving, she had presumed that the deity enshrined in the new temple lacked consciousness, believing that even a sky-high offering would be in vain. However, the reality was that in this modern age, atheism prevailed, rendering incense offerings from atheists unacceptable to Guanyin. The temple's existence was sustained not by the offerings of tourists, but by the devout believers of Taoism. The influx of faith's energy caused her pores to unfurl, and she found herself relaxing, her eyes blissfully squinting. She knew she was meant to be here. This was the first temple she encountered after descending the mountain. And as a being who had been a Taoist ancestor for thousands of years, she felt destined to have her chance. Her head itched, as if sprouting a new consciousness. Enveloped in a warm embrace, Jiang Xing gradually returned to her thoughts, her mind clear, yet still filled with an insatiable itch. She raised her hand to touch it, her pupils dilating in shock.
"Em sprouting."
Yet, the abbot remained in his meditation, eyes still closed, offering no response. Jiang Xing pressed down gently. The tender sprout remained steadfast, a result of her prolonged hunger and the sudden influx of nourishment. The vitality swirled, drawing the sprout back into her being. The surrounding aura of death intensified. Jiang Xing nudged the abbot, realizing he had lost his life. He had peacefully passed away, as if fulfilling a designated task. Just like that, he was gone, without uttering a single word to her. In his quest for longevity, he had refined his celestial bones, and in death, his soul was scattered, devoid of reincarnation. Jiang Xing lowered her gaze, pondering the necessity of it all, her questions echoing in the silence, unanswered. With a sigh, she exited the meditation room and casually called out to a Taoist priest, "Reverend, the abbot has ascended." The news of the abbot's passing resonated through the temple, ringing the celestial bell of Xiangshan. Returning to the square, Jiang Xing dialed Yu Songshu's number, which was answered almost immediately. His voice laced with urgency, yet softened with tenderness. "Where are you now?" "I'm coming to find you." Jiang Xing had only been gone for 10 minutes, Yet he felt as if he might tear the temple apart in search of her, imagining the worst, that she had been abandoned or kidnapped. It was a miracle she had arrived at the Yu family, and now, if she were to go missing again, what would happen? Jiang Xing looked up and once more spotted the towering Guanyin statue. I'm fine, brother hamster. I'm at the Guanyin Square. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tsongshu appeared by her side, lifting her into his arms. It's all right. Brother is here. The abbot has ascended. I was just beside him, watching him close his eyes. Her tone was flat, devoid of emotion, as if merely stating a fact. Yu Tsongshu carried her away from the crowd. It's not your concern. Don't be afraid. Are you hungry? Let us go have lunch. Not hungry, she replied. I've eaten well, and even sprouted. If you're uncomfortable, I'll take you home. Normally, when called for a meal, she would devour food like a ravenous beast, only stopping when she was full. It was evident witnessing the abbot's ascension had left her shaken. Not going home, recording the program. All right, we'll record the program after lunch. The tolling of the bell echoed in the hearts of the people, resonating throughout Xiangshan. In respect for the temple, the production team halted the live stream, recognizing that as outsiders, they should not linger during such a solemn moment. Thus, those who had yet to ascend the mountain boarded the cable cars to return. Shi Yang, unable to sit still, anxiously awaited the return of the others. Suddenly, the deafening sound of the bell rang out, each chime carrying a sense of mourning, a signal of loss. Seeing the Taoists inside the temple pushing the wooden door to close, Shi Yang hurriedly called out to them, Wait, are you closing the door?
There are still people inside.
At that moment, Yu Tsongshu emerged from the temple, holding Jiang Xing just before the door shut. She rushed forward, glancing at the child nestled in his embrace. What happened? The abbot has ascended. Yu Tsongshu grabbed 2 lunchboxes, carrying Jiang Xing to the cable car, opening the lunchboxes and preparing disposable chopsticks for her. Observing this, Shi Yang quickly followed, noticing their unusual demeanor but hesitating to inquire further. The staff from the resting area received the news and began packing their belongings to board the returning cable cars. Yu Tsongshu had not eaten breakfast that morning and was cautious not to overindulge, setting down his chopsticks after only eating half his meal. He glanced into Jiang Xing's bowl, finding the rice meticulously separated, far exceeding his own portion. Are you feeling unwell? He asked. Jiang Xing shook her head, then nodded. It's not tasty. Yu Tsongshu raised an eyebrow, surprised to see her being picky. Aware she was harboring something within, he refrained from pressing her, helping to tidy up the lunch boxes. He opened a game on his phone and handed it to her. Play this. Jiang Xing's eyes lit up as she eagerly accepted, her tone animated. As if casting aside her earlier emotions, no takebacks. Having spent her entire life in the temple, she had witnessed the passing of countless elderly Taoists. Some had left peacefully, while others met untimely ends. She had always regarded life and death with indifference, believing that each person's fate was preordained, their time to depart inevitable. This abbot had been among her last disciples, defying destiny to live an extra 100 years, far beyond his destined time. His prolonged existence had merely been to await her arrival, as if fate had circled back to evoke a sense of reflection within her. Upon witnessing her return to normalcy, Yu Tsongshu let out a sigh of relief and playfully pinched her cheek, remarking that they would not bring her again next time. Although she remained silent, the old Taoist priest's ascension could be considered a joyous departure. After all, the child was oblivious to the complexities of life, simply aware that the person beside her had suddenly ceased to breathe, undoubtedly frightened by the abruptness of it all. They would not take her along again. Upon descending the mountain, the production team engaged in a discussion and ultimately decided to suspend the challenge for the day. Everyone had worked hard, and due to the unforeseen incident, the challenge activities had to be halted. They were advised to return and rest, with the results of the day's endeavors to be announced later that evening. Chapter 13. A certain reckless maneuver that disregards the well-being of the artists. The live stream was halted due to uncontrollable circumstances, prompting the production team to issue a statement that sparked widespread public debate. Is it true? The artists toiled to climb Fragrant Mountain, only to have the event abruptly stopped, as if the production team held no regard for the artists' efforts. Could some individuals not take a moment to properly understand the statement before unleashing their wrath? Just because their mouths are filled with disdain does not grant them freedom to spew it indiscriminately. Did they not see the production team assuring that the scores would not be annulled? It is truly pitiable to witness such ignorance, as if their minds were choked by a refuse. Yet, considering the circumstances, no one actually reached the summit. All returned halfway down the mountain. How could one calculate that? With such strong dissent, perhaps one should refrain from watching the show. They would not be missed. I heard that the abbot of the Fragrant Mountain Taoist Temple has passed away. How unfortunate that the program faced such misfortune on its very first day. Firstly, the challenge content was directly voted on by netizens. Secondly, the term ascension is used only when a person has reached the end of their life, which is a joyful departure. The hamster's livestream was the first to be cut off. He and Shuyang had just finished offering incense when their connection abruptly ended. Speaking of which, did no one else find their joint incense offering reminiscent of a genuine couple? I surprisingly found Shuyang rather endearing. The netizens continued to fervently discuss the news of the fiery romance livestream being suspended for half a day, which remained trending for quite some time. Everyone returned to the villa, and Han and Qiu Qizhou could only exchange bitter smiles as they both recognized the situation. Despite the program airing for only half a day, it had garnered them astonishing popularity. Given that they had been stirring up a romantic narrative outside the show, this program was perfectly suited for them. Compared to the other two pairs of guests, they displayed their affection with remarkable ease, naturally winning over many netizens. Though the process was arduous and exhausting, the benefits undoubtedly outweighed the costs. In pursuit of a more engaging live stream, they even chose to forego the cable car. The sudden cessation of the broadcast left them feeling as if their efforts had been in vain. Liang Jingqi sat slumped on the sofa, sighing deeply, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at Yu Songshu. How is it that you are so fortunate to have visited the Fragrant Mountain Taoist Temple and offered incense, while I and Nami toiled for so long, nearly reaching the top only to be turned back? If I had made it, I could have boasted about it for a lifetime. Yu Songshu, with an indifferent expression, retorted, did I compel you to leave? There was a cable car available.
Indeed.
Some individuals had disregarded the game rules proposed by the production team throughout the journey. Rather than focusing on the sweet checkpoints to attract viewers, they were solely fixated on climbing the mountain. Had they known such an incident would occur, they could have simply taken the cable car at a scenic viewpoint, making the trip worthwhile. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Director, what an opportune time you chose. It was never our intention to have everyone turn back midway. Please rest well, esteemed guests. Once we devise appropriate compensation measures, we will inform you during the evening broadcast. After all, it wasn't meant to be a reprimand. Liang Jingqi's expression improved significantly. Do not attempt to placate me with trifling gestures. I lost 4 pounds climbing Fragrant Mountain, and I trust you understand what preparations are necessary. With an imposing demeanor, he merely requested a meal, which was quite amusing. Fortunately, the production team had a reputation for being less than favorable, and the audience had grown accustomed to artists suffering in silence, leaving few to advocate for their idols. The broadcast commenced promptly at 8 o'clock. Following a unanimous discussion within the production team, they acknowledged that the challenge was halted for half a day due to uncontrollable factors. To express their apologies, each guest would receive a prop card, which they could use in the upcoming recording to address any challenges they encountered. For instance, requesting tools for farming. Emphasis on farming. Now, we shall proceed to the segment that everyone has eagerly anticipated, the calculation of each team's total score for the day. Here it comes, the moment we've all been waiting for. I wager that the Chiochi CP will take the lead. They are the sweetest. You all are so invested in this industrial-grade sweetness. Aren't you concerned about diabetes? Regardless of what you say, they were the most earnest in their endeavors, diligently climbing the mountain and meticulously capturing moments, easily overshadowing the so-called stars of the previous two groups. No rebuttals accepted. If you disagree, you are simply mistaken. Firstly, based on the distance climbed, Liang Jingqi's team placed first, followed by Qiu Qizhou's in second, and Yu Songshu's in third. In terms of scenic checkpoints, Yu Songshu's team reached the Taoist Temple first, claiming the top spot, with Liang Jingqi's team in second and Qiu Qizhou's in third. Of course, it had to be you as the director of Fiery Romance. They never explicitly stated whether the cable car was permissible. It seems that was indeed the strategy all along. In that case, avoiding the cable car was quite disadvantageous. Such a reckless maneuver that disregards the welfare of the artists. And Han, no longer composed, raised her hand to protest, questioning why the production team did not clarify the rules beforehand. This ambiguity is unacceptable. What if you added that later? The production team immediately presented evidence that the rules had been established prior to the challenge's commencement, stating that the artists could have inquired about the rules before participating, and they would not have concealed any details. Is this truly not concealing anything? What an eye-opener, ha ha ha. The Navi girl truly is unfortunate. She has yet to experience the treachery of Fiery Romance. It was already known that the production team often withheld information, frequently failing to clarify the rules. So this time, they could only suffer in silence. The third ranking was based on the live stream's viewer count, with the constantly showering Qiu Qizhou and Han unsurprisingly claiming the top spot, followed by Yu Tsongshu in second and Liang Jingqi's team in last. The final ranking pertained to the sweet photos taken by each group. Each provided 5 photos, which would be displayed in the live stream for 30 seconds each, allowing viewers to vote on what they deemed the sweetest moments, with the final ranking determined by the total votes across the 5 photos. The total viewership skyrocketed to 80 million, with 30 seconds being ample time. And Han and Qiu Qizhou's expressions turned even more bitter. They had taken hundreds of photos during their journey, yet were now limited to selecting just 5 for scoring, rendering their efforts futile. However, fortunately, they had an abundance of beautiful photos to choose from, and Han and Qiu Qizhou's performances in the live stream garnered the most affection, leading to their photos receiving over 30 million total votes. Next were Liang Jingqi and Gunna Mi's sweet moments. During the live stream, it was evident that there was no romantic atmosphere, and to their surprise, even the photos reflected a certain distance, suggesting they were not particularly familiar with each other. They only garnered 10 million votes, largely attributed to their appearances. As for Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang, did they even have 5 photos to present? This group collectively gave up and took the cable car, stopping at only 2 scenic viewpoints, completely neglecting the sweet photo opportunities. In previous seasons, this would have been quite scandalous. The hamster, this time around, was lacking enthusiasm for the program, even forgetting to record the content. As he had always approached his work with dedication, whose fault was it that was unclear? Chapter 14. Oh no, I must attend this date too. The photographer for Yu Tsongshu's group searched high and low, piecing together 5 photos just to meet the requirement. Oh my, would you dare to release that scene? Have you no shame? It must be said, even though I consider myself peculiar, I would still feel shy witnessing such a moment. Would he really show that photo of the hamster in his pants? Does he have no dignity? The angle of Shi Yang in that photo is unbearable to behold. The number of likes reveals the salacious nature of the live stream, with an outrageous 2 million likes. As the slideshow progresses to the next image, it captures a moment of Shi Yang leaping onto Yu Tsongshu. Her legs are tightly wrapped around the man's waist, her delicate face nestled against his chest, hands clasped around his neck. The astonishment in the man's eyes is palpable as he instinctively supports her, bathed in sunlight, reminiscent of a beautiful painting. I recall this iconic scene, where Shi Yang mistook a vine for a snake and leaped directly onto the hamster. Crucially, he did not push her away. The following image shows her during a hike, struggling with a steep staircase and ultimately kneeling on the steps. Yu Tsongshu, hearing the commotion ahead, turns back and bends down, grasping her wrist to lift her up. The photograph freezes at the moment of his outstretched hand. Shi Yang tilts her head back, placing her hand atop his, while a smile dances in the corners of the man's eyes, akin to a captivating spirit. A seemingly candid snapshot, yet it exudes far more artistry than a posed photograph. Oh, how I adore this one. The walking charmer is certainly not without merit. You, my dear, possess genuine prowess. The final image depicts Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang holding incense sticks in front of a statue of Guanyin, with smoke curling elegantly around them. The compassionate gaze of Guanyin seems to bless the couple, who appear earnestly devoted, an exceptionally harmonious pair. This picture has finally allowed me to truly appreciate Shi Yang's beauty. First and foremost, I am a staunch Shi Yang skeptic, yet I have resolved to become a fan of the sheep CP. Despite following the live stream closely, why does it appear devoid of sweetness, while the photographs are so photogenic? It is evident that even those present were taken aback by the sheer discrepancy, an utter deception. The incense offering image is perfect for a screensaver, invoking good fortune as we pay our respects to Guanyin. Yu Tsongshu's collection of stunning photographs garnered first place, with a staggering total of 50 million votes across the 5 images, with the most awkward shot topping the list. The results revealed that first place goes to Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang, followed by Qiu Qizhou and Han in second, while Liang Jingqi and Gan Nami landed in last. According to the rules, the first place winners are awarded a specially arranged romantic date, scheduled for tomorrow, with the second place receiving free rein, and the third place responsible for cleaning the villa tomorrow, subsisting solely on pickled vegetables and steamed buns for the day. However, as Yu Laoshi is accompanied by Little Star, the content of the romantic date is unsuitable for children, thus the little one may choose to remain at the villa.
No.
Yu Tsongshu immediately rejected the notion, insisting that he could not leave Jiang Xing alone at the villa. This posed a dilemma for the production team. They could not allow a child to witness adult interactions, could they? Would that not harm her psychological well-being? Jiang Xing, quietly absorbed in her game, suddenly perked up at the mention of her name, exclaiming, "Why not? I want to go." The director seized the opportunity to engage with the child, explaining, "You see, little one, brother Hamster is going on a date with sister Yang, and it's not suitable for you to tag along. So we'll stay here and wait for them to return, all right?" The child, with her wide eyes fixed on Jiang Xing, awaited her response. Upon hearing the director's explanation, Jiang Xing furrowed her brow, causing the director's smile to falter, an ominous feeling creeping in. Indeed, Jiang Xing resolutely declared, "No, I want to go with brother Hamster." The production team, along with the audience, was at a loss. "Leave me alone. I'm truly going crazy. Was this truly the adult program I anticipated? Star. One should engage in activities appropriate for their age. Can you not attend school? I implore you." What purpose would it serve for her to accompany adults on a romantic escapade? Would she simply insert herself into their intimacy, demanding a kiss from each? I can already foresee just how dull tomorrow's romantic date will be. Typically, these events are a treat, but I have lost interest. The director attempted to dissuade her, asserting, "But the brother and sister are in love. They want to be able to attend to you." The director was tempted to lift her and yell, "Do you not understand? Your presence is rather superfluous." Clearly, Jiang Xing was oblivious to their frustration. "If I don't follow them, they won't fall in love." Yu Tsongshu and Yang had no feelings for one another. If she were not present to act as a catalyst, this romantic opportunity would be wasted. Such matters required her strategic involvement. The production team found themselves despondent, facing their first defeat in the program's history. Yang sighed in relief. She and Yu Tsongshu were indeed strangers, with their interactions limited to fewer than 10 exchanges. Following today, the trending Yu Tsongshu will be infamous for the image of the flirtatious girl pulling down his pants, which will surely sweep across the internet. To date Yu Tsongshu, regardless of sweetness, is a challenge, especially with little Jiang Xing in the picture. Yu Tsongshu's focus is solely on his sister, which makes things considerably easier for her. The production team reluctantly conceded, swallowing their grievances with tears while allowing everyone to tidy up and return to rest. Jiang Xing slipped into her slippers, her gaze still glued to her phone screen, awaiting Yu Tsongshu to escort her upstairs. "Jiang Xing, dear." Upon hearing her name, Jiang Xing set down her phone. Beaming sweetly at Nami. "Do you think I have a chance with Liang Jingqi?" She pondered, struggling to recall anyone else in her vicinity. Jiang Xing observed her burgeoning romantic inclinations and remarked, "Brother Liang is not the one. The one who harbors a crush on you will come to find you." Nami, perplexed, queried, "What do you mean?" "When he arrives, you will understand." In truth, Nami was somewhat oblivious to such matters, which is perhaps why her figure was so well endowed. As the saying goes, a heart devoid of men wields a sword effortlessly. Clenching her fingers, white-knuckled with uncertainty, Nami was abruptly whisked away by Yu Tsongshu. Uncertain of why she had broached such topics with a 6-year-old, she inexplicably felt that Jiang Xing might comprehend her confusion. Perhaps it was the vivid recollection from yesterday that instilled in her the illusion that Jiang Xing truly understood something. The live stream captured this moment, although the nuances of their voices were lost. "Lip-reading teacher, we're working. What could possibly be discussed with this child?" "Sister Me, are you out of your mind?" It seemed as though Sister Me was consulting a 6-year-old about romantic issues. How surreal. "I deciphered it. Star said the one who has a crush on Sister Me is coming, and I am eager to see who this mysterious figure is." Some individuals are already spouting nonsense at the tender age of 6. Some statements are merely for amusement and should not be taken to heart. Chapter 15. You are like roosters crowing at dawn. The following morning, Jiang Xing was roused by the cacophony of shouting outside. Her dreams filled with visions of a zombie siege, momentarily mistaking the cries for an actual zombie attack. She flung the covers aside and instantaneously appeared at the door, her palm tingling with energy, almost losing control. Upon recognizing the two figures descending the stairs before her, she finally came to her senses and quickly retreated back into her room, her heart racing as she patted her chest in relief. She had nearly mistaken them for zombies. She should not have watched a zombie movie before bed. In her dreams, they relentlessly pursued her, one dead after another. The sounds outside were indistinguishable from those of the bitten. Yu Tsongshu emerged from the bathroom, a disposable face towel in hand, and upon noticing her by the door, casually tossed the towel into the trash. "Awake? What are you doing standing there?" Jiang Xing gazed at him with wide eyes, relieved he had just finished washing up and had not witnessed her teleportation. Yu Tsongshu rummaged through his suitcase, selecting a rosy princess dress. Tossing it toward the bathroom before changing himself, brushing his teeth, and washing his face. Jiang Xing placed a layer of enchantment on her silver bracelet, ensuring that the next time she cast a spell, she would need to break through the bracelet's constraints, allowing her a moment of reaction time. If she teleported in a daze like today, she risked being captured for research. Jiang Xing followed Yu Tsongshu downstairs, her gaze searching for the individuals who had just been shouting on the staircase, Qiu Qizhou and Liang Jingqi. The heart-wrenching cries and the sight of the two leaning on each other were enough to bring tears to the eyes of any onlooker. Presently, both were slumped on the sofa, utterly motionless. Their daily live stream began at 8 in the morning, and without cameras pointed at them, they seemed to have let go of their public personas. Yu Tsongshu went to the kitchen to heat some milk from the refrigerator, while Jiang Xing washed some fruit. After filling a fruit platter, she returned to the living room and placed it on the coffee table before sitting on the sofa opposite them. Their two pairs of eyes followed her intently, making her acutely aware of their gaze. With an innocent smile, she asked, "What's the matter, dear older brothers?" Qiu Qizhou was not particularly familiar with her. They had hardly spoken over the past 2 days, leaving him feeling a bit shy to speak up. However, it was Liang Jingqi who voiced the curiosity lingering in both their hearts. "Xing, don't you feel unwell?" Jiang Xing had already devised a method to erase their memories, wondering what sort of ridiculous question that was. "Why would I feel unwell?" she retorted. "S&T at your legs and back that ache? Aren't you tired?" Her brow furrowed deeper. "Not tired at all. Why would I be tired?" The two disheartened pairs of eyes gazed at her in disbelief. Liang Jingqi shook his head. "I don't believe it. You're only 6 years old. Climbing mountains, isn't tiring? Are you even human?" Jiang Xing was indeed not human, and Liang Jingqi's words startled her heart, prompting her to place her hands on her hips. "Who told you not to take the cable car?" "We took the cable car yesterday. We didn't walk much." Recalling how their shouts had awakened her that morning, she added in dissatisfaction, "You two were so jumpy, yelling like roosters at dawn." Qiu Qizhou widened his eyes and quickly distanced himself from Liang Jingqi, weakly stating, "That's not my fault. If you scold him, you can't scold me too." Being called a rooster by a child was quite humiliating, and thankfully, they weren't live-streaming. Did he still have any pride left? Jiang Xing did not spare him either, her gaze filled with palpable disdain, as her contempt for him was already well established. The staff began their work, opening the main live stream room, and as the cameras turned on, both men straightened their postures considerably. Liang Jingqi attempted to pluck a grape from the table. Bending over but nearly losing his balance, he had to lean against the sofa, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Xing. Pausing in her act of stuffing grapes into her mouth, she mumbled, "What do you want?" Liang Jingqi beamed, "Good sister, could you make me a cup of coffee?" The coffee machine was on the other side of the living room, near the liquor cabinet, which required quite a trek to reach, and he was reluctant to move. Qiu Qizhou raised his hand. "I want one too." Before Jiang Xing could respond, their eager gazes were fixed upon her, prompting her to fall into silence. She silently activated the payment QR code on her electronic watch, charging them 100 for the errand. In disbelief, Liang Jingqi exclaimed, "Are you robbing me? Are you giving it or not?" Reluctantly, he scanned the code, lamenting that little Jiang Xing, at just 6 years old, had already learned to extort money. Undoubtedly a bad influence from Yu Tsongshu. Jiang Xing then presented her watch to Qiu Qizhou, stating, "Yours is 300. Qiu Qizhou scanned the code with gusto, but when prompted to input the amount, he hesitated. "Why should I pay 300? We're not familiar." His smile faded, shifting its focus to Liang Jingqi's face. Once the money was secured, Jiang Xing swiftly made her way to prepare their coffee, returning with 2 cups of hot coffee 2 minutes later. At the break of dawn, seeing the stars dancing before the camera, she mused that it was her fault for not paying attention in class during the early broadcast. "If you don't want to watch, then don't. Commenting just makes you look foolish. Star is so adorable. She even knows how to serve food. The delivery fee was 300. Give it to me, and I'll help you brew a pot." Today, Star looked like a peach in her princess dress, utterly charming. "Auntie gives you a kiss." The viewers of the livestream's fondness for Jiang Xing surged, as they began to understand why she had been trying to pair Yu Tsongshu with Shi Yang. Previously, they found the couple rather strange, but after yesterday's photo surfaced, even discussions about the sheep-themed couple blossomed, thanks to those impactful images. Jiang Xing was indeed a key player in matchmaking Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang, and many began to see her favorably. "Little sister, come and have breakfast."
Coming.
Yu Tsongshu had prepared warm milk and sandwiches for her. As Jiang Xing bit into her sandwich, a gasp drew her attention upwards to the staircase, where a delicate figure sat, gripping the handrail tightly, her face pale with fright. It was Han. She looked weakly towards the people below, seemingly seeking assistance. Evidently, everyone had taken notice of her. With a forced smile, she appeared pitiful, struggling to stand due to her sore legs. Yu Songshu, witnessing this, intended to extend a helping hand out of humanitarian concern but was unexpectedly met with a mouthful of sandwich. Brother, you burned the sandwich. Did I? Yu Songshu sampled a bite, finding it not burn at all. Jiang Xing clapped her hands and dashed up the stairs. Did you twist your ankle? Do you want me to help you down? And Han glanced at her small frame, then surveyed the room, noticing all were unresponsive, and reluctantly decided to rise on her own. It's okay. I can manage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing refrained from insisting on helping her, watching as she gingerly made her way down to the first floor, her gait quite awkward. Chapter 16, Disbelieving and Untransmittable. And Han slowly approached the sofa, lamenting how the previous day's mountain climbing had left her exhausted, the aftermath of which was evident today, almost rendering her unable to walk. You poor little goose. Come here for a hug. You look so pitiful. Yesterday, we walked for 2 hours straight. I would be dead after a few hours on flat ground, let alone on such steep steps. If it were me, I could lie in bed for a week. I understand. Every time I have a physical test, with the 800 meters and sit-ups, the next day I can't even get out of bed. I don't want to recall it. Before long, 2 more figures appeared on the staircase, Shi Yang and Gan Nami. Gan Nami supported Shi Yang with one hand while gripping the handrail with the other, struggling to descend. Her legs were weak, and her sprained ankle was bandaged from a hospital visit, making it impossible for her to put weight on it. She found it quite challenging to consider going on a date in such a condition. Shi Yang's eyes lacked luster. Nothing was more despairing than having no strength, yet still having to endure recording a show. In contrast, Gan Nami seemed to fare the best among the 3 female guests. As her symptoms were relatively mild, at least she could support herself on someone else. Jiang Xing approached her. Sister Shi Yang, are you alright? Shi Yang felt a surge of inexplicable pride, straightening her back and releasing her hold on Gan Nami's arm, gingerly testing the ground with her foot.
E.M. fine.
It's nothing serious. Saying this, she affectionately ruffled Jiang Xing's hair, her posture as straight as a sugar cane. She limped towards the water dispenser to pour herself a cup of hot water. Jiang Xing bit her lip, fearing she might fall, and called out, Brother, come quick. Sister Shi Yang can't walk. Shi Yang nearly lost her balance, almost spilling the water from her cup, instinctively glancing at Yu Songshu, who had turned his attention to her upon hearing Jiang Xing's call. This is too funny, ha ha ha. Was that intentional? I'm guessing the hamster is being forced to work, and all the good karma is going to waste. She was clearly taking advantage of the hamster's affection for her, insisting on pairing him with this controversial artist, which irritated her to no end. Yu Songshu playfully patted her head. Eat properly. Don't run around. Jiang Xing pouted in discontent, her hairstyle now tousled. After lightly admonishing her, Yu Songshu's gaze shifted back to Shi Yang, unconsciously furrowing his brow. Seeing her sway as she made her way to the sofa only deepened his frown, prompting him to approach her and help her sit down. In this state, can you still record the show? Shi Yang was taken aback by his sudden concern, pausing before responding. I should be fine. I can still walk on the other leg. How can you walk? By hopping? Xi Yang. Noticing Yu Songshu's actions, the barrage of comments surged even faster. It's hard not to ship this, dear friends. Stars. You're incredible. Out of embarrassment and anger, you wish to strike me. Yu Songshu, you truly lack ambition. It's the right decision for the stars to accompany them on their outing today. Witnessing their sweetness is preferable to observing a dung beetle pushing dung. The sofa on one side and this side exist in entirely different realms. Gunami, reluctant to move, volunteered to take charge of everyone's breakfast, preparing a pot of porridge. By the time they finished eating, it was already 9:30. The director's team delivered their timely announcement. At 10 o'clock, Yu Songshu and Shi Yang would board the vehicle arranged by the production team to head to the center of Xiang City to continue the live broadcast. Liang Jingqi and Gunami were responsible for the villa's cleanliness, while lunch and dinner would be provided by the production team. And Han and Qiu Qizhou had free rein but were expected to prepare their own lunch and dinner, with staff later adding ingredients to the refrigerator. The director glanced at Yu Songshu, who was accompanied by a small sidekick. The 3 of them together resembled a family of 3, momentarily choking him up. Since our charming date was prearranged, the first activity was to watch a movie. We provided 2 movie tickets for the guests, with a film suitable for an audience aged 18 and above. After finalizing the arrangements last night, we prepared a screening of Bears on the Loose in the adjacent theater at the same time for the children. This was the production team's greatest concession. Yet Yu Tsongshu remained silent. With the order given, Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang were set to depart. The parking lot was a fair distance away, and Shi Yang moved at a leisurely pace, while Jiang Xing continuously tugged at Yu Tsongshu's hand, urging him to walk a bit slower. Yu Tsongshu glanced at Jiang Xing and then at Shi Yang, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do you need me to support you?" Before Shi Yang could refuse, Jiang Xing immediately placed her hand in Yu Tsongshu's, stepping back. All right. Brother, you support her." She widened her eyes at Jiang Xing, who dashed ahead, leaving her feeling somewhat abandoned. Yu Tsongshu had already taken the initiative to hold her hand. She moved her lips, ultimately whispering a thank you. The man beside her exuded a calm aura, his long legs matching her pace with measured steps, allowing her to grasp his arm. Though his shirt concealed his physique, she could distinctly feel the contours of his muscles through the thin fabric, which was inexplicably warm. He seemed particularly fond of floral shirts, undeniably flamboyant. He was the type who appeared slim in clothing, yet well-built without it. He had previously apologized for his past remarks and, in a bid to placate Chiu Chijo, had secretly called him a gigolo. Was his physical condition truly that impressive? Although they hadn't walked much, she still felt some fatigue in her legs. Why was Jiang Xing surnamed Jiang? Why not you? After mulling over a myriad of thoughts, they finally reached the parking lot, and she quickly released Yu Tsongshu's hand, as if discarding a hot potato. Opening the passenger door, little Jiang Xing had already fastened her seatbelt. Looking up at her with eyes like crescent moons, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, "Sister Shi Yang, you've arrived." Yu Tsongshu had already circled to the other side, entering the back seat. She had no choice but to, steeling herself, help Jiang Xing close the door and take her seat in the rear. Once the driver confirmed everyone was settled, he started the vehicle. Jiang Xing glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing the 2 in the back seat had closed their eyes, silent as mice. "Why aren't you talking?" Jiang Xing prodded. Shi Yang cracked her eyes open a sliver. "Apologies, I naturally tend to be quiet." Yu Tsongshu turned to look at her. "Quiet? Weren't you quite chatty yesterday?" Shi Yang believed her presence had been rather minimal the day before when Yu Tsongshu propped his hand under his chin, the narrow, peach blossom-shaped eyes harboring a hint of amusement. "You were apologizing the entire way." Si Yang swallowed with heart, her mind exploding with fireworks, pressing against the car door, shivering. "Big brother, please don't yield to little Jiang Xing. Weren't you glaring daggers at her yesterday?" Big brother's compliance brought Jiang Xing a sense of relief. However, Yu Tsongshu was contemplating not bringing Jiang Xing along next time. Unsure of how many dating shows she had secretly watched, she seemed intent on pairing him with a girlfriend. Let Big Brother take her. He was 30 and still unmarried, and she wanted to urge him to find a sister-in-law. Stars and chicken legs, you're bound to create topics. How romantic. The hamster's words belied its heart, secretly enamored. Unwavering in her loyalty, she was a staunch fan, impervious to any sway. Chapter 17. Oh dear, you're finished. You've fallen in love. Upon arriving at the cinema, Yu Tsongshu handed the Bears on the Loose ticket to Jiang Xing, helping her secure her mask. "Don't wander around in the theater. Your brother will come to get you after the movie." She thoughtfully nudged him and Shi Yang together. "Rest assured, I won't get lost. You hurry off for your date with Sister Shi Yang." With that, she darted into the adjacent theater, vanishing before the camera. Yu Tsongshu approached the counter to buy 2 cups of cola, handing one to Shi Yang. She attempted to refuse, claiming her agent prohibited carbonated drinks. After yesterday's exertion, this little indulgence won't affect your figure. Persuaded, Shi Yang accepted it without hesitation, thanking him. "Do you need popcorn?" Upon seeing Shi Yang's eyes light up, he instantly understood and returned with a large bucket of popcorn, holding it in his hands. "Let us go. Time to enter." He seemed quite adept at romance. "Which cinema is this? I wish I could stake out here." "Forget that notion. There are thousands of cinemas in Xiang City. It's so vast. You wouldn't finish exploring them in 3 days." Envious of those fortunate enough to be watching a movie so close, the production team did not reserve the entire cinema, so numerous regular patrons were present. The cameras maintained discretion regarding their specific location, thus fans intentionally staking out were few. Passers-by noticed the cameras and frequently glanced over. Yet the main characters all wore masks. The theater was dimly lit, illuminated solely by the large screen, with the movie yet to commence, as audiences trickled in. Yu Songshu and Shi Yang seated themselves towards the back. This film was rather risky, attracting couples, yet, coincidentally, it was a weekday, resulting in a modest audience. Only a dozen or so people filled the front rows as the movie began. Shi Yang placed her chilled Coke aside, nestled the popcorn in her lap, removed her mask, and popped a kernel into her mouth, glancing at the person beside her. Would you like some? Yu Songshu shook his head, taking a sip of cola. The film commenced explosively, with sounds that could redden one's cheeks resonating throughout the cinema. To avoid embarrassment, Shi Yang kept her head down, munching on popcorn. While couples in front of them began to stir, several pairs already engrossed in passionate displays. Yu Songshu, however, appeared engrossed in the film, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere. Instead, thoroughly enjoying it. This film indeed had commendable aspects, portraying the lives of the lower class during that era rather than solely indulging in carnal desires. The camera angles did not align with the large screen, resulting in occasional discordant sounds in the live broadcast, yet the two individuals in focus appeared remarkably righteous. One might mistakenly believe they were screening an educational film. What were these two doing? Didn't they notice the couples in front had already entered their own world? A little reaction, please. Director, could you not provide them with a script? They seem utterly incapable of playing along. Only now did I realize how well past guests had played their parts. Enough said, dear friends, I shall return to watch me Jia mopping the floor. Jiang Xing, seemingly engrossed in Bears on the Loose, was actually tuning into their live broadcast, and they certainly did not disappoint her. With their demeanor. When would they finally achieve their happy ending? Quietly, she connected to their earpieces, mimicking the director's voice now. I assign you both a sweet task. Share a piece of popcorn. Yu Songshu frowned, turning to meet Shi Yang's gaze. They had evidently both heard this troublesome task through their earpieces, yet why did it sound so jarring? This headset serves as a precautionary measure to swiftly alert them in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, allowing them to avert potential risks. It was never mentioned that there would be a script involved. At that moment, Shi Yang was still savoring a piece of popcorn, her hand lingering in the bucket, poised to retrieve another morsel, only to find herself grasping a hot potato that she could not extract. Yu Songshu, noticing her embarrassment, turned off his microphone and leaned towards her with an air of nonchalance, his tone languid and unhurried, astonished that the show would even provide a script. He gestured towards the camera's position, suggesting they could borrow some framing. Shi Yang clutched her collar microphone, her heart racing audibly. His voice barely discernible as she mechanically took a bite of popcorn, belatedly realizing she had silenced her mic long ago to prevent the sound of her munching from echoing in the live broadcast. The two of them huddled together, whispering secrets. And I found myself yearning to eavesdrop. Their sudden closeness surely indicated something significant. Shi Yang stammered a hesitant agreement, took another piece of popcorn, and inadvertently devoured it, her face flushing with embarrassment, unable to contain herself. She fished out a larger piece, contemplating the possibility of sharing it without their lips touching. Observing her earnest selection, Yu Songshu couldn't help but facepalm. He finally understood why netizens criticized her acting skills. It seemed she had yet to portray a character with kissing scenes. And perhaps she didn't even grasp the meaning of his suggestion to borrow framing. Watching her delicately nibble at a piece of popcorn, leaving a substantial portion for him, her gaze seemed to implore, go ahead. Yu Songshu let out a soft sigh, cupping the back of her head with one hand while the thumb of the other pressed against her lips, guiding the popcorn entirely into her mouth. His lips brushing against his own fingers for a fleeting moment before retreating. Shi Yang's mind momentarily short-circuited, dazed as she held the popcorn. Witnessing his lips move as if he were the one consuming it, he smiled, remarking, "It's sweet, no wonder you love it." As he withdrew, he switched on the microphone, capturing his entire sentence perfectly. Shi Yang's face instantly flushed crimson. Ah, this man truly lived up to his celebrity status. He was remarkably skilled at acting. She felt as though she had been enchanted, realizing her fondness for Qiu Qizhou in that moment. Her thoughts had derailed, and she cursed herself. What did I just witness? Did they just kiss? Ah. If I'm not mistaken, it seems they shared the same piece of popcorn. Yu Songshu, you're incorrigible.
What do you mean by sweet?
Is it the popcorn sweetness or Shi Yang's lips? Speak up. I feel as though I am dreaming. Envisioning a hamster stealing snacks from Shi Yang's mouth. The hamster initiated the kiss. You're finished. You've fallen in love.
The sheep CP is rising.
Surely this isn't scripted? Anyone with discernment can see how awkward their previous interactions were. Their sudden kiss could only be attributed to a script. Jiang Xing nodded in satisfaction, Indeed, this was her masterpiece, her crafted script. The hamster may have few merits, but dedication is one of them. With the script provided by the production team, how could he not follow the script? Yang, so stunning. Enjoy your secret delight. The comment section was rife with mixed opinions. The negative ones targeting Yang, prompting Jiang Xing to resolve the situation between Qiu and Han sooner rather than later. Chapter 18. Sister has a crush. Yang touched her flushed cheeks, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. He remained composed, returning to the heart-pounding movie plot. Fortunately, the dim environment concealed her blush. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Yet, the popcorn in her hand became increasingly unappetizing, her mind echoing with a phrase so sweet. Just the thought of him pushing popcorn into her mouth, his cool fingertip pressing against her lips, sent shivers down her spine. Yang licked her dry lips, feeling parched, and awkwardly lifted her soda, taking a large gulp as the chill rushed through her, snapping her back to reality. How could he have never been in a relationship? Although past rumors had been clarified, surely half of them had to be true? Otherwise, how could he be so adept? The fleeting touches were hardly enough to gauge. Yet Jiang Xing dared not issue any peculiar tasks, contemplating letting the script unfold in the next segment. The film lasted an hour and a half, culminating in a passionate finale. To spare the audience any discomfort, the theater typically wouldn't illuminate the lights immediately after such films. Couples gradually emerged from their seats, some pretending to casually glance back, discreetly identifying those behind them. Yang and Yu Tsangshu donned their masks again and remained seated in the theater for a while, waiting for everyone to exit, before Yu Tsangshu assisted Yang in leaving. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if she had been observing him throughout. He checked his pocket, confirming his phone was still there, reassured that she couldn't see the live broadcast. He took her hand, inquiring if the movie had concluded. Not enjoyable, she replied, barely having lifted her gaze throughout. Not enjoyable? Had she forgotten her usual expressions of delight while watching videos? Surely, something was amiss. The next scheduled event was a candlelit lunch arranged by the production team. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yu Tsangshu led Jiang Xing inside, with Yang trailing beside them. Resembling a family of three. This was a couple's restaurant, with tables designed for two. Yu Tsangshu requested a movable chair from the waiter, placing it nearby for Jiang Xing to sit. Little light bulb, I suggest you make an exit. They had just shared a kiss under the stars. And now they were merely shy in front of the child. Star, you must hold your ground. Not everyone can be your sister-in-law. Keep your eyes peeled and protect your hamster brother. The desserts arrived first, while the main courses required a bit more time. Ignoring them, Jiang Xing promptly began using her fork to transfer the cut pastries to her plate, seemingly engrossed in her meal, while subtly issuing them a task to feed each other. Yang's expression stiffened. As she scooped up a pastry, she hesitated midway, returning it to Yu Tsangshu's plate, insisting, "This is delicious. You should try it." Her words felt contrived, as she hadn't even tasted it yet. Yu Tsangshu maintained a natural demeanor, as if accustomed to it, stirring her milk and placing it beside her. He then took a bite of the dessert Yang offered, commenting on its coffee flavor, slightly bitter. Jiang Xing leaned forward, her hands propped on the table, eyes sparkling as she gazed at them. "Brother, are you two already dating? You seem so close, you didn't even offer me any sweet cake." Yu Tsangshu hurriedly added a piece for her, his expression betraying a hint of reluctant affection. Embarrassed, he displayed what could be termed as a classic case of the more you try to hide it, the more obvious it becomes. Yu Tsangshu shot her an exasperated glance. "You're using idioms even though you haven't been to school? What can I say? I was born clever, right, Yang sister?" She had been pretending to be oblivious. But little Jiang Xing was relentless. She decided to respond directly. "Little Jiang Xing is the smartest. However, sister and your brother aren't in a relationship. Sister has someone she likes. As for whom that might be, everyone was already aware." Jiang Xing's lips curled into a smile as she lowered her head to continue eating, falling silent as the dishes began to arrive. The restaurant's decor exuded a romantic ambience, with a violinist performing nearby, but Yang's earlier comment had evidently shattered the flirtatious atmosphere. Just when they were getting lost in the moment, her words doused them with cold water. Yang had been bouncing between Qiu and Han, disrupting others' relationships. How could such a person be worthy of the hamster? Yang, was she not merely the third party meddling in someone else's romance? Just moments ago, the hamster had kissed her. How could he not feel repulsed enough to lose his appetite? Yu Tsangshu's expression remained inscrutable, his dining etiquette graceful, remaining unfazed by her words. Jiang Xing, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, "Sister, you mustn't develop feelings for Qiu. He adversely affects your fortune."
What?
"How is that related to my fortune?" was the incredulous reply. Yet Jiang Xing insisted earnestly, "Sister, you've been in the limelight for so long, yet you remain lukewarm and often receive criticism, failing to earn substantial wealth. Surely that is the consequence of your fortune being influenced. But isn't it just because I like him that this is happening? There are countless actors in the entertainment industry. Not everyone achieves meteoric fame. Each person's fortune unfolds differently." Yang furrowed her brow. Realizing she was embroiled in a philosophical debate with a child, her expression somewhat awkward, yet her thoughts remained unchanged. "Sister Yang, you are correct. Each individual possesses their own fortune. Some may struggle their entire lives without attaining fame, while others are simply destined to stand at the pinnacle. That is their fate, as well as yours." "Thank you, little Jiang Xing, but this has little to do with Qizhou." Jiang Xing's unwavering support warmed her heart. Yet she was acutely aware of her own future, foreseeing its limitations clearly. Qizhou was still on the rise. She could not impede his progress. Nor could she reveal their relationship. She needed to cooperate with him in creating buzz, generating topics that would enhance his visibility. His current collaboration with Han was merely a professional necessity. Once his career stabilized and their relationship became public, all malicious words would dissipate. And she was willing to wait. Jiang Xing observed her sister, who seemed impervious to reason and blinded by love, and she ground her back teeth in frustration. She was well aware of the clandestine relationship between Yang and Qizhou. The intertwining of their fates was unmistakable, yet Qizhou's fate intertwined with others as well. His genuine connection with Han contrasted sharply with his superficial engagement with Yang. Moreover, they had cunningly usurped Yang's fortune, obstructing her path to stardom. Ever since Qizhou's minor role gained traction, he had begun to disregard Yang, seeking new targets while dangling her hopes. With one foot in two boats, he worried that Yang might jeopardize his career, for her tarnished reputation bore some of his fingerprints. Not only that, he feigned deep affection toward Yang, urging her to express her feelings for him publicly while maintaining an image of unwavering loyalty to Han, thus trampling on Yang's affections. Jiang Xing glanced at Yang, still credulous of the scoundrel, feeling that the $300 lost today was trivial in comparison. In Chapter 19, "How do you know I'll come home to pick you up tomorrow?" Considering Yang's foot injury, they cancelled the amusement park outing. In the afternoon, the two separated to buy gifts for each other, limited to couple-themed items. Sangshu rarely prepared gifts for others. When gifting friends in the industry, he typically relied on his assistant to select appropriate items based on the occasion, which he would then approve. For family or friends events, he generally opted for a direct transfer of funds, resolving any potential dilemmas effortlessly. Jiang Xing, hands on her hips, walked alongside Sangshu, earnestly lecturing him. "Brother, when giving gifts, you cannot merely focus on the act of giving. You must also consider whether the recipient will appreciate it. The true essence of a gift lies in the intention behind it." Sangshu took her hand, casually leading her through the mall. "How do you know all this?" "Then tell me, what should I give?" "One must bow 3 times and scale mountains to beseech blessings for her," she jested. Sangshu playfully tapped her head, interrupting her mock-serious demeanor. "Are you mad, or am I? Who does that anymore? Do you think we're living in ancient times? What did those Taoists say to you yesterday at Xiangshan?" Jiang Xing, displeased at her disheveled hair, retorted, "What does that have to do with them? Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't." Yes, others can do it. I simply cannot," he replied, leading her toward a jewelry store. Jiang Xing grasped his arm in protest. "You silly goose. You can't just buy any gift on a whim. This store's jewelry starts at 5 figures. Do you call that a whim? Wealthy people buy gifts in the 5-figure range. I don't even earn that much in a year. The disparity in the world." Yet she had a point. Receiving jewelry indeed lacked novelty. "Then what do you suggest? Should I kneel and pray for a wish?" Sangshu, compelled by her insistence, found himself at a standstill. Just as he was about to step inside, a saleswoman approached with a bright smile. He crouched down, attempting to reason. "Girls generally like jewelry. You're still too young to understand. I don't believe that. You're just not putting in the effort. Treating Sister Yang this way, you'll surely regret it later." Each time Jiang Xing asserted that he and Yang would have a relationship, he felt an uncanny sense of destiny. As if this was a predetermined path, a foresight he wished to evade. Yet, upon reflection, he mused about her understanding. What did she really know? Although he couldn't fathom her admiration for Shi Yang, he was certain that he and Shi Yang had never crossed paths. Could two such individuals truly find themselves together in the future? At that moment, the saleswoman persisted, "Young lady, our themed jewelry is quite popular among couples. Our theme celebrates the wish for lovers to find lifelong happiness. Most designs serve well as tokens of affection, and we even have a real-name couple collection. Your brother is here selecting a gift for your sister-in-law. She will surely adore it." Jiang Xing ignored the latter part, asking, "Sister, does your blessing hold any significance?" The saleswoman paused momentarily before affirming, "Of course it does. We have been in business for decades, and not a single couple who purchased a real-name couple item has come back to amend their information. Moreover, anyone who has shopped here will receive a set of jewelry as a wedding blessing. We've given out over 50,000 sets so far." Jiang Xing pondered this, and seeing her expression shift, Yu Tsongshu suddenly lost his desire to make a purchase. He stood up, intending to walk to another store. But Jiang Xing still held on to him, pulling him inside. "Brother, let us take a look." Sure enough, she immediately inquired about how to purchase the real-name designs. Alarm bells rang in Yu Tsongshu's mind, and he quickly hinted, "I'm not very familiar with that girl. We're not a couple. Do you have any recommendations?" The saleswoman quickly understood and suggested the secret admiration necklace, which is subtle enough for someone in unrequited love. A not-so-obvious couple style that could later be personalized with handprints after confessing feelings. Yu Tsongshu silently thanked the saleswoman. To maintain a certain level of mystery, the camera did not follow them inside. As Yu Tsongshu and Jiang Xing emerged empty-handed, their expressions gave no indication of whether they had made a purchase.
"So,
what did you buy? This is important to me. I bet they bought something. That little star-esque expression is off. If they hadn't bought anything, she'd be causing a scene. But if they bought something, shouldn't she look happy?" The audience was on edge. And after Yu Tsongshu and Jiang Xing exited the jewelry store, they continued their shopping spree. As they entered the children's toy section, their spirits visibly lifted. They shopped until sunset, with Yu Tsongshu laden with various bags, half filled with snacks and the other half with clothes and toys for Jiang Xing. It was his first time taking his sister shopping, and he intended to indulge her whims while she was still young and impressionable, knowing that soon enough she would not accept gifts from him. The comments flashed across the screen. "See? The difference between caring and not caring is evident." After a full day of shopping, the audience witnessed Yu Tsongshu extravagantly spending with his gold card, creating a dazzling spectacle, leaving them unsure if he had bought anything for Shi Yang. Yu Tsongshu called the family chauffeur to come and take Jiang Xing home. He stuffed various bags into the trunk and ushered Jiang Xing into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. "Be good, head home first. Brother still has to record a show tonight, but it won't be back at the villa, so I can't look after you. Just go home, and I'll come to pick you up after I'm done." Yu Tsongshu wore a smile, knowing that finishing the show meant completing an entire season. Bringing Jiang Xing along for a dating reality show was the gravest mistake he had made since starting his career. She would be better off playing with her elder brother. Jiang Xing grasped his hand, her innocent eyes filled with evident sorrow. "Brother Hamster, are you going to secretly abandon me?" Yu Tsongshu felt a pang in his heart as he attempted to free his hand from her small grasp. Her tears cascaded down, pattering onto the back of his hand. He chastised himself fiercely. The child released his hand, looking like a pitiful abandoned creature, her head bowed as she avoided his gaze. "I understand. What do you understand? How do you know I'll come to pick you up tomorrow?" Jiang Xing looked up at him and blinked. "Tomorrow? Yes, you should go back and stay the night." Yu Tsongshu gently ruffled her hair, his thoughts drifting to her motherless infancy, her recently deceased father, and her cruel uncle, overwhelming him with compassion. Jiang Xing raised her small hand to make a pinky promise, then he closed the car door for her, waving goodbye. He stood there for a long while, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. He had truly been deceived. Chapter 20. Is this not the ordinary interaction of a married couple? The highlight of the heart-throbbing date is here. A high-definition live broadcast throughout. Don't miss it as you pass by. Our fiery passion is never censored, only obscured by black cloth over the lens. Is it not enough just to listen? Don't be too greedy, kid. Anxious and under the spotlight. Stay tuned to see what kind of spark ignites between the top-tier star and the obscure green tea. I bet a pack of spicy strips that it'll amount to nothing but splashes. Hey, stop eating those spicy strips upstairs. Save some money to fix that yellowish complexion. Before Yu Tsongshu arrived, Shi Yang had already settled into the hotel, quickly purchasing the so-called couple gifts. The walk was exhausting, so she made it quick and even indulged in a comfortable afternoon nap, as her live stream didn't attract many viewers. Whether she slept or not went unnoticed. The apartment was thoughtfully decorated, warm lighting casting a cozy glow, the floor strewn with rose petals. Each step she took stirred the faint fragrance of roses. The apartment wasn't large, a frosted glass bathroom, a spacious bed, a small kitchen, and in the remaining space, a table and a two-seater sofa with a television mounted on the wall. She glanced around, finding only indecent shows, deciding it was better not to watch. Before being on the show, she had pondered the extent of what would be allowed, but after participating, she realized her thoughts had been too naive. Fiery passion truly dared to push boundaries. The thought of spending the night with Yu Tsongshu here made her feel dizzy with anxiety. As she was lost in thought,
The doorbell rang.
after what seemed like an eternity, she finally heard the knock. Peering through the peephole and confirming it was Yu Tsongshu, she opened the door. He changed into slippers at the entrance, his movements so natural, as if they had been together for years. "You're back early, have you rested?" "Yes. I took a nap, feeling much better." She touched her flat stomach, somewhat embarrassed. "The director said we have to cook dinner ourselves today. The ingredients are in the kitchen fridge." "All right, let me check." Sure Yang bit her lip, her eyes lighting up. She had no intention of making Yu Tsongshu cook, but given her culinary incompetence, it seemed unlikely she could do much. She limped into the kitchen after him. She might not be able to cook, but she could certainly help wash vegetables. Yu Tsongshu washed his hands first, donned an apron, and as he tied the strings behind his back, he asked, "Can you tie the strings?" Sure Yang paused, nodded twice, and reached to assist him, her hands trembling for no discernible reason, making the task take longer than expected. Yu Tsongshu patiently waited for her to say, "Done." He opened the refrigerator, scanned the contents, and retrieved several ingredients. 2 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, and a soup. "Will this be enough?" Sure Yang nodded vigorously. "That should be fine. I can't eat too much anyway. I'll start cooking the rice." She took a basin, found the bag of rice, and heard a voice from above. 2 cups will be enough." "Okay." She washed the rice thoroughly and poured it into the rice cooker, while Yu Tsongshu had already added water before her. Sure Yang closed the lid, and he began the cooking process. She felt increasingly awkward standing there, unsure of how much water to use for rice or porridge, having never operated a rice cooker before. She hurriedly began washing the greens. At least that was something she could manage. Yu Tsongshu expertly handled a fish, washing it clean before slicing it, stuffing ginger shreds inside, and placing it in the steamer, all while continuing to prepare lamb for soup. "Help me wash some scallions."
Sure.
Why do I feel like they both have such a married couple vibe? In previous shows, the cooking segment was typically handled by the female guests. So, why did my hamster possess such an array of skills, including cooking? Was there anything he couldn't do? The 2 pairs of guests staying in the villa today were being looked after by Sister Me in the kitchen, tending to 3 who couldn't fend for themselves. Each person had different skills. It was as if not knowing how to cook was a heinous crime. Sister Me busied herself alone in the kitchen, while the others lounged around, glued to their phones or the television. Who remembered that Gan Nami and Liang Jingqi could only eat pickled vegetables and steamed buns in the end, all while working for Han and Qiu Qizhou. Can this really be criticized? Wasn't it her choice? Can others be blamed for this? Today, I've been following the live stream for quite a while. It was Han who begged Sister Me for help with cooking, right? Otherwise, would Sister Me seek out work herself?
Stop arguing.
This is Hamster's live stream. Please refrain from off-topic discussions. The hamster appeared to frequently cook, and everyone anticipated the final product. Sure Yang asked what the audience was wondering. "Do you cook often? You seem very skilled." "Not really. I only recently started learning." Sure Yang was taken aback. "Only recently?" "Yes, this is my first time making fish." Sure Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the steaming pot, suddenly feeling insecure. Will these things still be edible? His movements seemed so adept. Nothing like that of a beginner. Unbeknownst to Yu Tsongshu, he turned on the heat and poured oil, stir-frying the greens with the finesse of a seasoned home chef. "What prompted you to suddenly learn to cook?" "To take care of my sister." Sure Yang's mouth twitched. So little Jiang Xing was the test subject for Yu Tsongshu's culinary experiments. Whatever was edible or not would end up in her tummy. Watching his skilled operations, she hoped there wouldn't be any mishaps. After all, he was genuinely hungry. Yu Tsongshu seemed to sense her thoughts, directly asking, "Are you scared?" Sure Yang wanted to shake her head, but Yu Tsongshu continued, "Don't worry. My sister is also scared, but rarely has any mishaps." He spoke with confidence, declaring that cooking was quite simple. He had been doing it for over 20 days, and the results had been quite satisfactory. However, due to his limited experience, there could be unforeseen incidents, like this morning when Jiang Xing complained that he had burned the sandwiches. Though it was a playful jab, he still felt hesitant. Little Jiang Xing bore the brunt of it all. Yu Tsongshu chuckled softly, timing his actions perfectly as he turned off the heat, using oven mitts to bring the fish to the table and also presenting the cooked greens. The soup still needed some time, so he left it to simmer. He set the rice on the table, arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and came over to taste, checking for poison. Yang swallowed hard, the aroma wafting through the air. The presentation appealing, it should be safe. She sat across from him and picked up her chopsticks to sample a piece of fish. Delicious. Yang's worries were entirely alleviated. She had to admit that Yu Tsongshu possessed a certain culinary talent. Yu Tsongshu brought out the soup, effortlessly serving her a bowl to cool. You are the second person to taste my cooking. What an honor. Is the first person little Jiang Xing? Indeed. No one else at home would eat what I cook. Only Jiang Xing. My little sister is simply adorable. The second. Do you realize the significance of those 3 words? I am weary of expressing envy. You've only been learning for less than a month, Yu Tsongshu. Don't be too impressive. Hamster, don't be too fond. Chapter 21. This era, as you wish. After satisfying their hunger, Yang voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Although there was a dishwasher, she still preferred to do it herself. Let's exchange gifts. I want to see. Curiosity gnawed at her. What had the hamster bought? What had Yang purchased? Would it align with what was seen in this live broadcast? The doorbell rang, and the program staff entered, carrying 2 identical large gift boxes. They had already sorted the items and labeled them with names before thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Once the door was shut, the lights in the apartment began to flicker, accompanied by an unknown background score, creating an atmosphere that was quite mortifying. Yu Tsongshu placed both boxes on the table and, with great enthusiasm, picked up his designated box. Shall we open them together? Yang stood opposite him, and upon hearing this, she too began to unwrap her gift box, revealing 2 gift bags, one large and one small. Yu Tsongshu and she exchanged glances, awkwardly scratching their noses. This gift was entirely Jiang Xing's idea, which he had agreed to, but now it felt quite inadequate. Shall we take a look at what you sent? Yang, however, was unperturbed. Sure. She pulled out her gift bag, which contained a sweatshirt. Yu Tsongshu followed suit, revealing a matching couple's sweatshirt. It was a rather ordinary set, likely to be worn by many on the streets, featuring a large strawberry bear design. They were on sale for a mere $109 for both. When she purchased them, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Someone of Yu Tsongshu's stature had likely never worn such inexpensive clothing. Yet, she rationalized that it was merely for a show, and buying something more expensive would be a waste. Carefully observing Yu Tsongshu's expression, she noted no signs of disdain, which allowed her to relax. It seemed they shared a mutual understanding that disposable items should not be overly extravagant. With starry-eyed anticipation, she asked, "What gift did you prepare for me, brother Yu?" Yu Tsongshu neatly folded the sweatshirt and returned it to the box, retrieving another gift bag. Yang mirrored his actions. Upon seeing the logo on the packaging, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Wasn't this a gift box from Yang? Yang was a renowned jewelry brand, known for its luxury items, with the cheapest pieces starting at 100,000. Her heart sank slightly, and she tentatively inquired, "Is this for me?" Yu Tsongshu cleared his throat. "Let us open it and see if you like it." As Yang opened the gift box, she was indeed taken aback by the stunning sight within, a necklace adorned with a circle of round pink pearls, featuring a transparent crystal leaf at its center, flanked by rose-shaped pearls. It was unmistakably exquisite. Yang felt her head spin. Yu Tsongshu, oblivious to her turmoil, simply asked, "Is it beautiful?" All she could feel was her heart racing. "Yes, it is beautiful." Yu Tsongshu then unveiled his own couple's piece, a ring engraved with rose patterns, which didn't quite resemble a typical couple-s item, as it was more suited for secret admirers. She hoped she wouldn't discern its true nature, as the awkwardness of the theme would compel him to dispose of it immediately after the show. "Ah, I know this design. It's called a Leaf Nose Spring, a new release from Yang, not available for pre-order, and it's only been in stores for less than 3 days. A Leaf Nose Spring is themed around unrequited love. Yu Tsongshu, you certainly have a knack for charming women. Yang, did you save the galaxy in your past life? How did you end up so fortunate? Is there a possibility that today, it was the stars compelling the hamster to purchase it, rather than his own intention?" I still refuse to accept the fact that the hamster likes Yang. I simply want to allow it. As for Jiang Xing, she was sent back to the Yu family estate. Yu Tsongshu had notified the family group chat in advance, and the once desolate mansion filled with family members who returned to accompany the little one for dinner. Cousin was the first to arrive, calling out from a distance, "Sweetheart." Jiang Xing was seated on the sofa, clutching a bag of chips, while the large Zeus television displayed the live broadcast. Hearing the voice, she placed her chips on the table, stood up, and exclaimed, "Sister, you're back." The woman wore a burgundy blouse paired with a sleek black skirt. Her long wavy hair framed her face, adorned with a vibrant and elegant makeup, and her feet were clad in simple black stilettos. Her height matched her aura. She casually tossed her bag onto the counter, quickly changed into comfortable slippers, and rushed over to Jiang Xing, lifting her into an affectionate embrace, showering her with kisses. "Have you lost weight? Has it been too tough recording the show with your third brother? Are you not getting enough to eat? You've lost weight."
No.
"I eat 4 meals a day." Jiang Xing pretended to pat her belly, indicating she was well fed. Yu Dai remained unconvinced, glancing at the television, her face contorted in disdain. "Did your third brother just have you watch him show off?" In response, Jiang Xing couldn't agree more. He had indeed toned it down. If only he could be more proactive in charming Yang, then I wouldn't have to worry. Going with him isn't fun at all. "How about accompanying me out of town, dear? I have a performance in Jing in a few days." Yu Dai believed hobbies should be nurtured from a young age. She had been taken to see Peking opera since she was 3, quickly becoming captivated by this profound and classic culture. At only 6, Jiang Xing could still begin her journey of interest. She was certain her sister would adore those charming masks. However, Jiang Xing declined. "No, sister. I'm going back to the program group with Hamster Brother tomorrow. I promised to finish the show with him and cannot break my word."
Yu Dai sighed in disappointment.
As the television happened to display the scene of the two dining together. "Are you hungry, sweetheart? Older brother will be back too, though he is quite busy and may return late. If you're hungry, let us eat without waiting for him." Jiang Xing blinked her large, dark eyes. "We should wait for him. Otherwise, he'll have to eat cold food when he returns, and his stomach might not feel well." Leaning closer, Jiang Xing whispered last time. "I caught him taking medicine. He was in pain and couldn't even straighten his back. I'm back." Just as she mentioned him, Jiang Kenglin entered. Though Jiang Xing didn't spend much time with him, she was always astonished by his striking looks. The Yu family clearly boasted exceptional genes. Everyone was good-looking, each with a unique aura. Having played the domineering CEO for too long, every gesture he made was imbued with nobility. His expression was often distant, his sharply defined features radiating an air of coldness, making it difficult for others to approach him. He was accustomed to his high status, yet when he drew near, he simply gazed at Jiang Xing, seemingly unsure of how to engage with her. Chapter 22. The family watches him date. It was Jiang Xing who broke the ice, asking, "Big brother, are you hungry?" He crouched down, a gentle smile gracing his lips akin to an ice mountain melting. "Are you hungry, little sister? Shall we go eat?" Yu Dai felt a bit intimidated by him. When he crouched down, she instinctively stood tall, crossing her arms beside her, yet recalling Jiang Xing's earlier words. She couldn't help but admonish him. "Brother, why were you taking medicine in front of our sister? She's only 6 and should not worry about your health." Upon returning late from a social gathering, she descended the stairs to stealthily procure some snacks, only to unexpectedly encounter me. At this juncture, Yu Kenglin gently tapped her forehead, chiding, "What are you doing awake at this hour, sneaking down for snacks?" Jiang Xing, her expression betraying a hint of guilt, awkwardly replied, "Didn't we agree not to bring this up?" During her initial 3 days here, she had fervently immersed herself in contemporary knowledge, staying up all night. For her, the lack of sleep was not a significant concern. However, after enduring a couple of monotonous nights, she yearned to indulge in snacks while watching television, and by sheer coincidence, she ran into him. After some negotiation, she managed to convince him to keep her late-night escapades a secret. Fortunately, he was preoccupied with a stomachache and lacked the energy to reprimand her, or else she would have undoubtedly faced a stern lecture. Yu Kenglin rose, guiding her toward the dining table, where the housekeeper had already laid out the prepared dishes. To help Jiang Xing overcome her habit of incessant snacking during meals, fearing it would upset her stomach, they had specially crafted a large bowl for her, with the housekeeper portioning out her servings. Clutching her oversized bowl, Jiang Xing announced, "Brother and sister, I'm going to the sofa to watch TV while I eat. Are you going to watch your third brother?"
What is so captivating about that?
"It's all just frivolous nonsense," came the retort. Of course not. I want to see how hamster brother navigates romance. Yu Dai shot a glance at Yu Kenglin, who frowned in response. Thus, the entire family nestled together on the sofa, bowls in hand, while the housekeeper, exasperated, moved the dishes to the coffee table, grateful that it was ample enough to accommodate everything. It was now the phase of exchanging gifts, and with a disdainful expression, Yu Dai remarked, I can tell this lad knows nothing about romance. It's all so staged. Yu Kenglin, a man of few words, nodded in agreement, acknowledging his habitual flair for theatrics. Jiang Xing relished her meal, her enjoyment genuine and heartfelt. Yu Kenglin cleared his throat but refrained from commenting. After all, his sister was only 6 years old, and a lack of sophistication was to be expected. I can see that hamster brother has no idea about love. Shouldn't he help his partner put on the gifts he gives? Meanwhile, Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang received their task from the production team to don matching outfits and accessories. With a slight furrow in his brow, Yu Tsongshu, being a professional actor, was no stranger to peculiar demands. After all, everything was for the sake of ratings, and he understood that well. Shi Yang, taken aback, nearly dropped a necklace worth 5 figures as her hand trembled. Yu Tsongshu glanced at the white strawberry bear hoodie on the table, hesitated for a brief moment, then picked it up, politely asking, Shall I help you put on? Her heart raced. Did he even realize what he was saying? Was this part of the setup? I like it, I want to see, she thought, overwhelmed with excitement. I'm being a perv, just take it off. She mused internally. The sweetness of the moment almost too much to bear. Shi Yang bit her lip, summoning courage. It was merely putting on a piece of clothing, after all. Not a trip to the guillotine. Yet, her trembling eyelashes betrayed her anxiety. Although there were no manually operated cameras, the indoor setup was adept at capturing images, zooming in on them. Yu Tsongshu, assisting someone with their clothing for the first time, appeared somewhat clumsy. Shi Yang cooperatively extended her arms into the sleeves. Fortunately, the hoodie was oversized, making it comfortable to wear. The loose garment enveloped her, and Yu Tsongshu adjusted the hood at the back while gently smoothing her hair. The silky texture of her hair felt delightful, a testament to the care she had received from her owner, who had maintained her image by avoiding dyes and perms, cascading down like a waterfall, captivating to the touch. Once dressed, everything seemed to flow naturally. Yu Tsongshu bent down, requesting her assistance in putting on the black strawberry bear hoodie. Before long, it was done. Perhaps due to their matching outfits, an invisible barrier between them dissipated, making them appear remarkably close. Yu Tsongshu picked up the necklace, his movements gentle as he tucked her hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against Shi Yang's fair, delicate neck, causing a shiver to run through her. Such sensitivity. Yu Tsongshu composed himself, focusing intently on fastening the necklace. Fortunately, he was accustomed to helping his sister with such tasks, making the process relatively smooth. Being this close, he contemplated whether a kiss might be more fitting. He could have easily secured it from behind but chose to wrap his arm around her from the front instead. What are you up to, you sly one? He thought, suspecting that he was not the only one noticing the budding romantic tension. The camera captured the moment perfectly, with just a slight tilt of his profile. Hamster could almost brush his lips against Shi Yang's cheek. Was it the lighting? Shi Yang's face flushed, and she felt as if she might be allergic. We should get her to a hospital immediately, someone suggested. Upstairs, you truly are devoid of affection, impervious to the charms of love. When it was Yu Tsongshu's turn, the task was simpler, just a ring for his pinky. His long fingers, elegant and striking under the light, extended towards her, seemingly inviting her to touch. How careless of me, he thought, his demeanor languid. Monsieur, if you would be so kind. Ah, is he trying to kill me? She thought, can I take over? I'm willing to bear any consequences. A strange shyness enveloped her. As she held the pinky ring, her hand trembled. He did not extend his pinky, requiring her to support his hand. Though merely a pinky ring, it bore an air of ceremonial significance akin to exchanging wedding bands. Shi Yang startled herself with such thoughts. Glancing at Yu Tsongshu, who showed no signs of haste. Feeling somewhat guilty, she slipped the ring onto his finger with ease. Finally, the long, torturous moment came to a close, and she silently inquired with her eyes, surely there's no script left? Yu Tsongshu shook his head slightly, indicating he was also uncertain. It's getting late. I'll go take a shower, she announced. All right, he replied, watching her rush toward the bathroom, only to return 2 minutes later for her pajamas. Having removed the hoodie, Yu Tsongshu pretended not to notice, leisurely making his way toward the camera, draping a black cloth over it. It's late. Good night, everyone. Is she that unclean? Not allowing us to see her shower? Came the teasing remarks. How stingy. Is she afraid we'll catch a glimpse of the beautiful Yang emerging from the bath? I'm finished. I remember disliking Yang before coming here, but now I feel indifferent, even as if she seems more genuine. The fact that she was the other woman was undeniable, yet there was no need for pretense. Jiang Xing, having also seen the screen go dark, set her bowl down in boredom, dissatisfied with Yu Sangshu's demeanor. He was still too restrained. Yu Dai shook her head, too bland. Yu Kanglin is wasting time. Chapter 23. How dare you laugh at others? Jiang Xing turned to the two sitting beside her, questioning how they could dare to mock Yu Sangshu. Was there something inherently loveless in the Yu family? Yu Kanglin, at 30, remained untouched by romantic fate, while Yu Dai, at 28, had suffered heartbreak that severed her chance at love, leaving her almost devoid of affection. How could these two single adults dare to ridicule the 25-year-old Yu Sangshu? The two, feeling the weight of Jiang Xing's gaze, squirmed under her scrutiny. She mysteriously shook her head, stood up, slipped on her shoes, and declared, I'm going back to shower and sleep now. Good night, brother and sister. The next day, Yu Sangshu indeed kept his promise to come and fetch her. Upon his return, only Yu Dai remained at home with Jiang Xing, and upon seeing him, Yu Dai wore a disapproving expression.
Just look at the time.
I called you back at 8 in the morning. It's now 11. You could have walked back. Yu Sangshu felt quite aggrieved, knowing the journey took an hour and that it was only 10:30. Yet, did he dare to retort? He did not. He was the least esteemed in the Yu family. He turned to the little girl hiding behind Yu Dai. Jiang Xing, come here. Yu Dai crossed her arms, her expression stern. Who are you trying to intimidate? Sweetheart, don't go with third brother. He is hardly a good brother. Come with sister to Beijing. I'll take you to have some fun. Jiang Xing stepped out from behind Yu Dai, approaching Yu Sangshu and tugging at his clothing. No need, sister. Brother treats me very well. Yu Sangshu's emotions began to soften. Indeed, his sister possessed a conscience. In her heart, she acknowledged him as a good brother, and she felt a surge of warmth. The minor inconvenience she had caused him was utterly trivial. After all, what sister does not tease her brother? She had merely made a mistake that any sister might commit. The production team had made an exception, allowing a 3-day hiatus before resuming the second half of the first episode's recording. During this time, should his sister choose to stay at home or return to the villa? Although it was a break, the villa continued to broadcast the daily lives of the stars, attracting a considerable audience each day. Stars like Gon Nami, whose fame did not rely on viewership, had the luxury of leaving without concern, as Liang Jingqi's concerts were always sold out. However, Qiu Qizhou and Han would not forego such an opportunity. Yang chose to remain, collaborating with Qiu Qizhou in a unique plotline of two girls vying for one boy. Naturally, Jiang Xing would not allow him to have things his way. Otherwise, Yu Sangshu's efforts over the past 2 days would have been in vain. Thus, she unhesitatingly decided to stay at the villa. This time, she brought her tablet to avoid the inconvenience of having her phone confiscated by Yu Sangshu, leaving her to stare at the small screen of her smartwatch. Morning arrived, and after parting ways with Yu Sangshu, Yang returned to the villa, where only Qiu Qizhou and Han remained. The two were attempting to cook for the first time, clumsily navigating the kitchen. Their mix-up with the spices led to a series of humorous mishaps, filling the live stream with laughter and joy. They found a plate and poured the dark concoction from the pot onto it, both staring at the unappetizing dish, trying to discern any aroma, but to no avail. And Han candidly remarked, "It does not look very appetizing." Upon hearing the commotion, they noticed Yang had returned. Qiu Qizhou's face lit up with delight as he carried the dish outside, his tone imbued with eagerness. "You're back? We're making lunch. Would you like to join us?" Upon seeing Qiu Qizhou, Yang's bashful gaze fell upon him, her affectionate demeanor swiftly transforming her into a delicate and vulnerable figure. She softly inquired, "Are you cooking?" Upon catching sight of the mysterious object he was holding, her clarity returned, and she was momentarily at a loss for words, quickly falling silent. However, Yang's reaction was precisely what he had hoped for. He immediately showcased his magnanimity. "Yes, but it's my first time cooking, so it may not be very good. Would you like to join us?" Yang had never been one to refuse him, making her the perfect candidate for tasting. Why do I feel that Yang is becoming more evasive again? Was yesterday's fragile illusion just a fleeting dream? It seemed the hamster had bestowed her with a filter, rendering her as irritating as ever. Why is it only Yang who receives such attention? Does no one find Qiu Qizhou's actions questionable? I would be embarrassed to say that the dish he created was fit for consumption. Just looking at it was unappetizing. He himself did not dare eat it and expected Shi Yang to taste it. Was he attempting to poison her? Upstairs, your thoughts are rather vile, aren't they? Qizhou means well. Despite its appearance, it was crafted with care by him and an Han. Even the less Han giant Buddha would have you sit down. How could you utter such words? If I prepared a plate of charcoal for you, would you eat it? After 2 days of recording, someone finally began to speak up for her. It was true that she had never refused Qizhou, but even with her thick filter, she could not bear to look at the dish before her. The rising steam resembled toxic black smoke, silently warning her that one bite could lead to an ordeal lasting 3 days and nights. After some contemplation, she appeared somewhat troubled. I just ate before coming back. I'm not hungry at all. You and Han should eat. The smile in Qizhou's eyes faltered for a moment, clearly taken aback by Shi Yang's refusal. After all, the dish's appearance was indeed quite poor. Should he insist she tried again, it might lead the audience to believe he was deliberately making her sample the dish, which would be detrimental to his reputation. He casually remarked, "All right then." As he placed the dish on the table, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a taste, quickly spitting it out. His face contorted in disgust as he rinsed his mouth with water. Once he regained his composure, he self-deprecatingly commented, "Thank goodness I didn't let Shi Yang try it. It truly is dark cuisine, almost harmed someone." The barrage of laughter filled the comments section. After a 2-hour drive back, even without motion sickness, Shi Yang felt exhausted and wished to escape the cameras in the lobby. Thus she excused herself to return to her room. Qizhou discreetly observed her retreating figure. After merely 2 days of partnering with Yu Xiangshu, had she learned to reject him? Did she naively believe she could escape his grasp now that she had climbed the ranks alongside Yu Xiangshu? It was time to remind her who was in control, otherwise some may think they had grown wings and could learn to fly. At this juncture in his career, Shi Yang remained a crucial tool for him. Even though he had long ceased to regard her with any seriousness, he could not allow her to slip away for his own benefit. In the future, when he soared to success, the first step would be to cast her aside and use his connections to bury her career. At that time, she would possess nothing and hold no value. He was confident he could make Shi Yang willingly become his mistress, rather than allowing her to cling to that absurd notion of being his one and only. And Han approached him, inquiring about ordering takeout, pulling him back from his thoughts. With a gentle smile, she said, "Let me handle it. What would you like to eat?" And Han playfully punched him lightly. "You should know my taste by now." Were they genuine or merely pretending? This was significant to me. How to put it? It's hard to judge. Chapter 24, Adding My Wife on WeChat. And Han and Qizhou had finished their takeout over an hour ago, and the afternoon had arrived. Jiang Xing and Yu Xiangshu returned, and Han expressed surprise, standing to greet them. "Teacher Yu, I didn't expect you back. I thought you'd take your sister out for the 3-day break." "Yes, my sister wanted to come here to play, and I had no choice." Jiang Xing revealed a charming smile. "Do you know where Sister Shi Yang is?" And Han crouched down in front of her, exuding warmth. "Oh, she might be too tired and has already gone to her room to sleep. She hasn't eaten lunch yet. Would you like to accompany her?" Jiang Xing deliberately ignored her question. "Oh, in that case, she must be awake now. I'll go find her." Jiang Xing released Yu Xiangshu's hand and hummed a little tune as she ascended the stairs. Yu Xiangshu, disinterested in watching them fabricate a persona for the cameras, made up an excuse and followed her upstairs. Jiang Xing, still carrying her panda backpack, did not return to drop it off, but directly knocked on Shi Yang's door. After only 3 knocks, a voice responded from within, sounding as though she was not asleep. "Sister Shi Yang, it's me. I've come to play." "Jiang Xing." Yu Xiangshu called from behind her just as the door opened. When Shi Yang first laid eyes on the tall, striking figure of Yu Xiangshu standing behind Jiang Xing, he was impossible to ignore. Although they had not shared a bed the night before, there was still an awkwardness between them. Shi Yang's gaze was not entirely at ease. She lowered her eyes to Jiang Xing's upturned face and gently pinched her cheek. "Is little Jiang Xing looking for your sister? I just wanted to come and play with you. You didn't leave me your number. I asked my brother for it, but he said he didn't have it." Yu Xiangshu frowned at her words, recalling the interrogation Jiang Xing had subjected him to in the car. "Do you have Sister Shi Yang's phone number?"
No.
"Do you have her WeChat?" Yu Xiangshu shook his head again.
So,
"You spent a whole day with Sister Shi Yang and didn't he think to ask for her contact information?" He could not forget the look Jiang Xing had given him, the one that implied he was worthless, bringing back the feeling of being controlled by his younger sister. Of course, Yang would not refuse Jiang Xing and provided her with her private number. Jiang Xing clutched her tablet and searched for Yang on WeChat. Sister.
Is your phone number the same as your WeChat? Yang nodded.
Jiang Xing sent a friend request and, with unabashed directness, inquired, Sister, may I pass your number to brother? He wishes to add you, but feels too shy to ask. Yu Songshu was taken aback by her audacity, meeting Yang's gaze. He found himself unable to articulate his reluctance to engage in such impolite discourse. Thus, under Yang's nod of approval, he passively added her WeChat. Satisfied. Jiang Xing nodded and put away her tablet. With the door ajar, Yang hesitated to invite Jiang Xing inside to play, particularly as she stood before her, accompanied by a looming figure behind her. This invitation would inadvertently lead to both of them being welcomed. Noticing the dark aura emanating from Yang's forehead, Jiang Xing mused that the detestable scoundrel was bound to stir trouble again. She would not allow him to succeed. Sister, are you tired? I won't disturb your rest then. Goodbye, sister. As Yang looked into her eyes, her mind felt somewhat muddled. She indeed seemed fatigued. She gently patted the child's head, bidding, goodbye, little Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing tugged Yu Songshu towards her room, and Yang's door closed with a soft click. After shutting the door, she returned to her bed, intending to indulge in her phone for a while longer, but soon succumbed to a heavy slumber. She found herself in a shadowy realm where visibility was non-existent. As she stood and walked, her gaze was drawn upward to a ginkgo tree adorned with crimson threads. Do you hold a fondness for Qiuqizhou? The tree inquired. Yang blinked, her pupils glimmering with an ethereal green light. Do I like him? I've liked him for quite some time. We were together during university. Are you aware that he treats you poorly? Yang fell silent. Unlike her usual affirmations of Qiuqizhou's feelings for her, she slowly uttered the three words, I know. Within the dreamscape woven by Jiang Xing's truth spell, there was no escape. Why then, do you still harbor feelings for him? Yang's expression turned bewildered. He once treated me very well. She was not blind to her own heart. The fervor of youth had been too intense, and the beauty of those years too splendid to relinquish, even though she knew the man before her was no longer the same, having become consumed by ulterior motives. He has exploited you countless times, using you as a stepping stone. Do you not harbor resentment? I do, Yang replied, wiping away the tears that overflowed. The truth had escaped her lips, forcing her to confront her genuine emotions. How could she not resent it? To everyone else, Qiuqizhou and Han were the epitome of a celestial couple, while she had become the interloper in their romance, a mere green tea. Ironically, this persona had been established at Qiuqizhou's behest. He claimed only you could assist him. He said he had finally broken through and did not wish to return to the struggles of the past, to the months where he couldn't even land a minor role. The fame and attention he sought required your sacrifice. Yang, this relationship is fundamentally imbalanced and unhealthy. You know this bond should not endure. Akin to decayed flesh that must be excised for rebirth. Yang shook her head insistently. I cannot.
Yang,
did your upbringing ever teach you to be someone else's parasitic flower? Anyone can say you shouldn't, but you must not say it to yourself. Have you forgotten who you were? Have you considered how many times you've denied your true self in recent years? Her gaze grew vacant, as the dark expanse around her warped, revealing scenes from her childhood. Learning piano from her mother, winning accolades on stage, consistently ranking at the top of her class, accumulating scholarships, being referred to as the model child by others, successfully entering her dream university. These were her past glories, moments of unwavering self-affirmation and confidence. When did everything begin to change? It was after her father's accident and her mother's illness, when the happiness of their once comfortable family shattered. In her deepest sorrow, she encountered Qiuqizhou, mistaking him for salvation. Despite the meticulous care he provided during their 3 years at university, when did the tides begin to turn? Was it the allure of the entertainment industry that distanced her youth? Remember, anything that obstructs your happiness is a blade wielded with malice, a form of violence. It is only through resistance that one can extricate oneself. Exhausted, Yang collapsed onto the ground, witnessing a scene where a man perpetually denounced and criticized her, occasionally bestowing fleeting affection while mercilessly wounding her heart. Over time, she became numb, beginning to believe he was right, losing her laughter, scrutinizing, and despising herself. In that stifling environment, she found it difficult to breathe, only for the scene to shift back to joyful childhood moments spent with friends and exuberant youth. Startled, she sat upright in bed, wiping her tear-streaked face. She had long been disconnected from her past life, having lost both her cherished family and friends. Anything aimed at impeding her progress is a blade driven with malice, a form of violence. A voice that transcended the ages echoed within her, akin to a seed taking root in the decaying recesses of her heart, forcibly uprooting her putrid emotions, compelling her to confront her inner self. She buried her face in her knees and wept silently. This dream, with each scene vividly etched in her mind, rendered every internal dialogue as sharp as a dagger aimed at her heart, demanding she sever the festering decay. She hazily recalled how long it had been since she had truly been herself. Chapter 25. The Pool Party. Shi Yang lit up her phone screen, revealing a new message from Qiu Qizhou. Instinctively, she turned her phone face down. After experiencing such a vivid dream, she felt no desire to confront him now. In the afternoon, Yu Songshu carried Jiang Xing downstairs, while Qiu Qizhou and Han were engrossed in a game, appearing as a couple. Yu Songshu bypassed the two, placing Jiang Xing on another sofa. What would you like for dinner? Brother will make it for you. Jiang Xing wrinkled her nose, about to speak, when Han interjected.
Wow.
Teacher Yu is cooking? After watching a live stream the previous night, she exclaimed, Teacher Yu's culinary skills are impressive. We're in for a treat tonight. Yu Songshu shot her a glance, exasperated. Did I say I was cooking for you? Taken aback by his response, Han froze, still clutching her phone. Momentarily, at a loss for words. Yu Songshu showed no mercy, leaving them no room for misunderstanding. I'm making dinner for my sister. It won't require much. You both can cook too. Oh no. I'm becoming awkward for someone else. She thought. Did they really think anyone could mooch off the meals made by a hamster? Did they truly consider the hamster a chef? I have no fondness for Han. Before Mi Jia left, she exploited Mi Jia for cooking, and now, upon discovering the hamster can cook, she expects the hamster to serve her again. How can she be so audacious? In truth, Hanin's reaction was somewhat understandable, wasn't it? When Yu Songshu mentioned cooking, the normal response would be to prepare a meal for everyone to share, rather than cooking in batches. Isn't Yu Songshu usually gentle and warm-hearted? He certainly doesn't seem that way on this show. His persona is crumbling. I don't want your cooking, I want takeout. That's not acceptable. Yu Songshu's smile didn't reach his eyes. Takeout is unhealthy. Jiang Xing's face was filled with refusal. I don't want it. Yours is even less healthy. Yu Songshu's culinary skills fluctuated between good and bad. On lucky days, they were delightful, while on unlucky days, they could land someone in the hospital. Though she, being a tree spirit, couldn't be harmed by food, she could still distinguish between the delightful and the distasteful. Seeing they were at an impasse, Qiu Qizhou stepped in as peacemaker. I'll order takeout. Just tell me what you want. Yu Songshu shot him a cold glare. So, only he has a voice and can speak? Unable to showcase his culinary prowess, Yu Songshu simply called to order takeout from a certain hotel. The previous night, he had outdone himself, preparing an exquisite meal that Shi Yang had praised. How could his sister possibly disdain his efforts? Seeing the displeasure etched on his face, Qiu Qizhou refrained from inquiring about the number of meals he had ordered. It was a perplexing moment, neither here nor there. At 6:30, the takeout arrived. The delivery person, an employee of the hotel, assisted in arranging the dishes, all of which were meticulously packaged and steaming with warmth. Truly, the culinary creations of a five-star chef wafted their tantalizing aroma for miles, providing a feast without the burden of uncertainty. Jiang Xing joyfully dashed over to her seat, draping a napkin around her neck, her wide, sparkling eyes fixed on Yu Songshu, eagerly awaiting his service. Yu Songshu had ordered enough for everyone, filling the table with an abundance of delectable dishes. He beckoned Han and Qiu Qizhou to join him. With a hint of irritation, he served Jiang Xing her portion, who savored her meal with gusto, utterly oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Slowly descending the stairs was Shi Yang, her demeanor far from cheerful. Her eyes swollen and red, clearly having shed tears. Lacking an appetite, she ordered a bowl of congee and came down to retrieve it. Jiang Xing stood up to greet her. Sister Shi Yang, come over and eat with us. Shi Yang's gaze fell on Qiu Qizhou, and as she opened her mouth to decline, she realized her voice was hoarse. Shaking her head, she turned towards the entrance to fetch her congee. Her head bowed as she headed back upstairs. Jiang Xing nudged the wooden hamster. Sister Shi Yang seems upset. Should you go check on her? Hurry, take the chance. Just eat your food, Jiang Xing scolded, glaring at the useless creature beside her. At that moment, Qiu Qizhou spoke up, halting Shi Yang's retreat.
Today,
And Han and I discovered another swimming pool in the backyard. I asked the director's team, and they said we could use it. After we eat, let us go have some fun, Yang. You should join us. Being alone in the room is rather dull. His tone seemed to dismiss Yang's melancholic mood, floating lightly as if offering a casual suggestion. Yang hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. All right. She continued her ascent, clutching her kanji. Jiang Xing had anticipated Yang's reaction. It was evident that Chiu-Chi's influence on her was profound. There was something else she had withheld from Yang, fearing it would be too much for her to process. Should Yang learn of it now, she might very well lash out. Jiang Xing did not want Yang to become entangled with someone so despicable. If she were truly composed, she would undoubtedly choose the most advantageous path for herself. At 8 in the evening, the pool was filled with crystal clear water. The evening air was slightly cool, yet the water maintained a comfortable 30 degrees Celsius. Inviting rather than repelling. Cameras were set up, and Liang Jingqi returned, summoned by Chiu-Chijo, who mentioned some activities. Gunami was also invited, but did not show up. It was clear that Chiu-Chijo's intentions were not whimsical. He and Han walked together, their eyes meeting in shared smiles. Han donned a modest swimsuit, yet her lovely legs were exposed to the cool air as she sat at the edge, slowly dipping her feet into the water. With a hint of bashfulness, she smiled at the camera. Actually, I'm afraid of water and can't swim. I want to disturb everyone as fun. I'll just play here at the side. Chiu-Chijo had also changed into swimwear, his physique subtly apparent as he stepped into the water, relishing the moment with his eyes closed. Finally able to unwind after a few arduous days. They had also prepared swimwear for others, but while they acted swiftly, the rest were still in the changing room. As the live stream commenced, more and more viewers flooded in. What is this? A benefit night? The adorable girl has such a great figure. Chijo is so close. She says she can't swim, and he's right there beside her. How sweet. Others were still changing, providing a feast for the eyes for the audience. I'm shameless. I'm envious of the hamsteress abs. Here they come. Here they come. The changing room door is opening. The first to emerge was Jiang Xing, who, being a child, wore an outfit that was somewhat ill-fitting due to her petite frame, even smaller than the average 6-year-old. Thankfully, it was a long-sleeved top and pants, so it didn't matter much. And Han smiled gently as she approached, asking, "Can you swim?" Jiang Xing sighed and did not respond directly, plopping down beside her. Sister Huan, I'm only 6. This marked the first time she referred to her as Sister Huan, and the first time she took the initiative to get closer. And Han was pleasantly surprised, extending her hand to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. I won't let you fall. The only oversight was the absence of a swim ring. Those who couldn't swim could only play at the edge. The adorable Huan, despite her own fears, was considered enough to look after Jiang Xing, which was simply too endearing. Liang Jingqi and Yu Tsongshu emerged from the changing room, plunging straight into the water, with Liang Jingqi mischievously splashing Jiang Xing, inadvertently drenching Han nearby. Everyone had gathered, yet Yang's absence was conspicuous. Where is Yang? She is quite the star she shouldn't come. The atmosphere is so wonderful now, and if she arrives, it'll ruin everything. In Han, observing the increasing viewer count in the live stream, noted the numbers surpassing 20 million, her smile widening. Chiu-Chijo was right. Utilizing the villa's resources effectively would elevate their visibility. She noticed the comments in the live stream mentioning Yang, her expression darkening. Sister, I'd like to know, do you prefer Sister Yang or Sister Huan? If she had any self-awareness, she wouldn't have asked such a self-deprecating question. Jiang Xing shot her a glance, but didn't respond, instead shifting the topic. Sister Huan, you and Brother Chiu are such a good match. You must be destined for each other. And Han was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Before she playfully chided, "Silly sister, don't say such things. There's nothing between Chiu and me. We're just colleagues, not at that stage yet." Her voice dwindled, betraying a hint of nervousness, as she was clearly performing not for Jiang Xing but for the audience in the live stream. Indeed, she received a flood of comments echoing their understanding. Contemporary netizens love to ship couples, as long as there's material to work with. No pairing is too obscure. Although she and Chiu-Chijo were initially brought together for corporate interests, they found that as those interests grew, the lines between genuine and fabricated feelings blurred. Jiang Xing, seemingly oblivious to her theatrics, earnestly said, "You two must be good together. Don't let your love circulate in the market and harm others." And Han stole a glance at Chiu-Chijo, finding him looking back at her, prompting her to quickly lower her head, her ears burning. With Jiang Xing's blessing and their unspoken understanding, their fates intertwined, a bond forged by the whims of destiny. The antics of these young couples could not escape the watchful eye of the cameras. Their gazes intertwined, each seeking something from the other, neither innocent in their intentions. The Huan and Qizhou pairing isn't real, but what is? If they're not real, then I'm going to scrub the toilet upside down. Yu Tsangshu and Liang Jingqi engaged in casual conversation. And he cast a distant glance at the little figure beside Han. What was she pretending to be? The backyard pool had become her private domain. Often seen lounging with her little yellow duck. What did she say? Her hometown is in the mountains, and there's a river she frequently visits. She's quite adept in water. Liang Jingqi followed his gaze, noticing only Han's radiant legs, nudging him playfully. What are you staring at? Are you admiring Han's legs? Yu Tsangshu shot him a disdainful look. Do you think I'm like you? A pervert. A pervert refers to someone who experiences physiological reactions at the mere touch of a girl. Liang Jingqi choked momentarily, irritated as he pushed Yu Tsangshu. Can we not bring up university matters? Yu Tsangshu dismissed him with indifference. It was then that Shi Yang finally made her entrance, albeit belatedly. She arrived clad in casual sleepwear, her feet bandaged, unable to enter the water. In her hands, she carried drinks, one for each person, placing them on the table. I brought refreshments. Feel free to help yourselves when you tire from playing, she announced. Standing in the shadows of the lights, she observed Xiao Qizhou and Han frolicking by the pool, unaware of what charming words he had whispered to the beauty that elicited such laughter. Her delicate feet playfully resting on his chest, captured in his grasp amidst a flurry of giggles. No one paid heed to her arrival, nor did they register her words. Xiao Jiangxing sat beside Han, idly soaking her feet. As she approached the pool's edge, she finally discerned Xiao Qizhou's expression. Their eyes met but for a fleeting moment, yet the message was unmistakably conveyed. He had already outlined the plan to her through messages, and all she needed to do was follow his lead. Despite her consistently poor acting skills, why was it that whenever she collaborated with him in the charade, no one seemed to notice her lack of talent? Today, she pondered the reason. Once, the affection she harbored was indeed genuine. Xiao Jiangxing finally took note of her presence and rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Gazing up at her with eyes full of wonder. Sister, you're here. Crouch down. I have a secret to share. Shi Yang, fond of Xiao Jiangxing, complied and bent down to listen. Sister, have you thought about what I said? That liking Xiao Qizhou might affect your fortune? Shi Yang couldn't help but recall the dream she had today, along with reflections on the past. She nodded. Perhaps her luck was never particularly good, but her string of misfortunes was undeniable. Was it truly her fate to be scorned and serve as a stepping stone for others? When had she become so benevolent? After years of navigating through life, she finally realized she was a true martyr at heart. Xiao Jiangxing nodded in satisfaction. Her earlier words had effectively dismantled Shi Yang's romantic delusions, allowing her to approach her emotions with rationality. Gradually, she would come to terms with the past. However, in the future, should Xiao Qizhou request her to perform any foolish acts, Shi Yang vowed she would not be so easily manipulated, blindly catering to his whims. For instance, it was clear he intended for her to carry out some absurd task, one that exceeded her limits, and she had no desire to comply. Sister, did he ask you to do something terrible? Shi Yang nodded. He wants me to push you into the water. Xiao Jiangxing's eyes widened in shock. How malicious. But I want to push you, she reassured. Why would he want you to do that? Shi Yang shook her head, bewildered. I don't know. He just told me to. Had it been in the past, she might have foolishly complied, but this was Xiao Jiangxing. There was no way she could harm her. The very thought felt ludicrous. What are those two whispering about over there? The round-faced star appeared so serious, it made one want to kiss her cheek. Suddenly recalling Han's earlier question. Laughter erupted, such blatant favoritism towards Shi Yang. Was it even necessary to compare? Although she could not comprehend why Han favored Shi Yang, it was evident that her feelings were sincere. After their conversation, the two joined hands and walked over. Upon seeing them approach hand in hand, Han understood that Xiao Qizhou's scheme had backfired. A smile graced her lips, and as they drew near, she stood up. I'm going to get a drink. As she passed Shi Yang, her foot slipped, sending her tumbling into the water with a splash. Help! The barrage of comments exploded in the chat. Is he unwell? Why push someone? I knew she came with ill intentions. She would do anything for Xiao Qizhou. Poor naive girl. Please, let nothing happen. That wicked green tea bitch should leave the entertainment industry. Chapter 27. Suddenly realizing how ugly you are. And Han choked on a mouthful of water, prompting Qiu Qizhou to hurriedly pull her up, her small face pale as she coughed against his shoulder. Qiu Qizhou, startled by her condition, quickly helped her to the edge of the pool, aiding her to catch her breath. He turned his ire toward Shuyang. Have you lost your mind? How could you push someone so foolish? While it was true that Han had slipped, the camera angle only captured her falling after passing by Shuyang, failing to show her initiating the act. The implication, however, was damning enough. As long as it appeared plausible, the viewers in the live stream mercilessly lambasted Shuyang. And Han, still coughing and unable to speak, resembled a hapless victim. Qiu Qizhou's anger intensified as he accused Shuyang. You know Han can't swim, yet you pushed her into the pool. What is your intention? If this was done out of affection for me, it only disgusts me further. I've told you countless times that I do not like you. Your unreasonable obsession has become a nuisance, and now you're even risking harm to others. How can you be so malicious? The original plan had been for her to push Jiang Xing, saving her to establish a hero narrative, while simultaneously enabling Shuyang to offend Yu Sangshu. Hadn't she become emboldened by her association with Yu Sangshu? This was meant to ensure she burned her bridges and lost all opportunities for advancement. Yet, upon her arrival, she had sent Han tumbling into the water. And Han's inability to swim genuinely troubled him, and in his moment of frustration, he lashed out at Shuyang. Jiangxing observed the thick, dark smoke of their entangled fates above them and sighed inwardly. Without the constraints of fate, Qiu Qizhou might have retained some semblance of reasoning, not immediately unleashing his fury. His unrestrained anger towards Han was truly touching. At that moment, Shuyang finally perceived Qiu Qizhou's true nature. Time and again, as she played along with his charades, every word he uttered before others had served to trample her dignity beneath his feet. In truth, he had repeatedly conveyed that her affections repulsed him. He would never reciprocate her feelings. Shuyang lowered her gaze, scrutinizing the pool, her heart shattered, feeling as though she had been cast into another realm. Suddenly realizing how ugly you are, his past words surged through her mind like a dull blade cutting into flesh, leaving her feeling nauseated at the sight of him. Qiu Qizhou could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? I said, which of your eyes saw me push her? Are you blind? She refused to allow herself to be a stepping stone any longer, for the first time confronting this man who perpetually painted false hopes before her. Jiangxing grasped her hand tightly, providing her with immense courage. Her character had been nurtured to a point of extreme softness. She had once feared Qiu Qizhou's anger. And as she stood up against him today, her palms grew sweaty, her eardrums ringing, and her cheeks flushed. Qiu Qizhou's expression darkened. He finally recognized Shuyang's change. She not only refused to follow his orders to push Jiangxing but also dared to confront him. Shuyang, have you lost your mind? Shuyang, still somewhat intimidated, chose to avert her gaze from him, instead looking toward the two individuals calmly observing the scene at the other side of the pool. Their perspective clearly indicated whether she had pushed Han or merely stood by. Teacher Liang, did you see me push Han? Yu Sangshu was the first to notice her inquiry directed at Liang Jingqi, a man with whom she had never interacted. Yu Sangshu tilted his head to look at him, and Liang Jingqi raised his hand, pointing to himself. Me? I didn't see anything. I wasn't paying attention. His words did little to absolve Shuyang, as he seemed more interested in the spectacle unfolding than offering any assistance. Yu Sangshu interjected, I saw it, and Han slipped on her own. It has nothing to do with you. Liang Jingqi gazed at him, astonished. What did this mean? In the unwritten rules of the industry, one generally refrained from intervening in others' affairs unless personally affected, as offering unsolicited goodwill often backfired. Yu Sangshu pushed Liang Jingqi's face away, choosing silence, for he could feel the intensity of Shuyang's gaze boring into him. Shuyang expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt thank you, while Qiu Qizhou, cradling Han, turned pale and flushed, caught in an awkward silence, struggling to find his breath. Han's cough softened, as if she had finally regained her composure, murmuring that her coughs were incidental, unrelated to Shuyang's earlier fit. The tide of online commentary shifted abruptly. Was Qiu Qizhou not being excessively hasty? He had condemned Shuyang with harsh words without any proof of her culpability, extinguishing all goodwill. It was painful for Hanan to witness. Couldn't they wait for her to clarify before jumping to conclusions? They had hastily judged Shuyang, sealing her fate prematurely. Qizhou was merely overly concerned for Hanan. acting impulsively. Had not the barrage of comments also included a multitude of accusations? Why pretend otherwise now? Understanding that the current situation could only reflect poorly on him, Qiu Qizhou earnestly lowered his head, demonstrating remarkable humility. I apologize, Shiyang. I acted too hastily and misjudged you. My words were too severe. I hope you can overlook my thoughtlessness. His sincerity resonated, and the criticism directed at him diminished significantly, as many considered his words a slip of the tongue born from anxiety, rendering his apology worthy of forgiveness. Shiyang fixed her gaze upon him and suddenly burst into laughter, tears of mirth welling in her eyes. You do realize your words were rather harsh, don't you? Liking you has indeed proven to be quite a challenge. I shan't pursue it any longer. Let us each find our peace, and I wish you and Miss Anhan a lifetime of happiness together, truly a match made in heaven. She refrained from disclosing her past relationship with Qiu Qizhou, having preserved his dignity and her own memories from becoming too tarnished. It was the last semblance of grace she offered them both. From now on, they would part ways, each following their own path. For had he not often insisted that she was no longer needed? Thus, she would not impose. Every moment had become exhausting. Chapter 28. Teacher Yu? Have you discarded your persona? Jiang Xing reclined comfortably, relishing the sensation of a shampoo service, eyes closed in bliss, lips pouting slightly as she hummed. Sister Shiyang said she no longer wishes to fancy that central air-conditioning scoundrel Qiu Qizhou and has resolved to seek another suitor. Yu Tsongshu scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing her remark about seeking another suitor, he felt it a veiled implication directed at him, and thus he applied a bit more pressure while washing her hair. Whose sister are you exactly? Your elbows always seem to lean outward. Jiang Xing retorted. What do you mean by that? Isn't Sister Shiyang one of us? Yu Tsongshu slowed his movements, slightly distracted. Shiyang's declaration of disinterest in Qiu Qizhou didn't seem feigned. After finishing Jiang Xing's hair, he prepared her pajamas and filled the bathtub with water, reminding himself to keep his shower under 15 minutes. After stating his intention, he stepped out and closed the bathroom door. Having spent 2 days in the villa, only 1 day of vacation remained. Jiang Xing descended the stairs, clutching her tablet, engaged in a game while awaiting the breakfast prepared by Yu Tsongshu. Shiyang also rose early, unusually foregoing her usual slumber. Though her appearance suggested she was still not in the best condition, her complexion somewhat wan. Without lifting her head, Jiang Xing greeted her. Good morning, Sister Shiyang. She settled beside Jiang Xing, yawning repeatedly, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. What are you playing, little Jiang Xing? Playing egg party, she replied. The screen displaying the words Champion Squad. Jiang Xing finally set her tablet aside, her dimples appearing. Can you play games, sister? Shiyang couldn't resist pinching her cheek, chuckling. Sister doesn't play games. After a light chat, Yu Tsongshu emerged with the prepared breakfast. Today, he had made shrimp and cabbage porridge in generous portions, inviting Shiyang to join him for breakfast. The porridge was rich and creamy, utterly delicious, prompting Shiyang to praise Teacher Yu's culinary skills, saying, I wholeheartedly commend your cooking. Yu Tsongshu raised an eyebrow. Teacher Yu? Weren't you always calling me sticky-toothed Yuga before? Have you abandoned that persona? Just then, Qiu Qizhou and Anhan descended from upstairs, making their way toward the breakfast table. Anhan inquired, What are you having? It smells wonderful. Shiyang did not acknowledge their presence, choosing to ignore them entirely. Merely seeing them was enough to quell her temper. Yu Tsongshu, maintaining a semblance of politeness, noted that it was his porridge and mentioned he hadn't cooked much since they hadn't yet risen. Qiu Qizhou, preserving his composure, replied, That's fine. We can just order takeout. After all, Yu Tsongshu was the only one capable of cooking, leaving them with no choice but to resort to takeout. Jiang Xing set down her bowl and chopsticks, stating, I'm full. Yu Tsongshu observed that Jiang Xing had only consumed 2 bowls of porridge and nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging her normal breakfast appetite. While Jiang Xing managed to finish 2 bowls, Shiyang barely completed one and rubbed her belly, declaring she could eat no more. Yu Tsongshu took charge of cleaning up, dutifully handling the dishes, while Shiyang felt a twinge of guilt and wanted to help, yet he gently declined her offer, saying, You go and play with Jiang Xing for a bit. Thus, Shiyang and Jiang Xing nestled together on the sofa, digesting their meal, while Yu Tsongshu busied himself in the kitchen, and Qiu Qizhou and Anhan appeared almost invisible. The morning's livestream audience was sparse, yet they found the scene oddly harmonious. Why do I feel like they resemble a family of 3? The Hasha couple seems superfluous. I think the stars might be prophetic. The hamster and Shiyang make quite the couple. Yang seeks someone with character and looks. That face is truly resilient. She can be criticized for anything, but that face is untouchable. It has always been the same. It's hard to evaluate. I wish her success. I bet the Yu family won to accept such an ill-matched union. The outside world was not well acquainted with the Yu family. The only insights came from their entertainment industry, which was merely a fraction of their vast interests. The Yes had been wealthy for generations, and it was unclear how many generations of affluence had culminated in Yu Tsongshu's lineage. After tidying the kitchen, Yu Tsongshu returned, where Jiang Xing called out to him, "Brother Hamster, shall we go play?" Yu Tsongshu sat beside her, flanking her with Yang on either side. Leaning back lazily, he asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Sister Yang, do you have anywhere in mind?" Yang, not being a native of Xiangqing, only visited for work and had little experience with the area. Knowing that Xiangshan was merely one of many attractions, Yu Tsongshu tugged at Jiang Xing's little braid, asking, "I'm asking you, where do you want to go? You choose. Wherever you go, we shall follow." It was Jiang Xing who had expressed the desire to play, yet the initiative had shifted to him. Within Xiangqing, there were ancient architectural sites, gardens, towering structures, popular amusement parks, and the renowned Fuyue Tower, which offered a panoramic view of the entire city. What else? Other entertainment options are unsuitable for a child, Yu Tsongshu remarked. Amusement park? Jiang Xing turned to Yang, eagerly asking, "Sister, do you want to go to the amusement park?" Her foot had healed well enough for her to walk. Yang glanced at Yu Tsongshu, forming a loop of consideration. "Let us go." The Xiangqing amusement park was famous, with tickets hard to come by, priced at an astonishing 11,000 each, not to mention the cost of the attractions within. Yang expressed her astonishment, having never encountered such exorbitant ticket prices, and was curious to see what views warranted such a steep price. After reaching a decision, Yu Tsongshu made a call to arrange for tickets. Their conversation was overheard by the livestream audience, who buzzed with excitement. Those near the Xiangqing amusement park are in for a treat. I want a chance upon the hamster. We're heading out now. The 10,000 yuan ticket is a deterrent. Family members find it even pricier than tickets to Liang Jingqi's concert. Will I have a chance to bump into the hamster outside? Those upstairs are likely to inhale exhaust fumes. The security system at the Xiangqing amusement park was exceptionally robust, akin to national defense. Without a ticket, one could hardly approach the entrance. Those with tickets could drive straight in and park in the lot. Visitors who had been there shared images, revealing that the scenery was indeed stunning, resembling a fairy tale dreamscape. In order to avoid wasting the cost of admission, Yang returned to change into a beautiful dress. The three of them made a decision that disregarded Han and Qiu Qizhou, completely ignoring their presence as they set off. Once they left the villa, they were no longer under the scrutiny of the live streaming camera, and their departure resulted in a significant drop in the number of viewers, leaving the live stream rather deserted. Upon arriving at the amusement park in Xiangqing, they underestimated the wealth of the crowd. Despite the ticket price being 10,000 yuan, the park was teeming with people. Jiang Xing joyfully exited the vehicle, only to be pulled back by Yu Tsongshu, who covered her face with a mask. Jiang Xing, exasperated, lowered her mask to reveal her pair of mournful eyes. To avoid unnecessary commotion, it was advised to wear the masks properly. Yang donned her mask and added, "Is it possible that we pass by the live camera before leaving? Even with masks on, our outfits might still be recognizable." Chapter 29. Caught on camera.
Indeed.
The Xiangqing amusement park is renowned as a hotspot for internet celebrities, not merely a destination for tourists to check in, but a playground frequented by influencers from various video platforms and occasionally even less busy stars. Thus, it was hardly an extraordinary scene. Even though numerous netizens claimed they would come to catch a glimpse of the hamster, the ticket price had already filtered out most onlookers. Moreover, due to the park's popularity, tickets could only be reserved in advance. It wasn't just about the 10,000 yuan ticket price. Individuals like Yu Tsongshu, who could easily obtain tickets, relied solely on their status. The visitors were preoccupied with their own affairs, and only a few might have noticed their presence, lifting their phones to take pictures without any exaggerated screams. Everything felt normal, allowing them to enjoy their day freely. Jiang Xing held the map of the amusement park given to her by the staff and immediately spotted the dream castle. "Shall we go take some pictures there first before enjoying the rides?" she suggested. After all, Yang had put on such exquisite makeup and donned a lovely outfit. It was only fitting to capture beautiful moments. Jiang Xing, believing she held little fame, promptly removed her obstructive mask. Seeing her do so, Yang discreetly glanced at Yu Tsongshu and followed suit. After all, with such a stunning appearance, hiding it would be a waste, especially since no one recognized her. Thus, among the trio, only Yu Sangshu remained masked in a black mask and hat, covered thoroughly. Having spent years in front of the camera, he was accustomed to such outings. Yet witnessing the two girls at ease inexplicably made him feel pitiable. As the beauty posed for photographs, he took on the role of a photographer. Typically, he was the subject of others' cameras. When had he ever played the role of the photographer? Thankfully, his sensitivity to angles and the lens allowed him to capture many pleasing images. Watching the photos of Jiang Xing and Shi Yang together, Yu Sangshu felt a pang of jealousy. What did this mean? Jiang Xing and Shi Yang had more photos together than he did. Who exactly was she to him? His resentful gaze lingered on the duo. Noticing Yu Sangshu dutifully acting as photographer, Shi Yang felt a twinge of guilt. After taking a heart-shaped photo with Jiang Xing in front of the love fountain, she approached him. "You Lao Shi, would you like to take a few pictures with Xiao Jiang Xing?"
I can help you with that.
Yu Sangshu's dull eyes finally brightened. "Thank you." Although Shi Yang's photography skills were average, her subjects appeared enchanting in any frame. Satisfied, Yu Sangshu posted the photos of himself and Jiang Xing in their family group chat, which now featured a picture of the two of them together, replacing the previous image of a dog. "Yoa, baby, you look so adorable today. Are you at the amusement park?" "You die, Yu Sangshu. I see you and it annoys me. Take a few solo shots of my baby. Ms. Liu, my darling is so beautiful. Give mom a kiss." "Hamster, if you don't cover your face, what if others come over to find you and disturb my darling?" This was clearly jealousy directed at him. Ignoring their demands, he put his phone away, but still donned his mask. Jiang Xing took Yu Sangshu's phone to capture several group photos, yet he remained uncooperative, refusing to remove his mask, resulting in candid shots that lacked atmosphere. The amusement park was vast, and even visiting various check-in spots required taking a sightseeing car. By noon, they decided to rest and have lunch at a restaurant within the park. "Is that the hamster over there?" "Yes, and Shi Yang too."
Oh my.
"Are they on a date?" That child must be the hamster's sister. With no cameras from a production team present, it certainly seemed like a date. And they had brought a child along. The early morning live stream had been too early for many to catch, leaving them unaware of the prior events. Once they recognized the figures, they quickly snapped a few photos and uploaded them online. Can anyone understand? Encountering the hamster and Shi Yang on a date at Xiangqing Amusement Park. Can someone please intervene? Shi Yang's sister has fainted. Accompanied by images. The post immediately sparked fervent discussion. In the morning live stream, it was Xingxing who suggested going out. Is there a possibility that Xingxing merely used it as an excuse to strategically place her in front of the camera, thus providing the hamster and Shi Yang with an opportunity for a date? Upstairs, I've been wanting to say this. Anyone who watched the live stream knows there was no inquiry made to Han and Xiao Qizhou throughout. Is the intention not clear? It's merely a couple's world. Laughable. Did you not see the live stream? Shi Yang was in quite the commotion with them. Did she really invite them to play? I believe the hamster wouldn't date someone with a bad reputation. The hamster knows to wear a mask to avoid suspicion. Shi Yang not wearing one is clearly to be recognized and photographed. What a manipulative woman. Dear blogger, please continue to live stream. Don't force me to beg you. The girls, witnessing such attention for the first time, had their vanity satisfied and secretly moved to sit at the neighboring table of Yu Sangshu, lifting their phones to begin their own live stream. Yu Sangshu, sensitive to the camera, shot her a frowning glance, prompting her to nervously set her phone down on the table, though she did not turn off the live stream. She and her companion picked up the menu, pretended to order 2 dishes, and then sat waiting. She initiated the live stream under an attention-grabbing title, revealing the details of Yu Sangshu and Shi Yang's date. Not long after starting, it drew a considerable audience. However, she was oblivious to the barrage of insults flooding the chat. Seeking attention? Why intrude on the hamster's private time? This is truly ridiculous. I reported it. Can't we allow artists a bit of space? Didn't you see him with Xingxing? Although she admired the hamster, this was not what she wished to witness. Causing him trouble while claiming to be a fan? The girl's phone lay on the table while her partner monitored the live chat, unfazed by the derogatory comments aimed at them. Besides the so-called true fans, many showered them with gifts, and perhaps by the end of the day, they could recoup the cost of their tickets. The meal at Yu Sangshu's table was served, and they began to eat. Seeing that they were too occupied to pay attention to them, the girls unabashedly raised their phones to sneakily snap photos. The gift effects never ceased, and they were nearly grinning from ear to ear. Just as they reveled in their triumph, the camera once again caught the attention of Jiang Xing. With a pure smile adorning her face, she approached. Sister, it's wrong to steal photographs of others. The embarrassment of being exposed made the girl lower her phone and switch to the front camera, stubbornly asserting, I was just taking selfies. But taking pictures without others' permission infringes on their portrait rights, you know. That could land you in jail. Chapter 30. Who are you pointing fingers at? Irritated by Jiang Xing's words, the girl retorted, I told you, I was just taking selfies, not photographing you. Are you out of your mind? Paranoid much? Yu Songshu's expression instantaneously darkened as he stood up and strode towards her. The girl, flustered, hastily tossed her phone into the arms of a nearby friend. Yet she did not terminate the live broadcast. Embarrassment morphed into indignation as she directly accused Yu Songshu, just because you're a celebrity. Does that give you the right to bully others? I can't believe I've admired you for so long, only to discover you act so pretentiously in private. Yu Songshu was nearly amused by her audacity, shut off the live stream. I will say this only once. The altercation had attracted considerable attention, and numerous gazes were directed their way. Upon recognizing Yu Songshu, some began snapping photos while others recorded videos, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Jiang Xing, observing the growing crowd, reached out to pull her brother back. The girl was pointing at her, hurling insults, which was the reason for Yu Songshu's anger. Furrowing his brow, he turned back, and Jiang Xing raised her hand asking him for his phone, which he readily handed over. Jiang Xing boldly took pictures of the two girls. The girls stood up, exclaiming loudly, What are you doing? Jiang Xing replied nonchalantly, taking photos to report to the police. The girl was rendered speechless. Her face flushed with anger as she attempted to mask her panic with insults. Are you crazy? On what grounds can you call the police? Unbeknownst to her, her live stream was gaining traction, attracting a growing number of hamster fans, which ultimately led to her stream being reported and banned. With her broadcast just starting, many had recorded the incident and were sharing it widely. The thought of calling the police terrified her. As a mere university student, wouldn't that leave a criminal record? It would complicate her future job prospects. She acknowledged her earlier broadcast. What's wrong with me filming him? Yu Songshu is a public figure. Jiang Xing pointed to herself. But I'm a private citizen, just a 6-year-old child. You didn't have my consent to post my likeness online. I could report you for that. Shi Yang approached Jiang Xing, lifting her into his arms in a protective manner, casting a cold gaze at the two girls. Yu Songshu glanced at Shi Yang, yet had not uttered a word before the restaurant staff quickly intervened to mediate the situation. Yu Songshu returned to his seat, disinterested in further dialogue with the two. The amusement park tickets were all under real name registration, one ID for one ticket, and entry required facial recognition, making it effortless to locate their information. He could endure any camera directed at him, a requisite of his profession, but Jiang Xing was different. She was an innocent child, and if she was unwilling, that was unacceptable. The Yu family had always cherished her, never uttering a harsh word. Who did she think she was, pointing fingers at others? As the onlookers noticed the staff's arrival, they returned to their seats, though their curious gazes lingered. The two girls, realizing their fault, left the restaurant in a dejected manner after receiving a stern reprimand from the staff. Yu Songshu tenderly ruffled Jiang Xing's hair, reassuring her, Don't worry. Brother will call the police to catch them.
Okay.
Though late, the call from the agency finally arrived. After participating in the program, Yu Songshu found himself burdened with additional work. By the time he became aware of the incident, it had escalated significantly, with videos circulating online.
Goodness.
Why didn't you tell me? The internet is rife with rumors of you acting arrogantly and speaking harshly to fans, even dragging innocent little girls into it. The police apprehended the two girls, who then spread further rumors and released a statement regarding the outcome. It was impossible to resolve this matter privately. The negative impact had already taken hold. After the girls' departure, they continued to make statements portraying themselves as innocent victims, even directing insults at Jiang Xing, claiming she was spoiled, unreasonable, and lacked proper upbringing. Such remarks infuriated the Yu family. Jiang Xing had only recently come to live with the Yu family. Her background was profoundly tragic, devoid of parental guidance or companionship. The family had never dared to mention her past struggles, and to hear her being called uncultured in public was utterly unforgivable. If she were to see such slander, think of her deceased father and her runaway mother, how heart-wrenching that would be. Unforgivable indeed. Consequently, the police acted with remarkable efficiency. While the girls were still spreading rumors at noon, by the afternoon they had completed their statements at the police station, tears streaming down their faces. A video of their admission of guilt was swiftly uploaded online, followed by the announcement of legal proceedings against them. They sought to tarnish Jiang Xing's reputation. inciting online harassment against her, which had dire consequences, demanding a compensation of 100,000 yuan, proceeding through judicial channels. This series of actions left the online community in shock. Who was the little princess of the Yu family to be trifled with? It was a case of reaping what one sowed. Bad deeds often lead to retribution. Having watched the video, online commentators remarked that the things the stars spoke were quite reasonable. They had insulted a child, and yet turned around to incite public outrage, demonstrating a clear understanding of online bullying. How could one still smile when their sister was being berated? At the scene, it was clear that the hamster had warned her to turn off the live stream, yet she stubbornly refused. It was important to note that the internet is not a lawless realm. Initially, it was assumed that Jiang Xing, being so young, would be upset by the incident and lose interest in playing. However, to everyone's surprise, she turned around as if nothing had happened, even proactively starting a live stream on Yu Xiangshu's official account. Isn't this what they wanted to see? Let them watch from the official perspective. Let's go ride the log flume, the pirate ship, the swinging pendulum, the drop tower. I want to try them all. Just as Yu Xiangshu was about to scan the QR code to purchase tickets for the carousel, he fell silent at her words. Shi Yang had never engaged in such thrilling activities, but since little Jiang Xing wanted to try, he thought it might be alright. Until they arrived at the drop tower. Looking up at the small yellow dots plummeting from the sky, she froze in place, her legs stiff. Realizing she couldn't move her, Jiang Xing turned back, puzzled. Why aren't you moving, Shi Yang? We need to buy tickets. Shi Yang cast a pleading glance at Yu Xiangshu. I'm scared. Can we not do this? Yu Xiangshu offered her a reassuring look. If you're afraid, you can hold on to me. With someone beside her. Shi Yang tightly grasped the safety bar with one hand and took the hand offered by the person next to her with the other. She clung to it as if it were a lifeline, gripping it so tightly it hurt. Forget it. I wouldn't have done this if it weren't for Jiang Xing wanting to. Chapter 31. Shi Yang became the center of attention. After experiencing the free fall, Shi Yang felt utterly drained when the machine returned to the ground. She had screamed so much during the descent that she was now only just becoming aware of her dry, sore throat. The staff came over to help them unbuckle their safety harnesses, and as Shi Yang's legs gave way, she was caught by the person to her right, saving her from a fall. She still clung desperately to the other person's hand, unable to steady herself, her legs trembling. When her parents had passed away, she had contemplated jumping off a building to end her life. Fortunately, she hadn't, but after experiencing free fall today, she realized just how strong her desire to live truly was. Her mind was in disarray as someone forcefully withdrew their hand from hers. Yu Xiangshu removed the safety buckle, shaking his numb hand, visibly pale from the grip he had exerted. Shi Yang remained slumped in her seat, reluctant to descend, while Jiang Xing approached with a light jog, her face brimming with carefree mirth. How was it? Was it fun? What did you feel? For the first time, Shi Yang found herself overwhelmed by Jiang Xing's exuberance. Akin to a moment of silence in the face of paparazzi, entirely devoid of the inclination to converse. Noticing Shi Yang's pallor, Jiang Xing, with a pang of conscience, handed her phone to Yu Xiangshu and effortlessly lifted Shi Yang, who was caught off guard. The 6-year-old, not even a meter tall, carried her towards the resting bench, setting her down gently. Yu Xiangshu trailed behind, his expression inscrutable. He had inquired before, learning that during their time in the mountains, her father had treated her as a child laborer, forcing her to gather firewood daily, even carrying her home. It wasn't too far-fetched to think a child could manage Shi Yang's weight. However, the male actors who struggled to lift their female co-stars were in trouble, especially since this moment was captured live on her phone.
Goodness.
A potato-sized little frame carrying an adult woman? Is there no one to oversee this? Shi Yang's official weight was 90 pounds, although the distance was not considerable. I recall a recent incident where a young actor who couldn't lift a female co-star made headlines. That actress also weighed 90 pounds, and he had the audacity to claim she was too heavy.
Now,
it became evident that even a 6-year-old could manage what he could not. Some fans might be in for a rude awakening. While it seemed absurd that a male actor couldn't lift a female co-star, was it truly unreasonable for a 6-year-old to do so? Jiang Xing hurried off to fetch 2 bottles of water, handing them to the 2 men while frowning, urging them to drink as if they were delicate saplings that would wither away with the slightest neglect. At a height of 100 meters, a gentle shake would leave one feeling scrambled, like an egg. Yu Xiangshu's complexion had returned to normal, and Jiang Xing admonished him, Shi Yang is too delicate. In the future, refrain from taking her on such thrilling adventures. Yu Xiangshu nearly choked on his water. What are you babbling about? I distinctly saw you holding her hand tightly. He was taken aback by her unfounded accusations. Was she truly oblivious? No, it seemed she was deliberately distorting the truth. Impervious to reason. As they engaged in their light-hearted banter, Yang finally sensed her legs regaining strength. Yet she was resolute in her refusal to partake in any further exhilarating activities. Jiang Xing inquired at several attractions, only to be turned away due to Yang's insufficient height, ultimately recommending the children's area featuring a carousel and a coin-operated rocking horse. Following that, there were no plans for outings in the next 2 days, leading swiftly into the second half of the first episode's recording. Welcome back to Fiery Romance. Tomorrow, we commence the live broadcast of the show. The rules remain unchanged. Tonight, you will once again select your teammates. In a mutual selection, you may form teams, while unchosen guests will face penalties as determined by their selected companions, with the production team randomly pairing those left out. You have 5 minutes to ponder and jot down the names of your preferred guests. Jiang Xing settled beside Yang and noticed her unhesitatingly writing down Yu Tsangshu's name. Nodding in satisfaction, her efforts had not been in vain. Yu Tsangshu caught her sly smile. He could tell from Jiang Xing's expression that Yang had made her choice. He swiftly inscribed a name on his card. If he failed to write Yang's name, Jiang Xing would surely cry for 3 days and nights and report him in their group's chat. The cards were collected, and within a minute, the results were revealed. Yu Tsangshu and Yang successfully held hands. Ganami chose Qiu Qizhou, and Han selected Yu Tsangshu, while Qiu Qizhou picked Yang. And Liang Jingqi also opted for Yang. The four faced a pairing failure and would endure the penalties proposed by their selections. All the male guests had chosen Yang, causing an uproar among the live audience. What is happening? Is this scripted? Why does everyone choose Yang? Even the hamster was resigned to this, but Liang Jingqi's choice was perplexing. It was hard to comprehend. Hadn't Qiu Qizhou and Yang already parted ways? What did it mean for him to still pursue her? It seemed he was merely a central air conditioning unit seeking to reclaim a former suitor. Poor fool, they chuckled. You're foolish, one picked Yu Tsangshu, not even Qiu Qizhou, a clever retort indeed. The ship of the unconventional couple was surprisingly sturdy. The sheep was enduring. Upon seeing the results, Qiu Qizhou did not express anger, but rather a wistful smile, simply wanting to seize this opportunity to apologize for the unpleasantness that had transpired between him and Miss Yang. For the past few days, she had blocked him on WeChat, and his calls went unanswered. Whenever they crossed paths, she would not spare him a glance. He hadn't anticipated that Yang would not choose him at all, and Han was taken aback that Yu Tsangshu had once again selected Yang. What did she lack compared to Yang? Nevertheless, she would justify herself. She had admired Teacher Yu for quite some time and had hoped for an opportunity to collaborate. But alas, this episode was not meant to be. Though both women provided logical explanations, the fans remained anxious about their own foundations. As for Liang Jingqi, he shrugged. Yang was beautiful, and he was too familiar with Ganami. Time for a change. Ganami shared the same sentiment, thus also selecting Qiu Qizhou. Yet, now they faced penalties, which were not determined by punishment cards, but by 5 small boxes placed neatly on the table. This time they would choose props, which they could not remove during the task. Initially, Yang chose props for the 2 men without even glancing at the boxes, directly selecting the first and second for Liang Jingqi and Qiu Qizhou. Qiu Qizhou picked a small one for Ganami, while Yu Tsangshu had Jiang Xing make the decision for him, completing the distribution of punishment props. Chapter 32. What kind of dating show is this? The task this time involved assisting farmers with the autumn harvest, specifically rice gathering, with each group responsible for a designated plot of land. The scoring system deviated slightly from previous formats. Considering that the participants lacked experience in such labor, the farmers would evaluate their efficiency as the primary scoring criterion, emphasizing the significance of the harvest for their income. This time, the participants were astute enough to inquire about any hidden rules. And the production team confirmed, scoring based on area would account for 30%, with complaints resulting in point deductions. Finally, the rules were laid bare. Afterward, the director assigned groups for a different show dynamic, Liang Jingqi with Han, and Ganami with Qiu Qizhou. Once the group assignments were completed, they opened their respective punishment props. Ganami's box was small, revealing a pair of sunglasses that, when worn, rendered her colorblind, seeing only shades of gray. And Han received a long dress, Liang Jingqi a pair of slippers, and Qiu Qizhou a pair of scissors. Liang Jingqi placed the slippers on the ground, switching them out. feeling a twinge of unease as he glanced at Han in her dress while he remained in slippers. All of them were pampered, having never experienced the rigors of fieldwork, yet they understood the sensation of being trapped in a quagmire. Fiery romance was no stranger to such challenges. As the clock ticked down, the tasks loomed large, and the participants were reminded to rest well tonight for their early morning journey to the fields. I was eager to see how they would navigate the fields in slippers. The dry land might be manageable, but in the rice paddies, Liang Jingqi would surely find himself submerged. I sensed that no group would have it easy. The non-traditional dating show was about to showcase its true colors. Had they ever even seen rice before? Surely they wouldn't mistake it for something else. Many individuals can recognize the exquisite rice sold in supermarkets. Yet it is rather perplexing that they might not be able to identify rice plants themselves. In Xiangcheng, a city of considerable economic affluence where land is a precious commodity, encountering farmland in daily life is indeed a rarity. The following day's mission site required an early departure to the outskirts of a neighboring city. At 6 the next morning, everyone assembled, with Liang Jingqi's flip-flops and Han's long skirt standing out as the most conspicuous attire, while the rest donned sun-protective clothing and pants. Rising so early left everyone feeling somewhat lethargic. After an hour-and-a-half ride to the city's edge, the group caught up on some much-needed rest in the vehicle. The production team provided each participant with a straw hat and a sickle, gathering them on the edge of a rice paddy. The farmers appeared somewhat shy yet warmly jovial, patiently instructing them on how to harvest the rice and minimize grain loss. Qiu Qizhou could only follow along with his scissors as a demonstration. Jiang Xing sat leisurely nearby, casually chewing on a blade of foxtail grass, her straw hat far too large, obscuring half her head. "Jiang Xing," a voice called from across the field. She lifted her hat to see Yu Tsangshu approaching, who gently pulled her up from the ground. "There are bugs everywhere in the field. Be careful sitting on the ground as they might crawl onto you. You should go back and sit in the car." Jiang Xing brushed his hand aside, reassuring him. "Don't worry, I'm more familiar with the farmland than you are. You should focus on your tasks." Yu Tsangshu regarded her disapprovingly. She was still wearing a pair of white shoes, and unfortunately, the field was muddy. Just standing at the edge had already dirted her shoes. Jiang Xing pushed him back into the field. "Brother, what predicament are you in that you still concern yourself with me? There might be snakes in the field. You need to look after Sister Shuyang." Yu Tsangshu stumbled back into the field, one foot sinking into the mud, his mouth twitching at the mention of snakes. Jiang Xing was merely teasing. There were no snakes, but there were leeches. Tired of his nagging, she ran over to another plot of land to observe another group completing their tasks. "Sister Nami, watch out for leeches. You can't see them clearly with your sunglasses on." "Brother Jingqi," Jiang Xing paused. "I wish you success." His flip-flops were not only destined to become a scarecrow in the field but also threatened to slip off and entangle around his ankles. Liang Jingqi was well aware of what awaited him. Tentatively, he stepped into the waterlogged field, which sucked his foot in like a whirlpool. With great effort, he managed to pull his foot out, nearly losing a flip-flop and splattering mud all over his pants. He glanced at his companion Han, whose long skirt reached her ankles. She had tied it up halfway, but was hesitant to test the waters. "What if I step on something and hurt my foot?" Jiang Xing quietly appeared by her side. "Don't worry. Aside from leeches, there's nothing dangerous." The production team had prepared waterproof pants, but failed to distribute them. And Han was now even more reluctant to step into the mud, her brows furrowed as she whispered, "Harvesting is all done mechanically now. Who uses sickles anymore? It's inefficient and exhausting." Jiang Xing's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I heard that. Points deducted." She added, "While mechanization is indeed prevalent, that has nothing to do with you. Does the production team not know about mechanical harvesting? They simply want to make things difficult for the participants." With that, she left behind an infuriating silhouette. The other groups had already begun their tasks. Seeing this, Liang Jingqi gritted his teeth and stepped fully into the mud. It turned into a scene of him pulling out carrots rather than harvesting rice. He lost his balance and fell directly into the muddy field, splattering dirt everywhere, and became momentarily petrified. Sitting there, he suddenly understood the feelings of Yu Tsangshu and Shuyang when they had taken the cable car halfway up the mountain. A sense of surrender washed over him in an instant. Laughter erupted. "How pitiful. Take it easy, baby. The feeling of flip-flops sliding down to your ankles is even worse." A pang of sympathy arose, but it was fleeting. The humor was too infectious. It seemed the very essence of his spirit had been drained. Observing the group's dynamics, it was evident that they were the most chaotic. Someone quickly caught on and Gunami spoke up, "I'll trade my prop card for the waterproof pants." The exchange was successful. After donning the waterproof pants, she ventured into the field again, finding her worries eased and harvesting the rice with renewed efficiency. Upon witnessing her success, others quickly realized they too needed to make the trade, as spending a day barefoot in the mud would surely leave their toenails yellowed. To prevent such an outcome, each person had one prop card, all of which were exhausted. Jiang Xing watched, spitting out the foxtail grass from her mouth, and approached the staff. "Uncles, don't you find this recording rather dull?"
What?
It's meant to capture the amusing moments in the fields, without overly dramatic plot arrangements. What kind of dating show is this? Chapter 33. Where are you grasping? There was no romantic atmosphere in the dating show, nor were opportunities created for the participants. Aside from making them suffer, what other adult themes could the show possibly explore? It felt as though the dating show had morphed into a survival program. The director team, caught in a 6-year-old's critique, found her arguments compelling, yet were reminded that the first episode's theme was intentionally subdued for approval and to foster relationships among the regular cast. Jiang Xing pointed at Liang Jingqi, whose head nearly plunged into the mud. "Director, look at him. He's a singer, not a soldier. He's just going to sleep where he falls. You can't expect them to harvest much rice." Then she gestured towards the earnest Gunami, who, wearing sunglasses, was oblivious to the leeches, making her work more efficient as she focused solely on her tasks without interaction. Her gaze shifted to Shiyang and Yu Tsangshu's duo. Shiyang, as usual, struggled with her physical stamina, panting heavily after a few attempts in the muddy field before finally collapsing and playing with the mud. She expressed her bias, noting that dedicated participants like Gunami and Shiyang, who prioritized the dating show as effect, were few. Initially, the director team found her points valid and pondered how to promote interaction among the participants. However, upon hearing her last comment, they were at a loss. The producer directed the main camera towards Yu Tsangshu's team. Shiyang, clad in waterproof pants, made no effort to resist and sat down in the mud, hurling a handful of dark, sticky clay towards the ground near Yu Tsangshu's feet, catching the attention of those ahead. Yu Tsangshu indeed noticed her movements. It was clear she had no intention of rising again, so he didn't push her to work. When Shiyang called out to him, he paused his actions. "What's the matter? Should I help you up?" "No need, I might take a bit longer." With a chuckle, Yu Tsangshu removed his muddy gloves, wiped the sweat from his brow, and retreated to sit on the edge of the field. "Go ahead. I'm just saying, if we don't work, we lose a chance for a romantic date, but if we do work, we gain a week full of backaches," she argued. Yu Tsangshu fixed his gaze on her, quietly dismissing her reasoning. Their labor was unnecessary for the farmers, merely a production decision for effect. Sensing his wavering resolve, Shiyang seized the moment and extended her hand for a high five to seal their understanding. Yu Tsangshu did not engage in a high five with her. Instead, he stood up, grasped her hand, and effortlessly lifted her up. "You look weary. Go back, drink some water, and take a rest." The expanse of land they were tasked to cultivate was vast, and given the pace at which the guests worked, it would be impossible to complete the task in a single day. Their only goal was to avoid being the last group. His motivation was not a fervent love for labor, but rather the concern that if he went hungry, how would Jiang Xing manage? Would she, like him, have to forego meals, or could she order takeout? It would be fortunate if she could order food separately, yet what if they couldn't share a meal together? Missing a meal could leave her famished and thin. The director's voice echoed through the drone. "Attention everyone, we have an announcement. The game rules have been modified. Interaction with one's partner would now be counted in the scoring system, reducing the points for cultivating the land to 20%, while interaction points would constitute 50%. How amusing! Upon hearing this, all the guests paused their activities, and even Liang Jingqi managed to rise from the ground, exclaiming, "Haha! Does this mean we don't have to work anymore?" Splendid! The dark, twisted, crawling, and roaring imagery perfectly embodied Liang Jingqi. The next time he performed at a concert, it would be hard not to recall today a scene of him writhing in the dirt. There was no escape from the madness of recording a show filled with passion. The tasks for the interactive challenges would be determined based on the highest number of likes from viewers, with voting rights activated during the live broadcast to calculate the final scores. A completion rate exceeding 50% would result in a score of 5 points, with a total of 10 interactive tasks to be evaluated. Jiang Xing interjected, "Didn't they just say it was 2/3 for completion?" Her voice resonated clearly through the loudspeaker. "Ha ha ha, Star, you truly have a way." Star, being younger, was unaware of the terrifying prowess of online trolls. The director's team abruptly changed their minds. Could it be that Star was instigating from the sidelines? A reasonable suspicion, as the last main shot had focused on Shi Yang and the hamster's live stream. The director's team turned off the loudspeaker and retrieved the drone. The chief director, alongside Jiang Xing, patiently explained the composition of the live audience, noting that achieving more than half of the votes was quite significant. The collection of tasks would be initiated by the director's team via the official account, with a half-hour interval for submissions, selecting the task with the highest likes for release. Shi Yang returned with 2 bottles of purified water, handing one to Yu Tsongshu with a bright smile. This way, she wouldn't feel guilty about being unhelpful, for she truly lacked the strength to contribute effectively. She resolved that after the first episode, she would intensify her training. The image of a delicate flower would not suffice on this fiery show. Yu Tsongshu twisted open the cap and took a few sips before placing the bottle on the edge of the field. Noticing that the other groups had ceased their efforts, he decided to abandon the 20 points. He mentally calculated that their progress was comparable to that of Gunami's group and felt he could still muster some effort. Every point counted. He picked up the sickle and returned to the field, leaving Shi Yang astonished at his determination. In that moment, she fervently chastised herself for her lax mentality and lack of team spirit. How shameful. Consequently, driven by an unknown motivation, she seized a sickle and rushed into the field. Seeing her approach with such fervor, Yu Tsongshu instinctively stepped aside, uncertain whether she intended to slash at him. As she halted beside him, nearly stumbling forward, she grasped his pants to steady herself. Yu Tsongshu quickly pushed her hand away, his face shifting from red to pale. Where was she grabbing? Realizing she had inadvertently pinched him, Shi Yang quickly clasped her hands together in apology. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. Forgive me. Chapter 34. Not doubting your abilities. The camera angle was praised.
Ha ha ha.
The hamster's entire face turned crimson. Twice in a row, the last time I climbed a mountain, I used that photo as my screensaver. Shi Yang truly relished apologizing. It was hilariously amusing. Can you endure such humiliation? Drag it back. Up there. You're the one being a nuisance. Since the fallout between Shi Yang and Qiu Qizhou, her public image had improved considerably. Although many online still hurled insults at her, the numbers told a different story. She gained 300,000 followers in just 1 week. A significant improvement for someone previously overlooked. Yu Tsongshu gritted his teeth, struggling to utter the words "it's nothing." His rear still throbbed, and who could understand? The nerves in that area were incredibly sensitive. Noticing his foul expression, Shi Yang instinctively distanced herself, fearing he might retaliate with a punch, and lowered her presence. Bowing her head to work quietly, Yu Tsongshu inhaled deeply and resignedly withdrew his gaze. She truly seemed timid, a coward. Yet her earnest effort in work now was a far cry from the clumsy figure she had been days prior. In contrast to the peculiar atmosphere of their group, the other 2 groups appeared relatively harmonious. Upon hearing the scoring ratio, Liang Jingqi promptly abandoned the task of harvesting, rolling and crawling to the edge of the field for a break. His slippers were in tatters, he wore waders, and after a struggle, he finally pried them off his ankles, nearly sending them flying. And Han was not in much better shape, wearing a long skirt over her waders. The dissimilar structure of the garments made her look as though she was sporting 2 large bulges. Upon reaching the edge, she promptly removed the wader suspenders to let her skirt breathe. Liang Jingqi shifted back 2 positions, alarmed. Your skirt. It was one thing to remove her pants, but the fact that she wore a skirt underneath was problematic. Before she could arrange the skirt, her bare legs starkly contrasted against the mud.
Han innocently exclaimed.
Then blushed profusely, hastily trying to pull down her hand-tied skirt. Don't look. Liang Jingqi, in a show of decency, turned his head away, pretending nothing had occurred. Help! What if the online community spreads rumors that I'm a pervert? Once Han managed to adjust her skirt, she seemed to compose herself, softly apologizing. I didn't mean to be harsh. I was just anxious. Liang Jingqi, still in a daze, replied, You weren't harsh towards me. And Han crouched beside him, inquiring, Are you angry? Liang Jingqi snapped back to reality, bewildered. No, why would I be angry? That's good, she said, settling next to him. Let us wait for the challenge task. Their group exchanged idle chatter, while Qiu Qizhou's team also paused their activities. It was Qiu Qizhou who halted Gunami. Sister me, I have scissors. Cutting slowly is inefficient, and you've been busy too. It seems unfair. I can't help it all. Since the other groups have stopped, why don't we forfeit this score? Gunami ceased her actions, glancing around. She noticed Yu Tsongshu's group still laboring diligently, gripping her sickle-s handle. Following her gaze, Chiu Chijo's pupils widened in realization. He quickly urged her to look at Liang Jingqi's group. As long as we're better than some, it's acceptable. Gunami pursed her lips, seeming discontented with his stance, but recognizing her misfortune with the scissors, she opted to go along with Chiu Chijo's suggestion. Sister me, I'll fetch some water. Chiu Chijo set down the scissors, removed his gloves, and went to retrieve 2 bottles of water, thoughtfully opening the caps for her. Sitting on the ground, enjoying the breeze, they observed Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang still hard at work, prompting a sigh from Chiu Chijo. They're putting in so much effort, do they really need those points? Gunami merely responded with a non-committal not engaging further, while Chiu Chijo, seemingly oblivious to her indifference, continued to converse with her, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As Chiu Chijo idly slacked off while Gunami toiled alone, any fondness he had garnered began to wane. How had I never noticed before how excessively oily Chiu Chijo was? Didn't he realize that Mi Jia was completely disinterested in him? Yet, he continued to seek conversation, creating an atmosphere of sheer awkwardness. Some individuals truly need not be so nitpicky, do they? What could the production team possibly do with a pair of scissors for him? Was he merely attempting to coast through the challenge? Did he not see how self-critical he was being? If he refrained from speaking to Gunami, you would chastise him for being impolite, yet when he attempts to engage, you accuse him of forcing conversation. What more could he say? As an impartial observer, neither praising nor criticizing, I watched the entire process unfold. Although Chiu Chijo moved slowly, he was consistently active. Half an hour passed, and the first task for each group was announced.
Now,
we declare the initial interactive challenge for each group. Please line up behind the starting line designated by the production team, corresponding to your assigned rice paddy path. The male participants must carry the female participants on their backs, race to the finish line, and the females must bite onto the balloon placed there before racing back to the starting point. There is no timing. Scoring will be based on audience satisfaction. The power of decision rests entirely with the audience, which requires contemplation on what they most desire to see. They will only vote if they witness what they wish to see. Making this different from a mere speed competition, it is far more intriguing. Once the task was announced, the guests were given 10 minutes to prepare, awaiting the unified directive from the show to commence. The path was significantly easier to traverse than the rice field, devoid of the clay that clung to shoes. Yet the ground was soft, occasionally requiring a leap over water channels. Liang Jingqi removed his water pants and tucked his slippers into his calves. They were already loose, and he found it not too uncomfortable. Running in slippers was less efficient than running barefoot. Chiu Chijo, on the other hand, found his scissors awkwardly placed. Fearing he might inadvertently harm Gunami, ultimately resorting to tucking them into a shallow pocket, precariously half in, half out. Shi Yang set down her sickle, while Yu Tsongshu had already stepped onto the path, taking a sip of water. She straightened her back, loosening her waist, her gaze hesitantly fixed on Yu Tsongshu's waist. Yu Tsongshu felt uneasy under her intense gaze, tightening the bottle cap with force as he approached her. Shi Yang moved to his side, her concern evident in her eyes. Yu Tsongshu suppressed his feelings, asking, "What do you wish to know?" Shi Yang blurted out, "Can you carry me? Is your waist tired?" She meant no offense, simply considering his well-being after bending over to work for so long. Yu Tsongshu's expression darkened. Did she not realize that her question implied a doubt in his strength as a man? Frustrated he felt. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Shi Yang hurriedly clarified, "I meant no offense. I am genuinely exhausted myself and thought you might be as well, not implying your waist couldn't handle it." The more she explained, the more convoluted it became. Shi Yang fell silent under his penetrating gaze. Chapter 35. Having been in a few relationships. 10 minutes elapsed. All guests were ready, and the director announced the challenge's commencement. Yu Tsongshu crouched before Shi Yang, urging her to climb aboard. Shi Yang dared not hesitate, using both hands and feet to ascend onto his back, gripping tightly around his waist with her legs, fearing a fall. She exhaled, preparing herself. Her breath brushed against his ear, causing her to blush inadvertently. It was evident she was frightened, her arms wrapping around him, her legs clinging to him, an authentic demonstration of using all limbs.
He blushed.
He was bashful, yet he feigned nonchalance, clearly elated. This was not a speed competition. Yu Tsongshu appeared to adopt a measured pace, each step deliberate. He carefully probed the ground in areas where the grass was tall, wary of hidden pitfalls. When crossing the water channel, he further slowed his pace to avoid slipping. Shi Yang had braced herself for a potential fall, yet found that Yu Tsangshu moved as if on solid ground. Gradually, she relaxed, her legs easing down to rest at his sides, cautious not to move abruptly.
Ah.
Just as she fully relaxed, Yu Tsangshu's foot slipped, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip around his waist. Yu Tsangshu glanced down at her legs wrapped around him again, remaining silent. What a little hamster. Did he truly believe we wouldn't notice his antics? His affection for Shi Yang's legs clinging to him was evident. It was clear he was quite the little hamster. Yu Tsangshu was genuinely enthralled. Just look at his expression. It was one of triumph. Shi Yang was indeed troublesome. Our innocent hamster had begun to feel flustered, while Yu Tsangshu maintained his steady pace. Liang Jingqi was a whirlwind of activity. After freeing his feet, he hoisted Han onto his back and dashed forward recklessly, nearly tumbling several times, heedless of the risks. And Han's face paled with fear. If they fell, she would either serve as a human cushion or end up tasting the mud. Now that their water gear was removed, falling into the field would surely leave them filthy. She was clad in a dress, and without care, it could easily become immodest.
Can you slow down? I am scared.
Don't worry, I won't drop you, he reassured her. And Han shook her head, unconvinced. Overcome with fear, she began to squirm on his back, pleading, please run slower, falling would surely hurt. Liang Jingqi, with slippers caught on his calves, sought a swift resolution but, considering her concerns, reluctantly reduced his speed. And Han glanced sideways, noticing Yu Tsangshu and Shi Yang's group leisurely strolling, as if enjoying a scenic walk through the fields, elegant and romantic. She couldn't help but inwardly criticize Liang Jingqi. Despite not falling, he was remarkably swift, leading their group to the finish line first. He approached the balloon pile, instructing her to grab one and bite down on it, and Han hesitated to move. Although the balloon was not of poor quality, she found it unsanitary. She nestled against Liang Jingqi's back, affectionately rubbing against him. Teacher Liang, can we wait a moment? They haven't arrived yet. Liang Jingqi stiffened as if jolted by electricity. An indescribable expression crossed his face. He loosened his grip, and Han, unable to wrap her arms around his neck in time, tumbled to the ground, landing with a painful thud. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her voice rich with indignation, her tone oscillating as tears welled in her eyes, crying pitifully. Liang Jingqi's lips trembled, his fingers pointing at her in disbelief. You. How could she be so brazen? How could she be so unrefined? And Han, fearing Liang Jingqi would disclose her embarrassing moment on camera, cried even louder, her dress now soiled, her face splattered with mud, resembling a rag doll. Poor, naive darling. Surely she was in agony. What was Liang Jingqi thinking, carelessly dropping her? Did he not understand basic manners? Why was he just standing there? Someone should help her up. My heart ached. She fell directly to the ground. Surely her bottom was bruised.
Han,
with muddy hands and tear-streaked cheeks, had no way to wipe her eyes. Seeing the man still frozen in place, she struggled to rise, her skirt completely stained. The damp fabric clung to her, heavy and uncomfortable. Teacher Liang, I don't blame you. You surely didn't mean it. Liang Jingqi snapped back to reality, witnessing her feeble attempt to lean towards him, causing him to flinch and step back repeatedly. Why you need to wash your hands first? Not far away, there was a clear water channel. He hesitated to voice her indiscretions in front of the cameras, unable to discern whether she had deliberately brushed against him or if it had been an accident. Nevertheless, he could not bear it. An uncomfortable sensation washed over him. After Han returned from washing her hands, still with tears glistening on her lashes and her eyes reddened like a frightened rabbit, Liang Jingqi internally battled with himself once more, crouching down to allow her to climb aboard. Perhaps he should trust that it was unintentional. Indeed, and Han remained docile, refraining from any further untoward actions, obediently picking up a balloon to hold in her mouth. Liang Jingqi noted her readiness and promptly turned back. As they made their way back, the others had only just reached the finish line. Qiu Qizhou and Gan Nami interact quite ordinarily, with the live-stream chat often dubbing Nami as the romance terminator. After all, neither Liang Jingqi nor Qiu Qizhou seemed to share any chemistry with her. Perhaps it is due to her strong demeanor as a powerful woman. Her commanding presence is far removed from the delicate femininity of others, leading to a lack of the anticipated programmatic allure in front of these men. Yu Tsangshu leisurely carried Shi Yang towards the finish line, while Shi Yang picked up a pink balloon, biting one end to silence herself. With a mischievous glint in his deep-set eyes, Yu Sangshu asked, Sure Yang, I have a few questions for you. Sure Yang, puzzled, could only respond with a non-committal her tone lifting slightly, betraying her confusion. He had not asked her anything during their walk, and now that she couldn't voice her thoughts, he began to inquire. Are you 7 meters tall? Sure Yang affirmed with another as she was precisely that height. Has anyone ever carried you? After a brief pause, she responded with a subdued her tone lacking vibrancy. Her father used to carry her affectionately throughout her childhood, but since his passing, no one had done so again. Yu Sangshu's tone shifted slightly. Does he think you're heavy? Sure Yang shook her head firmly. The balloon brushed against Yu Sangshu's cheek. How could her father have thought her heavy? He only lamented his own aging, unable to carry her any longer. Yu Sangshu fell into a long silence, and Sure Yang assumed he had finished his questioning. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. How many times have you dated? Each counted as one. Sure Yang responded affirmatively.
Once?
He probed. Quite experienced.
Aren't you?
Back home, they were strict, so I've never dated at all. Chapter 36. Sure Yang announces relationship. What's that overwhelming scent? Did I leave the sauerkraut jar open? The snarky comments flowed abundantly. Once dated, and now she as experienced? Hamster, you truly have no exes? If Sure Yang were to respond with a few more would he explode on the spot? She certainly knows how to play it cool, having only dated once. Surely her benefactors number over 10. Chiyo, wake up. Don't be misled by her appearance. Sure Yang nudged his cheek with the balloon, seemingly inquiring if he had any questions, blissfully unaware of their intimate exchange. Yu Sangshu felt a ticklish sensation from the balloon's contact. The texture was rather unpleasant. His gaze darkened slightly, his voice inadvertently taking on a subtle huskiness. How long did it last? Are you still seeing each other? His probing was particularly detailed, addressing a topic that piqued the audience's interest. The revelation of a romantic relationship was a favorite gossip fodder among contemporary youth, and with this topic surfacing, viewership surged by several 100,000, eagerly anticipating what would unfold. Yu Sangshu understood she could not speak. You're nudging me with a balloon once a year? The live stream was rife with snarky banter. Sure Yang lowered her gaze. Feeling no need to hide the fact that she had broken up, she gently nudged his face with the balloon once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. 5 whole years? Yu Sangshu tightened his grip around her thigh, taken aback by her loyalty to a relationship that lasted so long. Have you broken up? As he posed the question, Yu Sangshu distinctly felt his throat constrict, dryness settling in, an uncomfortable sensation prickling at his heart. If she was still in a relationship, he would certainly have to educate his sister on the chaos her matchmaking had caused. He would never meddle in someone else's love life. Yu Sangshu, lost in thought, suddenly realized he hadn't comprehended her response clearly. What did you say? We broke up? His tone lifted slightly, revealing a hint of relief. Yu Sangshu ceased his inquiries, bowing his head as he walked contemplatively. The camera should zoom in on his face, capturing that fleeting smile which held no real value.
Keep asking.
Don't hold back. I know you have more questions. Aren't you curious? When Sure Yang broke up? Or the reason behind it? Don't you want to know if she wishes to date again? It appears I'm fated to accept the fact that my sister-in-law is Sure Yang. Wait. Sure Yang dated her ex for 5 years, and after debuting, she had a crush on Chiyo for 2 years. Hold on, everyone. I need to investigate this. Secretary, quickly find out. I sense a new scoop brewing.
Unbeknownst to Xiang.
Her revelation about her past romance had sparked interest in Chiyo. Even if she were aware, she wouldn't be flustered. It was Chiyo who should be concerned, as he had crafted a single persona and was stirring up rumors with Han. If his romantic history were to be exposed, especially with Sure Yang, it would be quite the scandal. Despite the barrage of comments urging Yu Sangshu to continue questioning, he refrained from posing any new inquiries. Their group was the slowest, waiting quite a while after the other 2 groups returned with their balloons. Yu Sangshu crouched down to set her down, and Sure Yang removed the balloon from her mouth, which had become unavoidably wet from prolonged biting. She placed it on the ground, and Yu Sangshu helped her pop it, marking the completion of their task. With all groups having finished their challenge, they were granted a half-hour break before the next task was announced, with all scores to be revealed upon the conclusion of the challenges. Half an hour. Everyone in their respective live streams pleaded with viewers for leniency, hoping for easier challenges. Yu Sangshu settled beside Sure Yang. Did my earlier questions trouble you? Sure Yang shook her head. It's fine. It's nothing private. For stars. Nothing is more intimate than matters of the heart. Yu Tsongshu cleared his throat, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. You can ask me anything.
Si yang lo get puslet.
Ask what? Anything you like. Her eyes lit up as if discovering new territory. Teacher Yu, something seems off. Embarrassed under her scrutiny, Yu Tsongshu averted his gaze. What's off? Yang bit her lip, tilting her head curiously. Yu Tsongshu, feeling her penetrating gaze, stood abruptly. You should rest. I'll go check on my sister and see what she is up to. He fled with a hint of urgency. Quite clever of you. Using the stars as an excuse. Oh stars, your wish is about to come true. Your brother has finally woken up. If they truly became a couple, the stars would indeed be mine. The secretary's efficiency leaves much to be desired. When will you return with Yang's dating history? The interaction between Yang and Yu Tsongshu was clipped by netizens, quickly dominating trending topics. Yang made her debut on the trending list. Yang announces relationship. Yang 5-year relationship. Wait. She dated her ex for 5 years while flirting with Qiu Qizhou in plain sight for 2 years. What does that even mean? I have an ominous premonition. I feel as though my house will collapse. This year, I'm supporting one collapse after another. Am I a jinx? Sisters, don't look for problems within yourselves. It's all their fault. The ones who should be taxed are sleeping around. Yang and Qiu Qizhou are from the same agency, and Yang's contract is nearing its end. When she unexpectedly trended alone, her manager found it odd. Only when they realized the topic was shifting towards Qiu Qizhou did they scramble to manage public relations, spending to suppress the trending topic. Qiu Qizhou still holds substantial economic value for the company. They cannot let Yang drag him down. As Yang's manager, she was well aware of the true nature of Yang and Qiu Qizhou's relationship. After the hot topics were cleared, she called Yang. But after several attempts with no answer, she remembered they were still recording the show. Netizens are astute. Whenever Yang's name is linked with others, it usually ends in trending backlash, and they've never seen such public relations efforts before. Recently, the topic of Qiu Qizhou has garnered significant attention, resulting in a wave of online discourse being suppressed by an influx of online influencers. What does this imply? Particularly in the past 2 years. As scandals involving celebrities in the entertainment industry have become increasingly prevalent, individuals have honed their investigative skills, swiftly pinpointing the root of various issues. After completing 5 challenging tasks, during the midday break, Yang picked up her phone and noticed a series of missed calls, entirely from her ineffectual agent. Confused, she stepped aside to return the call.
Dongye.
Is there something you need? She inquired, only to be met with a barrage of criticism. Yang, are you out of your mind? Why did you announce your relationship on the show? Are you trying to ruin Qiu Qizhou? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang smirked cynically. It was evident that her segment with Yu Tsongshu had been edited and leaked, eliciting quite a response. I never mentioned his name, she replied. Contemporary netizens are exceptionally astute. They can easily connect the dots and deduce that it's Qiu Qizhou. You must promptly issue a statement clarifying that there was a misunderstanding. My previous relationship lasted 5 months and occurred many years ago. Chapter 37. My sister is a rare genius. That's not an option. Ignoring the agent's furious threats, Yang hung up. With only 2 months remaining on her contract with the company, this program represented her final endeavor for them. What transpired between Qiu Qizhou and the company was of no concern to her. After hanging up, she returned to find Qiu Qizhou also engaged with his phone, only to return after a considerable time. His agent had informed him that Yang's attitude was exceedingly poor. She was utterly unwilling to clarify matters, allowing the situation to escalate unchecked. It wouldn't be long before his public image would collapse, jeopardizing everything he had painstakingly built. Their college romance had never been a secret, yet once he entered the industry, the company had ensured it remained under wraps. However, now that Yang had linked herself to Yu Tsongshu, leveraging his celebrity status, the online scrutiny would be impossible to contain. The company's stance was clear. While he had potential for growth, his value was fixed. Should the scandal erupt, the cost of defending him would far exceed his worth. Leading the company to abandon him, they offered him 2 options. The first was to publicly acknowledge his relationship with Yang, explaining his previous disdain for her as the result of a deteriorating relationship, thus framing their romance as a mere fade. Yang lacked the ability to speak for herself. All her social media accounts were under the company's control. With her diminished value, they could easily shelve her, rendering her invisible to the public. Silencing Yang would be far simpler than silencing countless netizens. The second option involved a bold public announcement of his relationship with An Han, who was also under the same agency. This would serve to promote their artists while riding the wave of current popularity. If their college romance were to be uncovered, they could easily claim they had broken up after 3 years of dating upon graduation. The company had successfully concealed their interactions for 2 years post-graduation. No one had witnessed them together, thus implying there was no ongoing relationship. Why did Shuyang claim it was 5 years? Who was to know? Perhaps her 5 years were merely a one-sided affair. Naturally, Qiu Qizhou opted for the second plan. Shuyang had become irrelevant. Her reputation was in tatters, and the company had no intention of renewing her contract. If he chose to remain tied to her, he too would face a bleak future.
Yet,
he could not fathom why Shuyang had become so heartless. She had professed her love for him fervently before the show, and now, she seemed indifferent, readily sharing her relationship with others. In just a week, she appeared transformed, no longer considering his feelings, displaying a shocking selfishness in publicly declaring her romantic involvement. He felt a sense of injustice. Shuyang had always complied with him, never daring to oppose him. Where had things gone awry? With the backing of powerful interests, Shuyang's relationship had not implicated Qiu Qizhou, and the fervor surrounding it had dimmed without a trace. Preoccupied with these thoughts, Qiu Qizhou's performance that afternoon was subpar. His attempts at intimacy with Gunami were met with indifference, resulting in their team finishing last. Meanwhile, Yu Tsongshu and Shuyang's team triumphed. Yu Tsongshu was like a peacock in full display, showcasing himself to the astonishment of the live audience. Suddenly, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He wished for his idol-like behavior not to be scrutinized by fans. Perhaps he should revisit the live stream and compile a collection of moments where he had been caught off guard. He preferred to believe that the hamster's interest in Shuyang stemmed from a desire for her to become his sister-in-law, hence the intentional closeness. The director announced the conclusion of the day's challenge, marking a temporary pause for the first episode-themed pastoral moments. Everyone boarded the vehicles back to the villa. Yu Tsongshu shared a car with Shuyang, cradling Jiang Xing in his arms. Today, she was remarkably well-behaved, unlike her previous antics at Xiangshan, where she incessantly nagged him to take care of Shuyang. Now, she sat quietly in the car, engrossed in her phone. He tugged at her braid.
What are you looking at?
Don't mess with my hair, Jiang Xing retorted, handing him her phone to show him the trending posts, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Yu Tsongshu glanced at the posts, his brow furrowing at the rumors suggesting Shuyang had wealthy benefactors. She was utterly exhausted and had likely closed her eyes to rest upon entering the vehicle, unaware of the online chatter. He pinched Jiang Xing's cheek, whispering, "Most entertainment news is fabricated. You're too young to discern the truth. Just take a look. These trends come and go." After speaking, he squinted, sensing something amiss. "You're not in school. How do you recognize so many characters?" Previously, he only knew that she loved watching videos and playing games. This was the first time he saw her reading such lengthy articles and seemingly understanding them.
Humph.
The little girl in his arms puffed up with pride. "Do you think I'm an idiot? I can understand if I just look at it." Yu Tsongshu was unconvinced, but couldn't fathom how she, having grown up in the mountains with an uneducated father and no formal schooling, could comprehend such texts. He took her phone and randomly clicked on another term. "What about this one? What does it say?" Jiang Xing rolled her eyes. "You don't need to make me read your fans' compliments aloud."
Indeed.
The term he clicked was a fan's enthusiastic endorsement of his work, filled with praise. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The key point was that Jiang Xing could understand it all. Yu Tsongshu planted kisses on her face, disregarding her disdain, his smile turning devilish. His sister was undoubtedly a rare genius. To recognize so many characters without formal education, was she not a prodigy? He could challenge any kindergarten student. None could match her excellence. No one. His sister was invincible. He joyfully shared the news in the family group chat. "Who doesn't he know that my sister can read so many characters? She comprehends the posts on Weibo." Yuyo directly posted an article about the history of Peking opera. "I don't believe it unless my sister reads it to me," Yuqing mentioned. "I'll bring my sister home tonight. There's a contract I need her to review. Ms. Liu, do not exploit my daughter. Next month, we'll return home for a celebration for Xiao Guai. Aunt has yet to meet her niece. Please inform me of the time, once it's set. Let us arrange something for my sister's 6th birthday. It must be a grand affair with many guests. I'll take care of it." Jiang Xing glanced at the flurry of group messages, her eyelids twitching. "There's no need for such grandeur. I can just read. It's not as if I've been accepted into a prestigious university." She returned the phone to him, her expression serious. Their fates were now intertwined more firmly than ever. The fate line of Yang was shrouded in a dense, ominous aura, ominously encroaching upon her lifeline. That foolish troublemaker, Qiu, whose misdeeds are countless, will inevitably face the consequences of his actions in due time. Chapter 38. The Scoundrel and the Scandalous Company. Upon returning to the villa, Yang awakened from her slumber. The hour-and-a-half journey had allowed her to indulge in a delightful nap. As she alighted from the vehicle, she stretched languidly, while Jiang Xing hurried to her side, eager to hold her hand for the walk back. Yang couldn't help but chuckle as she playfully poked her finger into Jiang Xing's adorable dimples. Yu Tsongshu, indulging Jiang Xing, lagged slightly behind, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 steps. The production team had temporarily shut down the live broadcast, as they had spent the entire day in the fields. Despite changing into fresh attire, the earthy scent clung to them, necessitating some time for the artists to bathe and tidy up. The broadcast was scheduled to commence at 7 o'clock, leaving them with 2.5 hours. After ascending the stairs, Jiang Xing was once again ushered back to her room by Yu Tsongshu. She was notably cleaner than he was, having refrained from romping in the fields. Yu Tsongshu took the initiative to shower first. Upon emerging a few minutes later, he found Jiang Xing sitting on the floor, engrossed in a video chat with their family on her tablet. Pause the chat for a moment. Come here, and let your brother help you with your hair, he beckoned, approaching her with one hand drying his hair with a towel, while the other reached for her tablet. Jiang Xing evaded his grasp. Hamster brother. You should dry your hair first. I'll be fine in a moment. Yu Tsongshu cast a puzzled glance at her, noticing several faces on the video call. It appeared she was conversing with Ms. Liu, while the others had their cameras off, likely occupied with their own affairs, yet still taking the time to connect. A few minutes of drying her hair wouldn't hurt. She could chat a little longer. Little darling, your mother has been restless these past few nights. Always dreaming of you being taken away. I can't help but worry when I don't see you, Ms. Liu expressed, her concern evident. Jiang Xing scanned her mother's face, then suggested, Mom, when you sleep tonight, switch places with Dad, and you won't have nightmares. Ms. Liu chuckled at her daughter's logic. Why would switching places with your father prevent nightmares? Jiang Xing replied earnestly, because then it would be Dad having the nightmares instead. Ms. Liu paused, glancing at her husband, who was fishing nearby and laughing heartily at a catch. They were currently on a yacht, surrounded by the vast expanse of the ocean, with the warm sea breeze caressing them. Noticing her gaze, Yu Dad tossed the fish back into the sea and asked, What's wrong? Ms. Liu shook her head, pondering that perhaps Jiang Xing was merely speaking whimsically. In a family that followed Taoist beliefs, it was easy to associate such musings with deeper meanings. She returned her focus to Jiang Xing, saying, That won't do. Your father doesn't want nightmares either. Jiang Xing bit her lip, appearing somewhat troubled. Then perhaps you and Dad should switch to a different apartment for sleeping, and you won't have nightmares. All right, we'll consider your suggestion, Ms. Liu replied, somewhat hesitant. As for changing apartments, that was a different matter. For tonight, she would let her husband sleep inside and switch places with her to see if he would have nightmares. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Tsongshu finished drying his hair. Jiang Xing took the initiative to say goodbye and ended the call, settling down in preparation for her hair washing. After Yang finished her shower, she began to dry her hair while browsing through her phone, examining the scandalous articles about herself. Her main account was managed by the company, and she had no access to it, so she logged in through her private account. She stumbled upon a post made from her account. Yang V, I am grateful for everyone's concern regarding my past relationships. I did not intend to monopolize public resources. I ask for your understanding. I have seen many netizens speculating whether my ex is Qiu. Indeed, we were once in love, but that chapter has long since closed. I hope everyone will refrain from disturbing him. I simply cannot let go of my feelings for him, which is why I have been entangled with him over the past 2 years. My love for him is genuine. I have always imagined us together, which has led to my continued, unreasonable pursuit even after our breakup. I wish him and Ms. heartfelt happiness, and I truly have moved on. Upon reading such grandiloquent words from her account, Yang nearly choked. What a heartfelt declaration. Every mistake and misstep was solely hers to bear. It was her fault for continuing to intrude upon Qiu's life long after their split. It was her inability to move on that led her to misrepresent their 3 years together as 5. Qiu was the innocent victim, tormented by his ex-girlfriend's relentless pursuit, who, even on camera, barely acknowledged their past, stating only that they were not familiar and lacked love, thus giving Yang a sliver of dignity. As expected, The comment section was rife with insults and attacks directed at her. It was the same old drivel. Accusations of not letting go after the breakup, of lacking self-respect, of refusing to allow Qiu Qizhou peace, and of merely attempting to leech off his fame as a vampire. These trolls were all hired by the company. They issued statements from her account while simultaneously employing others to berate her for those very statements. Her manager called. She switched off the hairdryer, and the empty room echoed with the ringtone of her phone. With an impassive expression, she tidied away the hairdryer before leisurely answering the call, activating the speaker and recording function. Sure Yang, you need not continue filming the program. The company has arranged for a new female artist to take your place. Sure Yang scoffed. So, I no longer need to serve as a comparison for Han? What nonsense are you spouting? Your contract is nearing expiration. It's a waste to utilize such a valuable resource on you. Just wait for your contract to be terminated. You are aware it's nearing expiration, yet it hasn't expired yet. On what grounds do you withdraw my resources? Her tone was as calm as still water, yet it thoroughly vexed her manager.
I'm only here to notify you.
We've already discussed with the director. You need not attend the next episode, and you can skip tonight's live broadcast as well. Sure Yang interrupted. Is this Qiu Qizhou's decision? What? It must be his intention, she stated, unnervingly calm, yet provoking irritation in the person on the other end. Do you even consider what is appropriate to say? Otherwise, would you be in this predicament? You know very well that Qiu Qizhou's career is on an upward trajectory. Why would you insist on being his stain? If you had just managed to write out your contract, perhaps you could have secured another opportunity. Now that this has happened, you can only retire from the industry quietly. Hearing such grandiloquent rhetoric, Sure Yang found it amusing. Her reputation had long been tarnished by the company, and she owed her myriad of insults to their machinations. They had never intended to provide her with any opportunity after terminating her contract. Once upon a time, she thought, if I must retire, then so be it. I have endured countless slanders and do not wish to re-emerge to offend others' eyes. Now, however, her mindset had shifted. She refused to withdraw from the industry. The scoundrel and the scandalous company should not expect to have their way, sucking her dry and then discarding her like refuse. What a pipe dream. After hanging up, she heard a knock at the door. Assuming it was a staff member come to inform her of the termination of her recording, she opened the door only to find Qiu Qizhou standing outside. She instinctively attempted to shut the door again, but Qiu Qizhou quickly blocked her way, cautioning. Someone could arrive at any moment. Let us talk, Sure Yang. Chapter 39. Did you not brush your teeth? Such a strong breath. Sure Yang allowed him to enter. As soon as Qiu Qizhou stepped inside, his demeanor did a complete 180, his expression darkening instantly. Sure Yang, you were never like this before. Have you developed feelings for someone else? A fickle woman like you must have already strayed. Sure Yang's eyes were devoid of emotion as she crossed her arms, no longer exhibiting the timidness of her past. Such a man would only seek faults in others, never reflecting on his own shortcomings. Are you truly unaware of who has strayed? You and Han have been entangled for over a year. Did you think I would trust you during this time? Sure Yang adjusted the collar of her nightgown, feeling deeply uncomfortable and even repulsed by his gaze. Qiu Qizhou, did you expect me to mimic Han's display of affection for you on camera? Do you possess such a profound vanity? You trample on my self-esteem while professing love to another woman before the lens, viewing me as nothing more than a bargain? Qiu Qizhou's expression soured, starkly contrasting with the fade he presented on camera. I never anticipated you would perceive me in such a manner. Am I not striving for our future? Do you wish for me to languish in obscurity for the entirety of my life, to have you suffer alongside me? Sure Yang let out a laugh, unable to contain herself, and soon erupted into hearty laughter, ultimately applauding. You truly have no shame, casting such a heavy burden upon my shoulders. Is your ambition solely for your own sake? Would you truly falter without me? How absurd. Qiu Qizhou, filled with indignation, felt the veins on his forehead throb as he clenched his fists tightly. Noticing Sure Yang's obstinacy, he ceased his pretenses. It appears we have little left to discuss. I had originally arranged a safety net for you, but now, with this uproar, you have brought this upon yourself. A safety net? Sure Yang's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to hear what else he might utter. Once you retire quietly from the spotlight, I shall provide for you for a lifetime, ensuring your later years are free from want. Qiu Qizhou's expression was one of condescension, as if he were bestowing a favor upon Sure Yang, oblivious to her pride. Sure Yang's gaze turned icy. He had never contemplated marrying her, but rather sought to keep her as a mistress, cloaking his intentions in charming words. Qiu Qizhou, You truly disgust me. Have you not brushed your teeth in over 20 years to have such a foul breath? This was the first time Chiu had been retorted. His face flushed with rage. His countenance darkened.
Xiang.
Have I not been good enough to you? Have you forgotten who assisted you following your father's accident? Who helped care for your mother during her illness? Do you not recall your mother's final words? She has only been gone a few years. And you have already forgotten her. She raised you, and yet you cannot fulfill her last wishes. Shi Yang, you are truly unfilial. Shi Yang's complexion paled, his words striking her like a venomous curse. Silence. Chiu raised his head in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude.
Xiang.
I have nothing to feel guilty about. You have deeply disappointed me. After uttering this quietly, Chiu leisurely departed. Upon hearing the door close behind him, Shi Yang lost her strength, like a wary hedgehog retracting its spines. She gradually sank to the ground, clutching her legs, her gaze vacant. Chijo is a good child. You should cherish your time with him. You, my dear, often lack resolve. You must heed Chijo's words, her mother had said. After her departure, Chijo became her last bastion of support. Mother, Chijo has changed. He can no longer be my refuge. I must protect myself now. Mother, you won't blame me, will you? Time passed, and she finally rose slowly from the floor, her legs numb, mirroring the fog in her mind. She shuffled to the table, grasping her phone, the screen still displaying the recording interface. After several attempts, she managed to stop it, her hand trembling uncontrollably. Tears cascaded down, landing on the screen. She frantically wiped them away, but they continued to fall, ultimately succumbing to a heart-wrenching sob. Exhausted, she sat on the bed, enveloped in an abyss of darkness, devoid of the will to struggle. After Jiang Xing and Yu Tsongshu finished their showers, they descended to wait, with only 10 minutes remaining until 7. Everyone else trickled down. Yet there was still no sign of Shi Yang. Noticing the little one in his arms was distracted, Yu Tsongshu pinched her soft neck, asking, "What are you thinking?" Jiang Xing was calculating the optimal moment. Tonight, she would reveal the most brutal truth to Shi Yang, unsure if she could bear it. "Brother Hamster, could you assist me with something?" Yu Tsongshu glanced at her, inquiring softly, "What is it?" Jiang Xing tugged at his clothing, urging him to lean down, whispering a single sentence in his ear. His expression shifted from shock to seriousness. "Is what you said truly the case?" Jiang Xing nodded solemnly, patting his shoulder. "I'm counting on you, brother." As the clock struck 7, Shi Yang still had not appeared. The production team seemed to be aware of something beforehand, proceeding with the live broadcast without inquiry. Everyone performed admirably today. The duo of Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang once again topped the rankings. Their reward this time was a wish card, capable of fulfilling the couple's desires, including proposals, faux weddings, and honeymoon expenses, to be chosen collectively, with the honeymoon set to occur after the filming concludes. Then, they announced another matter. Due to contractual conflicts, teacher Shi Yang would regrettably be leaving our program. We express our deep regret for her absence from the recordings and wish her a bright future. No penalties would be imposed for the last place this time. As tonight marks the conclusion of the first episode, the production team has arranged a lavish dinner for everyone. Additionally, it was announced that 5 new guests would be joining in the next episode, including a replacement for Shi Yang. Although Shi Yang was not particularly famous, the company suppressed the trending news swiftly. The public remained unaware of the underlying reasons for her resource withdrawal, yet they discreetly refrained from mentioning it. Such occurrences were not unheard of elsewhere, often stemming from offending capital or encroaching on another's interests. Jiang Xing typed her thoughts into her phone, signaling Yu Tsongshu to take a look. He returned to reality, finally comprehending her words, his eyes dark with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Xing set a deadline for him. Yu Tsongshu cast a steady gaze toward the composed Chiu, a blaze of anger igniting within him. What audacity for such a scoundrel to remain in a position of idlehood. He unsteadily embraced Jiang Xing, striving to quell his fury. Chapter 40. The first segment of a bedtime story. After dinner, Yu Tsongshu and Jiang Xing did not stay overnight but rather packed their belongings to return home. The live broadcast had concluded, and Shi Yang emerged from her room, coincidentally encountering them. She had changed into casual attire, her unadorned face devoid of makeup, a pair of brown sunglasses shielding her eyes. Jiang Xing dashed toward her. "Sister Shi Yang, are you heading home too?" Shi Yang gently ruffled her hair, replying with a non-committal hum. There would be no further opportunities to record the show. Fatigue enveloped her, leaving her unable to bid a proper farewell to little Jiang Xing. "Come back with us in our car. Just give us your address." Shi Yang glanced at Yu Tsangshu and mumbled, "No need. I'll take a taxi. It's late. And it's unsafe for a girl to take a taxi alone. We're heading the same way." Yu Tsangshu interjected suddenly, pulling his large luggage from down the corridor, the overhead light casting a shadow that elongated to her feet. Shi Yang pressed her lips together, ultimately relenting, following him into the family car. The other artists waited for the company to send someone to pick them up. Shi Yang, having no one from the company to oversee her, could only take a taxi home. She had a studio apartment arranged by the company in Xiangqing. The car first delivered her to her apartment complex, where Jiang Xing had already succumbed to slumber against the door, showing no signs of waking as they arrived. Noticing the weight of Shi Yang's luggage, Yu Tsangshu voluntarily offered to assist her in carrying it upstairs. As they stood in the elevator, the atmosphere turned eerily quiet. Yu Tsangshu lowered his gaze upon her, contemplating for a long moment before finally speaking. "Is it true what happened between you and Xiao Qizhou?" Shi Yang remained silent, her palms instinctively clenching. Yu Tsangshu noticed her sudden shift in demeanor, his tongue grazing the roof of his mouth in discomfort. He feigned indifference,
Sí, Yang clearly hesitated.
turning her head to look at him. Even through the sunglasses, he could imagine her expression. He felt a slight relaxation wash over him as he continued. "You've endured quite a lot, dealing with such a hypocrite for 5 years." Shi Yang licked her parched lips and finally spoke. "The internet claims that I only dated him for 3 years, with the last 2 being me relentlessly pursuing him." Yu Tsangshu replied with a casual tone. "You're right here beside me. Why should I heed the nonsensical chatter online?" Ding dong. They had reached their floor, and Yu Tsangshu pulled her luggage out with one hand. The corridor seemed particularly long as they walked side by side. Shi Yang attempted to take her luggage, insisting, "I can manage this myself. You should head back and not keep Xiao Jiangxing waiting." However, Yu Tsangshu remained unyielding, stating, "She's asleep. What does she know?" Unable to argue against him, Shi Yang ultimately paused at the door of room 4110. She took out her room card and tried it on the sensor lock. It beeped, but the door did not open. After several futile attempts, she looked up at the door number, ensuring she had not made a mistake. Realization dawned upon her, and she pulled out her phone, discovering a message from her agent informing her that her contract had expired and the rights to the apartment had been revoked, thus disabling her room card. This message had been sent merely 10 minutes prior, leading her to suspect they were aware of her return and had deliberately withheld this information, placing her in a precarious situation. Taking a few deep breaths, she suppressed her rising anger. It was fine. She could stay at a hotel outside. "Why don't you return with us first? It's already 11:30, and given your current predicament, if you hastily book a hotel, you might be ambushed," Yu Tsangshu advised. His words were not without merit. In their line of work, privacy was a rare commodity. Shi Yang's recent surge in popularity had made her somewhat notorious. Unhinged fans could resort to irrational behavior, and even when she had little fame, people had come to confront her here. The confidentiality of this apartment complex was not robust, and she had previously reported threats from obsessive fans. However, returning with Yu Tsangshu did not seem prudent either. "My sister is quite fond of you. She will undoubtedly welcome you warmly given your circumstances." The overhead lights cast shadows that obscured the glimmer in his eyes. With the mention of Jiangxing, she could hardly decline. After much hesitation, Shi Yang finally nodded. "I appreciate your kindness tonight. I will find a place to stay as soon as possible and won't impose on you for long." Yu Tsangshu flashed a smile, revealing his small tiger teeth. "It's no trouble at all, let us go." He was determined to fulfill his sister's wishes and take the first step in his mission. Yu Tsangshu couldn't help but admire how astutely his sister had predicted that Shi Yang's residence would indeed be reclaimed by the company. His sister, though only 6, had a certain perceptiveness about her. This solidified Yu Tsangshu's resolve to prevent his aunt from spending time alone with his sister. Otherwise, she might unwittingly lead her down a path of becoming a Taoist priestess. The two returned via the elevator, where a sleek black car awaited, its lights still on. The driver emerged to stow her luggage in the trunk, and Yu Tsangshu resumed his seat in the passenger side. Shi Yang settled into the back seat, and the sudden commotion roused Xiao Jiangxing from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, she leaned against Shi Yang's arm. "Sister Shi Yang, have you come home? I don't want to part with you." Shi Yang gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. "Would it be alright if I stayed at Xiao Jiangxing's house for the night?" "Really?" Jiangxing lifted her head to look at her, suddenly much more alert. Her voice tinged with undeniable delight, her grape-like eyes sparkling. Yu Tsangshu glanced at the rearview mirror before quickly averting his gaze. It was too much to bear. The pretense was painfully obvious. The Yu family mansion was replete with guest rooms, and even the seldom-used ones were regularly cleaned by the housekeeper, making it easy to settle Shi in without hassle. Jiang Xing changed into her pajamas and knocked on Yu Tsongshu's door. "I'll tell you a bedtime story." Yu Tsongshu was taken aback. Jiang Xing flung her shoes onto his bed as if she owned the room, while Yu Tsongshu dragged over a gaming chair to sit beside her, ready to absorb her so-called bedtime tales. Jiang Xing's version of a bedtime story was merely a recap of their earlier conversation. "You're the most clueless in our family. If I don't spell things out, you won't understand. As I mentioned earlier, Sister Shi is at a crucial turning point in her life. Once she overcomes this hurdle, her future will be smooth sailing. I know it's my idea to have you bring Sister Shi home. You two don't share any romantic feelings. Your assistance is merely a favor, not an obligation." 5 years ago, the road infrastructure and surveillance systems had become quite sophisticated. He had thought that money could erase his misdeeds. However, a wavering moral compass would only amplify one's greed after benefits were gained. Jiang Xing typed a name into her phone, instructing him, "Find this person and acquire the surveillance footage." Earlier, Yu Tsongshu had held a skeptical view, believing Jiang Xing might be speaking nonsense, but after their recent encounter, he had to acknowledge the truth in her words regarding Shi lack of a place to stay. Chapter 41. Let us walk the dog together. With Jiang Xing stepping in, Shi romantic fantasies were effectively dispelled. It was time for the clear-headed Shi to learn the whole truth. The following morning, Shi had not slept soundly, so upon waking, she immediately searched for a hotel where she could stay long-term. Once she and the company terminated their contract, and she obtained her release from Xiang City, she could leave. However, when she attempted to make a payment, she discovered that her bank card had been frozen. Checking other cards issued by the company, she found that they were all similarly frozen, rendering any funds within them inaccessible. Examining her personal card, she found a mere 200 yuan remaining, as she had transferred all her earnings to Qiu Qizhou's account. A glance at her WeChat wallet revealed only 1,000 yuan left, adding up to a total of just over 1,200 yuan. With this meager sum, a hotel room costing over 200 yuan per night would hardly suffice for even a week, let alone 2 months. Dizziness washed over her. Spending money on a man had cursed her for life. She resolved that the first thing she would do every morning was to slap herself. Despite her current predicament of being utterly alone, she had sunk to a point where she could barely support herself. Exiting her room, she noticed the servants in the villa already busy with their tasks. Some were trimming flowers, others dusting furniture, and a few preparing breakfast. She glanced at the time. It was only 6:30 in the morning, and she couldn't help but sigh at the plight of the working class. One of the servants, mopping the floor nearby, paused at her remark, beaming brightly. "It's not hard at all. Our Lady treats us exceptionally well. We earn a salary of 100,000 a month, and those who perform well receive additional bonuses." Shi pupils widened in shock, her lips trembling as she processed the astonishing revelation of a monthly salary of 100,000 for cleaning. Did they even need servants anymore? She believed she could manage. She was merely a low-paid laborer in the industry, exploited by the company, receiving a meager 50-50 split, the cheapest among all artists. If there were avenues that paid 100,000 for cleaning, why would she still be struggling in the entertainment industry? Yu Tsongshu, preparing to walk the dog early, noticed Shi eyes gleaming as she watched the servants at work, and he couldn't help but think she seemed infatuated with someone else. "Shi, good morning," he called out, drawing her attention. Upon realizing he was speaking to her, her gaze was akin to that of someone beholding a fortune. "Young master, do you need any more cleaners at home?" Yu Tsongshu looked utterly perplexed. "We don't need any." "What are you getting at?" "See young swallow at heart?" Suppressing her inner desires, and shook her head. "Nothing." If she continued, it would be more than just an issue of poverty. It would become utterly embarrassing. Yu Tsongshu simply responded with an "oh," and as he turned to leave, he noticed Shi following closely behind, prompting him to slow his pace. Shi. She called out to him, feeling guilty for having disturbed him the previous night. "I'm about to leave, and I have an unreasonable request. Could your driver give me a lift? Last night, as I traveled by car, I noticed that the Yu family estate is perched on a mountainside. Despite the spacious avenue leading here, the area is eerily desolate, making hailing a taxi here even more challenging than in the countryside. Have you found a place to stay?" Shi shook her head, contemplating that it was still possible to search for accommodations. At worst, she could settle for a modest youth hostel that charges only a few dozen yuan per night. Yu Tsongshu deftly sidestepped that subject. Did you sleep well last night?
Quite well.
Yu Songshu did not respond to her, leaving her to patiently follow in his wake. He exited the gate, crossed over the grassy stone path, and approached a solitary house. As he pushed the door open, Yang hesitated, pondering whether to follow him inside, only to see him emerge with 2 dogs, a Samoyed and a Pomeranian. Do you know how to walk dogs? Shall we go together? Yang hesitated before taking the leash and matching his pace. What are your plans now that you've severed ties with your previous company? I haven't decided yet. That unscrupulous company has blocked all my avenues. However, I could manage without this line of work. As long as I leave the expensive city of Xiangqing for a remote little town with a lower cost of living, I could find a job to sustain myself. Have you considered UU Entertainment? Seriously? A flicker of uncertainty shone in Yang's eyes. I hold no value. I cannot generate profits for the company. And you need not concern yourself over Xiao Jiangxing. Of course, it's not about her. Yu Songshu tightened his grip on the leash as the playful Samoyed attempted to dash off, only to be restrained by his steady pace. Once the dog settled, he added, You need not undermine yourself. You simply lack opportunity. It is foolish of your previous company to neglect such a valuable resource. With your looks, you could easily overshadow many of the current popular actresses. Moreover, given your formal training, with the right opportunities to hone your acting skills, you are bound to achieve great success. Yu Songshu observed her expression carefully, sensing her reluctance to speak further, and refrained from pressing her. If you don't mind, would you like to stay here again tonight? Surprisingly, Yang immediately refused, stating that it was simply inappropriate and she would clarify things with Xiao Jiangxing. Do you still have money? Fearing she might misunderstand, he added, You and the company have conflicts, as per the norms of capital. They will do everything possible to withhold an artist's assets. Yang nodded, having contemplated her situation. Rather than dragging out the contract termination with that unscrupulous company until the last day, she would prefer to escalate the issue to court and reclaim what rightfully belongs to her. As this realization took hold, her resolve grew stronger. Seeing her determination, Yu Songshu understood that their relationship was merely that of acquaintances and he should not interfere with her decisions. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yu Songshu shook his phone, indicating he was on WeChat. Yang chuckled lightly, her mood suddenly lifting. She assured him she would definitely seek him out, as long as he didn't avoid her. In unspoken agreement, they shifted their focus to the dogs. Walking side by side against the morning breeze, their contrasting heights resembling a couple strolling together. After walking the dogs, they returned to the hall, and as it approached 8 o'clock, breakfast time, Yu Songshu went to wake Jiang Xing. After breakfast, Yang gathered her luggage and boarded the vehicle Yu Songshu had arranged to take her away, lowering the window to wave goodbye to them. Jiang Xing rushed towards her. Standing on tiptoe with her hands pressed against the car window, her round eyes filled with reluctance. Sister Yang, message me if you need anything, and please be safe. Make sure to find a hotel where you can sleep soundly. Yang's heart melted at her words, and she nodded in agreement. The car slowly departed from the estate, disappearing from view. Jiang Xing returned to Yu Songshu, lightly kicking him. What are you staring at? Get to work. Yu Songshu exaggeratedly bared his teeth. Having already made a deal, the asking price was 30 million, and it was settled. 30 million? A worthless creature who earns a living without a care for life. Chapter 42. The truth Yang never knew. When Jiang Xing viewed the surveillance footage, she deliberated but ultimately decided against showing it to Yang in her dreams. It would be too cruel. Just seeing that clip on a small screen was suffocating, and she could not bear it. Jiang Xing returned the USB drive to Yu Songshu, saying, Please give this to Sister Yang. Yu Songshu had already watched it once. The video from 5 years ago was distorted. Yet he could still imagine Yang's emotions upon viewing it. If she did not see it, Sister Yang might make a misstep. Yu Songshu found Yang at her newly rented apartment, standing at the door, hesitating about how to confront her after knocking. He rubbed his face, feeling a bit agitated, and muttered a few curses about Qiu Qizhou before finally knocking. Yang opened the door quickly. Upon seeing Yu Songshu, she was taken aback by his unexpected visit. She stood by the door, clad in comfortable pajamas, resting one hand on the doorknob, and looked up at him in confusion. Teacher Yu, what brings you here? Teacher Yu sounds odd. Yu Songshu cast his eyes downward, shoving his hands into his pockets, feeling the lonely USB drive, which weighed heavily in his hand. His throat felt dry, and he struggled to find the words. Yang had been preparing to take her unscrupulous company and the male lead to court, organizing evidence in her favor to present to her lawyer and reclaim her funds. If you have nothing pressing, Yang hesitated, unsure whether she should invite him in for a glass of water. Yu Songshu extended his hand, palm open, revealing a black USB drive resting in his hand. Yang glanced down before meeting his gaze again, noticing the flicker of avoidance in his eyes. Yu Songshu fumbled over his words under her scrutiny. This is for you. Perhaps you need this, and I'll watch it with you. His reaction was peculiar and filled with doubt. Yang cautiously picked up the USB drive from his palm. Scrutinizing it for a moment, Yu Songshu lowered his arms, returning his hands to his pockets and reiterated, I'll watch it with you. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Yang acquiesced and led him into her apartment, locating her laptop to insert the USB drive and open it. The USB contained a solitary folder. Upon clicking it, a surveillance video appeared, the cover page pitch black. At this point, an inexplicable wave of unease washed over Yang. She glanced at Yu Songshu, who sat beside her, staring blankly at the screen, his gaze unfocused. She moved the mouse and clicked to play the video. In the pitch-black night, a white car traversed the road, its trajectory appearing normal. Just as the vehicle was about to turn, another car suddenly emerged from the side, colliding with the white car, which crumpled upon impact. Smoke billowing from the wreckage. Trembling, Yang enlarged the video and recognized the license plate of the white car. It was the one she knew all too well. In that instant, her breath felt as though it had ceased. The surveillance footage was focused on the white car, and while the darkness obscured the extent of the occupant's injuries, it was evident that the driver had lost consciousness and remained motionless. Yang's lips turned pale, her trembling mouth unable to contain a flood of tears that streamed down her cheeks. This was her father. This footage was the surveillance video she had desperately sought after the incident, yet they had claimed that the road surveillance was damaged and under repair, with no recordings available. This was clearly the footage from the moment her father had the accident. A figure emerged from the black car, stumbling out of the driver's seat, approaching the white car, leaning against the window to peer inside, witnessing the horrifying scene within. He seemed startled by the disaster he had caused, glancing around to see if there were any witnesses. His face captured in the surveillance footage. Yang's pupils dilated, her heart shattered at that moment, devoid of life. It was Qiu Qizhou. The one who had caused her father's death was Qiu Qizhou. She had spent 5 long years with the man who had murdered her father. She replayed the surveillance footage repeatedly, her actions appearing almost mechanical. Her gaze was vacant, as if nothing registered within her. Yet it seemed she was pulling herself into that scene. Yu Songshu, concerned for her state, remained steadfastly by her side. An hour passed, and she finally ceased her scrutiny of the video. Turning to Yu Songshu, her tears appeared to have dried, her expression extraordinarily tranquil. It was he who killed my father, she uttered, her voice barely above a whisper, like a breeze.
It was he who destroyed my life.
Yang covered her mouth, gagging, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes once more. No wonder she encountered him at her lowest ebb, once believing she had found salvation, only today to discover that the truth was revolting. His presence was merely a consequence of his own misdeeds, approaching her, aiding in the care of her ailing mother, assisting her father with his final affairs. These were acts born from his fear, a misguided attempt at atonement. How detestable. The mere thought of having been in a relationship with such a person for 5 years felt akin to swallowing a knife, leaving her bleeding profusely. Yang, clutching her mouth, stumbled toward the bathroom, coughing and retching uncontrollably. Yu Songshu, worried for her, followed and stood by the door, watching her collapse onto the floor. His heart gripped by an invisible hand, pierced by countless fine needles. His heart ached for Yang. How could he offer comfort? He was at a loss. No matter how he tried to console her, it felt trivial and meaningless. The faint sounds of her sobbing reached his ears, leaving him in disarray. Time slipped by, and the sky outside darkened. Inside the bathroom, the girl had cried herself silent, while a statue stood guard at the doorway. Yang did not turn back, her voice barely audible. You can go back now. Yu Songshu remained motionless. She pleaded, could you please leave? Grasping the doorframe, he cast his gaze downward. I worry you might do something foolish. Yang shifted slightly, still not looking back at him. I won tea. Do something foolish? Certainly not. Her father had died without peace. Why should Qiu Qizhou not meet the same fate? Let him perish. Her heart brimmed with resentment, longing to strike down Qiu Qizhou at that very moment. Yet she could not. She must not allow Qiu Qizhou to ruin her life once more. Emotionally unstable, having wept throughout the afternoon, Yang finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Yu Songshu hurriedly carried her to bed, sitting in a chair beside her, gazing at the girl who slept uneasily, still frowning. Suddenly remembering something, he retrieved a ginkgo leaf given to him by his sister and placed it on Shuyang's forehead, smoothing her brow. Once he saw her drift into peaceful slumber, he let out a sigh of relief. He stepped onto the balcony and called someone on his phone, issuing a few instructions before hastily returning. He resolved to stay close to Shuyang over the next few days, ensuring she did not act recklessly. Moreover, he intended to change her lawyer, aiming for greater things. In the early hours of the morning, Shuyang awoke, her movements stirring Yu Songshu from his slumber in the chair beside her. He blinked drowsily at her as she rushed to the computer desk, saving the videos she had not managed to preserve during the day and organizing other materials. She dreamt a vivid dream. In it, her father held out a ginkgo leaf to her, saying he had written the contents of a letter on it, urging her not to feel guilty, to live well, to bid farewell to the past and truly live for herself. She would. Just as the voice in her dream had told her, decaying flesh could only regrow when excavated. After accomplishing all this, she belatedly realized another person occupied the room. Yu Songshu was already awake.
You.
Thank you, Yu Songshu. Shuyang's eyes regained their sparkle, and she noticed a glimmer of gold on the bed. Approaching, she picked it up. It was a ginkgo leaf. Her heart raced. Could it be her father had come to see her? Yu Songshu clarified, "This is for my sister. She asked me to bring it to you." Shuyang took a moment to comprehend, carefully clutching the ginkgo leaf in her hand. Little ginkgo is the messenger, isn't it? Delivering my father's letter to me. Yu Songshu, I might need your assistance. Yu Songshu smiled broadly, feeling honored. He had not anticipated Shuyang's strength to surpass his expectations. Chapter 43. Evil begets evil. Days later, viewers in the live broadcast room of the Xiangqing High Court witnessed Shuyang, igniting a fresh wave of discussion among netizens, who flocked to the stream to observe. At the request of the plaintiff, the court proceedings adhered to principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, being broadcast live to the audience. Firstly, the defendant, Baoyu Entertainment Company, was accused by the plaintiff of maliciously withholding 3.52 million yuan of the plaintiff's rightful wages. Following evidence collection and investigation, the claims were substantiated, resulting in a conviction for the crime of refusing to pay labor remuneration. The company was ordered to pay the owed wages within 15 days. Failure to comply would result in imprisonment of no more than 3 years and a fine. Given the contractual dispute between the company and Shuyang, with the company being the initial violator, the court ruled for the premature termination of both parties' labor contract, awarding Shuyang 5 million yuan in damages. It was an unspoken rule within the industry that artists nearing contract termination often faced various forms of wage deductions, making Shuyang the first to directly take legal action against such practices. Secondly, Baoyu Entertainment Company faced allegations of employing shadow accounts in its operations, engaging in tax evasion. Investigations confirmed severe tax evasion amounting to 5 billion yuan, leading the court to order the company to remit the owed taxes and impose a penalty 5 times the owed amount due to the enormity of the sum. The verdict left the audience in disbelief at the staggering tax amount, enough to last a lifetime. Shuyang was making waves, directly suing the company with remarkable courage. Thirdly, defendant Qiu Qizhou was identified through Shuyang's provided chat logs and transaction records, revealing that over 5 years, she had transferred money to him 112 times, totaling 11 million yuan. It was determined that Shuyang and Qiu Qizhou were merely in a romantic relationship, and this money did not constitute marital property, but rather belonged solely to Shuyang. The court ruled that Qiu Qizhou must return the non-gifted funds of 11 million yuan within 15 days. It was not uncommon to see men demand compensation from their ex-girlfriends after a breakup, but this marked the first instance of a woman reclaiming her expenses from a relationship. The calculations did not even account for gifts purchased, which would have exacerbated the situation. Spending 1 million on a man over 5 years, Shuyang truly had money to spare. Yet, that was not the crux. The emphasis lay on the fact that Shuyang had financially supported Qiu Qizhou, rather than her being the one desperately clinging to him, which made her appear the true victim in this scenario. The fourth point concerned Qiu Qizhou, who had committed a traffic violation 5 years ago, driving under the influence on Xiangqing South Tanxiang Road. After causing an accident, he fled the scene, resulting in the untimely death of another driver, Shuyang's father, Shi Heng, who did not receive prompt medical attention. Not only did he fail to confess, but he also bribed the monitoring personnel to destroy evidence of his crime, a heinous act that led to a death sentence with deferred execution and lifetime deprivation of political rights. Goodness! Qiu Qizhou fled the scene. And it was Shi Yang's father who suffered the consequences? In that year when they were dating? It seems I have uncovered something shocking. How revolting it is to have such a man. I need to step away for a moment. My heart aches for Shi Yang, deceived by a cunning man. Was Qiu Qizhou's courtship merely an attempt to atone for his past misdeeds?
Ugh.
Poor Shi Yang. That scoundrel deserves no mercy. All evidence, including the company's shadow accounts, bank records, chat logs, and audio recordings, was presented in court, alongside the long-buried surveillance footage. The individual who extorted 30 million from Yu Songshu is now languishing behind bars. Qiu Qizhou appeared to age a decade in an instant, slumped in a seat. His gaze vacant, murmuring the word impossible. He stiffly turned his head towards the direction of the plaintiff, who sat upright, silent throughout the proceedings. Crystalline tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, which she absent-mindedly wiped away, her expression one of numbness. She had triumphed. And he was certain she looked down upon him, perhaps even harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. That year, he had just entered his freshman year of college. In a bid to foster camaraderie with his university roommates, they often ventured out for gatherings. One fateful night, intoxicated, he insisted on driving himself home. And amidst a room full of inebriated individuals, no one dared to stop him. By then, it was late, and the roads were nearly deserted. He lost control of his speed and collided with a small car. Through the window, he glimpsed the unconscious man, blood streaming from his forehead. His lower body stained with crimson. Fear gripped him, and he fled the scene in a panic. Once he regained his composure, he realized he could not let this moment destroy his promising future. He sought out the surveillance control room for that stretch of road and paid to bury the incident. Later, he learned that the man had bled to death, discovered his name was Shi Hang, and that he had a daughter, Shi Yang, who attended the same school. His feelings for Shi Yang were non-existent. He approached her, cared for her, and looked after her mother solely as an act of atonement. After years of penance, he felt he had repaid his debt, and thus, no longer treated Shi Yang with kindness. It was not a matter of changing his heart. Rather, he had never loved her from the outset. The very sight of her reminded him of the deceased man, a constant reminder of his past transgressions. He harbored a resentment toward Shi Yang. Consequently, he was not kind to her in the years that followed. The youth that Shi Yang longed for was merely a facade he had constructed. When she sensed his gaze and glanced back, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable animosity and the exhilaration of vengeance. The grave mistake he had made at the outset, coupled with his exploitation of Shi Yang over the years, warranted 1,000-fold retribution. Yet, she could not sacrifice her own life. The law, a gentle blade in his hands, was the only means she had left. 2 hours later, the hearing concluded and the live stream was terminated. Shi Yang exited the courthouse alone, the glaring light outside forcing her to squint, shielding her eyes with her hand. Through her fingers, she caught sight of the resplendent plaque of the Supreme Court, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though she had stepped into another realm. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, a sense of relief following her self-redemption. Having reclaimed all her money, she had become a woman of modest wealth. With a light step, she made her way outside, descending the stairs gradually. Upon lifting her head, she spotted a tall figure standing beneath the sun, holding a black umbrella. He raised the edge of the umbrella, revealing his impeccably tailored suit. Upon seeing her, the man broke into a genuine smile, and in that moment, he had come for her. Was everything smooth? Shi Yang suddenly choked on her words, her eyes instantly brimming with tears, all her suppressed emotions finally spilling forth. Trapped within her chest, she could not articulate her feelings, merely nodding in response. Yu Songshu tilted the umbrella towards her, shielding her from the harsh sunlight, and softly inquired, "Shall we head to the car?" Shi Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to walk with him. Standing there was undoubtedly unwise. Reporters would soon converge, armed with cameras to ambush her. Exhausted, she had drained all her energy and merely wished to retreat and find solace in silence. Yu Songshu settled into the passenger seat, leaving her to occupy the back, the distance providing a sense of comfort. He made no effort to engage her in conversation. Shi Yang gazed vacantly out of the window, watching the greenery of the road recede behind them. She was taken aback that he silently awaited her outside the courthouse, asking if all had gone well. Through the car window, she caught a glimpse of him looking back at her. Their eyes met, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, instinctively lowering her head. The car arrived at the Yu family estate. Yu Songshu opened the car door for her, positioning his hand against the roof to prevent her from bumping her head. I'll arrange for someone to fetch your luggage. You must be tired. Go wash up and rest. I'll lend you one of my sister's pajamas for now. It's new. In a couple of days, the second episode of Fire of Passion would commence filming, and she would stay here for a few days before joining the crew. My contract has been replaced by the company. I am no longer a guest on the show. Yu Tsongshu slowed his pace, reverting to the question from that day, are you willing to join Yu Entertainment? Shi Yang stood frozen, and Yu Tsongshu halted as well. Continuing, the terms of the Yu Entertainment contract are transparent, with no hidden clauses. Different contract durations come with varying benefits. If you are agreeable, we can finalize the paperwork in the next couple of days, and you can return to the Fire of Passion production team as a Yu Entertainment artist. Could I see the contract? She felt that the assistance she had received was not merely a matter of course. She would remember the Yu family's kindness and repay it, potentially through a contractual arrangement. Yu Tsongshu's eyes brightened, and he promptly agreed, quickly contacting Lao Qing to send him several versions of the contract, which he then forwarded to Shi Yang, discreetly removing her request for a loan from the screen. Shi Yang stood at the doorway, slipping on her slippers and surveying the empty hall. Where's Xiao Jiangxing? I haven't seen her today. She went to the company with her brother early this morning. It's rather absurd. Ms. Lu's call urging him to marry somehow reached Jiangxing. What does a child know? Yet, Ms. Lu lamented about her brother's romantic history, and the little one offered her own opinions, which Ms. Lu found to be kindred spirit. She expressed a desire for her brother to marry soon, to which Jiangxing replied that it was indeed time for a sister-in-law.
And so, Ms.
Lu quietly arranged a blind date for her brother with a wealthy heiress for this evening. Thus, her brother carried Jiangxing out of bed this morning under the pretext of taking her to the company, all to conveniently whisk her away as a shield during the blind date. Her brother had no desire to marry and no amount of pressure for Ms. Lu would change that if pushed too hard. He had his own methods of compliance. At this moment, within the U Group headquarters, on the 88th floor of the president's office, Jiangxing sat on the floor in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the curtains drawn wide. From this vantage point, the streams of cars below resembled ants. The greenery flanking the window swayed gently, as if playfully. Jiangxing ignored them, fiddling with the Rubik's Cube that Yu Kanglin had recently gifted her after he had confiscated her tablet, claiming too much screen time could lead to nearsightedness. Unable to express that her eyesight rivaled that of the all-seeing eye, she resorted to playing with the mundane cube while Yu Kanglin immersed himself in his work. Such an enormous family enterprise had fallen solely upon his shoulders to manage. Yu Tsongshu was busy mingling in the entertainment industry, while Yu Tsongnan traveled the world exhibiting art. And their parents, not yet at retirement age, had relinquished their responsibilities. Fortunately, Yu Kanglin proved capable of shouldering such burdens. As the clock struck 5:30, the alarm on Yu Kanglin's desk chimed. He silenced it, setting aside the unfinished documents, aware that he had a younger sister in the office. He could not afford to work endlessly as he usually did. Rubbing his stiff wrist, he stood and walked towards Jiangxing. Noticing her Rubik's Cube transformed into a work of art, one side a heart, another a flower, and yet another resembling the greenery in his office, he fell silent. "Big brother, are you off work?" she asked. He acknowledged her with a soft gently lifting the little treasure from the floor, adjusting the hem of her dress, and inquiring in a warm tone, "Are you hungry? Shall I take you out for dinner?" "Big brother, you have a blind date tonight. Don't you remember?" Just then, his assistant knocked on the door, presumably to inform him of his upcoming schedule. Yu Kanglin responded, and Jiangxing leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Don't worry, big brother. I'll handle the rejection of the beautiful sister." Chapter 44. Managing 5 men at once is quite enough. The assistant reported the agreed-upon meeting place and, after concluding, presented the gift bag to Yu Kanglin. "This is the mobile phone I bought for you." Yu Kanglin took the gift bag from her hands. He had initially prepared a smartwatch for her, but considering her fondness for browsing the internet, he realized that the small screen would not suffice for her needs. Carrying a tablet around would also be cumbersome, so he thought a mobile phone would be a more suitable choice. Jiangxing received the gift bag with surprise, unveiling a mini-model phone adorned with a sparkling pink case and a lanyard. Yu Kanglin assisted her in fastening the lanyard around her neck, saying, "When we return, I'll help you transfer the SIM card from your smartwatch to your phone." Content. Jiangxing happily played with her new phone, responding brightly, "Okay." Upon arriving at the reserved restaurant at 6:20 in the evening, they had 10 minutes to spare before their scheduled time. Concerned that Jiangxing might be hungry, Yu Kanglin ordered some fruit as a starter. The woman he was set to meet for a blind date arrived promptly at 6:30. striding in with towering heels and a captivating sway. She adjusted her vibrant waves of hair, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, and her perfectly manicured nails signaled her affluent background. As her playful gaze fell upon the child obscured by Yu Kanglin's tall frame, her eyes, enhanced by green contact lenses, narrowed slightly. The motion of her hair was interrupted as she self-consciously fiddled with her circular earrings, ultimately dropping her hand and taking a seat across from Yu Kanglin. "Is this your daughter?" she inquired. She had suspected that a 30-year-old man could not possibly remain celibate, while he may not be married. Having a child out of wedlock was not out of the question. Yu Kanglin chose not to respond. "Is there anything Miss Yi is allergic to?" he asked. Yi Yuji appeared somewhat disinterested, showing little appetite for food. Yu Kanglin nodded, indicating his understanding, and proceeded to order the restaurant's popular dishes. "It doesn't matter if she doesn't eat. My sister loves food, and we cannot let her go hungry." He thought to himself that allowing Yi Yuji to misinterpret Jiang Xing as his daughter would conveniently resolve the blind date predicament, as the esteemed Yi family would likely not be interested in a man with a child. As he pondered this, he heard his sister speaking. "Beautiful sister, don't you surf the internet? Your news is so outdated." Yi Yuji froze momentarily, taken aback that a child would call her out for being behind the times. Pointing to herself, she defended, "I'm 28, a vibrant flower, a pioneer of 8G. Then how come you don't know I'm Big Brother's sister?" Jiang Xing's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it struck Yu Kanglin like a punch, especially as he noticed Yi Yuji's gaze toward him rekindling its initial fervor, leaving him breathless. If there was any purpose for his sister, it was to ensnare him in such situations. He would have to devise another way to dissuade her. Yi Yuji quickly resumed her charming demeanor, her face transforming with astonishing rapidity. "Your sister is truly adorable. How old are you? I didn't have time to bring you a gift at our first meeting, but I'll make it up to you next time. Beautiful sister, you are so lovely and have so many boyfriends. Why do you still want to marry my brother?" In response to the innocent question from the little girl, Yi Yuji's smile faltered, her long nails tapping against the table, producing a sharp sound. Taking a deep breath, her face flushed, she denied, "I don't have a boyfriend." Jiang Xing's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled as she replied, "Sister is telling a fib. You clearly have 8 boyfriends." Yi Yuji thought, can she escape this? The reality of her maintaining multiple relationships was not widely known, so how could a child be privy to such information? The only explanation was that Yu Kanglin had investigated her and shared her secret with his sister. She glared at him, feeling humiliated. If he did not want to marry her, why deliberately insult her? What a despicable man. Yu Kanglin was bewildered by her accusations. And just as Yi Yuji was about to douse him with cold water in her anger, Jiang Xing spoke again. "Beautiful sister, if your boyfriends are unclean, maybe you should consider replacing them."
Ye yusi pauset, bejilderet.
"What do you mean by unclean?" "Cheating." "Beautiful sister, don't hang out with them. They are disloyal and unreliable." Yi Yuji's face turned crimson with indignation. How could she be unaware of such things? Was it Yu Kanglin who had told her? He must be laughing at her behind her back, that vile man. "Sister is so wealthy, just replace the disobedient ones." Yi Yuji scoffed, leaning heavily against the back of her chair, arms crossed. "So, what if I maintain a gigolo? I have money, endless money. Life is too beautiful not to indulge. Why wait for a one and only? Such notions are absurd. My life is fulfilling, so why suffer the pangs of love?" Her blind date with Yu Kanglin was merely a matter of age. Upon assessing, he seemed suitable, aligning with her aesthetic preferences. As the server arrived with the dishes and prepared the table, Yi Yuji, engaged in conversation, dismissed the server to avoid eavesdropping. "Sister, how do you know all this?" Her gaze flitted towards Yu Kanglin. "Did your brother tell you?" Jiang Xing neither nodded nor shook her head. This time, she deliberately lowered her voice. "Beautiful sister. 5 boyfriends at once is sufficient. More would be difficult to manage, and the lack of attention would lead to infidelity." Yi Yuji, intrigued by her lowered voice, leaned in closer, instinctively frowning. "Is that so?" "Of course. Better to have fewer than more." Yu Kanglin could no longer remain silent. He abruptly pulled Jiang Xing closer by the back of her collar, chastising her. "You need to spend less time online. What nonsense have you learned?" Yi Yuji was instantly dissatisfied. "Why are you scolding her? She is still so young." Jiang Xing blinked innocently at Yu Kanglin, who wished to educate her. But her pitiful gaze rendered him speechless. Reluctantly, he released her collar, muttering, "Don't watch those unwholesome things again." Ignoring him, Jiang Xing continued to converse with Yi Yuji. "Beautiful sister, Don't marry my brother. He certainly wouldn't allow you to date other boyfriends. Such possessiveness is unacceptable. Yu Kanglin quipped. Perhaps he could hide under the table? Yi Yuji nodded in agreement. If I were to marry, it would be to someone who could handle me well. One who wouldn't dare to confront me about other relationships. Casting a disdainful glance at Yu Kanglin, she added, We're not suitable. There's no need to pursue this. Let us finish our meal and part ways. Jiang Xing winked at Yu Kanglin, thinking, isn't this simple? Yi Yuji had long since severed any emotional ties, having learned the hard way that misplaced trust could cost her dearly. She had once knelt in anguish, bloodied, at the foot of the mountain, exchanging her remaining years for a promise of freedom from love's shackles in the next life. Chapter 45. Children should not pry. It is not your concern. Yu Kanglin force-fed Jiang Xing to silence her. He refrained from judging Yi Yuji. Everyone has their interests, but he absolutely did not want his sister to follow in her footsteps. If some man were to engage in infidelity, his sister would inevitably be the victim. Men who cheat are unpredictable. Yi Yuji's current gigolos were prime examples. After their meal concluded, Yu Kanglin picked up Jiang Xing and bid farewell to Yi Yuji, expressing hope that she would clarify with her father that they were not a match. Yi Yuji rolled her eyes, retorting, as if anyone is impressed by you. Yu Kanglin lowered his gaze, his expression neutral. Very well, farewell. Jiang Xing nestled against Yu Kanglin's shoulder, waving goodbye to Yi Yuji. Big brother, don't worry. The beautiful sister won to eat you. Yu Kanglin poked her forehead, admonishing, Don't think you can escape. I still have questions for you. He ushered Jiang Xing into the car and, in a low voice, instructed the driver of their destination before raising the soundproof partition. Brother, your demeanor is quite reminiscent of someone, she remarked. The question Yu Kanglin was about to pose became lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly bewildered. What on earth was she implying? Jiang Xing smiled, revealing two delightful dimples, and pointed at the raised partition. Yu Kanglin remained perplexed, entirely unaware of her insinuation. Disappointed, Jiang Xing withdrew her smile, conceding, All right, I understand what you wish to ask. How did I know that Yi Yuji was keeping a toy boy? It wasn't from anyone else. I simply discerned it from her features. The practice of reading faces was not foreign to a family that adhered to Taoism. Yu Kanglin furrowed his brow, recalling that she had mentioned learning some of it from her grandmother while in the mountains. Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow with pride. What do you think? I have quite the knack for it, don't I? Do refrain from discussing others' private matters indiscriminately. Even if you can discern them, it is wise to remain silent. You are still young, and speaking carelessly could lead to dire consequences. He felt fortunate to be present today. Yi Yuji must have suspected him of uncovering her private affairs, which led to the child learning about them. Rest assured, I am not one to meddle in everything. Jiang Xing pouted. You and that beautiful sister have no destiny together. Do not hinder others from nurturing their relationships. Yu Kanglin's temples throbbed. He pressed his hand against his forehead and suddenly realized something. When you return, do not spend time alone with your aunt, and certainly do not divulge that you have learned these things, understand? He and Yu Tsangshu shared a similar thought. Their aunt was an ardent believer in Taoism, and should she discover the girl's talent, she would snatch her away in an instant. Years ago, when Yu Dai was just born, she had raised her in a Taoist temple, but alas, no matter how she nurtured her, Yu Dai remained unresponsive. So, she had to return her. Jiang Xing reclined, her short legs swinging playfully, embodying the spirit of a little adult. Brother, can you truly evade today and tomorrow? Today it's Miss Yi. Tomorrow it will be Miss Jean. If you remain unmarried, Lady Lu will endlessly nag you. Yu Kanglin shot her a sidelong glance. Children should not pry. This is not your concern. At 30, he was an independent individual. Despite his deep affection for his mother, he would not easily compromise on marriage. Brother, have you ever sought out your first love? Yu Kanglin's brow furrowed, his jaw tightened, and his handsome face turned cold, his tone as frigid as ice. Jiang Xing, I just told you not to indiscriminately discuss others' privacy. Hearing this, Jiang Xing pouted, her lips almost forming a perfect circle, her round almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears. Looking utterly aggrieved, You're scaring me. Yu Kanglin remained unmoved, his presence even more formidable. In a heartbeat, tears like raindrops cascaded down, landing on Yu Kanglin's hand, causing him to instinctively retract his fingers. Subsequently, as if in helpless concession, he hurriedly wiped her tears away. All right, no more crying. Brother didn't mean to frighten you. Will you apologize to your sister? The child, seemingly deeply wronged, lowered her head in silence. Regardless of his attempts to soothe her, she remained mute. though her tears continued to flow, tightening his heart in anguish. He truly felt like a failure, an inadequate brother. She hadn't cried when with Yu Sangshu. Yet he had managed to make her weep. Typically, he exuded an air of authority and confidence, his tone naturally more severe, though he had not intended to frighten her. As he helplessly fumbled with tissues to dry her tears, the child finally spoke. Brother is a bad guy. Yu Kanglin's eyes brightened. Brother is a bad guy. But he will change, so no more tears. Jiang Xing sniffled, giving a small huff. Yu Kanglin felt a wave of relief. If she continued crying, returning home with swollen red eyes would lead to others seeing her, and he would never be able to take her out again. She appeared listless, and an hour later, upon arriving at the Yu residence, she flung open the car door and dashed away without waiting for him. Yu Kanglin, feeling despondent, emitted an aura of low pressure, prompting the driver to cautiously glance at him and inquire, Mr. Yu? Yu Kanglin reined in his emotions and followed Jiang Xing from a distance. He recognized his own knowledge gap and resolved to seek out a guide on how to care for a younger sister. Jiang Xing rushed home, where Yu Sangshu and Shi Yang were dining in the living room. They noticed her commotion and turned their attention to her. Yu Sangshu called out, Sister, you're back. However, Jiang Xing completely ignored him, bounding upstairs and leaving them with only her retreating figure. He spotted his older brother entering behind him. Brother, what happened to her? Yu Kanglin remained his usual silent self. Yu Sangshu assumed he would not respond, but he suddenly spoke, a look of confusion on his face. Did my sister get angry? How do I coax her? Yu Sangshu raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered a new continent. Why is she angry? Yu Kanglin fell silent. It was clear from Yu Sangshu's expression that he was the one who had upset her. Yu Sangshu waved his hand dismissively. Children have short memories. Let her be upset for a while. She'll get over it. Yu Kanglin's gaze remained fixed on him, unconvinced. He then turned his attention to another individual. Someone familiar, the other protagonist from the live stream that Jiang Xing had dragged them to watch in the lobby. It seemed absurdly unrealistic. Had this actually blossomed into a genuine relationship? Shi Yang greeted him with courtesy. Good evening, Mr. Yu. Yu Kanglin acknowledged, then asked, Girlfriend? Yu Sangshu's ears immediately turned crimson. Brother, please don't pry. Go check on Jiang Xing. If she hides away and cries, what will she do if she gets hungry? Yu Kanglin shifted his gaze, refraining from further inquiry, and ascended the stairs. Yu Sangshu's voice called out behind him. My brother may look fierce, but he has a naturally stern face. You need not feel pressured. Meanwhile, they believed that Jiang Xing, who was supposedly sulking and secretly weeping, had closed her door and was merrily dialing Lady Lu's number. Mom, I have a plan. Chapter 46. Welcome back to the flames of passion. Lady Lu, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Did your brother's blind date with Sister Yi go well? Of course not, Jiang Xing replied. Lady Lu sighed with regret, though the outcome was anticipated. What is the plan you mentioned? Help my brother sign up for the dating show where I and Hamster Brother will be. The production team is currently recruiting participants. If you help my brother sign up, he can go on the show to date. Lady Lu's eyes sparkled, though a hint of concern flickered within her. But does your brother even want to go on a blind date? His mind is preoccupied with work and mourning his first love. Mourning? Jiang Xing questioned, puzzled by her terminology. Why do you say that? His first love has passed away, Lady Lu replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Xing's eyes widened, her voice rising. Did he say that himself? Lady Lu maintained her composure. He didn't say it, but if that girl were alive, he wouldn't be acting this way. I believe he wouldn't be so mournful even if he were in mourning for her. Jiang Xing sighed. What a significant misunderstanding. Whether he goes or not is secondary. Just help him sign up. I have a plan. Leave it to me. Xiao Qizhou was apprehended, and Han was implicated and criticized mercilessly. The way everyone had condemned Shi Yang for being a third party was now directed at her. Following this upheaval, both were removed from their positions. Hence, the production team urgently sought 2 new guests. Lady Lu placed her full trust in Jiang Xing after the previous incident, when she swapped sleeping positions with her husband. It turned out that she no longer had nightmares while her husband did, leading them to decisively change apartments. Jiang Xing was undoubtedly a part of the Yu family. This little oracle had met her match in her aunt. Considering Yu Kanglin's situation, even if he couldn't find love on the show, it would grant him a respite. He was overburdening himself, taking on nearly everything single-handedly. Why should a grand enterprise be burdened with idle personnel? As another thought crossed her mind, Lady Lu leaned closer to the screen with a look of intrigue. Little darling, tell me. Is the relationship between Hamster and Yang genuine? In the past, she had never paid much attention to her son's work. However, upon following Yu Songshu to a show, Jiang Xing was motivated to watch for the sake of her daughter. To her surprise, she witnessed her son experiencing the pangs of budding romance. Knowing that Hamster was always adept at acting, she found herself uncertain of the authenticity of his feelings and sought clarification from Jiang Xing. Little did she know, her adorable son was also one to keep her in suspense, teasingly suggesting that she should watch for herself to discern the truth based on Hamster Gidge's performance. Mrs. Liu understood the implication. It seemed that the young man had developed an interest in someone else, but had yet to make a move. Could he truly win over a girl with such demeanor? This thought caused her some anxiety. With the next episode approaching, both of her sons would be featured, and she couldn't afford to miss a moment. With this in mind, she ended the call and immediately pulled strings to enroll her eldest son in the show. Jiang Xing tucked her phone away and opened the door, only to find Yu Kanglin, a tall man, standing silently at the entrance. Seemingly lost in thought and refraining from knocking. He was particularly punctual and would never waste time on trivial matters. Perhaps he considered coaxing his sister to be a worthy endeavor. When Jiang Xing met his hesitant gaze, she greeted him with a beaming smile that brightened his mood. As if nothing had transpired. "Big brother, are you here to play with me?" Yu Kanglin bent down to lift her into his arms, asking if she was no longer upset with him. In truth, comforting children was quite a challenging task for him. While he could appease disgruntled employees with bonuses, the infinite emotional bond he shared with his sister required no such incentives. He lacked the experience in soothing children. As Yu Songshu had remarked, his perpetually serious expression and fierce demeanor had always kept other children at bay. Jiang Xing expressed her desire for snacks, prompting Yu Kanglin to guide her to the refrigerator. She then asked a seemingly random question. "Brother, is your stomach hurting because you've been drinking too much?" He responded with a nonchalant assuring her that it didn't hurt. "Brother, you need to take care of your health, or you might shorten your lifespan." Yu Kanglin lowered his eyelids, responding absent-mindedly with an agreement. "If you become a short-lived ghost, you won't be able to pursue your first love." Yu Kanglin stiffened momentarily. His sister had an uncanny ability to tread upon sensitive topics. He chose not to dwell on it, deciding that if he were to become upset, he would have to soothe himself. Noticing his silence, Jiang Xing playfully pinched his taut face and teased, "Brother, your first love is still alive. You look as though you've been mourning her for a decade. Do you think that would make her happy if she saw you like this?" With a firm press of his lips, Yu Kanglin removed her mischievous hand but remained rooted to the spot. Jiang Xing patted his head, exclaiming, "Wasn't it all for waiting for her all these years?" "Not at all. She left me. Why should I wait for her?" Jiang Xing's lips twitched. This child, even in death, would likely leave behind a report stating he was stubborn and cold-hearted. "Well, think it over before you speak. What is there for me to ponder?" Yu Kanglin replied with a sardonic smile, asserting that it was she who had chosen to leave him behind. He was the one who had been abandoned. What good would it do to bow his head? Had he not already humbled himself, pleading for her not to depart, only to receive no pity in return? Moreover, it was not he who should be lowering his head. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Jiang Xing managed to wriggle out of his embrace and stand on her own.
"All right."
Hamster Gidge is busy pursuing love on the dating show, so the responsibility now falls upon you, big brother. Yu Kanglin nodded. "I'll take you. I knew my big brother would agree to accompany me to the dating show. You care for me the most." Yu Kanglin was left puzzled. What dating show? What did I agree to? Hadn't he merely consented to take care of Jiang Xing? Mom has already signed you up. No need to feel burdened. You're coming with a contract in hand. Yu Kanglin felt a sense of being outmaneuvered, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Did he not grasp Mrs. Liu's intentions? She undoubtedly hoped he would find a girlfriend through the show, similar to what Yu Songshu had done, with his sister's mischief fueling the endeavor. His little accomplice patted his pant leg reassuringly. "As long as you remain steadfast, you won't find love in the show." The mastermind, Jiang Xing, tiptoed to the refrigerator and struggled to retrieve a portion of milk pudding, humming a tune as she bounced back to her room. Yu Kanglin sighed, massaging his temples, and took out his phone, discovering Mrs. Liu's messages. She had arranged everything, urging him to quickly hand over his company duties and take a break. In this regard, he had certainly inherited his mother's decisive nature. Go on. Appearing on the show is far better than participating in a series of blind dates. In no time, 2 days had passed, and this recording would take place in Country F, with the production team providing flight tickets for the guests. 12 hours later, the plane landed safely. The production team sent a vehicle to pick them up and transport them to their destination. to help the guests adjust to the time difference. The first day in Country F was designated as a rest day. The following evening at 7 o'clock, the live broadcast commenced punctually. With excitement surpassing that of the inaugural episode, the camera panned across the vast, luminous beach, welcoming viewers back to fiery love. This episode's theme was setting sail for love, and the audience was introduced to the guests of the week. Chapter 47. The lilies of home have bloomed. The camera swiftly shifted to a brightly lit seaside villa, where 2 sets of wicker chairs and tables were arranged outside, occupied by several individuals. The director's team introduced the guests in attendance. This week, 2 groups of returning guests were featured: Gan Nami, Liang Jingqi, Yu Tsongshu, and Shi Yang. Welcome back, everyone. The 4 of them responded with scattered applause, their faces adorned with 4 smiles. How amusing. The reluctant 4 are back at it again. Shi Yang is back. Love to see more of him. I wonder who still denies that they're a couple, sitting so close. Are you trying to make us see? Is anyone concerned about the well-being of the star? Where's little star? That adorable little one? It's probably not suitable for a child to stay in a dating show. So they likely won TV appearing. The viewers were eagerly awaiting Jiang Xing's entrance with Yu Kanglin, anticipating a dazzling debut. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of faith felt like a whirlwind, catching her off guard, as if she had just been fed a hearty meal. She instinctively raised her hand to slap away the fidgeting sapling, acclimating herself to the warm, vibrant energy. Yu Kanglin turned to see her smack herself. What's that for? Is your head itchy or something? Jiang Xing rolled her eyes at him and extended her hand. Hold my hand and take me out. Without hesitation, Yu Kanglin scooped her up and walked outside the villa. Let us welcome our new guest of this episode. Star. It's Star. I thought I'd never see you again. The upstairs is off limits for rumors. Star is not dead. Who's that handsome man holding Star? So dashing. Sir, please remain calm and put down Star. Come with me instead. The director, glancing at the rolling comments, couldn't help but facepalm. Welcome our little friend Star and our new acquaintance, Mr. Yu Kanglin. Dressed in an elegant black suit, Yu Kanglin, tall and distinguished, commanded attention. His close-cropped hair drew focus to his striking facial features, a handsome man with defined lines and a jawline clearer than life plans. His face bore a resemblance to Yu Tsongshu, but exuded an entirely different aura. Yu Kanglin? The very same Yu Kanglin? Production team, you're quite fortunate. Are you really bringing the most eligible bachelor from Xiangqing onto the show? Are you still waiting? Did the Yu family assist Nuwa in mending the heavens in their past life? Wealthy and handsome, my suggestion is for the entire Yu family to enter the entertainment industry. They're far more appealing than those cookie-cutter faces. How audacious of you to let a billionaire CEO perform in a show while Yu Kanglin was not part of the entertainment world. He was nonetheless a man frequently gracing financial news headlines. With an air of natural ease, he acknowledged the camera with a nod and seated himself with Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing cupped his face in her hands, directing him to face the camera. Follow my lead. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Xing, Yu Kanglin replied. I am Yu Kanglin. Jiang Xing nodded with satisfaction, gracefully sliding from his embrace to take a seat on a chair of her own. Thank you, Xing. You truly made me laugh, she exclaimed, her joy evident. It seemed as though the aura of no entry had been shattered by her sister's playful antics. How could the men of the Yu family be so indulgent towards their sister? When her brother eventually finds a girlfriend, will he treat her with the same kindness? Surely, his girlfriend wouldn't feel jealous, would she? Come on, you refer to her as a girlfriend, yet she hasn't even crossed the threshold, and already are concerned about how he treats his sister. Your thinking is rather misguided. Next, let us welcome Zhu Xianbao. Zhu Xianbao, a recently rising star in the entertainment industry. Affectionately dubbed the specialist in supporting roles, possesses commendable acting skills and has garnered countless accolades from netizens. She emerged from the entrance barefoot, her feet sinking into the soft, sandy ground. Adorned in a sky-blue, frilly cake dress, her youthful visage accentuated by a delicate, innocent makeup look, evoking the image of a leading lady from a youthful drama. Yet she often found herself entangled in various melodramatic narratives. Xianbao, you are so beautiful. Come, give me a kiss, my lovely goose. The audience buzzed with excitement, speculating whether Xianbao might capture Yu Kanglin's heart. Such anticipation filled the air. No one could possibly resist Xianbao. As Zhu Xianbao made her way to sit beside Gan Nami, she sweetly greeted the audience through the camera. After exchanging pleasantries, she clung to Gan Nami like an octopus, playfully pouting, "Sister, it's been ages. Did you miss me?" Gan Nami cleared her throat gently, pushing Xianbao's head away with a light touch. Stop it. Liang Jingqi shot a disdainful glance at Zhu Xianbao from the side, incredulous that this clingy creature had followed them here. Am I catching on to something? Has the hometown lily bloomed? So, Xingxing was referring to her and not him? Let us now welcome our esteemed teacher, Lu Yehe. At just 27 years of age, Lu Yehe, the youngest recipient of the prestigious 3 Gold Awards, has swept the major cinematic accolades. He rarely appears in public outside of his work, explaining that he wishes to be remembered solely for his characters rather than as Lu Yehe himself. This marks his debut on a variety show, with his first appearance dedicated to Passion of Fire, a romantic reality show. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yehe, he announced in a deep, resonant voice, igniting a frenzy in the live broadcast room, the comments flowing in at a dizzying pace. The audience eagerly listed his roles, proclaiming him a natural-born actor. Due to scheduling conflicts, one guest was unable to participate in this episode, leaving us with 9 guests in total, 2 of whom have yet to arrive. In the meantime, feel free to get acquainted and chat amongst yourselves. With 9 guests, surely one would end up feeling isolated. Who would be the unfortunate soul destined to be a mere observer of love on a dating show? Yet he was not truly alone. For at least he had Xingxing by his side. I'm here to follow their story. So, what is their current status? Are they dating or not? This is crucial for me. Yu Songshu glanced sideways at Shi Yang, who noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow in curiosity, seemingly questioning him. Yu Songshu averted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Now, when contemplating the possibility of a relationship with Shi Yang, he felt a glimmer of hope. Shi Yang, perplexed by his smile, furrowed her brow and returned her focus to the task at hand. The server brought over freshly grilled skewers of meat, and Shi Yang handed one to Jiang Xing. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Xing's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Thank you, Sister Hamster. Shi Yang was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, sister? She whispered. Little Jiang Xing, don't say that. Your brother might get upset. Upset? He was grinning widely, showing off his large teeth, looking utterly unconcerned. Jiang Xing took the skewer, impatiently blew on it a couple of times, and stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes squinting in delight. Xingxing's role in the show seemed merely to indulge in food. Who said that? Not only can she not control her appetite, but she also cannot restrain her tongue. Indeed, after finishing her meal, she took a napkin to wipe the grease from her lips, her lively gaze landing on Gon Nami as she posed a question that piqued the audience's interest. Sister Nami, do you remember what I told you before? What? Gon Nami clearly did not expect this question at that moment, especially since she was not familiar with anyone present apart from Liang Jingqi. Next to her, Zhu Xianbao tilted her head. What did you say, sister? Chapter 48. The eldest brother's white moonlight has arrived. I didn't say anything. Gon Nami shook her head, wishing to avoid the topic. She dreaded the thought of revealing that she was on the show to find a partner, fearing Zhu Xianbao might scold her for being desperate for marriage. Zhu Xianbao had known her for over a decade. They were classmates in middle school and shared a strong bond, attending the same high school and university. Zhu Xianbao had become her confidant. However, when Gon Nami, in need of money, secretly participated in a girl group debut program, Zhu Xianbao was furious when she discovered, lamenting that Gon Nami often kept things from her and revealing her own wealth, offering to help with financial troubles. Of course, Gon Nami hesitated to ask her for money. Coincidentally, she received her first earnings shortly thereafter and continued to navigate the entertainment industry, albeit without much success. Zhu Xianbao, feeling betrayed, also entered the entertainment world. Despite their camaraderie, Zhu Xianbao, who was born into a wealthy family, remained in the background, only ever receiving supporting roles, as she feared Zhu Xianbao would overshadow her. Eventually, Gon Nami took Zhu Xianbao's advice and stepped behind the scenes, finding success until reaching her current stature. Seeing that Gon Nami was reluctant to divulge anything, Zhu Xianbao turned her attention to a nearby child, asking Little One, What did you discuss with Sister Nami? Jiang Xing was unfazed, replying Sister Xianbao. Once Sister Nami has sorted her thoughts, she will tell you. Zhu Xianbao pouted, clearly displeased. Gon Nami, feeling a headache coming on, suggested, It's been a while since we last met. Shall we take a walk and chat? Yes, yes. Zhu Xianbao beamed, rising to adjust her short skirt in anticipation of moving. Gon Nami stood, bidding farewell to the group as she linked arms with Zhu Xianbao, heading towards the beach. Although both were women, there was a noticeable height difference between them. Zhu Xianbao playfully dug her heels into the sand, while Gon Nami watched her antics with amusement. Shi Yang remarked, Their friendship is truly delightful. Liang Jingqi retorted sarcastically. Oh, is that so? Is that what we call friendship? The others engaged in casual conversation, while Lu Yehe remained an invisible presence, quietly engrossed in his phone, chatting away. Liang Jingqi turned to the director. By the way, are our two late guests boys or girls? Girls came the reply. So both are girls?
Yes.
Upon hearing this, Liang Jingqi grinned mischievously, rubbing his hands together. I'm eager to experience a sweet romance myself. I can't stand the thought of you Songxu getting a girlfriend before me. That would be unbearable. Jiang Xing looked at him in disbelief. Brother Liang, try not to be so creepy. Put away that fly-rubbing demeanor. Liang Jingqi quickly straightened up, sitting properly. After a few moments, an idea seemed to strike him, and he leaned in closer to Jiang Xing with a look of curiosity. Sister, do you think I might have a chance to meet someone special in this episode? Jiang Xing, seeing his eagerness, was disinclined to answer. Some people truly leave much to be desired, yet fate might just smile upon him, leading him to true love. Hey, chess piece. Can't you see that Xingxing is annoyed with you? Don't get too close, or she might slap you. Xingxing interjected. Stop causing trouble here. Liang Jingqi was not merely asking for fun. In the previous episode, Jiang Xing mentioned that a person who had a crush on Gan Nami would be coming to this episode to seek her out. At that time, no one knew Zhu Xianbao would be joining the show. Even Gan Nami only learned of her sudden appearance the day before. The question remained, how did Jiang Xing know? She didn't even know Zhu Xianbao. Zhu Xianbao has long been aware of Jiang Xian's unrequited affection for Gan Nami. After all, each time her gaze alights upon Nami, it is imbued with an unmistakable intensity. Liang Jingqi, relentless in his pursuit of clarity, pressed on. Come now, dear sister, do tell me, do I stand a chance at romance? Jiang Xian, exasperated by his incessant inquiries, retorted, Fear not, I shall intervene. Intervene? For what purpose? Jiang Xian clenched her tiny fists, nodding solemnly. To obstruct your chances of success in this round of hand-holding. Liang Jingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could respond, the mischievous child darted into Yu Kanglin's embrace, leaving him with nothing but her indifferent silhouette. In the beginning, humanity is inherently malevolent. He had warned him not to provoke her, yet he persisted. Do not lose hope. The stars imply that you still have a chance. There was once a chance, but now it has vanished. Ha ha ha. Sated from her indulgence in Yu Kanglin's nurturing, Jiang Xian cradled her belly, her eyes narrowing with the desire to doze off. Just as Yu Kanglin intended to carry her back for a slumber, the remaining two guests made their tardy entrance, forcing him to suppress his actions. Jiang Xian, upon opening her eyes, exhibited no signs of drowsiness. Her bright, sparkling eyes were keenly fixed upon the newcomers. Two young women approached side by side, the dim evening light casting their figures in shadow, obscuring their features until they drew nearer. The director then announced, Let us welcome our two new friends. Miss Xia Lanyi, please introduce yourself. One of the blue-eyed girls stepped forward with poise, confidently speaking in fluent Mandarin. Hello everyone, my Chinese name is Xia Lanyi. It is a pleasure to meet you all.
Xia Lanyi,
a national of the F country, is a world-renowned pianist who only participates in charitable performances, donating the proceeds of each concert to foundations aiding the disabled and the ill. She gestured to the girl standing a step behind her. This is my friend, Yu Lanshan. Yu Lanshan lifted her gaze and immediately spotted the man cradling a child. All the emotions surging within her were quelled by his icy stare, causing her to cast her eyes downwards. Hello everyone, I am Yu Lanshan. At the tender age of 20, Yu Lanshan had gained admission to the most prestigious university in the F country. As a Chinese expatriate, she had ventured abroad alone for her studies and remained at the university post-graduation as a professor. Xia Lanyi and Yu Lanshan were university classmates. Xia Lanyi held a deep appreciation for Chinese culture and cherished her friendship with a Chinese girl. Their names, both containing Lan, forged a special bond between them, leading to a close relationship over time. Jiang Xian, still nestled in her brother's embrace, sensed a palpable shift in his demeanor upon the arrival of the two girls, as an icy aura emanated from him, mingled with irritation and a sense of grievance. His once warm black eyes transformed into a dark whirlpool, threatening to engulf all in their path. After 7 years, their reunion was tainted with feigned ignorance. Back then, she had clutched her acceptance letter, purchasing a one-way ticket to the F country. He had begged and pleaded, receiving only her frigid gaze in return. Do not obstruct my path to the future, if you please. He had watched helplessly as she walked steadfastly towards the future she yearned for, never glancing back. It was a future she had chosen without him. How could she so unexpectedly reappear in his line of sight once more? Jiang Xing began to squirm in his arms, her protests echoing loudly. Brother, I am but 6 years old, quite fragile. Are you intending to crush me with your bare hands? Chapter 49. Who is the unfortunate one? Yu Kanglin's attention was drawn back to her, instinctively loosening his grip. Jiang Xing tumbled from his embrace, her small face contorted in displeasure. Yu Kanglin, regaining his composure, attempted to pull her back to assess where she had been hurt. Yet, the child evaded his touch, swiftly swapping chairs to sit independently. Yu Kanglin sheepishly withdrew his hand, but her commotion had restored a semblance of rationality within him. Miss Xiao Lani enjoys an esteemed reputation in the realm of piano, being a native of the F country, while Miss Yu Lanshan, a Chinese expatriate, has resided in the F country for 7 years as a professor at its foremost university, dedicating herself to neurology research with significant achievements in the medical field. The mere mention of Yu Lanshan's name shifted the atmosphere in the room. Yu Tsongshu observed the exchange between his elder brother and the girl, noting the chill in his brother's demeanor, which solidified his suspicions. This must be Brother S' first love. 7 years ago, he nearly lost his sanity, drowning in alcohol and despair. At the age of 17, witnessing his brother in such a state had terrified him, who would inherit the family legacy if his brother fell apart. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself that this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was his brother's reticence regarding the details of their past, leading him to believe Yu Lanshan was no longer alive. It turned out she had simply been cast aside. Liang Jingqi had been Yu Tsongshu's companion since childhood, and although he had heard of this name before, it now resonated with a sense of familiarity. Upon witnessing Jiang Xing's antics, it dawned on him. What is this? A battlefield of emotions. Xiao Lanyi led Yu Lanshan into the throng, taking their seats at 2 vacant chairs, and upon raising her head, she met Yu Kanglin's gaze. Yu Lanshan, with her eyes lowered, greeted everyone before settling into a quiet demeanor, appearing quite reserved. Due to time constraints, our guests will not form teams tonight. Tomorrow morning, we shall conduct a selection process. Please take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another to enhance your chances of pairing up tomorrow. With only 9 guests in total, those without partners would be grouped with our little friend Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing, hearing this, lifted her head in confusion. What do you mean? Am I to participate in the challenges like the guests? The director's response was clear. Although Jiang Xing was not initially invited as a guest, she has integrated into the group. While couple tasks may be exempt for her, we hope she can partake in the experience. Most importantly, the child had garnered considerable attention. After 2 years of filming romantic variety shows, it was evident that audiences were captivated by children on such programs. The female celebrity frowned, incredulous. Jiang Xing, you are genuinely popular now. You must be mindful of your conduct. I understand you are a genuine child, yet you must also hold yourself to higher standards. Prudence and restraint are essential for a successful journey ahead. I wonder which unfortunate soul will end up on a dating show with a child in tow. After hearing the director's explanation, Jiang Xing nodded understandingly. Fear not, I am a child who is easy to manage. Brother Liang, I shall reserve you first, after all. I have promised to thwart your romantic endeavors. One must honor their word. Liang Jingqi felt a lump in his throat. His anticipation of a leisurely observation shattered. He lamented. You cannot be serious. Why are both of your brothers clinging to me? The director reiterated. Only those without partners will be grouped with Jiang Xing. Liang Jingqi still struggled to catch his breath. When Jiang Xing delivered another blow, it would have been better left unsaid. Who else could it be but him? The director opted for silence. Shi Yang inadvertently chuckled, covering her mouth as she cast a cautious glance at Liang Jingqi. My apologies. I suddenly recalled something amusing. Liang Jingqi's expression was one of defeat. He could hardly believe he was being relegated to the role of caretaker. Jiang Xing, disinterested in banter, lingered her gaze on Yu Kanglin for a few seconds before shifting her scrutiny to Yu Lanshan, her interest unabashedly evident. Yu Tsongshu, recognizing her expression, promptly covered her mouth, pulling her into his embrace. With a serious countenance, he instructed, I know you enjoy speaking, but refrain from uttering anything just yet. Should she publicly divulge the history between his brother and his first love, she would surely face his wrath. One moment of careless chatter can lead to dire consequences. Jiang Xing shot him an indignant glance. Do you truly believe I am so indiscreet? I am merely observing how to expedite the progression of their relationship. The connection between the two was undoubtedly fraught with complications. Not only was it lacking in nourishment, but it also bore numerous splits, evidence of a tumultuous romantic journey. If one were to follow the conventional narrative of a domineering CEO and his ethereal muse reuniting after a shattered past, they would undoubtedly endure a prolonged period of emotional and physical torment, filled with misunderstandings, conflicts, jealousy, and external interferences from rival suitors threatening their fragile bond. This scenario, reminiscent of the antiquated tropes of domineering romance literature, often hinges on misunderstandings that could be effortlessly clarified, yet both characters remain frustratingly silent. Jiang Xing resolutely declares that she will not permit such tedious plotlines to unfold in their story. Her mission is to mend the rift and nurture their fated connection. On their very first day together, conversation flowed readily, enabling them to engage in lively discussions until the clock struck 11. Reluctantly, they returned to rest, aware of the uncertainties awaiting them the following day. Throughout the evening, Yu Kanglin and Yu Lanshan's gazes never once met, as if they were mere strangers, wholly unacquainted with one another. Though Jiang Xing typically slept alone at home, the production team had arranged for her safety to share a room with a guardian while away. Due to her unique request, she opted to share a room with Yu Kanglin. After bidding farewell, Yu Kanglin intended to carry her back, but Jiang Xing gently brushed his hand aside, saying, "Brother, you should head back. I have a secret to discuss with Uncle Director." With that, she turned away to find the director, deliberately emphasizing the secrecy to deter him from following. As the group dispersed, the beach breeze carried a hint of coolness, inducing a sense of languor. Yu Lanshan leaned back in her chair, eyes closed in feigned slumber, until Xiao Lani poked her and left with a suggestive glance. Once the cacophony subsided, only the thunderous beating of her heart remained. She glanced up at the person she had long yearned for, who fortuitously turned to meet her gaze. That fleeting moment seemed to encapsulate a profound love that traversed mountains and seas, laden with the bitterness of countless years apart. Yu Kanglin approached her, each step resonating in her heart, causing it to race uncontrollably until the light above was completely obscured, prompting Yu Lanshan to slowly lift her head. "We need to talk," he murmured, his face shadowed, rendering his expression indistinguishable. His cold voice cut through her like a sharp blade, leaving her reeling. Struggling to respond, she found herself momentarily speechless. Growing impatient, he seized her arm, yanking her from her chair and pulling her into the villa. Yu Lanshan followed his lead without protest, feeling the palpable fury radiating from him in their close proximity. Chapter 50. Do you still hold onto old feelings for me? As the crew packed up their equipment, several directors from the production team gathered to discuss the theme for the next episode. Noticing Jiang Xing approaching, the director paused their conversation, smiling warmly. "Starry-eyed child. Is there something you need? Why aren't you going back to sleep with your brother?" "I came to discuss a few matters with you," she replied. Having previously approached them for a similar reason, she engaged in brief conversation with the director before cheerfully waving goodbye and skipping back to the villa. In a secluded corner, Yu Kanglin forcefully released Yu Lanshan, gripping her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. The dimly lit corner obscured any clear view of their surroundings, resembling a lurking beast silently awaiting its moment to pounce. His heavy breaths mingled with unrestrained anger, each pulse echoing against Yu Lanshan's heart. As his grip on her chin tightened, she winced in pain. Alan. When the pain subsided, a mocking chuckle escaped him. Yu Lanshan.
Alan.
His full name, rarely uttered in her presence, felt foreign and unsettling. In the darkness, he regarded her, his fiery gaze tracing the contours of her features, his thumb brushing against her soft lips. He leaned in closer, his voice low and intimate like whispered secrets between lovers. 7 years have passed. Yet you remain unforgettable to me. Yu Lanshan closed her eyes, silenced, her trembling lashes betraying her inner turmoil. He inched closer, their lips nearly touching. Why participate in a dating show? Although his tone was casual, she sensed the underlying concern in his words. "I did not come here to seek romance," Yu Lanshan replied, enunciating each word with conviction. Yu Kanglin momentarily froze, as her definitive response echoed the thoughts that had consumed him throughout the night, the answer he had yearned to hear. Akin to a long-buried secret being unearthed. Yu Lanshan reached up, gently caressing his face, feeling the reality of his presence. After 7 long years, he stood before her once more. As if fate had smiled upon her. Yu Kanglin's hand encircled the back of her head, pulling her in for an unavoidable kiss. The suddenness of the kiss overwhelmed her, rendering her mind blank as she surrendered to the ferocity of his embrace. Their breaths intertwined, creating an unbreakable bond. Ultimately, Yu Lanshan had to push him away. her body weak against his forceful advance. Yu Kanglin finally released her, his shattered composure slowly reassembling, their synchronized breaths echoing the intimacy of lovers. It felt as though an eternity had passed before he withdrew, creating distance between them, reverting to his aloof demeanor. "You Lanshan, you're quite indiscriminate. Can anyone kiss you?" Leaning against the wall, her lips swollen and tender from his roughness, she nonchalantly wiped away the sheen on her lips and gazed directly at him. "Only you can kiss me." Though his expression remained obscured, she could sense the intensity of his presence diminishing. Her Alan over the past 7 years must have suffered just as she had. She could feel that he had missed her too. "You Lanshan, you would do best to pretend not to know me. I wish to keep our past from becoming common knowledge." With a faint smile, Yu Lanshan lowered her gaze. Yu Kanglin, taking his time to adjust his collar, remained rooted in place for a moment, the silence stretching between them. He clicked his tongue in irritation. "Who are you putting on this heartfelt act for?" He had not changed his number or social media accounts, fearing that should she come to her senses, she would be unable to reach him. Even after being unilaterally blocked, he had not given up. Who could be so callous as to move on without looking back? Yu Lanshan lowered her head. "I should head back." As she walked past Yu Kanglin, he made no effort to stop her. Once her footsteps faded into the distance, he felt a sudden release of tension, his fingers trembling. Inside, as Yu Lanshan ascended the stairs, she spotted a little girl seated on the steps, cupping her face in her hands, her innocent eyes fixed upon her, seemingly scrutinizing her. Yu Lanshan bit her lip, aware that her current state was far from appealing, her hair disheveled, bearing the marks of her emotional turmoil. The thought of being seen by a child, even one who understood little, brought a twinge of embarrassment as she attempted to pass by. The girl sweetly called out, "Sister Shanshan." Yu Lanshan composed herself, smiling gently. "Hello, little one. Why are you still awake at this hour?" "I'm waiting for my brother to come back." Yu Lanshan momentarily lost her train of thought. "I saw him outside just now. He might return shortly after some fresh air." "Really?" Jiang Xing teased, winking. "I thought your brother was planning to confess his feelings to you, given that he seems so infatuated." Yu Lanshan blinked in confusion. "What? I mean, he has thought of you for so many years. How could he resist finding you when he finally sees you? Don't you agree, Sister White Moonlight?" Yu Lanshan felt rooted to the spot, the buzzing in her ears overwhelming her senses. She was uncertain how much of the child's words held truth. Yet she found herself pondering deeply in response. During the year she left, Jiang Xing had not yet been born. She had seen the news and learned that Jiang Xing was only 6 years old. Her entanglement with Yu Kanglin had occurred before the child's existence. How could the girl know such things? And who had referred to her as the White Moonlight? She dared not fantasize that Yu Kanglin had directly spoken those words to the child. "Sister Bai Yueguang, there exists a misunderstanding between you and your brother. Since fate has arranged for you to meet once more, you must seize this opportunity. Resolving your past grievances would be beneficial for all three of you." Yu Lanshan gazed at her with uncertainty, her voice trembling as she asked, "What did you say?" Jiang Xing revealed 2 adorable dimples, shifting her gaze from Yu Lanshan to the doorway behind her, and then cheerfully waved, "Brother." Yu Lanshan could only suppress her emotions, her steps faltering as she ascended the stairs, not daring to glance back at him. Yu Kanglin approached the staircase, lifting Jiang Xing from the steps with a hint of reproach in his tone. "Why did you sit on the ground? What if you catch a chill?" Jiang Xing nestled against his shoulder, lazily yawning and rubbing against him, seemingly drowsy as she softly murmured, "I was waiting for you to tell you a bedtime story when you returned." Yu Kanglin found himself at a loss with her, carrying her upstairs. She was indeed very sleepy, even mixing her words as she expressed her desire for a bedtime story. Upon returning to the room, he turned on the light and closed the door, helping her find a set of pajamas and urging her to change. Once she emerged in her pajamas, she clutched a little police rabbit plush toy and jumped onto his bed, sitting cross-legged. Naturally, she beckoned him over. "Come here. I want to tell you a bedtime story." Chapter 51. Sister, why have you turned into a kite? Yu Kanglin went to tidy up the 1-meter-wide baby bed, intending to bring her over. But Jiang Xing retreated into the bed with her rabbit, thwarting his plans. With exasperation, Yu Kanglin said, "Stop messing around. If you're tired, just go to sleep." Jiang Xing pointed to the edge of the bed. "You sit here. I need to ask you something." When dealing with her older brother, one could not employ the same tactics as with a hamster. Yu Kanglin found it amusing and was curious to see what kind of spectacle she would concoct in her sleepy state. He sat at the edge of the bed, his eyes questioning. "What do you want to say?" Jiang Xing crawled towards him, using both hands and feet. Brother, Sister Shanshan likes you so much. Could you please choose her for the team tomorrow? Yu Kanglin narrowed his elongated eyes, his demeanor growing cold. Who told you she likes me?
Did she say that just now?
Of course not. I can tell. You are mistaken. Now go to sleep. I won't. Think about it. You've been keeping yourself pure for her all these years. Now that you have a chance to reconnect, shouldn't you cherish each other more? Yu Kanglin remained silent, clearly dismissing the child's words. And if you don't choose her, she'll team up with another male contestant. This is a dating show, you know. What if she develops feelings for someone else while interacting with them? Yu Kanglin's eyes, reminiscent of a deep well, radiated a chilling aura that made one shiver. His fists clenched. He thought to himself, one must not indulge disobedient children. The Guide to Raising Children states in Chapter 1, aspire for your child to succeed. And that discipline is necessary. He hesitated, remembering that his sister was a girl, and thus could not be punished. He hadn't even finished reading the chapter on raising girls with gentleness. Count to 3. Are you going to sleep? Jiang Xing blinked, remaining silent. Yu Kanglin, fearing she might cry, reached out to turn off the room's light. However, she promptly switched on the bedside lamp again, prompting him to frown at the disobedient child. Jiang Xing immediately changed tactics, extending her arms and adopting a soft, coaxing tone. Hug me. Let us go to the baby bed. Seeing her finally comply, Yu Kanglin's expression softened as he lifted her and placed her on the baby bed, tucking her in. Her little hand peeked out from under the covers, gripping the blanket. Her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Good night, brother. Sweet dreams.
Good night.
With the bedside lamp extinguished, the room fell into darkness. The window remained open, a gentle breeze stirring the curtains, allowing a hint of mischievous moonlight to seep in. Jiang Xing closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. And as he listened to her peaceful breathing, Yu Kanglin too felt drowsy, all his complex thoughts fading into a haze until he too succumbed to sleep. Still wishing for sweet dreams? In the pitch-black realm of dreams, Jiang Xing floated beside the man who had just entered the dream world, blowing gently into his ear. Look back, you disobedient grandson. Yu Kanglin, still in a daze, slowly turned his head to meet Jiang Xing's gaze, and they exchanged a silent stare. Noticing his lack of reaction, she contemplated whether to stick her tongue out to scare him, but dismissed the thought, as it would spoil her image as a dainty princess. As she pondered, Yu Kanglin's brow furrowed deeper. Sister, why have you turned into a kite? Jiang Xing, unfilial descendant. Yu Kanglin reached out to bring her down, murmuring, Why are you so light? A wave of sadness washed over him as he realized something. Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be harsh with you. I'm still learning how to be a good brother. There are some things I don't quite understand yet. Please don't be angry, okay? Jiang Xing pinched his cheeks in frustration. Did you even listen to what I said? Did you? In the dream, where pain was imperceptible, Yu Kanglin allowed her to have her way. Jiang Xing's hands glowed with a soft green light, filling Yu Kanglin's eyes. Manipulating him was not difficult at all. Regarding Yu Lanshan, any decision he made would align with his true feelings. This was called staying true to one's heart, a remedy for stubbornness. If he wouldn't listen to reason, she would simply present his contradictory nature to the audience. Satisfied, Jiang Xing patted his shoulder and floated out of his embrace, looking down at him from above. The core message of the bedtime story I'm sharing with you today is that having a mouth that can speak helps avoid many misunderstandings. Stay true to your heart. Do what you wish to do. Sister Bai Yuiguang has endured much, just like you. You must discover and cherish her. She is like a fragile doll. Only you can mend her. Yu Kanglin gazed upwards, his heartache seemingly filled with warmth, as if sprouts were emerging from a desolate land. Jiang Xing's spiritual energy coursed through him, mending his troubled lifeline, and she couldn't help but tease. Take care of your health. Keep this up, and you'll become a short-lived ghost. The next day, Yu Kanglin's internal clock woke him promptly at 6:30. He took a moment to gather himself before glancing at the baby bed beside him. Jiang Xing's sleeping posture was adorable, suggesting she was enjoying a sweet slumber. He was startled. He had dreamt of his sister turning into a kite last night. He rarely dreamed, and to have such an ominous dream was unusual. However, in the dream, his sister did remind him to take care of his health. She truly cared for him. He was not a monster. He had been harsh with her last night, hence the nightmare. He sighed, threw off the covers, and quietly proceeded to wash up. After preparing Jiang Xing's outfit for the day, he took his tablet and sat down to work until the program staff knocked on the door at 7:30, prompting him to wake his sister. After they had washed and changed, Yu Kanglin carried her downstairs. Several guests were already seated on the sofa, exchanging morning greetings. After waiting for about 10 minutes for everyone to arrive, they began to enjoy the breakfast prepared by the production team. At 8 o'clock sharp, the live broadcast commenced. The number of viewers entering the stream surged into the thousands. Even though it was an early morning class, some had set alarms to catch the live show. Good morning. Good morning, sisters. Good morning, stars. Today, the stars are in tea wearing princess dresses. They're going for a cool girl look. Seeing a screen full of handsome men and beautiful women first thing in the morning was delightful. I declare this episode as participants are stunning. Can't take my eyes off them. Once everyone had their fill, they moved into the segment that the audience had been eagerly anticipating. After last night's initial introductions, everyone had formed preliminary impressions of one another. The rules remained unchanged. Each contestant would write down the name of their heart-throbbing guest on a piece of paper. Successful pairings would be based on mutual selections, while those who did not choose each other would face penalties designated by the production team. Due to the unique circumstances of this episode, we have only 9 guests. Considering that one guest will inevitably be left without a partner, it would be unreasonable for the production team to assign them randomly. Therefore, those who have not successfully paired can directly designate an unteamed guest for invitation. If the latter agrees, they will form a team. The remaining individual will pair with our star child. Now, our star will distribute cards, granting everyone 3 minutes to deliberate. Chapter 52. Did you presume I'd be annoyed without asking me? Jiang Xing distributed the cards one by one. The 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and all cards were collected. The director singled out Jiang Xing and, during the waiting period, suggested that our star child take a guess. All eyes turned towards her. It was quite something. The cameras were now focused on her more than before. Someone should interrupt her spellcasting. Truth be told, I was curious too. Her words seemed somewhat credible, so I decided to observe. Jiang Xing scanned the crowd, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Brother Hamster and Sister Shuyang were certainly in a flirtatious phase and wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Yu Songshu wore a smile that did not reach his eyes as he regarded the camera, dismissing childish nonsense about a flirtation phase. Shuyang's gaze drifted towards him, and they shared a tacit understanding, both averting their eyes. Jiang Xing was quite satisfied with their dynamic. It was indeed not a flirtation phase, but there was mutual affection, which sufficed, so there was no need for further worry. Every show has its standout character, such as Liang Jingqi, who was particularly eager to showcase himself. Sister, guess who I've written about? Jiang Xing shot him a sidelong glance. It matters not whom you choose. Liang Jingqi fell silent, his cheeks flushed, sputtering. I don't believe it. Disbelief was palpable. I inexplicably believed he would be left alone. How could one refuse a star? What's wrong with a dating show including a child? Sacrificing oneself for others to find love. The star also had another brother. Guess who the domineering CEO has a crush on? My elder brother has someone in his heart. It must be his beloved, he said, glancing at Sister Shan. Suddenly called upon, Yulan Shan appeared bewildered. Having just been enjoying the spectacle, she recalled Yu Kanglin's warning from the previous night that their relationship should remain undisclosed, and with a gentle smile, she replied, I'm sorry. Dear child, I don't know either. Jiang Xing sighed. How could you not know? You chose your brother. Jiang Xing, Yu Kanglin admonished, stop messing around. Jiang Xing pouted dismissively, her expression defiant. As for the others, they were about to experience a new round of mutual selection. She was only responsible for distribution, not collection. Thus she remained oblivious to what others had written, yet she spoke with utmost conviction. After Jiang Xing concluded, the staff compiled the results, and the director announced them.
Now,
let us reveal the results of everyone's choices. 4 pairs successfully formed this time. The first pair is Yu Songshu and Shuyang, while the second pair is Yu Kanglin and Yulan Shan. Wait. Have all the Yus matched up? It seems the Yus are definitely not available. Don't tell me they were given a script? How heartless of the production team to make such young children memorize lines. So, guessing correctly means it was scripted? The remaining individuals did not succeed in mutual selection. Among them, Sister Nami chose Teacher Liu Yaha, who in turn selected Zhu Xianbao, while Xiaolani opted for Teacher Liu. Liang Jingqi picked Xiaolani, and Xianbao chose Gan Nami. Excuse me, is this mutual selection allowed? The focus seems to be on Xianbao choosing Sister Nami, right? They definitely have something going on. Nami seems like an oblivious tea. Is this really happening? I'm not optimistic. Who says choosing a girl means liking her? Could it not merely be admiration between beauties? Jiang Xing beamed at Liang Jingqi. Brother Liang, your taste is truly commendable. Liang Jingqi felt a shiver at her gaze, shrugging hesitantly. I just want to date. Is that a crime? Otherwise, who would he choose? His ex-girlfriend Yu Kanglin? Or Zhu Xianbao, the girl from the same gender? Would he dare choose Ganami in front of Zhu Xianbao? The male options were even less likely. After much contemplation, only Xia Lanyi seemed suitable for him. Jiang Xing shook her head, affirming his thoughts. You're not wrong, Brother Liang. Your mistake lies in my reluctance to let you date so soon. Liang Jingqi. Director, I request to invite a confession. The director consented to his earnest pursuit, and upon receiving permission, Liang Jingqi was about to utter something heartfelt. Jiang Xing interjected, Sister Xia, think carefully. If you continue to choose Brother Liu, you might have another chance. Xia Lanyi, with her cheerful and generous personality, adored children, and their interactions, one big and one small, were particularly delightful. Rest assured, Sister will leave Brother Liang for you to play with. These two sentences determined Liang Jingqi's fate. He appeared as though struck by lightning, mechanically turning to Jiang Xing, who flashed her little tiger teeth, her forehead seemingly sprouting two devilish horns, leaving him teary-eyed. Little Jiang Xing was truly a stumbling block on his path to love. Upon hearing Jiang Xing's words, Xia Lanyi once more invited Liu Yehe, who, having perceived the situation with Zhu Xianbao and Gan Nami, agreed to Xia Lanyi's invitation. And they successfully joined hands. Zhu Xianbao cast a pitiful glance, which Gan Nami could not resist, resulting in the two girls pairing successfully. Liang Jingqi felt like a frostbitten eggplant, wishing to return home. There was no place for him here. Jiang Xing approached him, gently patting his back. It's all right. Next episode you can date. Don't cry. Liang Jingqi eyed her suspiciously. Really? Really? Pinky promise. Liang Jingqi extended his little finger. Jiang Xing. Liang Jingqi. Who is 6 years old here? Apologies, everyone. The idol is embarrassing himself again. Please refrain from elevating his behavior to fandom. Star Child. How many pairs have formed this episode? This is crucial for me. No need to ask her. I'll tell you, all those who formed pair succeeded. Are you implying that Star and Liang Jingqi successfully held hands? As the playful banter concluded, it was time to announce the penalties. This event did not feature designated props, but rather assigned commands. Following last night's gathering, today's challenge tasks were selected, and today's recording is an indoor variety show. Throughout the activity, the director will announce specified punishment commands, which the penalized parties must carry out. Failure to comply will result in a deduction of 30 points. Next, let us proceed to the recording venue. Everyone moved together, the successfully paired individuals walking side by side, while Yu Kanglin and Yu Lanshan kept their distance, one ahead of the other. The two guests shared a vehicle. Yu Kanglin wished to lift Jiang Xing into the same car, but she darted ahead to Liang Jingqi's side. Glancing back at him, Brother, don't mind me. Hurry and pursue your wife. He retracted his fingers, unwilling to engage in argument. Casting a sidelong glance at the slow-moving Yu Lanshan, who deliberately lagged behind, avoiding any need for interaction, he opened the back seat door and sat down, leaving it ajar. Yu Lanshan followed suit, closing the door, glancing at the recording camera, then quietly pressed against the door, distancing herself from the man beside her. Yu Kanglin appeared irked by her actions, scoffing, If it's such a bother, why choose me? I am not causing you any trouble, Yu Lanshan replied earnestly. I simply fear that you find me annoying. Yu Kanglin turned to gaze out the window, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, unable to restrain his tongue, he remarked, Did you presume I'd be annoyed without asking me? How is it that you understand me so well?
Huh.
Yu Lanshan looked at him, puzzled. Were those words truly spoken from your mouth? Chapter 53. You truly dare to spill his private affairs. They undoubtedly have a history. I find Yu Kanglin's tone rather fierce. Merely my opinion. The Star Child claims that Sister Shan is Yu Kanglin's crush. Had she not mentioned it, I would suspect he might harm Sister Shan. The Star is urging him to pursue his wife. Can he truly catch up like this? I firmly believe they were acquainted before. Daringly speculating, perhaps they were exes. How audacious. Things are getting interesting. Jiang Xing settled into the car and promptly activated their live streaming session, keenly observing the interactions unfolding before her. Liang Jingqi, noticing her earnest focus, leaned in closer, his expression perplexed as he remarked on the apparent gravity of her interest in her brother's romantic affairs. Naturally, she affirmed. Jiang Xing's gaze shifted from the screen to the barrage of comments flooding the chat, an intriguing phenomenon as numerous viewers eagerly participated in the discourse. Some inquired if she was aware of the private dynamics between Yu Kanglin and Yu Lanshan, the fervor of the discussion indicating a palpable curiosity about their relational intricacies. With a playful hint of revelation, she assured them, "Rest assured, their matters are well within my purview, so you need not fret. As for the secrets you seek, stay tuned to the show. The answers will inevitably come to light." After a brief pause, as she continued to peruse the ceaseless stream of comments, she added, "They've known each other for ages. It's merely the long absence that has rendered their interactions somewhat awkward." Liang Jingqi's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to her, incredulous at her audacity to divulge Yu Kanglin's private affairs. Despite her tendency to speak without a filter and disregard the consequences, she wondered if this revelation would provoke her brother's wrath. Given the implications of her words, it was clear to anyone paying attention that there were only two interpretations. Either they were longtime friends who had simply drifted apart, or they were ex-lovers. Those who had spent time in their streaming room could easily discern the subtle tension between the two, a scenario far removed from that of mere old friends. The truth was unmistakable. "Star darling, you are my one and only sister." The sentiment was undeniably thrilling, igniting a desire for more broadcasts. The production team was known for their flair for drama. She doubted it was mere serendipity, suspecting instead that it had been a premeditated script. Yet, as she considered the facts, she recalled that the guest list had been finalized prior to the broadcast, and according to insiders, President Yu had only signed up a couple of days ago. How exhilarating! "Woman, you cannot escape my grasp. Return to my side willingly." The familiar trope of a domineering CEO lingered in her mind. Upon receiving this news, online users flocked to Lanshan's streaming room, eager to partake in the unfolding drama. Leaning closer to Jiang Xing, Liang Jingqi whispered, "Are you out of your mind? Won't your brother kill you for this?" Jiang Xing shot him a glance. "He might, but if I become a kite, remember to let me fly." Liang Jingqi gasped, "Don't scare me. His courage is limited." Jiang Xing, with a look of camaraderie, reassured him, "Fear not. Before I meet my end, I shall ensure you accompany me." Liang Jingqi retreated to the corner, muttering his thanks, though feeling far from comforted. Jiang Xing found amusement in his timid demeanor, laughing heartily. As the revered matchmaker of a millennium, she had effortlessly orchestrated their 5-year relationship in a single episode. She was the antithesis of melodrama and kitsch. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the recording venue. Given the indoor setting, a considerable audience had gathered. Even in a foreign land, the venue was packed, with fervent reactions echoing throughout. "Welcome, everyone, to the recording of Fiery Passion. Good morning." The audience erupted in excitement. Most attendees were fervent fans of the prominent guests, with some having flown in specifically from the mainland. "I trust you are all familiar with our guests, so I shall refrain from excessive introductions. Please welcome our guests to the stage." Lu Yehe and Xiao Lanyi entered hand in hand, while Yu Tsongshu gallantly offered his arm to Shiyang, gently cautioning her to watch her step. Gunami and Zhu Xianbao walked side by side, effortlessly linked. However, a chasm of silence seemed to separate Yu Kanglin and Yu Lanshan, who walked behind them, devoid of any interaction. At the rear, Liang Jingqi held Jiang Xing's hand, taking small steps as she barely reached his pant leg, her petite stature requiring his care. With all the guests now present, and having greeted both the live audience and those online, the atmosphere was electric. The host continued, "Now that our guests have gathered, we have confirmed our first game segment, selected from the top comment in the challenge task submissions. The theme is the sweetest wedding photo, with the audience presenting challenge tasks, and a voting channel activated for each guest group. The group with the highest votes will emerge victorious." Zhu Xianbao blushed, her eyes sparkling at the mention of wedding photos. "Is this a challenge? This is clearly a boon. Does no one care about our star's fate?" The absurdity of it all made her laugh. While others were exchanging tender glances, the Xingxing duo appeared more like a father-daughter pair. To ensure fairness, all 5 groups of guests must complete the challenge according to the same task instructions. Take note, each photo session has a time limit, so please keep an eye on the countdown displayed on the big screen. Liang Jingqi glanced down at the potato-like figure at his side, realizing she seemed entirely absorbed in her own thoughts, clearly not paying attention to the game rules. After a moment's internal struggle, he gently squeezed her small hand to bring her back to reality. Jiang Xing looked up at him, puzzled. "What's the matter? Do you still want to win?" Liang Jingqi replied, "That's not my intention. I just want you to feel involved." Jiang Xing shook her head. "Our primary task today is to engage with the audience and relish being the onlookers." She flashed a sweet smile at the camera. "You need not worry about me. I excel at being carefree." Just focus on making things challenging for them. Haha star, you're amazing. Liang Jingqi had already resigned himself to defeat, knowing that once he lost, it would be an unbroken streak. Everyone knows the sisters are outrageous. There's no need to hold back. No one here recognizes you. So unleash your talents boldly. Now, please escort the guests to the backstage dressing room for costume changes into wedding attire and formal wear. You have only half an hour, during which the audience members selected by the drawing machine will offer suggestions. The countdown timer of 30 minutes appeared prominently on the screen, prompting the guests to hurriedly move backstage to select their outfits. The drawing machine selected 5 seats, and 5 young women took to the stage, brainstorming suggestions together while also consulting online viewers for their opinions, ultimately deciding on the first challenge task. As the 30-minute countdown concluded, the host announced, "Let us welcome the guests back to the stage." The first to emerge was Jiang Xing, illuminated under the lights like a spirited sprite. She released Liang Jingqi's hand and dashed ahead, her hands lifting the hem of a pastel yellow tulle dress. Her round face, adorned with 2 charming dimples, radiated an extraordinary cuteness. Liang Jingqi followed closely behind, donning a deep green suit and sporting a fresh hairstyle that enhanced his approachability. He gently pulled the exuberant Jiang Xing back, a smile gracing his lips. Though they played no pivotal role in the challenge, they were at least splendid adornments. How delightful. How can Star be so adorable? A friend exclaimed, "Quick, someone, have a baby for me to play with." Liang Jingqi was urged to wear such attire at the next concert. "Please, no more burlap sacks while singing. I admit you possess some charm." The guests continued to emerge in succession. Gunami wore a striking black wedding gown, while Zhu Xianbao donned a white one, the contrasting colors reminiscent of romantic piano keys as they walked hand in hand. The joy radiating from Zhu Xianbao was palpable, her eyes glistening with tears at the sight. This scene was a dream come true for her. She had long envisioned capturing wedding photos with Gunami, but life had always kept them apart. Little did she know her first experience in a wedding dress would occur on a show. What a serendipitous occasion. Xiao Lanyi, enamored with Chinese culture, had quickly chosen a traditional wedding dress, a complex ensemble that required significant time to don. The headpiece was reduced time and again, but even without black hair and eyes, she exuded an undeniable charm. Lu Yehe, wishing to compliment her, donned a matching ancient wedding outfit, intricately patterned in red and gold, exuding an air of nobility that resonated with one of his on-screen roles, eliciting cheers from the audience. Yu Songshu and Shi Yang donned a pristine white suit and a cream-colored off-shoulder wedding gown, respectively. Her gown, lacking an elongated train, was complemented by 10-centimeter stilettos, with the hem barely concealing the heels beneath. Meanwhile, Yu Kenglin sported a violet tailcoat, while Yu Lanshan wore a white tail skirt, her long, fair legs fully exposed, trailing a lengthy train behind her. With her gaze cast downwards, Yu Lanshan cautiously lifted her foot, despite having chosen a dress that left her feet bare. Her unfamiliarity with high heels rendered her hesitant to stride confidently. A hand extended towards her, intruding upon her line of sight. Yu Lanshan paused for a moment, raising her eyes to meet his, only to find a deep-seated impatience etched upon his brow. "What are you dawdling for?" Yu Lanshan collected her thoughts and placed her hand atop his, whispering softly, "So you do remember." She had previously expressed her desire to have the man she adored don a purple tailcoat while holding her, clad in a wedding gown, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. It was evident that the man beside her stiffened momentarily. He had intended to tell her not to be overly sentimental, yet when he spoke, his words seemed to escape without thought. Only those who have spoken will forget. Upon uttering this, he immediately sealed his lips tightly, his brow furrowing into a straight line as he instinctively observed her reaction. Frustration welled within him. How had he allowed his true feelings to surface? Yet, the woman lowered her gaze, offering no response, which only heightened the tension within him, his expression growing increasingly stern. The 2 reality show novices were blissfully unaware that, even without stepping onto the stage, the microphones affixed to their attire had transmitted their conversation in its entirety to the live broadcast. "Ah, what are they saying? I knew it. It must be an ex-couple reuniting, rekindling their romance." Without knowledge of the past events, they refrained from passing judgment. Now, all the guests had returned to the stage, and they were invited to approach the 5 designated photography booths. Each booth, positioned on stage, displayed clear activity on the large screen. The first challenge required the male guests to lift the female guests in any manner, ensuring that her feet did not touch the ground. Failure to do so would result in disqualification. Successfully capturing 5 poses would exempt them from audience voting. Upon hearing this task, Liang Jingqi was overjoyed, promptly lifting Jiang Xing into his arms, exclaiming with laughter that this challenge was surely tailored for them.
Oh,
They said not to go easy. Winning like this feels so awkward. Apart from Jiang Xing, whose petite frame made it manageable, the other couples found it nearly impossible to switch between 5 poses. Not only was it a matter of strength, but the intricate wedding gowns restricted their movements significantly, complicating the process of changing poses. Moreover, the photographers needed time to find the right angles for their shots. All eyes fixated on the triumphant grin adorning his face. He seemed to realize that his words were somewhat provocative. He carried Jiang Xing into one of the photography booths. Who said we would definitely lose? Isn't their chance to win? He hoisted Jiang Xing into the air, effortlessly spinning her around. She felt so light that he could easily toss her aside. Dizzied by the spins, Jiang Xing fumed, "Just wait until I get you." His exuberance blinded him to the displeasure etched across Xingxing's face. "Ha ha ha. You can't hide that murderous glare." Xingxing pouted adorably, reminiscent of a pufferfish. She was exasperated, yet they continued to laugh, this group of detractors. All the guests were now in position. Unsurprisingly, Liang Jingqi's group completed their poses with ease, managing 10 different stances in a mere 10 minutes. Eventually, he even held Jiang Xing beneath his arm as she kicked and protested before he placed her on his shoulders, prompting her to tug at his hair in frustration. Despite the pain, Liang Jingqi grinned widely, having breezed through the initial phase. "Sister, we are going to win." Jiang Xing scoffed. "Win?
all right.
Let us see you take the first challenge." The other booths did not enjoy such ease. Both Gunami and Zhu Xianbao, clad in cumbersome wedding gowns, struggled to change poses, managing only a waist embrace and a princess hold before Zhu Xianbao's feet touched the ground. Zhu Xianbao affectionately cupped Gunami's face, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Sister, you're amazing." Gunami flushed slightly, accustomed to such gestures in private, but today felt distinctly peculiar. The camera then shifted to another live broadcast featuring Lu Yehe and Xiao Lanyi. Xiao Lanyi's traditional wedding attire was intricate and heavy, necessitating a composed demeanor, which left her with limited mobility, resulting in only 2 captured poses. Yu Songshu and Shi Yang, having learned from the production team's previous antics, chose minimalist outfits that allowed for ease of movement despite the wedding theme. Yu Songshu encircled her waist, lifting Shi Yang with a gentle whisper in her ear. "Hold on to me, don't fall." Instinctively, Shi Yang wrapped her legs around his waist and clasped his neck, their gazes locking, a myriad of unspoken emotions swirling between them. This was the position of their first embrace, reminiscent of their unexpected moment at Xiangshan. Yu Songshu held her head gently, averting her gaze as he inquired of the photographer, "Are you ready?" The photographer signaled that they could change poses. Yu Songshu cradled Shi Yang horizontally, their intimacy palpable. Shi Yang's cheeks flushed, her eyes silently speaking volumes in the tranquil atmosphere. Another pose was successfully captured. "You must have seen me hold my sister before, right?" With her face nestled against his chest, Shi Yang nodded in a daze, still processing his words as he shifted her into a different hold. He supported her with one hand while gently pushing her up, encouraging her to sit on his arm. Another photograph was taken. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Songshu gestured for her to climb onto his back. Although it was not a conventional embrace, her feet remained off the ground as Shi Yang draped herself over him. And the photographer did not call for a halt. The 4th pose was successfully unlocked. Shi Yang, perched on his back, leaned close to his ear and inquired, "What's next?" Yu Songshu's posture straightened slightly, choosing not to respond. "Oh, my apologies." Shi Yang slid down, her feet returning to the ground. The sheep combination had unlocked 4 poses, currently the best in the room. Shi Yang maintained her steady performance, apologizing as the first to do so. "You needn't feel embarrassed. The hamster must be overjoyed inside. Indeed, my CP is the best." "Hamster, I underestimated you. Your boyfriend power is off the charts." Each morsel of sweetness they savored was a testament to Xingxing, their CP producer. Meanwhile, Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan remained motionless, standing at a distance. The photographer grew anxious. But seeing Yu Kenglin's increasingly dark expression, he refrained from voicing any reminders. Just as he thought they would endure in silence for another half-hour, someone lifted the curtain of the photography booth. A child peeked in first. "Rescue has arrived. Brother and sister-in-law, have you finished shooting?" Yu Kenglin's eyes softened slightly, not minding her use of sister-in-law for Yu Lanshan, and gently asked, What brings you here, little sister? Jiang Xing stepped inside, circling him with curiosity. No way, brother. How are you standing so steadily? Did you glue your shoes to the floor? Yu Kenglin narrowed his eyes, lifting her effortlessly, pinching her cheeks and shaking her head side to side, asserting, you seem too idle. Jiang Xing, unamused, wriggled free from his grasp. What are you doing? If you can hold me, can't you lift Sister Shanshan? Yu Kenglin was momentarily taken aback by her retort, glaring at her with a furrowed brow. Did he not wish to lift her? As the woman entered the studio, she positioned herself 5 meters away from him, seemingly avoiding any association, leaving him perplexed about how to embrace her. His gaze was unfriendly, yet Jiang Xing looked at him with a silent critique, as if to mock his ineffectiveness. She raised her small hand and gently patted his shoulder, urging him to let her down. Yu Kenglin complied, setting her on the ground, only for her to dart towards Yu Lanshan. Sister Shanshan, why aren't you taking wedding photos? Are you shy? Yu Lanshan shook her head, her hands barely catching the little one as she nearly toppled over, struggling to stabilize herself in her high heels. We're not taking any, she declared. Jiang Xing grasped her skirt tightly, lifting her legs as she exclaimed, Don't be scared, Sister Shanshan. If my brother can't carry you, I will.
Put me down.
The child was surprisingly strong, holding her securely, though she dared not move, fearing she might inadvertently cause harm. Little sister, you are truly mischievous, she exclaimed, laughing heartily. Memories of the last episode flooded her mind, where she had effortlessly carried Shuyang. Yu Kenglin was taken aback by her audacity to lift someone. Quickly approaching to catch Yu Lanshan, his teeth clenched as he admonished, Let go at once. How can such a small child dare to lift a woman who weighs 90 pounds? You'll hurt your back at such a young age. Jiang Xing obediently released her grip, advising, Don't move, all right? If I lift you and you touch the ground, it counts as losing. We can't skip the photos. Yu Kenglin was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to retain his hold or let go. The current position was undeniably awkward. He had lifted Yu Lanshan from behind, one arm encircling her waist, his hand resting in an uncomfortable spot. Noticing the photographer still frozen in place, Jiang Xing rushed over, asking, Can I borrow the camera? He appeared bewildered, and by the time he reacted, the camera had already been handed to her. Slinging it over her shoulder, she took on the role of director. Look at me, look at the camera. Yu Kenglin's movements were stiff. He could have easily set her down, aware that his embrace was causing her discomfort. Yet she remained silent, patiently awaiting her direction. Jiang Xing captured their first set of photos, but their expressions were lackluster, revealing their reluctance. Just as she was about to speak, she watched in disbelief as her ineffectual brother abruptly released Yu Lanshan. He had let go, placing her back on the ground. Jiang Xing was furious, her eyes wide in shock, storming over with her hands on her hips and the camera in tow. What are you doing? Don't you want to take wedding photos? This is Sister Shanshan's first time in a wedding dress. Didn't you promise to go from school uniforms to wedding gowns? You've worn the uniform. Now that she's in a wedding dress for the first time, why don't you cherish it? Yu Kenglin found himself on the receiving end of an unexpected reprimand for the first time in his life. Even during the 7 years of self-indulgence following their breakup, he had only heard sighs. He stood there, lost, a hint of confusion clouding his gaze. Yu Lanshan tugged at Jiang Xing, attempting to pull her away. Sweetheart, you're still young. Your anger isn't intimidating. But when your brother comes to his senses, he might get a bit dangerous. Jiang Xing stood her ground, puffing up her cheeks like a pufferfish, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, you don't know. The photo of you both in school uniforms is fading in his wallet. This is such a great chance to take a new photo, and doesn't he appreciate it? Yu Lanshan was taken aback by the revelation, her eyes darting towards Yu Kenglin in surprise. Sister Shanshan, please give him another chance. After saying this, Jiang Xing pushed her back into Yu Kenglin's embrace. She stumbled, colliding with his chest, struggling to regain her footing when a warm hand suddenly encircled her waist. She looked up, meeting his deep-set eyes, his expression inscrutable, yet the rhythm of his heartbeat reverberated in her ears. Closing her eyes, she softly murmured, Alon. I still have so many questions for you, but not now. Yu Kenglin steadied her, his hand lingering on her slender waist. She felt so fragile, as if she were merely bones. He had never admired a skeletal figure. During their time together, he had always urged her to eat well and not to emulate other girls' dieting habits. 7 years apart, she had forgotten his words, reducing herself to this state. He glanced over at Jiang Xing, who stood nearby with a serious expression and chuckled softly, Thank you, little sister. A voice within him persistently questioned, Don't you want to hold her?
He did want to.
Chapter 56. What do you truly desire? Although their challenge had failed, beyond the task at hand, this was their own wedding photo shoot.
Wow.
Starry baby, do you realize the weight of what you just said? I think I've pieced together the whole story. Yu Kanglin still has feelings for Sister Shanshan. Sister Shanshan seems to be avoiding him. Didn't she break up with the esteemed CEO?
Don't say that.
Given the situation, Yu Kanglin's expression resembles that of an abandoned puppy. I know I'm guilty, but what sort of battlefield is this? Does the production team dare to film this? I suspect Sister Shanshan's gaze towards Yu Kanglin is not innocent either. Their love could very well be rekindled. Jiang Xing returned the camera to the professional photographer. Acknowledging her limitations due to her height, she approached Yu Kanglin, tugging at his pant leg. He looked down at her, devoid of anger. Are you awake now? Don't forget your original intent. The phrase echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the voice that lingered in his thoughts throughout the night. He momentarily felt disoriented, shaking his head as he pondered what a dream had to do with his sister. Jiang Xing turned to Yulianshan, suggesting Sister Shanshan. I recommend that after the live broadcast, you both find an opportunity to talk. Don't bear everything alone. In relationships, the greatest taboo is mutual dishonesty, which easily breeds misunderstandings. Once doubt arises, it creates irreparable rifts. A candid confession can serve as a healing balm for wounds. Yu Kanglin and Yulianshan found themselves speechless, taken aback by the child's insightful reasoning. Yu Kanglin's expression was the most complex. Only he knew he had never shared so many personal matters with Jiang Xing. Yet she had managed to pinpoint the painful aspects of their relationship. Brother, I know you're unhappy, but you need to win sister-in-law's heart first before settling scores.
What standing do you have now?
As an ex? The grip of Yu Kanglin's arm around Yulianshan tightened. He felt he had already said enough. The chatter of the little girl had rendered even the audience silent. How many are looking in the mirror?
Stop it.
The XS coffin lid is sealed tight. It can't be lifted. The way to break the awkwardness is through magic. If it weren't for Jiang Xing, they might have spent the entire episode separated by a galaxy, but the cost was high, exposing all their secrets. Yu Kanglin in private was also one to confide, sharing personal matters with Jiang Xing, who then relayed them to the rest. Remarkably, he did not retaliate against Jiang Xing's revelations with anger, showcasing his composure. Jiang Xing placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "All right, you two, why are you staring at me? We have 8 minutes left. If we don't take photos soon, this segment will end." With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she hummed a tune, skipping out of the studio. The mischievous child had exited. Yulianshan gazed at the man, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears, as if 1,000 words were concealed within them. Yu Kanglin gently wiped away her tears with the pad of his finger, bestowing countless tender kisses at the corners of her eyes. In that fleeting moment, the dam of longing collapsed, and an overwhelming tide of love surged forth, unrestrained and undeniable. For two souls entwined in love, it is imperative not to allow adverse and negative emotions to drive them further apart. Why has Yu Kanglin maintained his chastity for so many years? Why has he repeatedly declined the matchmaking efforts of Ms. Liu? Why has he, despite reaching a suitable age for marriage, steadfastly refused to compromise? He has been waiting for Yulianshan all along. Even though he has never voiced it, every action he has taken serves as evidence of his unwavering wait for her. After 7 long years of silence, why did the pent-up resentment explode upon their reunion? Deep down, he still harbored hopes for a future with Yulianshan. Yet their reunion devolved into harsh words rather than heartfelt confessions. Countless sleepless nights have bred much bitterness within him. Nevertheless, it is essential to discern priorities. After such a prolonged wait, he seeks a resolution. He ought to first obtain the most immediate answers before delving into other grievances. This understanding eluded Yu Kanglin until last night's dream. In that dream, a voice incessantly questioned him. What does he truly desire? Does he wish to vent his anger? Does he want to torment her to share in his suffering? Each response was met with denial until only one truth emerged. He simply longs for Yulianshan. He yearns for her love, desires her return to his side. His sister remarked that this was her first time donning a wedding gown, suggesting that perhaps she had not married anyone else in the past 7 years because her heart still held him. The photographer, indeed a professional, captured numerous delightful photographs in the remaining 8 minutes. In each image, the tender glances they exchanged revealed an unmistakable affection. As the shoot concluded, Yu Kanglin did not relinquish his hold around her waist. "If your heels are uncomfortable, you may take them off," he offered. Yulianshan shook her head, still feeling a sense of unreality. Just last night, The man had gripped her chin, warning her to feign unfamiliarity before the camera, wishing to conceal their troubled past from others. Nearly a night had passed, yet it felt as though everyone was now privy to their relationship. Moreover, his previously harsh demeanor seemed like a distant dream. Today, he did not push her away. Yu Kanglin released his grip and stepped forward, stating, "If nothing is amiss, let us proceed." Yu Lianshan hurriedly called out to him, "Alon." The name slipped out effortlessly, oblivious to its affectionate undertone. Yu Kanglin, accustomed to it, halted and turned to face her. Yu Lianshan bit her lip, taking the initiative to draw closer to him for the first time that day. "Could you support me as we walk? The heels are too high, and I am not used to them." Yu Kanglin curled his fingers slightly, taking 2 steps back to offer his arm for her to hold. Yu Lianshan paused, her surprise evident in her eyes, and a joyful smile blossomed on her lips as she took hold of his arm. It seemed that, indeed, this was a feasible step forward. Alon truly no longer rejected her. Her sister played an invaluable role in alleviating many of her burdens. Now, our group has completed the first phase of the wedding photo shoot, and the votes have been tallied. Our team, with its remarkable physiques, has exceeded expectations, securing the first position without needing to engage in photo voting. Chapter 57. The Q&A session. Netizens, please refrain. Following this, photos and rankings from other groups will be revealed. Shi Yang and Yu Tsongshu, seasoned veterans, garnered an astonishing number of votes across their 4 photos, claiming the top spot. Lu Yehe and Xiao Lanyi secured second place, while Gunami and Zhu Xianbao took third. Yu Kanglin and Yu Lianshan, however, found themselves at the bottom with just the single photo taken by Jiang Xing. The results of the first phase are in, with our group currently in first place, though the rankings for this round remain undecided. We hope everyone continues to strive in the second phase. The guests now have half an hour to change into new outfits, as 5 randomly selected audience members will discuss new challenge tasks. Everyone returned backstage to change. The theme remained the most beautiful wedding photos, yet instinctively, everyone gravitated towards simpler, more practical styles, having learned from past experiences. This time, the audience's response was even more fervent. Ultimately, 3 males and 2 females were selected. They took to the stage to discuss, incorporating the audience's thoughts. 2 concepts were finalized, yet they remained indecisive about which to proceed with. Perhaps they could amalgamate these ideas, treating this segment as a supplement, as there were still penalty commands from the director's side yet to be utilized. The 5 audience members appeared more cunning this time. After the discussions, they submitted their conclusions to the director and returned to their seats, having spent exactly 30 minutes. Everyone emerged in their new wedding attire, regardless of appearance. They selected styles that were not cumbersome, for beauty can render even a burlap sack appealing. However, they scoured the shoe cabinet only to find no heels shorter than 10 centimeters. Jiang Xing chose a black dress and paired it with black shoes, adorning her head with a pair of devil horns, resembling a mischievous little witch. The guests were welcomed back to the stage, but per audience request, the staff needed additional time to set up props, allowing everyone to interact with fans and answer their questions. This was an opportunity for both live audience members and netizens to participate, as those chosen in the lottery could directly connect with the live stream.
Ah.
With my 200 years of singlehood, no one can compete with my speed. I refuse to believe in my hand speed. Can someone please ask if Lu Yehe has a new movie?
I'll ask.
Shi Yang and the hamster have no news. The countdown in the live stream began, with millions of viewers glued to their phones, while those watching on television could only observe others vying for the chance. The lottery commenced, selecting a netizen with the username Tissue. Congratulations to the netizen named Tissue. You have 30 seconds to connect. Within 5 seconds, the call was answered. After a moment of adjustment, the camera revealed a disheveled college student in pajamas, her face flushed with excitement as she silently squealed with joy. Like a New Year celebration, her 6 roommates crowded around, the small screen unable to accommodate them all. I wanna ask.
No.
Let me ask. With only one opportunity, they began to argue, resembling a cacophony of voices. Those wearing headphones were at a disadvantage. Ladies, I know you're eager, but please hold on. This dorm situation feels quite authentic. Whoever got through can just ask. Ultimately, the lucky girl holding the phone dashed out, seizing her chance to pose a question. Star baby. Jiang Xing, thinking she had a question, focused on the big screen, patiently awaiting her words. Star baby, could you please avoid my question? It's not suitable for children. Jiang Xing opened her mouth, momentarily speechless.
Huh?
Yu Tsongshu covered her ears, saying, "Go ahead, but be cautious. If it's too explicit, millions of viewers will be left in the dark." The girl spoke rapidly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Has anyone done it? Raise your hand if you have." The crowd responded. "I knew it would be explosive, but I didn't expect it to be this explosive. You have to wear pants when going online. Firstly, I shall deduct 10,000 points from you. Moreover, I am equally curious. Raise your hands without resorting to tricks." What an exhilarating experience, indeed befitting an adult program. Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan raised their hands with remarkable composure. Their prompt response escalated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, with screams cascading like waves, threatening to engulf the venue. The assembled audience erupted in unison, chanting, "Truth, truth, truth." Their synchrony was impressive, prompting me to wonder if they had conspired together. Suddenly, the screen turned yellow, an imperfection that could not be erased. It appeared repairs were necessary. To those upstairs, there is no need to fix the phone. Just rectify the distorted perceptions in your minds, and the screen will return to normal. I refuse to believe it is only the two of them. Raise your hands. In truth, some individuals are as obvious as a peony in bloom. And there is no need to perplex them with such convoluted inquiries. Ha! Hamster. Watch Ultraman, but do not Q. Xiao Lani raised her hand, admitting to having engaged in a one-night stand, which yielded favorable results. Such boldness and candor left the crowd astonished. "Sister, you're indeed genuine." Lu Yeha also raised his hand, his demeanor remarkably composed, uttering not a single word, while the barrage of comments reacted with greater fervor. A minute passed, and no one else raised their hands. This question had been answered, and the online audience was abruptly disconnected. Xing, did you truly not hear? Hamster, have you covered your hand adequately? Jiang Xing raised her gaze to Yu Tsongshu, saying, "Brother, it's over. May I release my grip now?" Out of concern for her mental well-being, he inquired, "What did you hear?" "Nothing," she replied. Yu Tsongshu's lips twitched slightly. Very well, the grip was maintained. Yet it was not entirely effective. The second lucky online participant was to be drawn. With such a peculiar beginning, it is challenging to return to a state of normalcy. The second participant, a 20-year-old male known as online squatting for a rich woman, had not activated his camera but made quite an impression with his words. I would like to ask teacher Xiaolani if she still requires a one-night stand? I believe I could manage." Xiaolani smiled. "Not permissible. After gaining some sense, I have developed a fear of mortality. Recently, I have preferred male models, particularly those who do not engage in intimate relations, as they are healthier." "Brother, you are quite audacious. Women who engage in casual relationships lack self-respect. Who would dare pursue them in the future? Indeed, only men are permitted to act freely. While women are deemed lacking in self-respect, even at the age of 27, they are not allowed to do so. There are always men who become defensive because women online do not maintain their chastity." The male participant ended the call. "Our props have been arranged adequately. Now, let us proceed to the final question. Dear audience members, do not fret if you were not selected. There will be future opportunities for mutual questioning." The last draw yielded a participant known as Socially Anxious Deer. Chapter 58. Do not apply too thick a filter. Upon seeing that name, the expressions of the three individuals present varied significantly. Could it be mere coincidence? She initiated the connection, activating the rear camera, revealing her luxuriously decorated apartment in warm tones on the big screen. "Hello, everyone." Upon hearing her voice, the three individuals' faces fell. Wasn't this the voice of the homebound deer? She was indeed remarkable, standing out among a multitude of youth. "I just want to say, Liang Jingqi, you better watch yourself and not hurt my dear Xing. If you scare her again, I will inform your mother." Liang Jingqi, suddenly called out, wore a bewildered expression. The voice sounded familiar, yet he could not pinpoint it at that moment. "Xing, darling, make sure to eat well. Stay happy, and if those two brothers bully you, tell your mama. Mama will always love you." Her impassioned declaration instantly garnered a plethora of comments from motherly fans, who regarded her as a representative of maternal affection.
Ms.
Deer beamed with pride. "What do they know? I am her real mother, the one on the household registration." No new explosive questions were posed by the audience, leading to some disappointment among viewers. After disconnecting, they transitioned to the second segment, the sweetest wedding photos. In this segment, the challenge task, which everyone has likely observed, involves our staff laying out acupressure mats and a colorful ball pit behind the scenes. This challenge is dubbed Longing from Afar. Team members will stand at opposite starting points. As you can see, The acupressure mats are adorned with colorful slips of paper, each bearing a small task. Each participant must complete 5 tasks from the slips. Similarly, the colorful ball pit conceals additional slips that must be diligently sought. Note, participants may only move forward or sideways. Retreating or looking back constitutes a foul. Additionally, those choosing the acupressure mat route must remove their shoes. You may also notice that on the opposite side of our stage, there are additional props for a supplementary segment called the Heartbeat Challenge, where team members take turns wearing a heart rate monitor and must utter 3 phrases to break the other's defenses. Failure to do so will result in a challenge of truth or dare. My goodness. This group of online participants is extraordinarily creative, with each element intricately connected. 3 phrases to break defenses, haha. I am eager to see just how harshly one must speak to provoke such a reaction in public. To those upstairs, you truly are impervious to reason. Can't 3 phrases elicit a blush and racing heart? Before watching this program, my skin was fair. After viewing, I seem to have developed a case of sallow complexion. The gentleman dutifully took on the task of traversing the acupressure mats. Gunami, knowing that Zhu Xianbao is delicate, preemptively claimed the starting point of the mats. Jiang Xing pushed Liang Jingqi towards the colorful ball pit, her expression serious, stating, I am too short. If I fall, I will be buried beneath the balls. So I will take the acupressure mat. Liang Jingqi, taken aback by her determination, hesitated. Are you truly capable? It might hurt too much, and you could end up in tears. Jiang Xing flashed her small fangs. That is not your concern. You do your part. She nudged Liang Jingqi's leg, propelling him to the other side, while she returned to stand among the adults. Yu Tsongshu, feeling compassion, said, Sister, I will carry you across. This floor is quite painful. Jiang Xing removed her shoes, her playful spirit awakening as her feet stepped onto the mat. She gasped, yet her face displayed a look of wonder. Her large, grape-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. How refreshing! She channeled her energy into her feet, and the pain dissipated, leaving only a tingly sensation, as if little fish were massaging her soles. You are so brave, dear Xingxing. Faced with insufficient height, she had no choice but to endure the acupressure mat's trials. Yet, she appeared quite pleased. The challenge was about to commence. All guests, please stand behind the starting line. Jiang Xing stepped back, awaiting the signal. At the sound of start, everyone began to move. Jiang Xing leisurely approached the first slip of paper, singing an entire song. She paused, her mind echoing with the recent voiceovers she had encountered online. The first player held a somewhat mysterious identity, akin to a princess from a foreign land, while the second player was a sword-bearing guard tasked with protection. Those anticipating her sweet voice singing nursery rhymes were taken aback by this unexpected turn. It nearly knocked them out. Darling, what on earth do you watch online? Her brother remarked, You have not spoken a single falsehood. However, it must be said, it is indeed quite catchy. Jiang Xing, while performing her first task, continued moving, and Yu Tsongshu, progressing at a similar pace, stumbled upon a slip of paper instructing him to perform a brief dance. He wore an expression of incredulity. Who on earth conceived such a challenge? To dance on an acupressure mat. Though he is an idol and possesses some dance background, completing a short routine sufficed. Yu Kanglin picked up a slip, responded to the question, When did you give away your first kiss? At 16. Ha ha ha, the domineering CEO was quite the early bloomer. Could it be that his first romance was with Yulan Shan? Although they share a past, I refuse to believe Yu Kanglin has only had one relationship. It seems implausible. Gunami retrieved a slip and effortlessly listed 5 virtues of her partner. Intelligent, beautiful, kind, innocent, wonderful.
Mia.
Have you truly watched the dramas in which Xianbao has performed? Can the delicate character roles she embodies genuinely be described as innocent? Sister Me, please refrain from applying such a thick filter. It seems as though you have stumbled upon a hidden sweetness. The director's team interjects abruptly, announcing that a punishment directive has been issued for Nami. Please listen carefully and articulate the moment that sparked your heartbeat in your interactions with Zhu Xianbao. Upon hearing the question, Zhu Xianbao, who had been bending over to feel for the card in the colorful ball pit, paused her actions, straightened her back, and perked up her ears to listen to Nami's response. Is there a moment, or is there not? Their atmosphere teeters on the edge of ambiguity, resembling the most intimate of best friends, yet hinting at something beyond mere friendship. Nami pondered deeply, suddenly recalling what Jiang Xing had mentioned about someone harboring a crush on her. Since that phrase had taken root in her mind, She had been particularly observant and gradually recognized the peculiarities in her daily interactions with Zhu Xianbao. A reminder echoed, urging a prompt response, with a countdown of 5 seconds. There have indeed been moments that stirred my heart. A definitive statement. Zhu Xianbao's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Each time, she cupped my face to plant a kiss upon it. Nami continued, it was more a matter of shyness, yet in those moments, my heartbeat reached its crescendo. Her answer left the online audience in a whirlwind of uncertainty, unable to discern if she was truly smitten or not. Zhu Xianbao bent down once more, intently feeling for the card. Has Sister Me truly crossed over, or has she not? The uncertainty was palpable, and concern for Xianbao grew. Witnessing Xianbao's pitiful silhouette was heart-wrenching. Nothing could be more distressing than the notion of Sister Me being a straight woman. Lu Yahe also picked up a card, inquiring if he was in a relationship. It was a simple question, yet he hesitated. As the director prepared to prompt the countdown, he shook his head, leading the crowd to assume he was not in a relationship. However, his magnetic, deep voice soon resonated. I don't know. Chapter 59, 3 Phrases to Break Down the Defenses. The online community erupted. To be in a relationship is one thing, to not be is another.
But what does I don't know signify?
Is he intentionally denying a romance? But if he indeed has a girlfriend, why participate in a variety show? Actors can indeed date. If he were genuinely in a relationship, he could simply state it outright, deserving of respect and blessings. Lu Yahe's influence was extraordinary, and this snippet of video was swiftly edited and circulated among netizens, soaring to trending status in mere minutes. Lu Yahe reveals his relationship. Lu Yahe ambiguously addresses his relationship. Lu Yahe is dating. Each entry exploded in popularity. The show continued. Amidst the colorful ball pit, someone finally touched a small card, significantly smaller than those on the pressure board. Liang Jingqi scrutinized the words on the card, tasked with singing a nursery rhyme. As a singer, this was a breeze for him, and he immediately began to sing a lullaby. Shiryang was the second to retrieve a card. She glanced at the task, fell into silence for a moment, then swiftly fixed her target on Liang Jingqi, approaching him. Seizing the moment when he was unprepared, she pushed him gently with her eyes closed, causing Liang Jingqi, mid-song, to plunge into the pit. After a struggle, he surfaced, gasping, "Who is it? Who ambushed me?" Shiryang clasped her hands together, bowing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Teacher Liang. It was unintentional, merely a task." Liang Jingqi fought to rise from the colorful balls, visibly exasperated. "Director, are you even human? What kind of ridiculous task is this?" The director's team ignored his outburst, even deducting points. Liang Jingqi, nursery rhyme incomplete, -5 points. This was the first time Liang Jingqi had experienced such an operation, left dumbfounded as he glared in the direction of the director, clutching his heart in frustration. He lowered his head in silence, determined to complete the task swiftly. Yu Lanshan picked up the first task, required to solve a 12th grade math problem on the spot. Yu Kenglin retrieved the second task, instructed to hold a horse stance for 3 minutes. He realized that these challenge tasks exuded a stifling sense of disregard for others' well-being. For a full 30 minutes, each group began to complete their tasks, converging at the junction. The first group to unite was Nami and Xianbao. The weak group, through Star's unilateral efforts, secured the last position, with a final task of lying down and sleeping executed without hesitation, undeterred by the discomfort of the pressure board beneath them. Seeing her remain immobile for an extended period, Yu Tsongshu initially feared something was amiss and approached her after the task concluded. Familiarity allowed him to quickly discern she had truly fallen asleep. Anyone witnessing this would inevitably exclaim in admiration. Yu Tsongshu, speechless, lifted the slumbering girl and attempted to rouse her. "Come on, don't sleep now. How can you be so carefree at your age? I thought Xianbao's performance was outlandish enough. Yet this surpassed even that. Youth is indeed a blessing, falling asleep at a moment's notice. How could she possibly sleep on the pressure board? Perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order. It seems the child may have lost her pain receptors. I suspect she is feigning sleep, unwilling to allow her opponent to win. How amusing." Jiang Xing cooperatively opened her eyes, appearing freshly awakened. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. "Is it over? Did we lose?" Yu Tsongshu placed her on the floor, squatting to adjust her little dress, exasperated. "It's over, we lost." Jiang Xing's eyes lit up, shaking off any remnants of drowsiness.
Yay!
Yu Tsongshu paused, raising a hand to pinch her nose. "Aren't you afraid of the pain from lying there?" Jiang Xing immediately pouted in grievance, patting her back. "It hurts, my back hurts, and my head hurts." Her little demeanor was genuinely heart-wrenching, prompting online viewers to exclaim, "I truly deserve to be scolded. I must slap myself awake if I wake up in the middle of the night." The director's team will assess the participants' performances across the two segments collectively to calculate rankings. Now, all individuals are to proceed to another area to partake in the 3 phrases to break down the defenses segment, which serves as a relaxing entertainment interlude, not contributing to scores, yet requiring earnest engagement. The losing side must accept a truth or dare challenge. Any guest refusing to comply will face penalties proposed by the opposing team. Our truth or dare challenges will be drawn from audience suggestions on site. All 10 participants move to the other side of the stage, seating themselves properly. In the center, 2 chairs faced each other, equipped only with a heart rate monitor. This will proceed, with groups taking turns. Will the order be determined by drawing lots? Or will the guests discuss among themselves? Zhu Xianbao enthusiastically raised her hand. "No need to draw lots. Let us go first." Gan Nami nodded in agreement, indicating her lack of objections. Zhu Xianbao, displaying eagerness, quickly took her place at the speaking side, eagerly awaiting Gan Nami to sit opposite her. Gan Nami settled into her chair, and the staff helped her don the monitor's wristband, causing the adjacent display screen to immediately reflect her current heart rate, 75. Please note, each individual only has 3 phrases available. Think carefully before you speak. Zhu Xianbao gazed into Gan Nami's eyes, internally crafting her words. Ever since Gan Nami had mentioned feeling her heart stir, Zhu Xianbao had a multitude of unsaid sentiments ready to spill forth. She had but 3 phrases. Gan Nami remained quiet, patiently waiting. They had never before experienced such a moment of silent exchange. Typically, she was the quieter of the two, often listening to Zhu Xianbao speak, occasionally providing a response. Perhaps it was the earnestness in Gan Nami's gaze that stirred her heart, causing her heart rate to rise to 80. Finally, she spoke. "Sister, do you know my feelings for you?" With the first phrase, her heart rate soared to 90. She seemed to vaguely anticipate Zhu Xianbao's forthcoming words. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess, unsure of what to feel, neither fear nor expectation. The second phrase emerged. "Sister, I have liked you for a long time." A heart rate of 100, coupled with an upward trend, signifies a case of arrhythmia. The challenge has been successfully met.
Ah.
The confession has been made. "I knew it all along." The way Xianbao gazes at her is not that of a friend, but rather akin to that of a devoted partner. Previously, I pondered what kind of man could possibly be worthy of Sister Me, only to realize that it is a woman who truly deserves her. Though I do not indulge in Yuriships, genuine love transcends gender. Sister Me has yet to respond. "Dear sisters, do not rush. There may yet be a twist." In response to the previous comment, a screenshot of the reversal, JPG. The heart rate monitor emits a constant beeping. Yet Zhu Xianbao remains unfazed, her focus unwavering as she observes Ganami, missing no sign of her reaction. She had long since prepared for this moment, having come on the show with the intent to confess her feelings. Should she succeed, she would take her sister's hand and return home. If she fails, loving her would render their friendship impossible. Witnessing her marry and have children would breed jealousy and envy. Chapter 60. Let the stars ride on shoulders. Ganami's countenance remains composed, yet the piercing mechanical sounds betray her inner turmoil. Removing the wristband herself, silence ensues. And the display screen halts at a heart rate of 108. Ganami exhales softly before meeting her gaze, acknowledging her defeat. Zhu Xianbao's eyes flicker with disappointment, flooding her with an overwhelming sense of loss. She sits in silence, unlike her usual boisterous self. Ganami's challenge has not been met, and the audience is invited to present a new challenge to her. The numbers on the big screen begin to scroll, eventually stopping at row 11, seat 12, revealing a young, demure beauty. She takes the microphone handed to her by the staff and inquires, "Sister Me, will you choose truth or dare?" Her voice trembles with excitement, her intentions unmistakably mischievous. Ganami pauses for 3 seconds before responding, "Truth." The beauty's voice quakes with anticipation. "Will you accept Xianbao's confession?" Given Xianbao's earnest efforts, how could the other party shy away? To accept is to accept, and to reject is to reject. A conclusion must be drawn. This outcome is what the audience eagerly awaits. "Sister Me," a youthful voice calls from behind. Ganami turns to find a pair of crescent-like eyes gazing back at her, gradually dispelling the fog in her heart. Reason returns, and the answer within her becomes evident: acceptance. However, their matters must be discussed in private. She does not wish for their relationship to be dictated by the expectations of the audience. There are numerous questions and matters to discuss with Zhu Xianbao, which cannot be resolved under the scrutinizing gaze of countless spectators on stage. For now, her heart is still in turmoil. Save for one clear truth, she cannot afford to lose her connection with Zhu Xianbao. When she announces her acceptance, the audience erupts into thunderous applause and cheers, drowning out her subsequent words. Zhu Xianbao sits in stunned silence, unable to process the revelation. Gunami sighs, bemused. After all these years, she remains unchanged. She waves her hand in front of Zhu Xianbao's face, bringing her back to reality. This game is designed for mutual vulnerability, thus everyone must confront the heart-thumping challenge. Zhu Xianbao picks up the wristband from the table, her fingers trembling, unable to put it on. As the staff approaches to assist, Gunami takes the initiative to help her wear it. The staff clears the data of the first participant, and soon the display screen buzzes once more.
No.
Is there really a need for further challenges given her state? Xianbao blushes deeply, akin to a ripe shrimp. Stop teasing her, just draw another name. My mouth will do. The big screen spins again, selecting a new audience member, a young man in his 20s. Truth or dare?
Su Xianbao hesitates. Dare.
The young man flushes deeply. You too must share a kiss. The fans are eager to see. Indeed, this is no ordinary dare. His words send the atmosphere soaring to new heights. Gunami stands up willingly, leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek. After all, the audience did not specify. And a kiss on the cheek is still a kiss. Task completed. She takes Zhu Xianbao's hand and descends to rejoin their seats. No matter how impatient the audience may be, their curiosity cannot compel the two back to the center stage for interrogation. Satisfaction remains elusive. The next group takes the stage, with Jiang Xing pulling Liang Jingqi along, eager to finish early. Jiang Xing sits in the designated spot, patiently waiting for the staff to secure the wristband on her. The display shows a heart rate of 65. 3 sentences in, Liang Jingqi gazes at her mischievously. What is there for a child to fear? He attempts to evoke her emotions with a teasing remark. You resemble a king oyster mushroom. Jiang Xing's lips curl in disdain, her heart rate dropping by 2 points. Liang Jingqi exclaims in disbelief. Why is this happening? Jiang Xing coldly huffs, delivering her second remark. I dislike you, just wait. Liang Jingqi shuts his mouth, only to find a moment later. When you start school, I'll help you buy practice papers? How about we just not talk next time? Jiang Xing concludes with a low heart rate of 63. Despite the notion that a child's emotions are the most volatile, he finds himself utterly unable to sway little Jiang Xing, leading Liang Jingqi to don the wristband with a sense of resignation. Feeling that sitting lacks assertiveness, Jiang Xing stands up, smiling. If you lose again, you'll face 2 rounds of truth or dare challenges. Liang Jingqi experiences a premonition of dread. Jiang Xing kindly informs him, that was just the first sentence. This is the second. With 2 sentences devoid of substance, she manages to elevate his heart rate from 67 to 85. How could she possibly underestimate him, intending to break him with mere words? Impossible. He is a mature man, equipped with the self-control befitting adulthood. Jiang Xing calmly tosses a nuclear bomb of a statement. You were teased for being a virgin in college. Liang Jingqi remains unfazed. After all, he is indeed a virgin. Locking eyes with Jiang Xing's beaming gaze, he realizes which virgin she meant, and his pupils dilate in shock as the metaphorical mushroom cloud explodes before him. Darkness engulfs his vision, and his heart rate skyrockets to 110. Trembling, he points an accusing finger at Jiang Xing. Liang Jingqi glances back at Yu Tsangshu, his eyes burning with an urge to strangle him on the spot. His shameful past. The last time it was brought up was at the pool. Surely, he had confided in his sister. His reputation lies in tatters. The audience remains oblivious to Liang Jingqi's profound embarrassment over the matter and is puzzled by the spike in his heart rate. You needn't be so agitated. When asked if you've done it, you didn't raise your hand, so everyone knows you're still a novice. Seriously. Is that all it takes to make you shy? Baby, you're only 6, do you even know what that means? Ha ha, look how anxious you've made him. Liang Jingqi finds himself burdened with 2 tasks, 1 truth and 1 dare. The first audience member, a fan of Liang Jingqi, opts for a simple question. What is the thing you most want to do right now? Liang Jingqi replies, kill Yu Tsangshu. Down below, Yu Tsangshu points at himself, bewildered. He is truly innocent. For the sake of his sister's well-being, he could never speak of such trivial matters to her. The second audience member is a fan of Jiang Xing's mother, finally seizing the chance to defend her, requesting Liang Jingqi to carry Jiang Xing around the stage. Liang Jingqi's heart shatters. If pressed further, he might just snap. Jiang Xing, feeling a pang of sympathy, says, "Just go on your own. You don't need to carry me." It feels rather embarrassing, lacking any flair. With tears brimming in his eyes, Liang Jingqi insists, "No, I must carry you. I always keep my promises." He resolves to refrain from any more foolishness. After all, what good is it to tease a child? The child does not cry. But he finds himself unable to hold it together. Once off the stage, Liang Jingqi bows his head, hiding as he wipes away his tears. Jiang Xing, unable to resist the sight of his pitiful demeanor, ultimately succumbed and prodded his arm, promising, "Next time, I shall assist you in finding a partner." Liang Jingqi's eyes, brimming with tears, resembled those of an aggrieved husky. "Really?" he inquired, to which she affirmed, "Indeed." Liang Jingqi sniffed, attempting to compose himself, and finally settled into silence. The next pair took the stage, Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan. As they ascended, they took their respective seats, with Yu Kenglin donning a wristband. Yu Lanshan, perched upon her chair, rested her chin in her hands, her unwavering gaze fixed upon Yu Kenglin, who reciprocated her stare. His lips pressed tightly together, and his dark eyes shrouded in contemplation. Her attention shifted to the display screen, which revealed Yu Kenglin's heart rate, 70. The atmosphere between them felt distinctly off, causing the audience to collectively hold their breath, yearning for some dramatic revelation. Yu Lanshan pinched the tips of her fingers, her fervent gaze sweeping over his brows, his lips, with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting flames. She chuckled softly, her whisper carried by the microphone. "How delightful. I still remember you." Yu Kenglin's pupils constricted, a haze enveloping the depths of his gaze, obscuring the tender feelings interwoven within. Despite his efforts to conceal them, the erratic heart rate displayed on the screen betrayed his current emotions. He clenched his fist, nails digging into his palm. What did she mean? Was he the only one unable to forget? Had he been the sole prisoner of the past, while she had long since moved past the 7-year itch, intending to bury him in the memories of years gone by? His heart rate soared to 90, not from affection but from indignation, the sense of injustice swelling within him. "Wow," a single phrase nearly broke the facade. "Don't be too enamored, CEO." He was flustered, caught off guard by a single remark from the beautiful Shanshan. "I finally understand why novels often depict the aloof CEO as inscrutable. If not for the numbers on the monitor, his expression could easily deceive." Clearly, their past was far from simple. If they once loved each other, why had they parted ways? "Shanshan," a voice called from behind, and Yu Lanshan turned to see Xiao Jiangxing standing, waving her arms to draw attention. "I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" Yu Kenglin felt a pang of anxiety. Although he was unaware of Jiang Xing's forthcoming words, he instinctively knew they would not be to his liking. "Jiang Xing, do not interrupt. It violates the rules," Yu Kenglin interjected. Jiang Xing turned her gaze directly to the director, who, upon receiving the signal, confirmed that no such rules existed for this segment, and thus, the spirited little star was not in breach of conduct. Yu Kenglin's expression cracked under the realization, eliciting laughter and applause from the audience. His emotional turmoil was not solely a result of Yu Lanshan's words, but also Jiang Xing's unexpected intervention. A sense of being outmaneuvered washed over him. It felt as though the production team had been swayed by his sister. Yu Lanshan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she earnestly regarded Jiang Xing, eager to hear what she had to say. "Shanshan, he truly loves you. Please reconcile. Make the most of today's candid session." Yu Kenglin's throat tightened, words escaping him as Jiang Xing had laid bare his secrets. The ramifications of this revelation would manifest in peculiar messages from friends in private. He nervously clenched his fingers, his gaze downcast as he concealed his thoughts. His heart rate stubbornly stabilizing at 95, refusing to rise further. Yu Lanshan, contemplative, withdrew her gaze, assessing him, yet unable to perceive any other reaction. She remained uncertain of how deeply Alan loved her, uncertain if they could return to their former selves. "If I were to say that my departure years ago was due to extenuating circumstances, would you forgive me?" The words felt like an excuse. Would he believe her? Beep, beep, beep. Yu Lanshan froze, glancing at the display screen, where someone's heart rate surged to 112. What on earth is happening? So much excitement? The tension had her toes curling in anxiety. Yu Kenglin yanked off the wristband with such force that it left a red mark on his wrist. His chest heaved, a hint of crimson blooming in his eyes. The challenge had failed, and they were to select an audience member for a task. A girl from the third row, appearing no older than a high school student, was chosen. Her hand trembled as she grasped the microphone. Will you choose truth or dare? Yu Kanglin's lips quivered, a shred of rationality remaining as he hoarsely replied, truth. The girl's eyes brightened as she posed the question to Yulanshan. Do you really love Sister Shanshan? Without hesitation, Yu Kanglin nodded. He had never denied his feelings for Yulanshan. Upon hearing his answer, Yulanshan was momentarily stunned, her mouth opening mechanically, yet no words escaped. She lacked absolute certainty. She had assumed her feelings were unreciprocated, merely seeking to draw closer to him, to test the waters. If he exhibited any sign of indifference, she would undoubtedly withdraw, convincing herself she had never dared to hope. After completing the task, Yu Kanglin placed the wristband on her wrist. Though her emotions were anything but calm, her heart rate remained steady at 70. 3 questions, he remarked, taking a long breath to calm the chaotic emotions within him. A flicker of undeniable joy finally breaking through. Brother, no need to wait. Ask whatever you wish. Sister Shanshan will answer you. Hearing the mischievous voice behind her, Yulanshan smiled sweetly, gazing directly into Yu Kanglin's eyes, meeting his apprehension. Yu Kanglin, he hesitated, then shifted the question. Why did you come to participate in this romance variety show? For you, Yulanshan replied, her eyes still sparkling with mirth, then added, to find you. Fiery Romance is a highly popular live variety show in the country and the first to be filmed in F country. I wanted to use this program to reach you. The meaning of finding did not imply an inability to locate him, but rather to convey her message, allowing Yu Kanglin to see it. If he had any inclination, she would have successfully found him. She understood Yu Kanglin's character. He was quite stubborn. When she left, he had humbly pleaded with her, which had been his greatest concession. Thus, for 7 years, Yu Kanglin had not sought news of her, nor would he come to F country to find her. Now it seemed his love ran deeper than she had imagined. She was not alone in her efforts. You are my only ex-girlfriend. Yulanshan chuckled at his words. Following suit, yes, and you are my only ex-boyfriend. Oh, it hurts my teeth just to hear this. Can we not see this? Mutual white moonlight? Can you two reconcile already? The whole ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend thing is giving me a headache. I am the Civil Affairs Bureau. I implore you both to reconcile right here. There's one last question. Yu Kanglin glanced at the display screen, his heart rate finally rising to 80, emotions fluctuating slightly, yet not excessively. He composed himself. What exactly are you hiding from me? The heart rate stabilized at 83. Challenge successful. Yulanshan removed the wristband, lightly touching the back of his hand. I will tell you everything upon our return, okay? I will tell you everything. Chapter 62. The Gaze That Draws Threads. Yu Kanglin's eyes twinkled with delight as he clasped her hand, and together they returned to their seats. As they passed Jiang Xing, Yu Kanglin affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair, saying, if you want something, just tell your brother. Well done, there will be a reward. As the saying goes, good news brings joy. Hearing what he most wished for indeed lifted his spirits. Jiang Xing, however, fussed with her hairstyle, low profile. Noticing Yu Kanglin's actions, the barrage of comments surged anew. Who doesn't know that our star is a great contributor? She truly relished in the uproar, and each time her antics bore fruit. Yu Kanglin's wisest decision was to share his personal matters with the star, causing much laughter. Their marriage certificate was undoubtedly attributed to her efforts, and she would undoubtedly sit at the main table during the wedding. The stars are akin to beloved younger sisters, effortlessly gracing the main table even without notable achievements. Yu Kanglin returned to his seat, already drifting into a reverie, yearning for the live broadcast to cease immediately. After the segment, the midday break would commence. The next pair was Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang. This couple was still in the tantalizing stage of ambiguity, maintaining their status as the show's popular CP. As they took their places, Shi Yang opted to challenge first. Yu Tsongshu assisted her in donning the wristband, which displayed a score of 75. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, lost in a whimsical thought, exuding an air of nonchalance, with a hint of roguish charm. Shi Yang felt a disquieting restlessness settle in. What could he possibly find amusing? His voice, laced with allure and concealed mirth, hinted at a question he was eager to pose. Her heart skipped a beat, then raced uncontrollably. A flush crept across her ears as she sensed something amiss with Yu Tsongshu. He was undoubtedly trying to entice her. Propping his head on one hand, he tilted it to gaze at her, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Shi Yang, have you developed feelings for me? Maintaining her composure, she feared being bewitched by the charming rogue and coolly shook her head in denial. Love was fraught with misfortune, and she dared not tread that path. No matter how much he resembled a good man, His brow furrowed slightly, a tinge of melancholy gracing his features. What is there to deny? Am I the only one whose heart is in disarray? Beep, beep, beep. At the sound, Yu Tsangshu wore a triumphant grin, his enchanting peach blossom eyes seemingly casting a spell. Hamster, don't break the rules. The intensity of his gaze made her want to scream in despair. Who could withstand such allure? This national boyfriend had not acted in numerous idol dramas for naught. Why are you still being stubborn up there? Does he look like he is acting? It was evident that he was genuinely expressing his feelings. Hurry and get married. I'll contribute to the gift money. Just bill it to Liang Jingqi. Shi Yang, vexed, reluctantly removed the wristband. She had known all along. Gazing at his face and those eyes that seemed to express deep affection even towards dogs, there was no escaping his charm. The challenge resulted in the selection of a local blonde beauty from the audience. With a hesitant stammer, she posed the question, truth or dare? She had studied Chinese, yet her pronunciation still bore an unmistakable accent, though her enunciation was clear. Shi Yang glanced at Yu Tsangshu, who was still fixated on the audience, quickly averting her gaze. She opted for dare. The audience, blushing, finally articulated the challenge in Chinese, a passionate kiss for 3 minutes. Fearing Shi Yang might misunderstand, she anxiously pointed at Yu Tsangshu. Shi Yang was momentarily speechless, turning to the man who had just heard the daring task. The intensity in his gaze felt like it could ignite her. Yu Tsangshu, please rein in that expression. I'm terribly eager. Hurry and kiss. The audience erupted in excitement, eager for the spectacle. Shi Yang, her heart racing, felt trapped between the mounting pressure and her desire to flee. From the audience's perspective, they had already shared a kiss in the cinema, but only they knew that the dim lighting had allowed for a mere illusion. Now, under the glaring spotlight of 100 pairs of eyes, tasked with kissing for 3 minutes, there was no room for pretense. As a competent actor, kissing on screen was an unavoidable reality, even if she refrained today. Future roles would surely require her to kiss others. Bestowing her first screen kiss upon a top-tier star felt anything but disadvantageous. She steeled herself, while Yu Tsangshu remained unhurried, leaning casually, his gaze burning into her, patiently waiting. Standing up, Shi Yang approached Yu Tsangshu, taking just 2 short steps to stand before him. Hesitating, she asked, "Are you going to stand up for the kiss?" Hearing her question, her face flushed crimson. She was ready to abandon all hesitation. How could she kiss while seated? She reached out, her index finger hooking into his collar, effortlessly pulling him up as he complied with her motion. His eyes seemed to ensnare her, purposefully enticing, yet feigning innocence. Holding her breath, Shi Yang closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on tiptoes to kiss him. However, she misjudged the angle and ended up kissing his chin. Transforming the passive moment into an active one, Yu Tsangshu leaned down, capturing her soft lips, deepening the kiss. His hand cradled her head, preventing her escape as he sought more of her sweet secrets. Shi Yang felt like a stranded fish, daring not to breathe. Her heart raced, threatening to burst from her chest, drowning out the surrounding shrieks, leaving only a buzzing in her ears and the intimate mingling of their lips. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, 3 minutes are up. No more kissing. Shi Yang, her legs weak, was jolted back to reality by the voice. Yu Tsangshu reluctantly withdrew from their intoxicating territory, planting a lingering kiss on her lips, enhancing the blush that adorned her cheeks. The kiss was unabashed, leaving traces of her lipstick on his own lips. His eyes sparkled like stars as he instinctively licked his lips, finally releasing her. He guided Shi Yang back to her seat before returning to his own, her gaze still dazed, not fully grounded in reality. Yu Tsangshu, settling back in his chair, raised a hand to his face, smiling gently at the audience. Please bear with me for a moment. I'm about to don the wristband, and I'm certain to lose. Oh my gosh. He is so flirtatious. Someone exclaimed.
Em fainten.
Where's my oxygen tank? Such a skilled kisser. If you two don't stop, are you planning to kiss all day? With a boisterous shout, the host declared that 3 minutes had elapsed, forcibly separating the two, laughter filling the air. This plot deserves to be aired more often. After a brief interlude, Yu Tsangshu donned the wristband himself, observing the lingering blush on Shi Yang's cheeks, his own heartbeat quickening once more. He sighed, "It seems I am destined to lose." Shi Yang, gently patting her cheeks, inquired, "Do you have feelings for me? Is it because of Xiao Jiangxing?" Chapter 63. The calculations are about to crumble on my face. Is it because of Xiao Jiangxing? This question seemed to be a solitary struggle for her. The audience was acutely aware, and Yu Tsangshu was equally cognizant. It was undeniable that he had initially been influenced by Jiang Xing, but at that time, it hardly amounted to genuine affection. Perhaps it was that day in the courtroom when her unyielding posture captured his attention, realizing that the moment of heart fluttering was fleeting. Understanding Shi Yang's plight illuminated why his sister admired her. Her past entanglement with Qiu Qizhou was but a bygone chapter, buried deep within the earth. He felt immense relief for having heeded his sister's advice, allowing him to teach that unscrupulous company a lesson by directly interfacing with Qiu Qizhou, ensuring the destruction of all original and backup materials in his possession. Shi Yang's future shimmered with promise. His sister had claimed that Shi Yang's path was paved before her. He hoped to be the one presenting her with flowers, motivated by his own desires rather than his sister's influence. Yu Tsangshu gazed at her, lost in thought, fragments of elusive memories flitting through his mind. Yet he could grasp none of them. Shi Yang waved her hand before his eyes, questioning his distraction. Taking her hand in his, he answered earnestly, "It's not solely because of my sister, nor is it merely infatuation. I have genuinely fallen for you, Shi Yang." Flustered, Shi Yang quickly withdrew her hand, redirecting her attention to the display screen that had just emitted a sound, hastily changing the subject. "You've lost." Yu Tsangshu removed the wristband, bearing a smile in acknowledgement.
Yes.
"I have lost." The host selected a fashionable gentleman from the audience, who dutifully asked the familiar question of truth or dare, to which Yu Tsangshu chose truth. Given the audience's tendency, opting for dare would likely result in a 10-minute kiss, a situation he found himself in without disadvantage, though it would certainly embarrass Shi Yang. According to her younger sister, she was wounded by her ex-husband, and her emotional scars remain unhealed. Instead of pressuring her further, he should employ gentle persuasion. The older man inquired, "Who handles the laundry and cooking after marriage? Who works and who takes care of the children?" The room erupted in laughter. His perspective was commendable, as he directly began organizing their postmarital life. Yu Tsangshu, gazing at Shi Yang, spoke with a serene smile, his words almost sounding like a jest. "After marriage, I shall take care of the laundry and cooking while the nanny looks after the children, and Shi Yang and I focus on our work and travel during our honeymoon."
Ah.
"Do you even realize what you're saying, hamster?" "Oh dear, you and Shi Yang. Your calculations are practically collapsing right before my eyes. Beautiful Xiao Yang has signed with UU Entertainment, and from now on, she and Hamster will be colleagues in the entertainment industry. Therefore, please immediately arrange a couple's script for them. Xiao Yang has regained control of her account and is now managing it herself. So everyone please show her some love and urge her to share her daily life." After addressing the questions, Shi Yang and Yu Tsangshu returned to their seats side by side. After sitting down, Shi Yang cast several glances toward Yu Tsangshu, contemplating how to politely decline his advances, as she genuinely had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship in the near future. Some rather dim-witted netizens commented that she was seamlessly transitioning. She retorted without hesitation. She had grown accustomed to criticism, but she did not wish for Yu Tsangshu to bear the brunt of it as well. Jiang Xing observed their connection. Noting that Yu Tsangshu was not merely speaking empty words, he was sincere and straightforward. His proactive nature had indeed shielded him from the potential pitfalls of toxic romantic entanglements. Had he not intervened to assist Shi Yang with subsequent matters, she could have pursued legal action against the company on her own. But that would only have allowed her to reclaim her rightful earnings. Suing the company for tax evasion would likely have failed, resulting in suppression from the company, making it exceedingly difficult for her to emerge victorious. Had he not prevented Shi Yang's private photos from being leaked, she would have been mired in the gossip of others, possibly developing severe depression. If Shi Yang had to endure such trials, she would not return to her passionate love life. Instead, the person sent to replace her by the unreliable company would become Yu Tsangshu's ill-fated romantic interest, posing a threat to her life's trajectory. Ultimately, they would meet again. Falling in love in the future, why should they endure so many hardships to find happiness? Jiang Xing mused that she should choose a moment to bless them. The final pair was Xiao Lanyi and Liu Yehe. Not many fans supported the couple of Xiao Lanyi and Liu Yehe. Most of Liu Yehe's fans were focused on his career. At only 30 years of age, he was at the pinnacle of his acting career. Although many teased about him needing a sister-in-law, they were more concerned about his professional endeavors. While there was a strong call for him to participate in a dating show, his fans were not enthusiastic about pairing him up, preferring to celebrate his individuality. When asked if he was in a relationship, Liu Yehe replied that he did not know. which not only skyrocketed the topic to trending status, but also prompted fans to conduct a thorough search to identify the mysterious sister-in-law. Xiao Lani felt similarly. Lu Yahe did not align with her aesthetic preferences, and she favored men from her own country, having no plans for an international romance. She took the initiative to don the bracelet, declaring, "I shall go first." Liang Jingqi nudged Jiang Xing's arm, feeling its softness. And couldn't he resist poking it a couple more times? Jiang Xing, lost in thought, turned to glare at him. "You better have a reason for this." Liang Jingqi cleared his throat and quietly asked her, "What do you think of those two?" "There's nothing to think about," Jiang Xing replied, eyeing Lu Yahe with a dismissive click of her tongue, "but I'm about to make my move." "What move?" Liang Jingqi, didn't he understand her words? "Do you think it's possible for me to date Miss Xia?" Jiang Xing was instantly rendered speechless. Taking a deep breath, she sighed. "Are you really that eager?" Detecting the hint of menace in her calm tone, Liang Jingqi shifted slightly to lessen his presence, wary of incurring her wrath. Despite her sweet, innocent-sounding voice, her reprimands were delivered in an entirely different linguistic realm. As Jiang Xing withdrew her gaze to scrutinize the individuals on stage, Liang Jingqi leaned in once more, whispering, "So, is it possible? I want to date someone from abroad." Jiang Xing pushed his face away. "If you ask me again, I'll make you a laughingstock." Liang Jingqi immediately fell silent. Lu Yahe appeared reluctant to put Xiao Lanyi in a difficult position, managing to utter 3 sentences, after which Xiao Lanyi cheerfully removed the bracelet, successfully completing her challenge. Lu Yahe accepted the truth or dare question, opting for a dare to avoid tricky inquiries from netizens. However, the audience's challenge was indeed demanding. He had to call the first contact in his phone and address them as baby on speakerphone. Lu Yahe's expression darkened slightly, his eyelids drooping as the staff quickly handed him the phone, effectively cornering him into compliance. As he took the phone, one of the cameras immediately focused on the screen. His face and the phone interface were projected onto the large screen. He hesitated briefly, opened his contacts, and discovered that the first entry was an unnamed number. But it was pinned at the top with an A, Chapter 64, explanation, an elaborate explanation. The netizens and the audience widened their eyes, brimming with curiosity. Lu Yahe appeared even more nervous than they were. The high-definition camera captured the tremor in his fingertips. Finally, he acted, pressing the call button. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was finally answered. Adhering to the rules, he immediately called out baby as soon as the line connected. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a girl's voice. "Are you crazy?" Lu Yahe hastily hung up, rubbing his nose, having only said baby upon connecting, with no intention of holding a conversation. However, the sweet voice on the other end, infused with confusion, struck a chord, prompting the audience to lean forward, eager to assist him in redialing. "You have another chance. Teacher Xia. Let him lose. Let him lose. Let him lose. Let him lose." The entire room chorused in unison, even more synchronized than a military training chant. Xiao Lanyi felt an inexplicable wave of pressure. She handed the bracelet to him, allowing him to wear it himself. Perhaps due to that phone call, his heart rate fluctuated around 85. The individual he called was undoubtedly significant, igniting Xiao Lanyi's curiosity. If she wasn't mistaken, Lu Yahe's eyes dimmed the moment he heard the other party's words. She pondered how she might phrase something that would break down his defenses. A child's voice called out to her from afar, "Sister Xia, do you believe in me?" It was an adorable little one from the east, and Xiao Lanyi found her particularly amusing, nodding in agreement. The child dashed down from her seat, approached her, and hugged her leg, urging her to bend down to listen. Lu Yahe observed their interaction, feeling an inexplicable sense of tension. After the child finished speaking, she turned to Lu Yahe, offering him a pure, innocent smile, her dimples appearing, her chubby cheeks devoid of any malice. She bounced back to her seat, clearly in high spirits. After listening to the child, Xiao Lanyi's gaze toward Lu Yahe became complex, even tinged with a hint of sympathy. As if she had something to say but held back. Lu Yahe curled his fingers slightly, unconsciously rotating the white jade ring on his thumb. He sensed that it wasn't anything good. Xiao Lanyi carefully chose her words. "You seem quite sentimental." Lu Yahe's eyes narrowed momentarily, his lips pressed tightly together. However, true to his status as a leading actor, his mental fortitude was remarkably robust. Even knowing that Xiao Lanyi's words had layers of meaning, he attempted to keep his emotions in check. Xiao Lanyi seemed to be reflecting on the astonishing gossip Jiang Xing had shared with her, her brow furrowing involuntarily. "Forget it. I want to put you in a difficult position. With that, she wasted her second opportunity and said, Sister Xingxing just told me that if you have any questions, you can approach her privately. Thus, their interaction concluded. Lu Yaha's heart rate peaked at only 88, but only he was aware of how much information those few words had inadvertently revealed. He cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Xing, who greeted him cheerfully with a raised hand. He quickly averted his gaze, aware that Xia Lanyi, having faced failure in her challenge, was now obliged to answer questions from the audience. Opting for truth, a young girl inquired, "What brings you to fiery passion?" With a raised eyebrow and an exuberant smile, she replied, "I came to support my best friend. She has unfulfilled wishes, and I am here to bolster her courage." Upon hearing this, Yu Kenglin glanced at the woman beside him. Her gaze was fixed on the stage, a serene smile gracing her features as she absorbed Xia Lanyi's words. Yu Kenglin withdrew his gaze, suspecting that she was concealing something from him. The final group completed their challenge, and the scores for the morning session were tallied. The results revealed that the first place went to Yu Xiangshu and Shi Yang with a total of 190 points, followed by Gunami and Zhu Xianbao with 183 points in second place. In third place were Lu Yaha and Xia Lanyu with 179 points, while Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan secured fourth with 165 points. The last position was claimed by the Sunday group with a mere 150 points. Despite having achieved a perfect score in the first round, the Sunday group faltered in the second, thanks to Jiang Xing's lackadaisical performance, earning only 50 points. Liang Jingqi silently endured the injustice, feeling that all blame lay upon him, yet he chose not to voice his grievances. The morning's challenge concluded here, and everyone was invited to change clothes in the backstage dressing room. The next segment would be a 3-hour break, with the live broadcast set to commence promptly at 3 o'clock. The afternoon activities would also be indoors, with specific details to be announced upon their return. The final scores would combine the results from both the morning and afternoon tasks, allowing for a potential comeback in the later session. Though this statement did not mention names, it was unmistakably directed at someone. After bidding farewell to the audience, the live stream was terminated. Yu Kenglin took Yu Lanshan's hand, striding away from the group and pulling her into an empty dressing room, locking the door behind them and turning on the lights. He released her hand, their shadows merging closely together, both appearing tense and unsure of how to begin. Yu Kenglin lifted her chin, leaning down to nip at her lips. His voice husky as he questioned, "Why did you leave?" Yu Lanshan raised her hand to encircle his waist, her tone calm. "Alin, I was ill." Yu Kenglin's grip on her chin tightened abruptly, causing her to wince in pain, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. "I have recovered." In response, Yu Kenglin lowered his head, claiming her lips with a fierce intensity, as though venting his fury like a wild beast. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Why didn't you tell me? Did you not trust me? It was merely an illness." Yet she chose to abandon him and flee to a distant land without confiding in him. Why not face it together, no matter how difficult it might be? Yu Lanshan gently caressed his back, soothing his turmoil. "Alin, allow me to share a story. When I was 20, during our passionate romance, we transitioned seamlessly from high school to university, poised to step into marriage at the right age. Unfortunately, I fell ill. The doctors revealed that my brain tumor had suddenly worsened, the growing mass pressing on my nerves, impairing my vision, and muddling my memory. At that time, medical advancements in our country were limited, and the best hospital in Xiangqing recommended conservative treatment. However, without surgery, I could die at any moment. I was terrified, especially of dying in your arms, knowing you might not cope with the loss. Thus, I devised a plan to leave, to ensure you would let go of me. I ventured alone to Country F, where the medical facilities could support my surgery. Despite the significant risks and slim chances, there was a possibility of healing, and I was unwilling to surrender. The treatment process was excruciatingly long. I underwent countless examinations and repeated radiotherapy sessions. There were moments when I awoke in the hospital, unable to remember who I was or who my beloved was. Each day, I clutched your photograph, replaying our videos together, searching for proof of our love. Time and again, I would forget you, only to remember you again. During those times, I felt immense relief at having left alone, sparing us both from the unbearable anguish of living through it together. The most challenging moment came when I arrived in Country F for a comprehensive examination and discovered a tiny life growing within me. The doctors advised me to terminate the pregnancy, but I could not bear to do so. Although my own survival was uncertain, delaying treatment would allow me to bring my baby into the world healthily. Those 9 months were fraught with anxiety, fearing a sudden deterioration in my condition or the necessity to terminate the pregnancy due to early radiotherapy. Thankfully, my condition remained stable during the early stages, and there were no significant changes throughout the pregnancy. Alas, my child was born without ever having tasted maternal milk. Following that, my life became a monotonous cycle of treatment. 7 years ago, the medical technology was not as advanced, and my tumor required a craniotomy. Due to its unique location and shape, the surgery proved exceedingly challenging, leading to prolonged conservative treatment. It wasn't until my child turned 3 that I was finally wheeled into the operating room, driven by an overwhelming desire to survive. I did make it, yet my physical state remained precarious. Hot tears streamed down Yulanxian's face as she recounted the most agonizing 7 years of her life. Each word she spoke bore the weight capable of crushing him. Gradually, he bent forward, embracing Yulanxian with trembling hands, his silent tears falling like a torrent, as if choked by the enormity of his emotions. The resentment he had harbored towards her over the past 7 years now appeared absurd, as he vividly recalled his accusatory demeanor, which now seemed utterly despicable. Yulanxian stood on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of his eye, tenderly soothing his distress. The trials he once thought insurmountable had long been buried in the passage of time. Our baby is 6 years old now, and he resembles you closely. He is very well behaved, and you would undoubtedly adore him. In truth, there was a year during which she could not remember him. Even with daily gazes at their shared photographs and videos, she could not evoke any memories of their time together. Out of a sense of maternal responsibility, she raised the child, who bore his features. Yu Kenglin buried his face in her neck, his voice choked with emotion. Are you well now? Yes, I'm well. I will come to find you, she replied. Yu Kenglin stubbornly held her close. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup. Do not deceive me any longer. She had been just a 20-year-old girl when she departed, fiercely independent due to her family background, preferring to keep her troubles hidden, enduring 7 years of treatment alone. What had he been doing all this time? How could he allow her to shoulder so much alone? Yulanxian playfully poked his cheek with her finger. Aren't you curious about our baby? Why do you never ask? Yu Kenglin grasped her hand, rubbing it gently, his heart heavy. Thank you for everything, he repeated earnestly. Thank you for everything. In silence, they embraced, and Yu Kenglin fumbled to turn off the light, plunging the room into dimness. He unlocked the door and wiped his tear-streaked face. Come, let us go to the hospital. Yulanxian, resigned, followed him. Yu Kenglin took her to the hospital, ensuring that every test was conducted meticulously, dedicating the entire afternoon to the process, entirely absent from the afternoon's live broadcast recording. It was only when he received a call from Jiang Xing that he realized he could not possibly make it back on time, nor did he wish to. Sister, is the director beside you? Please hand the phone to him. I need to discuss something. His absence from the afternoon recording would affect the program's quality, and he was prepared to accept the consequences. No need. Go see my little nephew. Here, brother hamster, and I will handle it for you, Jiang Xing replied. Yu Kenglin licked his molars, confusion evident in his eyes. What did you say? I said my little nephew, your son. Surely you have not yet met him? Yu Kenglin was rendered speechless, choking back his emotions. His sister must have known all along, yet she chose silence. Her lips, which should have kept secrets, had instead revealed them to the world, and the most significant matters were concealed from him. Have you taken Sister Shanshan for a checkup? She is healthy now. Just ensure she takes care of herself. Why subject her to this ordeal? Don't be unreasonable. She underwent an examination right before the show.
All right.
I need to attend to some matters now. Goodbye, big brother. Yu Kenglin gazed at the call that had just ended, then looked towards Yulanxian, who had just had a small vial of blood drawn for routine tests, uncertain of the veracity of his sister's words. Yulanxian approached him, a smile gracing her face, one hand pressing a cotton swab against the small puncture on her arm. What's the matter? Yu Kenglin assisted her in holding the swab, his expression betraying hesitation. When was your last checkup? 3 days ago? Yu Kenglin opened his mouth, ultimately falling into silence for a moment. The time had come. He discarded the cotton swab and relinquished his intention to further investigate. Shall we go see our son? He glanced at the photo Yulanxian had shown him. Their son's features indeed resembled his, though his lips were shaped like his mother's, smiling, unlike Yu Kenglin's own perpetually stern visage. The thought of meeting his son for the first time filled him with an inexplicable anxiety. He had missed the stage of his son's early speech development and had not accompanied him to school like other fathers. Would his son welcome the sudden appearance of his father? The production team commenced the live broadcast punctually, undeterred by the absence of the two guests. However, the audience quickly noticed the missing pair. Where is Brother Xingxing? And his ex-girlfriend is absent, as well. Have they eloped into their own world? True couples display their genuine selves without pretense. I truly believe they resemble a scripted plot. Who reconciles with an ex in just 2 days? Is this what they call a rapid reconciliation? Welcome back to Fiery Romance. As you may have noticed, 2 guests were absent from this afternoon's recording due to personal matters. But rest assured they will return this evening. Do we appear worried? We are, in fact, merely curious. Perhaps they took a moment to obtain a marriage certificate. More details will be revealed during our evening live session, so stay tuned.
Now,
We shall proceed with the afternoon's activities by selecting the most liked challenge from the comment section. This game is called Grab the Doll. This is not the typical claw machine you find in shopping malls, but rather a large-scale doll machine filled with individuals dressed as playful dolls. Excluding one guest who will operate the claw, there are 10 individuals inside the machine. Each team will select one person to control the claw. Jiang Xing is too short, making her distinctly visible among the larger dolls, so she is designated as the operator. The 10 dolls comprise both guests and staff, and the glass enclosure provides excellent soundproofing. The operator can only discern the actions of those inside. The goal is to grasp one's partner while others may cause mischief. Grabbing the wrong person results in a loss. Each participant has 15 minutes, with quicker times yielding higher scores. The claw is a large shovel. Once identified, it can simply lift the person. Caution is advised, as the props are cumbersome and others may attempt to occupy the seat before the operator can take action. Liang Jingqi was eager to participate, exclaiming, me. I want to play. Liang Laosher can only serve as a doll while Star, the young one, operates the claw machine to grab you. Chapter 66. By my will, granting a good fate. Ha ha ha. How childish. I want to play. The thought of grabbing dolls struck a chord within me. However, I am truly looking forward to seeing Star in a doll costume. It is essential for the claw machine experience. Everyone descended to change into costumes for the first round, and the audience fervently cheered for Jiang Xing to don her doll outfit, which led to her being pulled away by staff to change. The first round of the doll grab commenced with Jiang Xing tasked to grab Liang Jingqi from within the machine. Jiang Xing was carried out by staff, clad in a small dinosaur costume, her eyes peering out from the dinosaur's mouth, with her tail sweeping the ground as she walked toward the control position, wobbling side to side like a clumsy little dinosaur. Apologies, everyone. My bed companion has escaped. I must cuddle with her tonight. Being this adorable makes her a target for aunties. Let me play. I'll cry and return you. I beg you. One by one. The 10 individuals entered the large doll machine, each dressed in different doll costumes. Despite the diversity in outfits, they appeared uniform in size and height. This was the audience's first glimpse of a live-action doll grab, and they eagerly joined in the efforts to identify Liang Jingqi. The 10 individuals adorned in doll costumes stood uniformly within the glass enclosure. A 10-minute countdown commenced on the big screen. To signal his presence, Liang Jingqi waved his arms vigorously, only to be met with a chorus of waving from the others. What are you doing? The Pikachu beside him responded nonchalantly, causing mischief. Liang Jingqi's nose crinkled in frustration. He suddenly had an idea and began to dance while holding the cumbersome costume. He was not alone in his madness. The scene devolved into chaos. Meanwhile, the child at the control position appeared completely oblivious, her hands flitting over the remote control without taking action. I think it's that Pikachu. It's so lively, that conspicuous package. It must be that monster. He loves watching Ultraman, that internet celebrity bear, that lonely frog. A motley crew of characters had left Star bewildered. As the seconds ticked away, only 5 minutes remained. Exhaustion set in, and many slumped onto the ground, some even lying down. The doll costumes were heavy, and constant movement drained their energy. Seeing her companions fatigued, Jiang Xing leisurely waved her remote control, targeting the frog that had fallen on its back, successfully lifting it. Suddenly suspended in the air, the frog grasped hold in panic, realizing it was securely airborne before descending outside the doll machine. After considerable effort, he removed the frog headpiece, smoothing his disheveled hair to reveal the familiar face of Liang Jingqi. Cradling the frog head, he approached Jiang Xing. Sister, you're amazing. You successfully pulled me out. It must be my unique charm that allowed you to recognize me. Jiang Xing adjusted her dinosaur headpiece to ensure her view was unobstructed. You're mistaken. Out of the whole group, you are the most exhausted and pathetic. Liang Jingqi, feeling defeated, placed the frog headpiece atop her head and pulled her down from the control platform, allowing the next guest to take their turn. Next up was Xia Lanyi, who promptly scooped up a staff member. Upon landing, the staff member, without removing the headpiece, charged toward her. By the time Xia Lanyi sensed something amiss, she had already been seized. The staff member pressed against her face, and her look of terror was captured by the high-definition cameras. A gentle reminder: some staff members may be uncontrollable and possess peculiar habits. We appreciate your understanding. Ha ha ha. The uncontrollable nature of that guy. Some appeared to don headpieces while in reality, they had removed their masks. The last participant was Shi Yang, who effortlessly pulled out Pikachu, only to find that Pikachu, still donning the headpiece, rushed toward her. Her pupils dilated in fear, but she was unable to evade, succumbing to Pikachu's advances. She initially believed she had made a mistake and attempted to push him away, only to hear a familiar voice say, "I want to cuddle too." Her hand froze, and she endured his embrace for 3 minutes before he finally removed the headpiece. Liang Jingqi, upon seeing Pikachu's true face, realized that this particular Pikachu was the most mischievous one in the claw machine, indeed the scheming Yu Tsangshu. Feeling aggrieved, he tugged at Jiang Xing, saying, "Sister, it was that hamster causing trouble just now. That's why you couldn't recognize me, right? He's a rascal. Don't play with him." Jiang Xing brushed his hand aside and then pinched the headpiece in her grasp, finding it delightfully soft. She squinted. "I didn't fail to recognize you." Liang Jingqi was momentarily taken aback.
Huh?
"From the very beginning, I knew the frog was you, but seeing you so lively and playful, I thought I'd let you enjoy yourself a bit longer." Liang Jingqi felt a lump in his throat, his face shifting from pale to crimson. Jiang Xing blinked innocently. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "I'm sorry, I truly thought you were just having fun, which is why I didn't catch you." Liang Jingqi took a few deep breaths. Feeling tears well up, it turned out he was the one being played. Their conversation was transmitted clearly through the microphone into the live stream, prompting a barrage of laughter from the viewers. The cheerful and relaxed activity had concluded, differing entirely in style from the previous episode, making the task significantly easier. After bidding farewell to the audience, everyone left the filming location and returned to the seaside villa, resuming their regular live streaming format. The main studio camera shifted to the villa's hall. After a day of fun, it was time for everyone to take a shower and change clothes. The elder brother accompanied his wife and son, leaving the task of helping Jiang Xing with her hair and water to Yu Tsangshu. Yu Tsangshu removed his ring and placed it on the shelf, adjusting the water temperature before calling her over. Jiang Xing settled down, tilting her head back to let him fuss over her. "Brother, you still wear the couple rings we bought back then?" Yu Tsangshu lathered her hair with foam, seemingly unperturbed. "What's wrong with that? Sister Shiyang isn't wearing her necklace, so make sure to register your information at Xinyang sometime," Jiang Xing reminded. Yu Tsangshu increased the pressure while washing her hair. "Why are you worrying about so much?" "Let me see the ring," she insisted. Yu Tsangshu cherished it dearly and was reluctant to show it to her, rinsing off the foam from her head and wrapping her hair in a towel. "After you finish your shower, I'll dry your hair." Faced with her silent gaze, he hesitated for a moment, but eventually succumbed, retrieving the ring and handing it over. "Don't drop it." Jiang Xing rolled her eyes at his overzealous concern. "By my will, grant me a good fate." The spiritual energy activated upon the token of affection, and Jiang Xing returned the ring. Yu Tsangshu fetched her clothes, filled the bathtub, and after closing the bathroom door, he heard a knock at the room door. It was Lu Yehe standing outside. He opened the door. "Hello. Is there something you need?" Lu Yehe glanced past Yu Tsangshu, not seeing Jiang Xing, before inquiring. "I wanted to find Sister Xingxing. Is it a good time?" Chapter 67. Don't spread rumors. Yu Tsangshu scrutinized him. "She's currently unavailable. What do you need her for?" "There are some matters I don't quite understand," Lu Yehe replied, but before he could finish, Yu Tsangshu interrupted. "If you have questions, asking Baidu is better than pestering a 6-year-old. Leaning against the door frame, Yu Tsangshu raised his hands to his chest. "Do you have anything else?" Lu Yehe lingered for a moment before stepping back. "I'll find her later." Yu Tsangshu narrowed his eyes, coldly watching his retreating figure, scoffing softly before closing the door. Why would he want her to help him with his problems? Did he think her omniscient? It was absurd to assume she could resolve everything. Not to mention, with her loose tongue, if she spoke carelessly in front of family, it could be forgiven at most with a reprimand, but Lu Yehe was an outsider. Her sister was young and naive to the ways of the world. If she accidentally spoke a harsh truth and angered Lu Yehe, what would happen? It was a thankless task, and she needed to be taught to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Jiang Xing took longer in the shower than usual, prompting Yu Tsangshu to knock on the bathroom door, urging, "Hurry up, I told you not to soak too long. It's not good for your health." A voice from inside responded, all right, stop rushing me. She wasn't intentionally taking so long. The affection from the viewers was overwhelming. After facilitating the pairing of Yu Kanglin and Yu Lanshan, she found herself amidst a surge of faith energy. In autumn, she had been sprouting due to excessive nourishment, and it took a while to suppress the little sprouts atop her head, which were quite reluctant and swayed above her. She thought it wise to purchase some small clips, so when they emerged, others would mistake them for hair accessories rather than pry too much. Stepping out, enveloped in warmth, Yu Songshu lifted her onto a chair and applied moisturizing baby cream to her skin. Was it Brother Liu who came looking for me? Yu Songshu paused in his grooming. You have so many brothers? Jiang Xing shook her head. Just from his tone, I could sense his emotions. Of course, yes, not my real brother. Why would I call him Brother Liu? Just that kid with the surname Liu. I think that's fine, but you shouldn't address him directly. The viewers might find it impolite. Jiang Xing face-bombed. Does not addressing him directly make it polite? Don't be ridiculous. Returning to the previous topic, she questioned. Why did you send him away? I asked him to come find me. I wanted to discuss something. Sister. Yu Songshu turned her to face him, pinching her cheeks seriously. I understand you might know some private matters about others, but keep your mischief to family. If you publicly disclose something disgraceful, it could embarrass him, and he might hold a grudge against you. Of course, I'm not saying I'm afraid of you causing trouble. Don't worry. No matter how big a mess you make, I'll cover for you. But it's best not to interfere in others' private matters. It's a matter of respect. Yu Songshu worried she might not understand the importance of respecting others' privacy, but she was still young, and he could teach her gradually. Jiang Xing pushed his hand away from her face, her bright, dark eyes shimmering with a hint of helplessness. Brother, rest assured, I know my limits. Yu Songshu thought she was just a reckless child, feeling disappointed, unfilial. The reason she was so forthright with Yu Songshu and Yu Kanglin was due to their close connection as their descendant, wanting to subtly assist them in avoiding losses. Although the process might have embarrassed them, it was effective. As for other people's matters, she only intervened when they sought her out. Did they think she had nothing better to do? Even if Liu Yehe were her target client, she still left the choice to him. Whether he wanted to see her or not, and whether he could avoid emotional pitfalls was up to him. Addressing the direct issues of target clients was the purest source of faith energy they could provide, distinct from the viewer's admiration for her perceived abilities. Naturally, all of this hinged on the principle of consent. He had to seek her out for her to involve herself. Yu Songshu ruffled her hair and lifted her up. All right. Let us head downstairs. Once downstairs, Yu Songshu urged Jiang Xing to call Yu Kanglin to inquire when he would return and if he would be back at all. He was too timid to call, but she could. Jiang Xing refused his unreasonable request. Big brother is busy with a child. How could he have time for you? What? You just dropped a bombshell on me. Are you saying Big brother has a child? Their brief exchange left the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered, inciting a wave of astonishment. Yu Songshu didn't he care about being led astray by his sister, transforming into a confused figure amidst the chaos, desperately searching for the truth. So, back then, did Big Sister run away while pregnant? That's rather audacious. What on earth did Big Brother do to warrant such a reaction? Did he do something so terrible that she left him while expecting? So, Big Sister has been raising the child alone for 6 or 7 years. It is not surprising that he is taken aback. Having lived for 25 years under the shadow of his elder brother, he had blindly idolized the man for 30 years, only to discover that he is, in fact, a scoundrel. Nothing could be more explosive than this revelation. He thought the absurdity of his brother's despondency after being cast aside 7 years ago was already beyond belief, yet he was about to learn of even greater absurdities. Jiang Xing was driven to distraction by his dramatic outbursts, ultimately unable to bear the thought of her brother being subjected to his relentless slander, and thus covered his mouth. Though she could not suppress the curiosity gleaming in his eyes. There are hidden truths. It is not as you imagine. Please cease your words. You are tarnishing my brother's image. Her brother, being the sole authority within the family, held the fate of the Yu family in his hands. What benefit would it bring anyone if his reputation were sullied? Only to his competitors. Ha ha ha, hamster, do not inquire further. Your incessant chatter will only lead to your own demise. Are you perhaps hoping to scatter some wealth now that you've seen the Yu family's market value rise? Are you a spy sent by another family? Could Yu Kanglin truly be that kind of person? Abandoning his wife and children? It sounds utterly despicable. How could such a person achieve great wealth? Ridiculous. Haven't you heard what the stars have said? Everyone takes it as a joke, yet you take it to heart. How do you understand it so well? Perhaps this is the very truth of the matter? Have you ever seen brothers slandering their own kin? This suggests it could indeed be the truth. Do not come here to act irrationally. Spreading rumors can land you in prison. Would it not be better to quietly await the truth? Yet you insist on confronting it head-on. At 7 o'clock, everyone finished the dinner arranged by the production team and gathered promptly outside at the beach to enjoy the evening breeze at 8. The director announced, Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan are delayed due to personal matters and will return shortly. For now, we shall reveal everyone's rankings and the corresponding rewards and penalties. The Lanshan duo, due to their absence during the afternoon challenges, will not be included in the overall rankings, but upon their return, they will still face special penalties. Following this, the rankings were announced. First place went to the Sheep duo, who excelled in all 3 segments with an impressive total average score of 933. Second place was claimed by the Mi Bao duo, who failed to retrieve their partner from the claw machine, scoring 50 points, yielding a total average of 776. The third group, the Xingqi duo, managed to turn the tide with a combined score of 80 from task completion and viewer satisfaction, achieving an average score of 766. Finally, the Helan duo, also failing to bring their partner along, narrowly missed with a score of 763. The Sheep CP is truly the CR de la CR. The gap to first place is monumental. The Xingqi duo did not finish last, which brought a wide grin to Liang Jingqi's face. Just a mere 0. 3 points separates joy from despair. Fear not, for the Lanshan duo has already found themselves at the bottom. Next, let me announce the rewards and penalties. First place remains with our Yu Tsangshu and Shi Yang, who have now claimed the top spot 3 times in a row. Their reward this time is a romantic date. Since we are in the world's capital of romance, we can provide a budget for genuine couples. Shi Yang, cradling her face, remarked, but we are not a real couple. The director added, you are first place. It is the same. The second and third place winners are free to engage in their own activities and explore. The second half of the program will commence in 3 days, allowing everyone to allocate their time freely, including the option to interact with viewers in their personal live streams, while the main live stream will remain in the hall. The last place, which goes to teacher Lu Yehe and teacher Xia, must memorize the 300 Tang poems within 3 days, with viewers randomly testing them in the live stream before the second episode begins. 300 Tang poems. 100 a day. Xia Lanyu is from the F country. Even if her Chinese is impeccable, mastering classical poetry is an entirely different endeavor. Lu Yehe, though of Chinese descent, has not studied classical poetry since his school days over a decade ago. Even if many poems sound familiar, it is impossible for him to recall them all, making the task akin to starting from scratch. Memories from his school days surged back at this moment. The production team is truly merciless. Even as a senior in high school, I might not be able to respond immediately to the name of a classical poem. I don't particularly wish to laugh, yet this is a dating show. While others go on dates, they are left to memorize poetry. Ha ha ha. The director, chuckling, handed 2 volumes of classical poetry to the 2 participants. As for the Lanshan duo, they have a different special penalty, which will be revealed upon their return. With no other special arrangements, the staff brought out several barbecue grills and a plethora of ingredients for everyone to enjoy. The grill was set too high, with Jiang Xing standing at the same height as the grill. If she were not cautious, the oil would splatter onto her head. Liang Jingqi, laughing, provided her with a stool to stand on. Although it elevated her, he was still concerned about her stability and decided against allowing her to handle it herself, suggesting she sit aside and wait to eat instead. In truth, most people lacked first-hand experience with barbecuing. They either burnt the food or failed to cook it thoroughly, resulting in a minimal yield. Fortunately, the production team had anticipated this and arranged for staff experienced in barbecuing to assist and instruct, minimizing waste. Lu Yehe brought over freshly grilled chicken legs, placing them in a disposable bowl. The appearance and ingredients were impeccable as he offered it to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing cast a surprised glance at him, her eyes darting between the portions grilled by her brother and by him before ultimately pouring her brother's portion into the same bowl. Thank you, Brother Lu. He stood beside her, seemingly hesitant, his eyes betraying unspoken thoughts. Jiang Xing set the hot bowl back on the table and gestured toward the beach, asking if they should go there to avoid the crowd, as this area was too busy and the cameras were focused on them, making it unsuitable for personal discussions. Lu Yehe exhaled in relief, his eyes dancing with a light smile. The child descended from the stool, and he instinctively caught her hand as she dashed toward Yu Tsangshu, tugging at his shirt. Brother, I'm going to play in the sand for a bit. Yu Tsangshu glanced at Lu Yehe, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. Yet he still said, "Go ahead, but come back soon." He felt there should be a one-sister per household policy to prevent some individuals from always coveting other sisters. Chatting away despite not being acquainted, Lu Yehe took Jiang Xing forward. The sand on this beach was soft, and some shells washed ashore by the waves added to the charm. The cameras could only capture their silhouettes from this angle. Jiang Xing's playful spirit ignited as she crouched down to collect shells. Lu Yehe knelt beside her, using his hands to help her unearth a white seashell. Xing. How did you find out about today's events? He referred to the incident earlier, when Xiao Lanyi's expression shifted dramatically after overhearing her whisper. Based on what Xiao Lanyi had hinted, Lu Yehe was convinced that Jiang Xing was aware of his secret. Do not be nervous. I have not disclosed your feelings for her to anyone. Lu Yehe choked on her words, taken aback by her candor. He had not expected her to be so unreserved. Jiang Xing, seemingly oblivious to his reaction, asked, "What's wrong?" "I truly haven't told anyone." Lu Yehe's face flushed as he covered his mouth, trying to regain his composure. Jiang Xing shook her head in confusion, deciding to wait until he calmed down to continue. Why did these young people react so strongly to the truth? She had not insulted anyone. Hearing her words, Lu Yehe grew increasingly flustered. Who told you? He believed he had kept his secret well, and it was a personal matter not easily uncovered. Do I need someone to tell me? Jiang Xing raised her gaze to his love line, which was flourishing, indicating he was indeed a romantic at heart. Observing his fluctuating emotions, Jiang Xing suddenly understood. Rest assured. I genuinely have not told a soul. I merely mentioned to Sister Xia that you really like your wife. Lu Yehe's jaw dropped in disbelief, his voice trembling. You even know I'm married? Of course, and I also know you've been married for 2 years. Yet your spouse views you merely as a shield against being pressured into marriage. You adore her, but she does not reciprocate your feelings. The branding iron, though succinct, pierced the heart profoundly. Lu Yehe fell silent. Jiang Xing scrutinized his countenance, aware that she, too, was reluctant to reveal him, thus placing them in a clandestine marital status. Lu Yehe's fingers dug into the sand, his secret laid bare before another, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Noting his dazed expression, Jiang Xing felt he was completely oblivious to the implications. What else did he wish to inquire? Regaining his composure, Lu Yehe managed a bitter smile, asking, Do I stand a chance with her? Chapter 69. Be bold and make excessive demands. Indeed. At Jiang Xing's words, his eyes sparkled with sudden hope, laced with uncertainty. Really? How can I persuade her to go public? He had always been the one yearning for transparency. At 30, he had maintained a facade of singlehood, attracting the interest of many who wished to draw close. Yet his wife seemed indifferent to him, unconcerned with his nightly whereabouts or companionship, adamantly against making their relationship public. Their marriage was a contractual arrangement, set to expire in a year. It appeared she eagerly anticipated the conclusion of their bond, a prospect he dreaded but felt powerless to disclose. Even a casual utterance of baby during a program's punishment had soured her mood. He feared losing her. Hence his absurd pursuit of a child's insight into romance. Your wife has someone else she fancies. Observing Lu Yehe's visibly dimming gaze, it was evident he was aware of this fact. Jiang Xing paused, then added, But do not despair. Her affections do not lie with her true match. Lu Yehe was evidently privy to the underlying dynamics, yet she persisted in her infatuation with that man, who was far from deserving. Treating her poorly, yet he had captured her unwavering love. Jiang Xing nodded. You are reluctant to accept this. Lu Yehe clenched his fists, bitterness welling within him. He had grown up alongside her, sharing a childhood bond. How could a mere interloper overshadow him? The moment that man entered her life, he claimed her gaze entirely. A flicker of hurt danced in his eyes as he reflected on his futile efforts to win her heart. They had traversed the streets of their youth together. From the garb of kindergarten to high school uniforms, engaging in childhood skirmishes and listening to songs that echoed during moments of academic failure. Their once blissful past had culminated in a marriage merely to appease their families. She coldly shattered the memories of their shared history, declaring her affection for another and urging him to differentiate between familial love and romantic attachment. He could not comprehend how the sands of time slipped through his fingers, hastening their departure the more he sought to grasp them. He understood now that he could no longer capture her heart. All his endeavors were in vain. Jiang Xing extended her hand, requesting he pass her the newly unearthed shell. Did you seek me merely to ascertain whether I am aware of your private matters? Lu Yehe was momentarily taken aback, slowly realizing that he had approached her without a clear objective. Hearing Xiao Lani's words on stage had thrown him into disarray. Jiang Xing's eyes bore into him, silently demanding, "So, what is your purpose?" He averted his gaze, contemplating for a moment before replying, "I simply wish to converse. Perhaps voicing my thoughts will bring relief." Jiang Xing sighed, "You could be a bit more audacious. While I am not a wish-granting tree, I do possess some influence." She brushed off the sand from her hands and rose, suggesting, for instance, encourage Sister Jianian to return to the right path.
Nu jij heet een soort engage met hers.
She was aware of his wife's name by Jianian. He recognized he should steadfastly embrace atheism, yet certain individuals seemed to defy logic, appending his perceptions. Jiang Xing, sensing his apprehension, reassured him, "Do not fear. I am a rational individual, not a perverse intruder prying into your affairs." Lu Yahe couldn't help but chuckle. The 6-year-old's serious demeanor was utterly endearing. If given the chance, he would wish to have a daughter with Jianian. His expression softened, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance that outshone even the most mesmerizing bioluminescent shores. Jiang Xing shook her head, exasperated. This love-struck fool was beyond saving. It seemed his romantic inclinations would persist even into the afterlife. Lu Yahe returned to reality, reminded that his wife still held no affection for him. And his heart sank once more. I don't know what to do. Sister Jianian may not be in the industry, but the production team could record at her school. You might find a way to feature her in an episode. The program schedule was set, and changes were not easily made. Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow, studying him. "This depends on whether you are willing for me to disseminate your situation." Lu Yahe exclaimed in surprise, but after a moment's contemplation, he shifted his stance. He appeared conflicted. "If this fails, we may not even remain friends." Why dwell on the pessimistic? Trust me, matters of the heart are the simplest to resolve. Do not panic. How could it be easy? Her heart is entirely devoted to that man. Yet he felt he had no other options. Jiang Xing was privy to his secrets, and he could not silence her. His choices were limited, to accept passively or actively embrace the situation. He held a sliver of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, the stars knew the intricacies of his feelings and might offer a solution. He decided to take a gamble. He raised his hand, intending to high-five the child, but upon receiving his consent, the child clutched the shell and dashed away. Lu Yahe lingered for a moment before retracing his steps, his heart brimming with anticipation. Why does it seem like my dear Heezy is glowing with joy? Those love-struck eyes are unbearable. Oh no, he doesn't have a penchant for children, does he? Does he fancy Xingxing? Upstairs, you are quite the criminal. Don't joke around, it's not amusing at all. What on earth did he discuss with Xingxing? Why is she suddenly so tight-lipped? I'd wager a bag of spicy strips that Xingxing won't be able to contain herself. I'm just waiting for the scoop. After a feast of barbecued delights, they gathered to play games. By 10 o'clock, Yu Kanglin and Yu Lanshan returned, their vehicle parked at the roadside, headlights illuminating the scene and capturing the attention of all. Yu Songshu reclaimed the cards, relieved to see the return of those who had been absent for much of the day. Shi Yang nudged his arm and whispered, "It seems he has brought back a child." A child? The group transformed into eager spectators, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, more intense than any gaze of a seer. Xiao Lani, clearly in the know, had known Yu Lanshan for years. With her health in decline, she had taken on half the responsibility of raising little Bao as his godmother, a role she embraced with pride. Now that the child's father had returned, she felt genuine happiness for Yu Lanshan. Her perseverance had not been in vain. As they approached, Yu Kanglin cradled a boy with delicate features, who seemed aware of the cameras, his demeanor shy yet filled with curiosity. "Daddy, are they your friends?" Before Yu Kanglin could introduce him to the family portraits, he nodded. "They are Daddy's friends. That person over there, wearing the blue striped shirt, is your dear uncle. We call him Third Uncle." Then Yu Kanglin glanced at Jiang Xing, hesitating. Chapter 70. How old is my little aunt? The curious boy gazed at Jiang Xing. "Is the girl your sister?" "Third Uncle's child is your sister, and he will be good to her." Yu Kanglin set him down gently, affectionately ruffling his hair before taking his hand to approach Jiang Xing. "This is my sister." "Not your sister. You should call her aunt." The little boy froze in place. Noticing he was unmovable, Yu Kanglin looked back, puzzled. What's wrong? He knew his reaction was impolite and stammered, "It's nothing." Yu Kanglin guided him to Jiang Xing's sister. "This is my child, named Yu Xiaobao. He is your nephew." Jiang Xing greeted warmly, her smile radiant as she extended her hand towards him, her eyes imbued with a gentle affection. Hello, my dear nephew. I am Jiang Xing, your little aunt. In terms of generations, Yu Xiaobao belonged to a lineage of great-grandchildren. Yu Xiaobao timidly grasped her hand, murmuring, "Hello, little aunt." She appeared so youthful, a mere peer in age, prompting him to unconsciously inquire, "How old are you, little aunt?" 6 years old, she replied. Yu Xiaobao's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet he too was 6. Jiang Xing stood up from her chair, noticeably shorter than Yu Xiaobao by more than a head. Embarrassed, she retreated to her seat and clarified, "Well, I haven't quite reached 6 yet. I'm still 5. Yu Xiaobao, standing at 1.2 meters, was of average height for a 6-year-old, while Jiang Xing had not yet reached a meter, barely surpassing 90 centimeters. During a recent medical examination, the doctor had indicated that her stunted growth was a result of severe malnutrition. Despite nearly 2 months of care since her return, she had regained some color and appeared to have gained a little weight, yet her height remained unchanged. Mrs. Liu was also troubled. She had purchased highly rated milk powder for Jiang Xing, encouraging her to drink a cup morning and evening. Raising a child cannot be rushed. However, to the Yu family, she was a delicate doll to be cherished and protected. They remained unaware that Jiang Xing had consciously stunted her growth, compressing her stature to align with historical norms for children her age, rendering her an exception in a modern context where children typically grow taller. Yu Xiaobao recognized that Jiang Xing was younger than himself, yet due to generational hierarchy, he was still obliged to call her little aunt. Gazing wide-eyed as he settled into the chair beside her, Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan took their seats side by side. Now that our Mr. Yu and teacher Yu have returned, our Lanshan duo finds themselves in last place and must face a special penalty known as heartfelt dialogue. Having recently reunited, Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan had much to clarify, including issues of mutual concern that the audience was eager to hear. They could not be allowed to retreat into private conversation when gossip was meant to be shared. Should any of you have unspoken inquiries, feel free to jot them down and pass them to our little friend, Xing, who will voice them on your behalf. Yu Kenglin glanced at Jiang Xing. Before we commence the game, I would like to inquire about Jiang Xing. Oh, don't call me sister. Refer to me as Jiang Xing, she replied. Irritation evident at 50%. Jiang Xing looked at him, her eyes betraying a hint of fear, which softened his heart at a mere glance. What's the matter? Big brother? Her gaze seemed to convey, if you're upset, feel free to scold me, rendering criticism impossible. I merely wish to ask what you discussed with the director last night. I can't shake the feeling that the entire day's activities were orchestrated for me. The director had provided an explanation, indicating that the theme for the day revolved around heartfelt dialogues, a concept proposed by little Xing. That night, Jiang Xing had approached them to share the story of Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan, leaving them utterly astonished. After careful consideration, they decided to adopt Jiang Xing's suggestion. As businessmen, their focus was on ratings, and if the guests themselves possessed innate appeal, it was all the better. Little Jiang Xing noted that Yu Lanshan's health was frail and that the show's usual grueling challenges would not suit her. Hence the choice for a more relaxed indoor variety show. This episode indeed achieved a record-breaking viewership, prompting the director to beam with delight. Crediting Jiang Xing as a little fortune-bringer, Jiang Xing puffed her chest with pride, stating, I am aware that Sister Shanshan is not well, and I requested the director to shift the filming indoors. Yu Kenglin looked at her with affectionate admiration, playfully tugging at her braid. You are truly kind, sister. Thank you. Yu Lanshan's lively gaze fell upon her. Having heard some details from Yu Kenglin, she found her sister to be quite remarkable. Of course. We must thank our sister. Without her, I might have needed to spend 2 days in the hospital after participating in an outdoor variety show. Yu Xiaobao sat quietly, unable to comprehend the adult conversation, yet he gathered that it revolved around his parents opening their hearts to one another. He inched his chair closer to his little aunt, naturally drawn to someone of his age in such a setting. However, Yu Xiaobao remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Xing was no ordinary child. He was the only one present who did not grasp the topic at hand. The first stage involved responding to questions from netizens, who were particularly curious about the couple's romantic dynamics. 10 questions were selected for Xing to pose. Jiang Xing clutched the question cards in her hands, the first inquiry being, when did you and sister start dating? How many years did you date? We got together in our first year of high school and dated until our 3rd year of college, a total of 6 years. After their 3rd year, Yu Lanshan had come over with her admission letter and insisted on breaking up. I knew it. That was early romance. High school students, do not attempt to imitate this. Your partner is not Yu Kenglin. So sweet, from high school to wedding dress, but little friends in the live stream must prioritize their studies. Another question asked why Sister Shanshan had left Mr. Yu, venturing alone to a foreign land while pregnant. Did Mr. Yu do something excessive? Yu Lanshan smiled gently. It had nothing to do with him. I was aware of my health issues and did not wish to burden him, so I left. It was only after departing that I discovered I was pregnant. No need to worry, my illness has been cured. True lovers are sweet. And the rumors inadvertently spread by Yu Kenglin were swiftly dispelled, preserving the Yu family's reputation. They then addressed a series of peculiar and slightly risky questions from netizens, with only the genuinely 6-year-old Yu Xiaobao unable to comprehend, his wide eyes observing everyone laugh. Next came their heartfelt dialogue. Once they opened their hearts, the earnest exchange ignited a flurry of blushes and heartbeats, the topics becoming increasingly uninhibited. The late-night conversation extended until 11:30, at which point the live stream concluded, and everyone retreated to their rooms to wash up and rest. Jiang Xing's gaze flitted among them, pondering, should I go sleep with Brother Hamster? Even Yu Kenglin felt a tinge of awkwardness under the candid gaze of the child, gently pressing her head down. Go back and wash up, then sleep. Jiang Xing hummed a tune, striding ahead, unspoken words lingering. If she awoke in the middle of the night, she would surely find herself alone in the room. The Man of Contradictions. Chapter 71. He might retrieve his beloved from this outing. The following day, free from the program's constraints, everyone ventured out to play. Except for Xiao Lanyi and Liu Yehe, who remained at home, diligently memorizing the 300 poems. The joys and sorrows of humanity seldom resonate with one another. Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan took the children out to foster their bonds, while Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang were uncertain of where to check in next. Unable to articulate their plans, they stood on opposite sides, awaiting Jiang Xing's decision on whom to accompany, reminiscent of a custody battle over the child. Jiang Xing glanced at them before ultimately choosing to turn and pull Liang Jingqi along. Never mind, you all go ahead. I'll stick with Brother Liang.
You need not worry about me.
5 pairs of eyes fell upon him, and Liang Jingqi was taken aback as the little one naturally wrapped her arms around his thigh. You're breaking off, you're with me? Yu Tsongshu scowled. You're the one breaking off. Sister should still come with us to play. Brother and Sister sure will take care of you. What does it matter with an outsider? Liang Jingqi's eyes widened. Who are you calling an outsider? I'm family. To assert his position, he took the initiative to grasp Jiang Xing's hand, declaring, Sister is my partner. You all can date if you wish. I'll take Sister to have fun. Yu Tsongshu stifled the urge to throttle him, gazing down at Jiang Xing, waiting to see if she might reconsider. Yu Lanshan bent down, meeting Jiang Xing's gaze with a warm smile. Sister, will you come with us? I'll take you to see my school. Yu Xiaobao stood behind his mother, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Xing. Yet, Jiang Xing shook her head. Sister, you all go ahead. I'll stay with Brother Liang. He'll be lonely by himself. Yu Lanshan gently patted her head, ultimately conceding. Shi Yang wished to invite her sister along, yet she lacked any substantial experience in dating Yu Tsongshu. Even with the daily live streaming cameras from the production team, she felt a peculiar discomfort, an eerie sensation enveloping her. Jiang Xing discerned her thoughts and urged Shi Yang to kneel down, whispering a few gentle words in her ear. Shi Yang cast a surprised glance at her, and Jiang Xing nodded encouragingly, gently nudging her forward. Go on, Shi Yang sister. Yu Tsongshu, puzzled, inquired about what Shi Yang had said upon her return. She hesitated, shaking her head and glancing at Liang Jingqi before averting her gaze. Jiang Xing slightly pushed Yu Tsongshu aside, saying, You two go on, brother. Stay safe and take good care of Shi Yang sister. Ultimately, they parted ways. Jiang Xing boarded the vehicle with Liang Jingqi as they set off. Inside the car, Liang Jingqi inserted a straw into a carton of milk and offered it to her, showcasing his adeptness in caring for children. What did you say to Shi Yang just now? Why did she look at me like that before leaving? Jiang Xing cradled the milk carton, took a sip, and leisurely replied, I told her that on this outing. You might return with the beloved. If I don't accompany you, you might miss the chance. Liang Jingqi gasped. Really? His immediate concern was not whether Jiang Xing was fabricating tales, but rather if he would indeed encounter someone special. Jiang Xing refrained from answering, stealing a glance at him before pulling out her phone to access someone else's live stream. Gunami and Zhu Xianbao had set off early and had already reached their first check-in spot. Whatever they discussed privately seemed to have deepened Zhu Xianbao's blissful smile. While Gunami looked even more indulgent, her eyes filled with tenderness. Zhu Xianbao dragged Gunami into a boutique, purchasing 2 pairs of hair clips, adorning one pair on Gunami's head. They were two little yellow chicks that bobbed amusingly with her movements. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, adjusting the clips to ensure the chicks were symmetrical. Zhu Xianbao chuckled at the sight of the two silly yellow chicks, then clipped two brown bears onto her own head, exclaiming, "So cute." Gunami echoed, "Indeed, adorable." Zhu Xianbao linked arms with her and headed to the counter to pay, leaving the shop with a buoyant spirit. The goddess statue plaza, just a short distance ahead. The statue, crafted entirely from white jade, was graced by doves perched upon her shoulders, hands, and feet. The plaza bustled with people, yet the doves appeared unperturbed, undisturbed by the surrounding clamor. They arrived just in time as the hour struck, the first chime resonating, causing the doves to take flight in a flurry, resembling blooming white clouds. Zhu Xianbao tugged Gunami forward, racing towards the spot where the doves landed, stirring a fresh wave of white feathers. Had it not been for Gunami's presence behind her, she might have joined the doves in their ascent, flailing her arms joyfully. "Sister, let us take a photo." Gunami allowed her to lean against her shoulder as she flashed a peace sign at the camera, and Gunami raised her hand too. Zhu Xianbao reflected on why she had never quite shown during her time in the girl group. She lacked talent and was somewhat clumsy. Noticing her movements, Zhu Xianbao found her irresistibly cute and kissed her cheek, laughing as she stepped back. Gunami pulled her back, helping her remove a white feather that had settled atop her head. Gunami, with a playful grin, tiptoed to plant a kiss on her lips, whispering, "Thank you, sister." Gunami felt a bit bashful in such a crowded space, her ears flushing pink. Yet she did not release her hand as they strolled together to their next photo opportunity. Zhu Xianbao's affection was palpable. She had always been bold and passionate, secretly harboring feelings for Mi Jie for years. How had Mi Jie remained oblivious? Mi Jie would likely respond, "I don't know. She kisses me, and I'm used to it." It was truly amusing. "My best friend also loves to kiss me. Does she like me?" Mi Jie appeared transformed, love rendering her charming. "I envy them. I wish I could be open about my feelings, but my beloved insists on returning to follow her parents' wishes. She no longer wants me, and is set to marry a man next month. Hugs, sister, I don't know how to comfort you." Jiang Xing exited the live stream. Liang Jingqi, watching from the side, felt somewhat disinterested. In truth, Zhu Xianbao's boldness was commendable. Had she faltered even slightly, they would not have reached this point. As an observer, he understood the situation clearly. Zhu Xianbao had endured many judgmental gazes over the years of her unrequited love for Gunami. Had she hesitated, they wouldn't be where they were now. Gunami accepted her confession rather than pushing her away. That was her reward for enduring hardship. She looked as though she were swimming in a honeypot. Jiang Xing smiled at him. "You seem quite reflective." Liang Jingqi felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. The vehicle arrived at their destination. They were not a romantic pair, so they naturally avoided the sugary sweetness of couples. Indulging in food and drink was the way to go. Liang Jingqi lifted Jiang Xing from the car, holding her hand as they entered the ocean-themed restaurant. Ever since Jiang Xing suggested he might encounter a beloved, he had been hyper-aware of every girl passing by, resembling a voyeur. Jiang Xing felt embarrassed, reluctant to have him hold her hand. Chapter 72. Cool sister. You look so handsome. After satisfying their appetites, they wandered through numerous shops, acquiring various items. They spent an aimless day on unfamiliar streets, welcoming the afternoon's twilight. Liang Jingqi, seeing no sign of romance blossoming, appeared somewhat despondent. Jiang Xing stood up, suggesting, "Let us go to the retro street." "Is that what it's called?" "The old-fashioned street sounds about right." Liang Jingqi, lacking enthusiasm, asked, "Why go there?" "To save the damsel in distress, of course. Didn't you say you wanted to fall in love? Love is in the air." Upon hearing this, he sprang to life, exclaiming, "Really? Is my future girlfriend in danger? We must hurry to rescue her." He scooped up Jiang Xing and headed outside, only to be halted by a waiter seeking payment, causing him to pause and cool his excitement. "Wait, what trouble is she in? Is it dangerous? Should we call the police? Can I handle this alone?" While his future girlfriend was undeniably important, he valued his life too. One must act within their capabilities. Jiang Xing cast a disdainful glance at him, asserting, "It's not dangerous, you won't die. The police are useless, she can handle it." Liang Jingqi, unable to tolerate her skeptical gaze, playfully pushed her soft cheek, asking, "Are you sure it's not dangerous? Then let us go. Hurry up, we'll miss our chance." Oblivious to the impending adventure, Liang Jingqi excitedly ushered Jiang Xing into the car, instructing the driver to take them to her suggested destination. I sense something isn't right. The pieces are about to fall into place, he mused, chuckling at the thought of a naive young man being deceived. Xing must have something up her sleeve, leading a love-struck boy into trouble. She said he could find love on this outing, but look at his expression. The girls on the street probably think he's a creep. As twilight approached, viewers in the live chat cautioned against venturing to secluded areas, warning of potential dangers. The retro street was adjacent to a neighborhood known for its affordability, home to various individuals, raising concerns about Xing's intentions. I don't deny she might know something, but she's just a child. It's too risky. Don't go, sweetheart. It's not safe. As informed viewers shared their concerns, the audience, initially unaware, became increasingly apprehensive about Jiang Xing and Liang Jingqi's safety as their vehicle drew closer to the retro street. Liang Jingqi carried Jiang Xing in his arms. The eerie silence around them sent chills down his spine, an inexplicable fear creeping in, especially with all the stories of gun violence abroad, particularly at night. Though the sun had yet to fully set, his anxiety surged. Sister, shall we head back home? Jiang Xing sighed heavily in his embrace, her voice tinged with urgency. It's late now, don't panic. Liang Jingqi finally grasped that he had unknowingly boarded a ship of peril and contemplated instructing the driver to veer away from the retro street. As the car decelerated, the driver attempted to turn around on the road, only to be abruptly surrounded by a group of men wielding steel rods. Their tattered clothing, some bearing their torsos, and the various scars on their bodies revealed a life of reckless desperation, akin to that of habitual beggars. Without hesitation, they began to assault the vehicle. The driver, paralyzed with fear, was at a loss for how to react. Jiang Xing remained remarkably composed, recognizing their intent to rob. But discerning that they perceived them as foreigners, they opted for silence and resorted to outright theft. Liang Jingqi, maintaining a semblance of calm, shielded Jiang Xing protectively in his arms, enduring the shower of glass shards that rained down upon him. With a quivering voice, he reassured her, "Don't be afraid, sister. We will be fine." He hastily tossed his wallet, watch, and phone towards the window seat as their hands intruded into the car, seizing the items they had purchased during their shopping spree. Jiang Xing patted his back reassuringly. "Don't worry, they cannot take everything." The shards of glass struck the camera, plunging the live stream into darkness, causing pandemonium among the viewers. "Oh no, are we being robbed? Someone please tell me this is staged. Cheesy, you must return safely." Panic seized the audience, their thoughts racing. How to call the police? They must report this situation. Let us just lose some money. Please don't hurt anyone. The assailants kicked open the trunk, rummaging through their belongings. One man reached inside, intent on snatching Liang Jingqi's wallet and phone. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The scene transformed in an instant. The gangsters, like startled birds, shouted in their local tongue and scrambled away, abandoning their plunder. The injured man, writhing on the ground, had been shot in the shoulder, blood gushing forth, leaving him unable to rise, forsaken by his companions. Was that a gunshot? The realization of the chaos echoed in the silence of the live stream, with only one voice piercing through. "Are Cheesy and the stars okay?" The fear was palpable. They had encountered gunfire. "You must survive." Jiang Xing seemed to sense the collective anxiety of the audience, and spoke up, "We're fine. The bad guys have been scared away by the cool sister." The viewers, relieved by Jiang Xing's words, flooded the chat with messages, their pace quickening in contrast to their earlier despair. Yet, the camera remained malfunctioning, capturing only sound but no sight. The events had unfolded too swiftly for comprehension. The car window lay shattered, glass scattered as evidence of the recent turmoil. Liang Jingqi removed his coat, brushing the glass from the seat, meticulously checking Jiang Xing for any remnants of the shards. Remarkably, not a single piece had touched her, leaving Liang Jingqi astounded. In the aftermath of their narrow escape, he embraced her, tears streaming down his face. "Sister, we nearly met our end here. Why didn't anyone tell us who the hero was and who needed saving?" Jiang Xing pushed his head away in mild annoyance, turning to gaze out the window as a dark figure approached. With a muffled thud, the woman stood beside the car and rapped on the window. Liang Jingqi, snapping out of his daze, looked up to see a stern visage, discernible only by the sharp line of her jaw. Not again. A new wave of trouble. Liang Jingqi thought, instinctively reaching for his phone to call for help. The woman's voice, cold and authoritative, commanded, "Get out." Jiang Xing, breaking free from his embrace, flung open the car door and dashed out. "Hello, cool sister. You're so awesome. Thank you for saving us." Chapter 73. Sister Lives here, You don't need to leave. Unaware of the woman's true intentions, Jiang Xing impulsively exited the vehicle, sending Liang Jingqi into a cold sweat. In his haste, he stumbled and fell out of the car, landing on the shards of glass, a cry of pain escaping him as tears welled in his eyes. Jiang Xing reached for his hand, but her petite frame couldn't prevent his injury. His left knee pressed into the shards, blood seeping from his pant leg. The woman frowned, her gaze piercing as she observed him. I appreciate your gratitude, but there's no need for such formality. Jiang Xing covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. The woman softened her demeanor, looking at Jiang Xing. Do not fear. I have driven away the bad guys. Jiang Xing, ever supportive, chimed in. Yes, you're the best, sister. The woman, clad in a fitted black outfit and utility pants, with a high ponytail framing her eastern features, holstered her firearm and shot Liang Jingqi a steely glance. This place is dangerous. Did you come here without considering the implications, especially with a child in tow? Liang Jingqi, leaning against the car, was preoccupied with dislodging the glass from his skin, the ringing in his ears muffling her reprimands. Jiang Xing tugged at the woman's arm. Sister, it's not my brother's fault. I insisted on coming. The woman withdrew her gaze, but found no words for admonition. Let us go home. It's not safe here. The driver seized the moment to call the police. Still reeling from the earlier chaos, the woman scooped up Jiang Xing, intending to bypass Liang Jingqi, who was struggling to maneuver around the shards. Jiang Xing clung to her hand, earnest in her inquiry. Will you come with us? The woman glanced at the near-lifeless man, a flicker of disdain crossing her features, yet softened in her demeanor toward the girl. Sister lives here. I don't need to leave. This area was inherently a gray zone, not merely a refuge for antisocial elements, but rather home to the downtrodden. Lacking education and resources, they lived without legal awareness, abandoned by the government and police. Over time, it had devolved into a desolate region, rife with provocation and robbery, where even the ringing of sirens went unheeded. The woman grasped Liang Jingqi's arm, forcefully guiding him toward the vehicle. The car can still drive. You must leave quickly. Jiang Xing approached the window, handing her a note, but as she prepared to depart, Jiang Xing tossed the paper to the ground.
Cool, sister.
If you decide to leave, remember to contact me. The driver, wiping sweat from his brow, had already ignited the engine. The woman remained silent, bending to grasp the collar of the barely conscious man, while stealthily retrieving Jiang Xing's discarded note. Straightening up, she dragged the incapacitated man into one of the alleyways of a nearby residential area. The car turned around, departing the retro street. Viewers in the live stream were in a frenzy, anxious yet unable to see the unfolding scene, their hearts racing. Jiang Xing, ever considerate, activated her phone to continue the live stream in place of the broken camera. The inside of the vehicle lay in disarray, eliciting gasps from the audience. In a matter of moments, news of Liang Jingqi and Jiang Xing's violent robbery had surged to the top of trending topics. Apologies for worrying everyone. We weren't harmed. It was just that my brother accidentally cut himself on the glass in his haste. We're currently en route to the hospital, and Liang Jingqi is applying pressure to his bleeding leg with a stack of tissues. The discussion within the live stream was incessant, and a number of individuals began to voice their grievances against Jiang Xing. If it weren't for her insistence on visiting the retro street, such a perilous incident would not have transpired. In the face of the public's condemnation, Jiang Xing refrained from offering any explanations. Instead, she silently tended to Liang Jingqi's wound, discreetly using her spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding. In truth, they could have emerged unscathed, and the items scattered on the ground could have been retrieved and loaded back into the vehicle. She had calculated that this outing would be devoid of danger, merely creating an opportunity to encounter Yan Zhuang, for there was no other place where she could possibly meet her. She had precisely anticipated that Yan Zhuang would arrive just in time to avert harm from those who threatened them, yet she had not foreseen Liang Jingqi's anxious slide to his knees in front of everyone. With a sigh, she thought to herself, I'm sorry, Brother Liang, for causing you harm. Liang Jingqi flashed a grin despite the pain, assuring her it's all right. Brother Liang feels no pain at all. Whether it was due to the initial shock subsiding or some other reason, he felt completely numb, perhaps due to the overwhelming sensation. It's my fault for not investigating what the retro street was before coming here. The decision was in the hands of the adults, so I cannot blame you. Noticing her lingering discontent, Liang Jingqi sought to divert her attention. So, where is your beloved? You have already met her. Liang Jingqi's eyes widened in confusion. Met her? I've even given passing dogs several glances and haven't seen anyone resembling my beloved. Didn't you say I would bring back a beloved? he continued, still empty-handed. That was merely to tease Sister Shiyang. Today, I could allow you to see her, but bringing her back will require a bit more time. Liang Jingqi pondered deeply and recalled the fierce woman they had encountered moments ago, shivering involuntarily. You can't possibly mean that one, right? The very woman who saved us today and wielded a gun. Is she your type? He silently pressed his hand against the now bleeding wound, his expression inscrutable. Rest assured. I've kept in touch with my sister. She will reach out to me. I promise to assist you in your pursuit. The audience in the live stream was captivated by their exchange. Their curiosity piqued, causing many to suppress their blame directed at the child who suggested visiting the retro street. Just moments ago, the camera had malfunctioned at the most inopportune time. They had heard a woman's voice but failed to see her appearance. When Jiang Xing lifted her phone to resume the live stream, the vehicle had already exited the retro street, leaving behind not even a trace of the chaotic scene. The news of Liang Jingqi and Jiang Xing's robbery incident reached their two older brothers, who rushed to the hospital. Inside the examination room, the doctor applied medication and bandaged Liang Jingqi's wound, praising his youthfulness and remarkable healing ability. Jiang Xing sat on a small bench in the corridor. Having terminated the live stream, now engaged in a video call with her parents. Mrs. Liu had been fervently following her daughter's stream, filled with anxiety. Though the incident had unfolded in mere minutes, those moments had terrified her, leaving her in tears that she had yet to fully recover from. Jiang Xing had to coax her into calming down. Mrs. Liu, concerned for her daughter's emotional well-being, insisted that Yu Kanglin must take Jiang Xing for psychological counseling to prevent any lasting trauma. Chapter 74. You have always been my burden. After Yan Zhuang dragged the person back, she discarded him onto the ground like a rag. The dimly lit alley lacked streetlights, illuminated only by the yellow glow of the windows from the residences above. Rats scurried out from the trash cans, their incessant squeaking creating a cacophony. Yan Zhuang, clearly irritated, kicked the muddy figure away. Still not out? Do I need to formally invite you? As soon as she uttered those words, the person huddled in the dark corner, shivering, crawled out without delay, not daring to waste a moment. Is this your responsibility?
I'm so sorry, miss.
I failed to keep an eye on them. It's been too long since outsiders have come to the retro street. They were simply too enthusiastic. Yan Zhuang crossed her arms and ground her foot into the man's face, forcing a smile from him in return. The retro street was a gray area, unregulated by the government but under her control. She had taken charge of the retro street 3 years ago, subduing those who refused to comply, straightening the rebellious, and dismantling those who practiced duplicity. It took her a year and a half to restore order to the retro street. She had decreed that robberies must not result in loss of life, and that vehicles with children and women should not be targeted. Today, this gang of fools, failing to notice the child in the car, had acted directly, crossing her bottom line. Typically, she remained uninvolved, unaware of their whereabouts or identities, and seldom encountered them. Many took advantage of her absence to occasionally reap benefits, while the little leaders turned a blind eye. In a year, no one had ever been caught. How could they be so unfortunate to cross paths with her upon her return? She was indeed a fierce goddess. Yan Zhuang kicked the unconscious man towards him, ordering him to take him for treatment. If he died, it served him right. The man felt as if a great weight had been lifted, dragging the unconscious figure away. Yan Zhuang stood for a moment, then walked leisurely to an old, peeling residential building, ascending to the 3rd floor and switching on the light. The room was exceedingly cramped, with a wooden bed pressed against the wall, the window positioned high, creating a stifling atmosphere. Men's clothing was strewn across the floor, and a foul odor permeated the air, indistinguishable from the refuse piled haphazardly. On a less than a meter-wide round wooden table lay remnants of takeout. Yan Zhuang did not conceal her disgust, gagging slightly. Every time I come to see you, it makes me feel utterly nauseated, my dear father. On the bed lay a gaunt man, his eyes hollow and devoid of life, his hair long gone, his dull gaze fixated on the flickering yellow fluorescent light above. Upon hearing Yan Zhuang's arrival, he suddenly exhibited heightened agitation, his breathing becoming labored as he turned to look at her, the sound of his bones creaking. Yet he could not utter a single word, nor manage to rise from the bed. Yan Zhuang's expression was malevolent, her words merciless. If it's this difficult to endure, you might as well die quickly. You know, you have always been my burden. The man on the bed nearly choked on rage. It was his fault, raising a tiger to be a threat. Yan Zhuang was the child he had abducted from Huaxia. She was only 3 years old at the time, originally meant for sale, as some wealthy individuals fancied Eastern-looking children. This was his first venture into such a business, and he had not anticipated that a 3-year-old child would be so fierce. Before he could send her off, she had bitten him on the arm. It was that very bite that changed his mind about selling her. A spirited child could be nurtured as his own. He had invested so much effort into her. Yet, he had raised such a heartless creature. Yen Zhuang had come merely to ascertain whether he was dead, unable to endure the stench of his room, leaving behind a few venomous curses before turning to leave. This man had long since lost the ability to care for himself. The disorder in his room was the result of the neglect from those she had hired to attend to him. Her original words were that as long as he remained alive, it was sufficient. Those individuals were well aware of her attitude and showed no concern for attending to the sister's father, even neglecting to clear out any refuse, allowing the room to rot. Throughout her life, she had never experienced what was deemed paternal love. It mattered little to her, as she had always known she was an abducted child. She constantly urged herself to excel. The moment she slackened, she risked being eliminated, a fate that could lead to a gruesome end. Her life had never rested in her own hands. Yet fortunately, she was sufficiently diligent. At 3 years old, she could bite him, and now, grown, she could tear him apart. She unfurled a small piece of paper in her hand, a string of numbers. This was her opportunity to escape the mire. She too longed to return home. Bearing the visage of an Eastern person, her veins coursed with Huaxia blood. Even though she was unaware if her true family still existed, and though she was covered in filth, she did not wish to remain ensnared in this quagmire for a lifetime. Although she felt no attachment to the land of her forgotten memories, the ground beneath her feet had become utterly repulsive. The man ruined her life and constrained her movements. She could only live like a rat scurrying through the streets, and even if she managed to kick him aside, she could not cleanse her name, operate openly, nor find a way to leave this country. This child, connected to that man of wealth and power, might be able to assist her? She closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Jiang Xing was compelled to complete her psychological counseling, while Liang Jingqi's leg was bound in bandages resembling Zhongzi. As several cars returned to the seaside villa, the other guests received the news rather late. They only learned of the injury after arriving at the hospital and, upon inquiring about the situation, decided not to rush over. Now, everyone awaited outside. Liang Jingqi, leaning on a cane, hopped over awkwardly on his uninjured leg. The uninjured Jiang Xing was cradled in Yu Tsongshu's arms, while Shi Yang softly comforted her. Liang Jingqi and Jiang Xing had been victims of a violent robbery, and the production team had reported the incident to the local police station. The officer there claimed it would be handled, but in reality, no action was taken. The losses incurred in the vintage street were rarely recoverable. As the crowd inquired about Liang Jingqi's condition, he sat in a chair, appearing relaxed, nonchalantly stating that he was fine, and the doctor said his wound wasn't deep and wouldn't leave a scar. Merely that there had been significant bleeding when he was injured. His pant leg was indeed a ghastly sight, and just as he sat down, he stood up again, saying he needed to change clothes. Ascending the stairs to change would be quite challenging as he had to hop on just one leg, and he cast a pleading glance at Yu Tsongshu. Brother, you know our bond spans over a decade. Aside from you, I have no other friends. Exasperated by his words, Yu Tsongshu reluctantly set Jiang Xing down, whispered a few words to her, and then approached Liang Jingqi to assist the disgruntled fellow upstairs. Inevitably, he was asked again, "Why did you go to the vintage street today?" The younger sister replied, "I thought I might meet someone special there." Yu Tsongshu felt an urge to toss him off the stairs. "Did you leave your brain at home?" Liang Jingqi stubbornly retorted, "But I really did meet someone." Veins popping on his forehead, Yu Tsongshu clenched his teeth in frustration. Liang Jingqi, wide-eyed, rambled on about how today she descended from the sky, stepping on colorful clouds to save them, and he was utterly captivated by her grace. Yu Tsongshu replied, "I think she must have stepped on your brain to get here." In the ensuing days, due to Liang Jingqi's leg injury, he was not fit for outings. Jiang Xing, citing psychological trauma, refused to accompany her two brothers when they suggested going out, instead opting to remain in the living room with Liang Jingqi, playing video games. Occasionally, they could hear passers-by reciting ancient poetry nearby. Following their robbery ordeal, everyone became acutely aware of the dangers of unfamiliar places, exercising extra caution during outings, safeguarding their possessions, and only visiting crowded areas. Soon, the second half of the recording for Passion of Flames was set to commence. The group gathered, with Yu Tsongshu holding Jiang Xing and Yu Kenglin cradling Yu Xiaobao. Liang Jingqi had just had his bandages removed but still needed to apply cotton pads for infection prevention. rendering him unfit for the show's challenges. This recording would take place on a private island, requiring a 3-hour boat ride to reach the destination. And the filming would span 3 days without returning to shore, necessitating the guests to stay on the island. Due to Liang Jingqi's health issues, he was unable to participate in the outdoor variety show filming. With one guest dropping out, the remaining 8 guests could form teams. Jiang Xing would not take part in the challenges this episode but could observe. She firmly declined, saying, "No need, Uncle Director. I don't want to go. I can stay here to take care of Brother Liang." Liang Jingqi turned to her, incredulous, wondering if she understood what she was saying. Who would wash and cut the fruits? Who would order and pick up the takeout? She had blatantly smacked his leg twice when losing a game, showing little regard for his well-being. Although it may not hurt now, what if the wound reopened and left a scar? "I enjoy spending time with Brother Liang, so I want to go out." Liang Jingqi replied, "All right, if you say you're enjoying it, then it's settled." Yu Xiaobao clutched his father's arm, still naive about the dating show, only knowing that his parents were busy. An understanding child would not hinder their parents. He looked up at his father, pinched his arm to gain his attention, and said, "Daddy, I don't want to go either. You and Mommy can be busy. I'll wait here with Annie for you to come back." Yu Kenglin lowered his head, patting his eldest son's head, unsure how to explain that his aunt didn't want to play with little kids. Though they were of the same age, they were not peers. After addressing his father, Yu Xiaobao turned to Jiang Xing, asking, "Annie, what is the name of the game you're playing? Can I play with you?" Jiang Xing smiled. "But Auntie doesn't know how to play." "That's all right. I'll learn by myself. I learn quickly, and when I know how, I'll play with you." Jiang Xing met Yu Kanglin's gaze for 3 seconds before he was about to stretch out his hand to push Yu Xiaobao's head back when Jiang Xing spoke, "Okay. But there are conditions to following me." Yu Xiaobao's eyes sparkled as he struggled to escape Yu Kanglin's embrace, eagerly awaiting Jiang Xing's conditions, ready to jot them down if he could. Jiang Xing began counting her terms on her fingers. "First, you must be able to make your own formula milk and prepare it for me." The first condition drew the attention of many. Yu Xiaobao proudly patted his chest, indicating he had no problem with that. "Second, you cannot follow me when I go out unless I give my permission." Yu Xiaobao bit his lip, his face contorted in conflict. Not being allowed to accompany his aunt would leave him terribly bored at home. "Third, you must not disturb me while I'm playing games. Unless your rank is higher than mine, then you might have the chance to join me." After stating her 3 conditions, Jiang Xing raised her chin, her expression a mix of pride and playfulness, adding, "The most important point is that you must obey what I say. Do you agree?" For a child, this was akin to signing an unequal treaty. Yu Kenglin noticed her second condition and frowned disapprovingly. "Sister, if you stay here, you shouldn't go out. It's dangerous outside. What if you encounter another incident like that? You're just a child," and with Liang Jingqi temporarily disabled, this was untenable. Just as he was about to persuade Jiang Xing to join them on the island, his foolish son chimed in. "All right. I agree. Auntie, I'll take care of you. And I can even cook noodles. We can have supper together." Yu Kenglin was taken aback. Yulan Shan lowered her head, feeling guilty. Her son was 6 years old. Teaching him to cook noodles was hardly unreasonable. Boys should learn to be independent and self-sufficient from a young age. Yu Xiaobao agreed, and Jiang Xing reluctantly nodded, sealing the deal. All eyes turned to Liang Jingqi, who looked up, utterly bewildered, and questioned what they were looking at him for. Yu Tsongshu patted his shoulder, saying, "You're the only adult left. You must take good care of the 2 children." Liang Jingqi retorted, "Isn't my life worth anything? Does anyone consider my well-being?" With the decisions made, only the 3 of them remained in the villa, while the others headed to the port with the production team. A camera remained on in the villa, connected to the production team's secondary live-streaming room. Taking care of children alone was indeed no easy task, and the live stream would allow viewers to oversee the situation. Jiang Xing, clutching a pig plush toy, sat cross-legged on the floor, propping her face on her hands, staring at the glowing phone screen on the ground. Over the past 3 days, she had not received a call from Yan Zhuang. What was she hesitating about? Was it because she had not appeared wealthy enough that Yan Zhuang still did not believe in them? She had intentionally dragged Liang Jingqi on a shopping spree for an entire day, lavishly spending several million on a plethora of items, surely a display of ostentation. Wouldn't you agree? The car she chose to drive was also the most expensive model available. It was as if she were brandishing her wealth for all to see. Yan Zhuang yearned to extricate herself from the clutches of the retro street, yet despite having liberated herself from that man for 3 years, she remained ensnared, lacking the requisite power to fully break free. She had always resided in a gray area, appearing to outsiders as a nefarious figure. The moment she was exposed to the light of day, she would be seized without hesitation, devoid of the rights that ordinary individuals enjoyed. Jiang Xing furrowed her brow, her serious countenance punctuated by the rhythmic tapping of her fingers as she calculated. Yu Xiaobao sat beside her. Engrossed in the egg party game that Jiang Xing had introduced to him, his expression more earnest than hers. As Jiang Xing stood up, propping herself on her phone, Yu Xiaobao mistakenly believed she had caught sight of his victorious screen, eagerly awaiting praise, only to have his head firmly grasped. Stay put. I need to speak with someone.
Huh.
Liang Jingqi, seated on the sofa playing Do Diju, was abruptly pulled to his feet by Jiang Xing. Hey, Brother Liang, we're stepping out for a bit. Chapter 76. Little Jiang Xing's confession, no more secrets. Liang Jingqi, with one leg limping, was dragged up by her. You can't be serious? It doesn't hurt anymore. Just run boldly. Liang Jingqi planted his heels firmly, engaging in a silent duel of stares with her. You'd best tell me where we're going this time. He had learned his lesson. If she intended to lead him into danger again, he would flatly refuse, for any ensuing trouble would be on his shoulders. To the Chinese consulate abroad, there's no danger at all. The consulate? That's acceptable. As Liang Jingqi pondered, he found himself being pulled along to the door. Wait. Are we really abandoning our live stream? What on earth are we going to do at the consulate? Xing, why don't you start another live stream with your phone? How can I possibly survive without you? The pieces were still recovering from their injuries, and yet he was being dragged all over the place. What else was there to watch in this stream, other than Yu Xiaobao playing games? Yu Xiaobao called after them, but Jiang Xing didn't look back, firmly instructing him to stay home and await their return. They hailed a taxi without delay. Just as they got in, Jiang Xing's phone rang, revealing a familiar but unfamiliar domestic number. Hello, Sister Yan Zhuang. Good afternoon, she answered. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a hint of surprise in the voice. How do you know my name? She recalled only a fleeting encounter, a few exchanged words, and then parting ways without delving into personal matters. Sister Yan Zhuang, I know your background. Have you decided to return with me? My brother and I can assist you. Liang Jingqi, eavesdropping, was taken aback. What could he possibly help with? Jiang Xing switched to speaker mode, and Yan Zhuang's voice came through with a chilling calmness. What conditions does your brother have? Jiang Xing elbowed Liang Jingqi, prompting, Brother, what are your conditions? Liang Jingqi silently pointed to himself, sporting a large question mark above his head, clearly baffled by the conversation between Jiang Xing and Yan Zhuang. Jiang Xing answered on his behalf. My brother says he is interested in you. Can he pursue you? Liang Jingqi's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing he should have covered her mouth in time. And he quickly clarified to the person on the phone, Don't listen to the child. She is just making things up. I never said that. He anxiously stared at the screen, waiting for a response, which finally came in the form of a simple okay. What did that mean? He felt a surge of frustration. Jiang Xing reclaimed her phone and turned off the speaker. Sister, I'm heading to the consulate now. Please prepare yourself. Can you join me tomorrow? Or you could come to me. I can explain everything in detail tonight. Jiang Xing glanced at Liang Jingqi, inquiring with her eyes if it was permissible to have her stay at the seaside villa. Yan Zhuang did not respond immediately, and Jiang Xing didn't press her, merely providing the address before hanging up. Brother Liang, could you please contact Director Uncle and inquire if sister can stay over just for one night? Liang Jingqi frowned, not blindly acquiescing. Instead, he asked with clarity, Little Jiang Xing, you need to tell me exactly what you intend to do. I believe I have the right to know what you're involved in. For the time being, I am your guardian, and your unilateral decision-making is inappropriate. Any issues should be discussed with your companions, rather than making decisions in isolation. He poked her forehead gently, stating, Even if you're clever and knowledgeable, you're still just a child. I do not wish for you to conceal things from me. This was akin to the recent escapade in the retro street, where he had been led around cluelessly. Even upon returning, he remained in a fog regarding her so-called plans. Accepting the responsibility of being an adult, he acknowledged that he had failed in his duty as a temporary guardian. However, her behavior was misguided. Despite her apparent understanding of everything, he remained bewildered. It felt as if he were merely a pawn in her game, a role he found distasteful. I hope that little Jiang Xing can clarify the reasons behind her actions to me, after which I will consider whether to cooperate. As a participant, I wish to be informed and not unwittingly treated as a mere tool. Little Jiang Xing, upon hearing his lengthy admonishment, appeared momentarily stunned, her expression vacant. Liang Jingqi, interpreting her silence as a sign of emotional overwhelm, felt a pang of sympathy yet gritted his teeth against it. He turned his gaze toward the scenery racing past the window, remaining silent. Little Jiang Xing's mentality was fundamentally flawed and required correction. Her individualistic mindset lacked a sense of collective awareness, rendering her a mute strategist during actions, even if her choices were justified in her eyes. She should not expect him to collaborate without understanding the context. Jiang Xing also fell into silence. Her small mouth pressed tightly shut as she gazed blankly at the rearview mirror, where her bewildered eyes reflected back at her. She had always been this way, oblivious to any fault on her part. In her previous life at the temple, her disciples would unconditionally execute her commands, never questioning her motives. If one were to describe her past millennia, the term whimsical would suffice. She acted solely on her inner impulses. This habit had conditioned her to issue commands without explanation, believing her reasoning to be self-evident. Yet, Liang Jingqi was correct. He was neither her disciple nor subordinate, and he had no obligation to assist her unconditionally. She should not treat him as a mere pawn to be commanded at will. Liang Jingqi cast a sidelong glance at her, noticing her evident discomfort, which ignited his curiosity. Was there some cosmic rule she couldn't disclose? Was his request too excessive? Jiang Xing finally spoke. Sister Yan Zhuang is the long-lost heiress of the Wan City Yan family. Missing for 23 years. The family has tirelessly searched for her, issuing missing person notices annually and even commissioning portrait artists to depict her appearance each year, updating the images in the search advertisements in a sustained effort to locate her. Unfortunately, the artist's skills were lacking, and by the third year, the likeness was already distorted. The current image bears no resemblance to the 23-year-old Yan Zhuang. I've heard of the Wan City Yan family, though I'm not very familiar with them. Liang Jingqi, intrigued by the gossip, leaned in closer. So, Yan Zhuang is actually the daughter of the Wan family? How did she end up here? She had been abducted on the day her family celebrated her grandfather's 70th birthday while she was at home. Liang Jingqi felt as if he could fit an egg in his mouth at home. The kidnapper had audacity. Jiang Xing's gaze turned somber as she softly replied, yes. It was an acquaintance who orchestrated the crime. Liang Jingqi inhaled sharply, struck by the weight of the 4 words, a familiar perpetrator. As he grappled with the shocking revelation of Yan Zhuang's true identity, he noticed a streak of blood trickling from Jiang Xing's lips. She casually raised her hand to wipe it away, inadvertently smearing half her face with crimson, causing his heart to momentarily stop. Chapter 77. The life Liang Jingqi was meant to experience in a state of panic, Liang Jingqi hastily fumbled for a tissue to help her clean up, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? Jiang Xing. Are you feeling unwell? We should go to the hospital. He was about to instruct the driver to reroute to the hospital when Jiang Xing grasped his sleeve. It's fine, no need to go. Liang Jingqi's face was etched with worry.
How can that be?
It's not normal to cough up blood. Please, let us see a doctor. Jiang Xing placed her hand over his mouth. Really, there's no need. I simply spoke too much about things I shouldn't have. Just a little blood is all. It's not a matter of health. It took Liang Jingqi a moment to comprehend the implications of her words. Guilt washed over him in an instant. He lowered his gaze, gently dabbing her face with a damp tissue to erase the bloodstains. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have asked. Jiang Xing remained unfazed. It's all right. It's human nature. Liang Jingqi bit his lip, his throat constricted, leaving him speechless, as regret lodged heavily in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Clenching the tissue in his hand, he silently retrieved his phone to contact the production team. After 2 minutes, he hung up, having learned that the villa was equipped with live streaming cameras. If they didn't mind being on camera, they could stay. Jiang Xing nodded in agreement, but soon fell silent. Liang Jingqi glanced at her multiple times, still concerned about her condition. Are you sure you're all right? Shouldn't we see a doctor? I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Liang Jingqi chewed on his lip, convinced she was lying. She looked utterly drained. He stopped pressing her, realizing that his curiosity was futile and served no purpose. Jiang Xing stole a glance at him, puffing out her cheeks. She hadn't lied. She truly felt fine and experienced no pain, for she was merely pretending.
Ha ha ha.
She was still herself, a being who had lived for millennia, yet never developed the habit of explaining herself to others. Upon reflection, she acknowledged her minor error. In necessary circumstances, she could divulge pertinent information without the need to announce everything beforehand. It was exhausting and unnecessary, serving only to appease others' curiosity. She had merely recounted the past events surrounding Yan Zhuang, her origins, her abduction. These were facts of the past, not indicators of the future, thus not a breach of destiny. Throughout her millennia-long existence, she had never faced repercussions. Her actions were always deliberate, adhering to the principle of cause and effect. She had disrupted the fated romantic path that belonged to Liang Jingqi. Had she not appeared, he would have successfully teamed up with Xiao Lanyi in the first half of their journey. Without her interference, they would have developed feelings for each other while completing tasks together and eventually become a couple. By observing Liang Jingqi's reactions, it was clear he was easily inclined to develop affections for Xiao Lanyi. This was a segment of their destined connection. However, they were never meant to encounter a soulmate with whom they could share a lifetime. This implied they would be together for only 2 years, after which they would part ways due to geographical distances, professional disagreements, and incompatible lifestyles. Thereafter, Liang Jingqi would never meet another person he could love. 5 years after his separation from Xiao Lanyi, he would acquiesce to familial arrangements and marry Yan Zhuang. Yan Zhuang would, at that time, return home to reclaim her heritage and would follow her family's wishes to marry Liang Jingqi. Having wasted half her life without love, she naturally did not expect affection from Liang Jingqi, and their mutual disdain would render them lifelong partners in resentment. This was the life Liang Jingqi was destined to lead. Not everyone encounters a compatible life partner. Jiang Xing intervened because she perceived a military merit embedded in his soul, carried over from his past life. Having endured immense suffering previously, this life granted him the privilege of comfort, born into wealth, fostering a carefree disposition. Yet, as a counterbalance, he was fated to forego the joys of love. After careful consideration, Jiang Xing concluded that he deserved a complete and fulfilling destiny. Thus, she severed his ties with Xiao Lanyi and expedited his connection with Yan Zhuang. Some individuals are not doomed to never love. It is merely a matter of timing. The driver, observing the activity in the rearview mirror, remained oblivious to the conversation in Chinese and continued on their originally agreed route. Jiang Xing leaned against a shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. Liang Jingqi gently patted her head, gazing at the receding scenery, lost in thought. Upon arrival at the consulate, Liang Jingqi roused her, taking her hand as they entered. He had listened to Jiang Xing's account of Yan Zhuang's heritage and understood the purpose of their visit, to assist Yan Zhuang in confirming her identity, establishing official contact with her family, and completing a series of formalities to facilitate her return to her homeland. That day in the vintage street had been orchestrated by Jiang Xing, who had known Yan Zhuang would be there, deliberately leading him to that encounter. He couldn't help but ponder Yan Zhuang, uncertain if Jiang Xing's actions were intended to forge a connection between him and Yan Zhuang. Were they truly compatible? The image of Yan Zhuang wielding a gun flashed in his mind, causing him to silently clench his palm, apprehensive about her temperament, though it was already apparent. Having grasped the underlying circumstances, Liang Jingqi willingly took on the responsibility of navigating the bureaucratic procedures. After ensuring everything was in order, they were informed that they would need to wait 30 working days. If Yan Zhuang was currently facing hardships, they could provide her with accommodation and meals for that month. Once communication was established with the Yan family to confirm her identity through a paternity test, her birth certificate would validate her as a citizen of Huaxia, allowing her to return home. After completing the procedures, Jiang Xing and Liang Jingqi returned to the seaside villa, the sky now darkening. Outside, they found a figure seated on a grass-woven chair, dressed in khaki work pants and a loose-fitting windbreaker, topped with a black baseball cap and sporting a neat ponytail. She stood up upon seeing them approach hand in hand. Her gaze was direct as she addressed Jiang Xing. "You're back." Upon seeing her, Jiang Xing greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, beautiful sister. It's great to see you again. Let us head inside, but just so you know, we're live streaming so your face might be exposed. Is that all right?" Yan Zhuang retrieved a black mask from her pocket and donned it, revealing only her eyes, patiently awaiting Jiang Xing's next words. Jiang Xing blinked, lightly patting her own cheeks. "We're just here to chat, not to harm anyone." Chapter 78. How should one treat their benefactor? Yan Zhuang followed Liang Jingqi and Jiang Xing into the hall. The staff mentioned that Yu Xiaobao had gone to his room for a nap and had yet to come down. With no one operating, the live stream audience was scarce, as everyone had flocked to the main stream to watch others complete tasks. Those in this stream were either secondary accounts or multiple devices, merely to observe when they would return. As they appeared on camera, the audience began to awaken, gradually filling the chat with friendly messages. Liang Jingqi reassured the viewers that all was well, while Jiang Xing led Yan Zhuang upstairs. "Who is this person? Where's Xing taking her? The package is so tightly wrapped. If not for a special guest of the show, from where could she have emerged? Is she a stranger or an acquaintance?" We must not allow her to be alone with Xing. She does not strike me as a person of good character. Is she a woman? She appears to be quite tall, perhaps around 180 centimeters. The official height of Cheesy is 188, and she seems to surpass even his ear. Liang Jingqi ordered takeout from a nearby restaurant, as dinner time had arrived and no one would be preparing a meal. Concerned about Jiang Xing and Yan Zhuang being alone together, he refrained from engaging too much with the barrage of comments and hurried upstairs. Although he had become aware of Yan Zhuang's background, he remained oblivious to her current circumstances and was uncertain of her character. Jiang Xing felt assured enough to act as she did, but he still harbored reservations. Jiang Xing anticipated his arrival and had deliberately left the door ajar for him. She had already conveyed important information to Yan Zhuang, explaining her lineage. Previously known as Yan Wanyuan, she hailed from Wanqing in Huaxia, with loving parents and a younger brother 2 years her junior. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jiang Xing, a petite figure, gestured to the scattered building blocks, inviting any questions she might address, assuring Yan Zhuang that she would not withhold any information she could provide. As Liang Jingqi entered, he caught this statement and immediately became alert, anxiously watching Yan Zhuang. He hoped she would refrain from asking any inappropriate questions. Xing was still so young, and another bout of distress could be detrimental. How do you know about these matters? She had left home at too tender an age to retain any memories, forgetting her surname was Yan and that her hometown was Wanqing. Jiang Xing pointed to herself, explaining that this was a very ancient and mysterious Eastern art. But she stood by her words, asserting their truth. Liang Jingqi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had her own understanding and had not disclosed anything alarming. He felt a sense of ease as he sat beside Jiang Xing, assisting her with the blocks. Having grown up in F country, Yan Zhuang possessed no recollection of Huaxia and had no concept of the Eastern art Jiang Xing mentioned. However, it did not prevent her from understanding the latter part of what she said, although she remained puzzled as to how Jiang Xing knew such truths. She felt compelled to believe her. Tomorrow, you will need to personally visit the consulate for information registration. The process may be swift or slow, but results will be available within 30 working days. Jiang Xing patted Liang Jingqi's arm, assuring him that her brother would accompany him, as she could not assist. Given that it was Liang Ge who had been busy today, the building blocks in Liang Jingqi's hands tumbled, nearly toppling the assembled model of a small tree. Jiang Xing, annoyed by his clumsiness, snatched away all the blocks from him. His mind, however, was elsewhere as he discreetly observed Yan Zhuang, trying to gauge her expressions. It was evident that she and Yu Kanglin were of a similar disposition, displaying no overt emotions. Jiang Xing, discerning her inner thoughts, reassured Sister Yan Zhuang. You need not overthink. Regardless of the outcome, it bears no detriment to you, and this is something you have long anticipated, is it not? You intentionally orchestrated a chance encounter with me in the retro street, did you not? Jiang Xing was well aware of her identity, which could not have been discovered in recent days. They must have known prior to meeting her.
But why?
What motivated them to assist her? When had the child come to know her? She could not recall any previous interaction. She wanted to inquire about their intentions behind such assistance, but the words eluded her. Thus far, she could discern no motivation from them. Jiang Xing did not confirm the matter, stating, as I mentioned, Liang Ge is desperate for marriage. After you saved him, he has been contemplating offering himself to you, eager to resolve your troubles at once. Liang Jingqi's eyes widened in disbelief.
What? What?
He opened his mouth, ultimately choosing to remain taciturn. Revealing to Yan Zhuang that they had deliberately created a chance encounter would complicate many matters. Besides, we haven't done much. Liang Ge thought you looked familiar, noticing the resemblance between you and your brother, both sharing the surname Yan. So, he merely took note and offered to escort you to the consulate.
What?
Who is her brother? Liang Jingqi met Yan Zhuang's inquisitive gaze and silently nodded. It's all right. Xing can speak freely. He will play the Good Samaritan. Upon seeing Liang Jingqi nod, Yan Zhuang sensed something amiss, but sincerely thanked him. If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Liang Jingqi, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, Oh, it's nothing. We can discuss it later, ha. The arrival of the takeout interrupted Jiang Xing's chatter. He abruptly stood, announcing, Dinner is here. Let us go downstairs to eat. There are empty rooms in the villa. After dinner, we can ask the staff for directions. Liang Jingqi knocked on Yu Xiaobao's door, discovering that he was indeed awake, albeit without anyone to play with, and was merely holed up in his room playing games. Upon learning Jiang Xing had returned, he eagerly approached her with his phone to report his achievements. Auntie, I score an egg. Jiang Xing, upon hearing this, nodded with feigned enthusiasm, dismissing it as a mere goose egg. Yu Xiaobao, undeterred by her lack of genuine interest, beamed at her nod, his spirits soaring. 1 day an egg. 2 days an ostrich, 3 days a phoenix. Taking Auntie on a flight will soon be a reality. The next day, Yan Zhuang set out early, purchasing breakfast for herself and waiting outside for Liang Jingqi. The interior was equipped with cameras, and every action would be recorded, which made her uneasy. After waiting for an hour, at 8 o'clock, Liang Jingqi finally emerged. Noticing her still somewhat sleepy demeanor, he paused as he passed her, saying, "Let us go." Yan Zhuang rose to follow him. Inside the house, 2 children were present. One had already climbed up on a stool to occupy the stove, skillfully preparing noodles, while the other remained behind a closed door, his awakening status unknown. The 2 of them got into the car and Liang Jingqi leaned back against the seat, taking a while to recover before glancing at Yan Zhuang, who was quietly gazing out the window. She was dressed casually today, revealing a considerable expanse of collarbone, along with dark purple bruises. Every time he saw her, she had adorned her neck with a black ribbon. Today, without it, the concealed marks were now exposed. They were a circle of red marks, resembling the harsh imprints of a forceful binding, strikingly alarming.
What happened to you?
Yan Zhuang, half-lidded, gazed at him lazily. Perhaps due to the peculiar marks on her body, an air of danger lingered about her, prompting her to tease him as she smirked, playing the victim, are we? Though she had not grown up in Huaxia, she had absorbed considerable knowledge from various texts. Those texts spoke of how one should act in the presence of a benefactor. Chapter 79. Am I being teased? Is this considered workplace injury? Liang Jingqi was perplexed by her comment about playing the victim. He leaned closer to scrutinize her, questioning whether the marks were merely painted on. They appeared too realistic. Yan Zhuang tilted her lips into a smile and suddenly leaned closer, her gaze filled with unabashed mischief. Is it real or fake? You could just touch and find out. As she drew near, Liang Jingqi instinctively recoiled, pressing his back against the car door. She showed no intention of backing off, growing increasingly bold until their breaths intertwined. Liang Jingqi swallowed hard, feeling out of sorts, but even more hesitant to push her away. He vividly recalled the day she had dragged a man away. A pampered young master like him had never encountered such a scene. Yan Zhuang noticed how he curled up like a submissive little wife and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. As he desired, she retreated slightly. She realized why she had found men so unappealing over the years. It was simply that she had never met one who was so delicately charming. This type would be perfect for keeping as a pet. Having saved him that day, she could consider herself his benefactor, allowing him to offer himself in return or serve as her loyal companion. Yan Zhuang pulled her thoughts back, slightly tilting her head to expose her long neck, and gently caressed the marks that lay across it. The sinister, red marks resembled a past she could never erase, a reminder of the humiliation she had endured. And they were, indeed, not mere paint. She was truly treated like a pet by others, with a collar perpetually constricting her neck and the smoldering ends of cigarettes perpetually pressed against her collarbone. Liang Jingqi noticed her lack of playful spirit and quietly sighed in relief, only to subsequently scrutinize the scars laid bare on her skin. Each mark was strikingly conspicuous, a testament to years of inhumane abuse. What kind of life had she endured all those years? Despite her fierce demeanor, she was, after all, just a girl. Yan Zhuang exhaled softly, her gaze drifting back to him, and it was evident that his intense scrutiny was too deliberate to ignore. The moment their eyes met, Liang Jingqi instinctively turned his attention to the window. Unavoidably, he caught a glimpse of her reflection in the glass. She was still gazing at him, tilting her head slightly, offering him a fleeting smile through the reflection. A sudden wave of embarrassment washed over him, compelling him to sit up straighter, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Silently, he urged the driver to hasten their arrival at their destination. As his thoughts wandered, he felt an unexpected chill at his fingertips. His pupils dilated momentarily before he quickly drew his hand back. What was happening? Had she just touched his hand? He stared at Yan Zhuang in terror, questioning if this counted as harassment. He felt a surge of fear. Perhaps living with rogues had rubbed off on Yan Zhuang as she leaned against her hand, facing him with an almost playful demeanor. Liang Jingqi, feeling like a small, helpless creature, struggled to comprehend her words. Yan Zhuang arched her neck, revealing a red mark, akin to a master gently tugging on a leash to draw him closer for a touch. For a moment, Liang Jingqi gazed at her exposed neck, his mind momentarily clouded. And by the time he realized it, his hand had already risen, fingers trembling. "So obedient," she remarked, grasping his retreating hand and placing it upon her scar.
Indeed.
The scar was real, its grotesque appearance and uneven texture under his fingers were undeniable. Liang Jingqi forcefully withdrew his hand, yet the sensation lingered, causing his fingertips to tingle. Was he the only one who found this interaction laden with tension? A bitter feeling settled in his heart. His reputation as a touch-sensitive man was not unfounded. Meanwhile, Yan Zhuang, seemingly satisfied, closed her eyes as if in a light doze, leaving him in a state of disquiet. They arrived at the consulate. Yan Zhuang, bearing the marks of past injuries, could elucidate all inquiries posed by the consulate. Even after realizing she was not a citizen of this country and lacked the freedom to seek help from the consulate, she had waited until now, fortuitously encountering someone willing to assist her in escaping her plight. Upon exiting the vintage street, a place the local government had neglected, the consulate could only ensure her safety henceforth, arranging accommodation to protect her from anyone who might seek retribution for her escape until her identity was confirmed and her return to her homeland was facilitated. Thus, Liang Jingqi would be returning alone. Free from the need to coexist with Yan Zhuang, he felt an immense sense of relaxation. With a cheerful heart, he returned to the villa, arriving just past 11 in the morning, where he found two children absorbed in their phones on the living room sofa. Xiao Jiangxing appeared to have lost a game, her disappointment evident as she tossed her phone onto the sofa, declaring, "This game ruined my youth." Yu Xiaobao also resolutely exited the game, stating, "If my aunt isn't playing, then neither will I. Is my aunt hungry? I'll cook noodles for you." Jiangxing, disinterested, replied, "I've already eaten this morning. I don't want noodles. If I eat more, I'll turn into a noodle person. Do you have anything else?" Xiaobao scratched his head awkwardly, his expression that of a child caught in a mistake. "Aunt, I'll learn more dishes in the future." Liang Jingqi couldn't help but applaud silently at the scene. Xiao Jiangxing had successfully garnered herself a little follower. He took the initiative to order takeout. Jiangxing's eyes inquired about how things had gone. He nodded, though his gaze was evasive. He wished to ask if being teased counted as work-related injury or harassment. "Did the chess piece leave too early? I missed it. Did any sisters mention what happened this morning?" The woman hadn't been seen. She must have gone out and likely wouldn't return. What had Xingxing arranged for the chess piece? He had been out all morning. "Is your leg better? Why are you always running around?" Jiangxing, on behalf of the netizens, queried, "Is your leg better?" Liang Jingqi, hearing this, rolled up his pant leg. Oddly enough, it had only been 4 or 5 days. Today, he no longer needed bandages. Just a faint pink scar that had healed perfectly. "I'm completely fine. No pain, no itch." Jiangxing scrutinized Liang Jingqi's fate line, noting that his line with Xiaolan had been cleared, leaving only his connection with Yan Zhuang flourishing. Alas, today had stirred something within the man's heart. In the near future, they would have no further interactions until Yan Zhuang could reclaim her identity, at which point the families would confirm the marriage arrangements, allowing their relationship to progress. The day after tomorrow, all guests on the island would return, and in 2 days, they could go home. She turned on the television, tuning into the main live stream, where everyone was happily fishing at sea. The 3rd episode would start later than scheduled, and she calculated that the official announcement placed its airing just after her birthday, with more than half a month until her special day. The Yu family had arranged a birthday celebration for her, coinciding with Yu Tsongshu's birthday. Hers would come first, followed by his. Chapter 80, A Complete Overhaul. 2 days later, the 2nd episode concluded successfully, and everyone returned to the seaside villa. It was only upon returning that they began tallying the results of everyone on the island, though this episode had no rewards or punishments set. Due to the work commitments of several instructors, a portion of the guests would change for the next episode, and some instructors would be temporarily departing from the show. Much to our regret, we thank them for the joy they brought to the audience. The guests who joined in the 2nd episode had initially been flying guests, free to choose their own paths, but due to Yu Kanglin's busy schedule, he could not continue traveling with the production team and decided to participate in just 1 episode. His reconciliation with Yu Lanshan during the show had been the greatest reward of his participation. He no longer needed a variety show to showcase their affection. And she felt the same. Xia Lanyi had originally joined to accompany her best friend on the show. With Yu Lanshan's departure, she too chose not to stay on as a permanent guest. Her only regret was that she hadn't encountered a captivating contestant during the romantic reality show. Even though she had teamed up with Liu Yahe twice, he had been quite reserved, and knowing he had someone he liked, she had no intention of pursuing him further. She was busy preparing for a global tour project and wouldn't waste excessive time here. 5 individuals had joined for the second episode, leaving only Liu Yehe as a permanent guest. Zhu Xianbao had successfully confessed, having initially come for his sister, fearing she might develop feelings for another man. Now that his sister was with him, he had achieved his goal. Additionally, Gan Nami, a workaholic, was also leaving the show to return to her life. After establishing a relationship with Zhu Xianbao, her ambition had intensified. She felt inadequate. Zhu Xianbao was a pampered young lady who had never faced hardship, and she didn't want her to suffer because of her. She planned to buy a larger house for them, adopt a cat as their pet, purchase a pair of rings to propose, and set aside time for them to marry in a country where they could obtain a marriage certificate, followed by a honeymoon. Hence, she wouldn't waste time staying with the production team. Even Yu Tsongshu chimed in, "I must also bid farewell to everyone. Though I only participated in 2 episodes, I have gained much joy, and time has flown by in laughter and cheer. With the experiences from these 2 episodes, I have no regrets." You are indeed without regrets, having secured such a beautiful sister-in-law. I advise you to refrain from being overly sentimental. It would be prudent not to upset my livelihood. For I, as a sheep CP, must continue to produce content. Sob sob. Are you truly sincere? Surely you won't cease your engagements outside the show? With 2 consecutive episodes ranking first, please refrain from employing any sugary tricks. I care not whether you genuinely slumber in the same tent on the island. I merely hope that post-show, you might inadvertently reveal some evidence for the paparazzi to capture you together.
I arbono substantial de mans.
Simply sharing a game of mahjong in the hotel at midnight would suffice. The hamster has only left the show after fulfilling the criteria for permanent residency, indicating a successful handholding with Shi Yang. The first episode as permanent guests must meet the production team's expectations of being in a successful relationship to depart. Thus, if Gunna and me have left, so too can Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang. As long as they return to gather during the filming of extras in the latter part of the show, which does not breach their contract. My departure is solely due to work commitments that cannot be reconciled. Please look forward to my new script, where I shall partner with Shi Yang. He has officially announced his collaboration with Shi Yang, and fans of the CP are in a frenzy. This is indeed the truth. Even though Shi Yang has redeemed her previous persona in Fiery Love and gained significant popularity, her status remains that of a lesser-known actress, still confined to her perennial vase roles, showcasing little commendable acting prowess. In contrast, Yu Tsongshu, now a must-have leading man in trending dramas, is undeniably at the pinnacle of fame, yet willingly plays the supporting role for Shi Yang. Hamster, do not love too deeply.
Is he young truly capable?
I hope she does not squander such a splendid opportunity. I yearn to witness the sweet couple in their daily lives. Let the acting be set aside, for I am apprehensive. Ultimately, only 2 permanent guests remain, Liang Jingqi and Liu Yehe. The next episode shall witness a significant overhaul. Liang Jingqi bears the weight of humiliation, as even his brothers have departed, yet he remains to toil solely because he has not found love. How heart-wrenching. In contrast, Liu Yehe remains composed, even harboring a flicker of anticipation, influenced by Jiang Xing's words, eagerly awaiting the next episode. This lengthy interlude is meant for him to persuade Bai Jinian to join the show. Surely, he can win back his wife's heart. The production team has scheduled the 3rd episode a month later, necessitating a complete overhaul of guests and the selection of new participants. Remarkably, this season has progressed at an astonishing pace. The director's gaze inadvertently aligns with Jiang Xing, recognizing her considerable contribution. In previous seasons, couples formed typically stretched over 2 episodes, with most only truly holding hands by the finale. This is the normal pace of romantic progression. This season boasts high completion, but is not without its challenges. One would wonder which variety show has almost entirely replaced its cast after just 2 episodes, leading to speculation of contractual issues. With both brothers from the Yu family gone, new complications arise. I must inquire, what of the star? Will the star return for the next episode? This is vital for me. Xingzai was never a guest, but merely accompanied her 2 brothers. Now that they have left, there is no reason for her to stay. How can there be no reason? I implore you to bring her back. How can I live without my cloud-raised child? My heart aches at the thought of her departing from my sight. Dear child, please debut and become a true child star. I wish to see Xingzai daily, even forgetting she wasn't originally a guest. Production team, swiftly sign a contract with Xingzai. I am not jesting. Without her, where can I ship my beloved CP? At this moment, The faith Jiang Xing carries upon her shoulders reaches an unprecedented zenith, surpassing even the blessings bestowed by the tears of Guanyin. Thankfully, she wore the small green sprout clip she purchased today and discreetly reclaims it, transforming it into her genuine tree sprout atop her head, with no one the wiser. She feels as though she possesses tangible love, akin to an overnight fortune. Her eyes shimmer brightly as she gazes earnestly at the director, sincerely asking, "Uncle Director, may I still participate in the next episode?" Yu Tsongshu playfully pinches the green sprout adornment atop her head, prompting Jiang Xing to swiftly swat his hand away, glaring at him. He sheepishly withdraws his hand, finding it amusing. After several days apart, she has acquired such a delightful little clip, as if it were sprouting from her head. He contemplates his ulterior motive. If she does not come, no one will look after her. Chapter 81. Stealthily pinching her green sprout headpiece, the texture feels off. With her brothers gone, I cannot feel at ease leaving her alone in the production team. Yu Tsongshu fixates on the delicate sprout decoration atop her head, uncertain if it is merely his imagination. He only pinched it lightly, yet the little adornment wilted. Jiang Xing, perceiving his predatory gaze, immediately distanced herself, silently striving to absorb faith power to hasten the return of her new sprout. She disregards Yu Tsongshu's admonitions against her participation in subsequent episodes, shifting her hopeful gaze towards the director. However, she forgets that as a child, she holds no sway in matters of commercial interest. The decision lies firmly in the hands of adults. The director, observing the expressions of the two men from the Yu family, clearly discerns their stance and must reluctantly decline the adorable starlet. Given that our program is a dating variety show, children cannot participate without a guardian present. Jiang Xing's demeanor visibly plummets, her eyes cast downward, fixated on her feet, her eyes twinkling yet filled with sorrow, and she falls silent, sitting quietly.
Oh,
My dear child, how pitiable. Has she shed tears in secret? I declare, the hamster and Yang do not meet the requirements. Return swiftly to continue participating in the variety show. What to do, what to do, what to do.
my star, sob.
Could it be that the star might independently stream? The star could utilize her own account to broadcast, even for a short while each day, allowing me to glimpse my cloud-raised child. The production team has also completed the wrap-up tasks, and the director beckons everyone to pack their belongings. The arranged flight departs at midnight, leaving ample time ahead. Yu Kenglin and Yu Lanshan have unique circumstances and will not return with the production team. The others busily gather their luggage, while the chat in the empty livestream room reminisces about the content of the second episode. As dusk falls, everyone gradually descends from the upper floors with their belongings. As they prepare to depart, each one boards their vehicle. The production team collects equipment, distributing several vehicles towards the airport. Jiang Xing and Yu Tsongshu share a vehicle. He cradles her in his arms, presenting her with her small bear backpack, filled with an abundance of snacks for her to enjoy on the journey. Indeed, she remains a little foodie, her eyes widening in delight as she opens the zipper to reveal a myriad of delightful candies. Wow, brother, this candy is so beautiful. Each piece takes the shape of a small animal, a rabbit, a fox, even their fur intricately detailed. Yes, it was chosen by Sister Yang. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Xing blinks at Yang, joyfully blowing her a few kisses.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Yang's cheeks flush a delicate pink as she quietly protests that she is not a sister-in-law, though it is evidently ineffective. She merely contemplates that they are soon to part from the show, making future encounters with little Jiang Xing rare, and thus selected a few small gifts for the child. Jiang Xing unwraps a piece of candy and offers it to Yang, insisting, "You have the first piece, sister-in-law." Yu Tsongshu gently tightens his grip on Jiang Xing's hand, pondering how some can casually refer to her as sister-in-law due to her youth, while he yearns for the day he can call her his wife. Yang no longer contests the issue of titles, complying with Jiang Xing's wishes and lowering her head to savor the rabbit-shaped hard candy. The sweet fragrance of the candy instantly unfurled to her mouth. Lacking the cloying texture typical of ordinary confections, it was indeed a handmade delicacy worth several dozen yuan each. Jiang Xing unwrapped another piece, a little fox candy, and handed it to Yu Tsongshu. Her thoughtfulness warmed Yu Tsongshu's heart, prompting him to plant a gentle kiss on her face before indulging in the treat. Jiang Xing wiped her face, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment, crumpling the candy wrapper in her palm as she wriggled free from his embrace and popped a larger piece into her mouth, her cheeks swelling. At that moment, her miniature phone rang, and she stuffed the candy wrapper into Yu Tsongshu's hand before answering the video call. With her cheeks full, she managed to call out, "Brother." though her words were somewhat muffled. Yu Songshu glanced at her screen and recognized it was his second brother. The man was situated in a dimly lit environment. Behind him, heavy blackout curtains hung, surrounded by scattered canvases. Clad in white, he appeared indifferent to the splashes of dye that marred his attire, vibrant colors blooming on his pristine garments. His hair was slightly tousled, and as he brushed it aside, his striking phoenix eyes shone through. The unique melancholy that often enveloped artists was absent in him. Rather, he resembled a free spirit, like the unrestrained wind dancing through the mountains. His fingers, as pale as jade, twirled a paintbrush, his eyes glimmering with affectionate mirth. "Sister, are you back?" Jiang Xing, her mouth still full of candy, nodded in response. Yu Tsongnan watched her little sprout bobbing with each nod, her cheeks puffed, unable to articulate words, her beautiful eyes fixated on the camera. His hand that had been rotating the brush paused, unable to resist the temptation. So adorable. He turned his gaze to the partially completed painting before him. Finding it increasingly unsatisfactory, the vivacious charm of his sister was not adequately captured. For the first time, the great artist found himself dissatisfied with his own skill. He tapped the canvas with the brush tip and instructed, "Be good, pass the phone to Brother Hamster." Jiang Xing obediently handed the phone to Yu Songshu, who took it and inquired what's wrong. "When will you arrive?" "Tomorrow evening. Please take some beautiful photos of my sister and send them to me." Yu Songshu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. After ending the call, he casually snapped a few pictures of his sister, capturing both her front and profile. She looked lovely in every shot. It was evident he intended to paint her portrait. Following a lengthy 24-hour flight, the plane landed safely at Xiangqing Airport, and everyone dispersed to their respective destinations.
Yu Entertainment arranged accommodations for Xiang.
And the vehicle sent to pick up Yu Songshu conveniently transported her to her destination before returning. By the time they arrived home, it was already midnight. Jiang Xing had fallen asleep in the car, and Yu Songshu carried her to her bed. The little one was utterly exhausted. He decided to let her rest and would assist her with a bath and change of clothes in the morning. After tucking Jiang Xing in, he gazed at the little green sprout atop her head, unable to resist the urge to pinch it. After a few attempts, he noticed the texture was not as pleasant as the previous day. He removed the small clip and placed it on the bedside table. Not ready to give up, he tested the feel once more and realized something was amiss. It felt too plastic. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xing had tucked the green sprout back into her hair during the flight, replacing it with a newly purchased plastic clip. Watching the child pouting and peacefully asleep, Yu Songshu tiptoed out of the room. With only 20 days until Jiang Xing's birthday, the family was eagerly anticipating the occasion. Invitations had long been sent out. The venue was being prepared, and even the press studio had been contacted. Chapter 82. What kind of birthday does my precious want? Yu father and Lady Lu had concluded their travel plans and returned a few days earlier than Jiang Xing. Second brother Yu Tsongnan had yet to return. He was on a global journey in pursuit of his so-called artistic realm and was likely to come back in a few days. Lady Lu was already aware of the situation with Yu Kanglin and Yu Lanshan, as she was a savvy surfer on the cutting edge of the internet. However, she had not anticipated that he would not return with his wife and son. After several phone calls, the only responses she received were to wait a few more days, which frustrated her to the point of considering severing their mother-son relationship. Fortunately, her sweet precious returned. The day after Jiang Xing arrived home, Lady Lu and Yu father sat in the hall early, awaiting the sleepy Jiang Xing to come down for breakfast. After a long separation, they missed her dearly. By 8 in the morning, they had already replaced the tea twice, waiting only for Yu Songshu, who descended the stairs while stretching. Lady Lu scanned behind him, searching for the small figure of her precious. "Where's my darling? Is she awake?" Yu Songshu stifled a yawn, covering his mouth. "She's awake. I just ran hot water for her bath." Lady Lu reclined back against the sofa, picking up the half-read novel to continue her reading. Yu Songshu, accustomed to her indifference, paid little mind as he prepared congee for Jiang Xing, ensuring it would be at the perfect temperature when she finished her bath. After her bath, Jiang Xing emerged dressed in a creamy white sweatshirt and matching overalls, her hair still damp. She squatted on the stairs and spotted Yu Songshu. "Brother." He had just arranged the dishes and set out the warm milk when he looked up at her. "Sister, it's time to eat." Jiang Xing touched her hair and asked, "Brother, could you help me dry my hair?" Today, she had washed her hair herself, though merely rinsing it, as she always felt uncomfortable if she didn't wash it thoroughly. Yu Songshu had intentionally refrained from washing her hair that morning, but he was surprised she had taken the initiative. He hurried upstairs in a few strides, assisting her in drying her hair. 10 minutes later, they successfully made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the bottom, she released Yu Xiangshu's hand and dashed into Lady Lu's embrace. "Mom and Dad, good morning." Lady Lu planted a heavy kiss on her face, exclaiming, "Good morning, sweetheart. Did you sleep well?" I slept so soundly, dreaming of candy." Lady Lu beamed with joy, showering her darling with several more affectionate kisses. Yu father, standing nearby, was somewhat reserved, gazing at her with admiration while trying to maintain a composed demeanor. Jiang Xing slipped from Lady Lu's embrace and leaped into Yu father's arms, hugging his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Good morning, Daddy." Yu father's eyes widened, filled with the radiant smile of his precious daughter. He removed his thick glasses, eagerly awaiting another kiss from her. Jiang Xing, understanding his wish, obliged with another peck on his cheek. "Have you both had breakfast?" Yes, we've eaten." "Then I'll go eat now." After soothing her parents, Jiang Xing scampered to the dining table, climbed onto a chair, and began her breakfast. After days of dining on French cuisine, she found it hard to adapt, feeling it paled in comparison to home-cooked meals. Even the takeout from local Chinese restaurants did not satisfy her taste, often tailored to local preferences. Now finally enjoying home-cooked dishes, Jiang Xing polished off an entire bowl of congee, and half of the dishes on the table had found their way into her stomach. Gazing at her empty bowl, she glanced at Yu Xiangshu, who was elegantly enjoying his meal beside her, silently inquiring if she could have a bit more. Yu Xiangshu ignored her pleading look. Did she not know her own limits? That bowl was specifically designed to control her portions, and he could tell just by looking that her belly was round and full. Jiang Xing set down her chopsticks and sadly sipped her milk. After a moment, she approached Lady Lu. "Mommy." Lady Lu embraced her, saying, "I brought back so many delicious treats for you. They're all in the storage cabinet on the second floor, just for you." Lady Lu had remembered their promise before parting, to bring back goodies for Jiang Xing, so she had bought a little something at each stop along her journey, later sending them back in batches. The feeling of being loved was reminiscent of centuries ago when she was surrounded by countless disciples offering her incense and clearing the dust. Lady Lu began to braid Jiang Xing's hair, asking, "What kind of birthday do you want, my darling?" Jiang Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "A super big cake. I wish for a strawberry flavor, preferably accompanied by chocolate and pineapple as well." Mrs. Lu found it quite amusing, noting how minimal the requests were. Children are indeed easily satisfied. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the impeccably dressed Yu Xiangshu, who picked up a set of keys and was about to change his shoes to head out. She called out to him, "Where are you off to?" "To the company." "To discuss the new script," he replied. "Oh, is it the script you are working on with Yang? Wait a moment, I have something to ask you." Yu Xiangshu paused, waiting for his mother's directive. "What are your wishes for your birthday, Mrs.?" Lu suddenly remembered that Yu Xiangshu's birthday fell just a day after Jiang Xing's, having celebrated over 20 birthdays. This was the first time Xiao Guai would be celebrating at the Yu household, hence it would be particularly grand. However, Yu Xiangshu's birthday would not enjoy the same extravagance. Yu Xiangshu shrugged indifferently. "I'm fine with just hanging out with friends." He had previously discussed with them the idea of celebrating his sister's birthday on the same day as his, but they insisted on separating them. If they were to share the same day, he would hold the highest position in the Yu family. They were simply envious, unable to bear seeing his sister so close to him, while simultaneously seeking a reason to throw a lavish party for her. With old Chung pressing him for a decision, he needed to finalize his makeup and styling soon. Noticing that Mrs. Lu had no further instructions, he left the house. Now only Mr. Yu and Mrs. Lu remained. Mr. Yu clapped his hands, deciding to take his daughter to meet her grandparents, to avoid any awkwardness at the birthday party. He drove Mrs. Lu and Jiang Xing to the nursing home where the elderly couple resided. Yes, they had chosen to live in a nursing home rather than their spacious estate. Despite the size of the Yu family residence, it felt empty, as the children rarely returned home, and the grandchildren had grown up, each pursuing their own careers. Eventually, only the elderly couple remained to guard the vast estate, and they had come to an agreement that they no longer wished to do so. Why should they be the only ones left behind while their descendants live their lives elsewhere? Regardless of wealth, a nursing home is often the best abode for one's twilight years. They thrived there, seemingly in another world, often unreachable. At one point, there were concerns, but a visit revealed they simply ignored unwanted messages. The realization left one speechless. Afterward, they seldom disturbed the elderly couple. even waiting for a more significant occasion to introduce Jiang Xing to them. Mrs. Liu recounted stories of their past, and before they knew it, the car had arrived at the nursing home. Under the shade of a tree at the entrance sat a chess table surrounded by several elderly individuals, with someone occasionally offering advice. Sitting at one end of the chessboard was old Yu, Mr. Yu, and Mrs. Liu led Jiang Xing toward him. Dad, we've brought your granddaughter to see you. The elderly man, focused intently on the chessboard, did not lift his head at the sound but remained fixated on the pieces, contemplating his next move. It was the other elderly gentleman, seated on either side, who raised their heads to observe the child curiously. Hey, old Zhang, your son has become a father in his old age. Such a young granddaughter. Only upon hearing father in his old age did old Zhang's attention shift from the chessboard. He adjusted his reading glasses, scrutinizing the newcomers. It was the faces of his ungrateful son and daughter-in-law. His gaze fell to the small child beside them. What? I didn't quite catch that. What were you two saying? Mr. Yu Jian gently nudged Jiang Xing closer, raising his voice slightly. Dad, this is your granddaughter. Have you lost your hearing in the half year since I last saw you? The elderly man, with one hand still holding his glasses, widened his eyes, almost pressing his face against Jiang Xing's to examine her closely. Why does this child look both familiar and unfamiliar? He glanced up at the two adults standing obediently beside him, then back at Jiang Xing, unable to discern any resemblance. She doesn't look like a biological grandchild, yet somehow she appears familiar. His suspicious gaze shifted back to Yu Jian. Where did you get this daughter? I thought I had 3 grandsons. Last year, when I returned home for the spring festival, no one mentioned a child. How could a child this big have appeared in 10 months? Realizing something was amiss, he stood up from his chess position, yielding his seat to the other elderly gentleman. Come with me. We need to discuss this privately. He led them through the courtyard, passing a garden where an elderly lady practiced Wing Chun. Mrs. Liu noticed her and called out, Mom. The elder, dressed in a cream-colored practice outfit, despite her gray hair, exuded vitality. She maintained a slender figure and paid great attention to her appearance, always wearing makeup, living a youthful life. Upon hearing her voice, the elderly woman ceased her movements, a warm smile gracing her face. What brings you here to visit this old lady? Mrs. Liu, realizing Jiang Xing was partly obstructing her, gently pushed her forward to bring the small child into the elder's line of sight. We specifically brought our granddaughter to see you. Previously, they had sent a message inviting the elderly couple to their granddaughter's birthday celebration, but after 2 days without a response, they knew it had likely been discarded as junk mail. Thus, they felt compelled to come in person to extend the invitation. Granddaughter? The elder smoothed her clothing, ensuring it was wrinkle-free. Come here, let me see you. Whose child are you? Little Anne's, perhaps? This boy has hidden such a large child outside. Ah. Another brain cell down the drain. Yu Jian interjected. Mom, she's our child, he clarified. The smile vanished from the elder's face as 5 of them entered their designated flat, closing the door behind them. Seated on the sofa were 2 elderly individuals, standing in the center of everyone's attention. Yu Jian explained Jiang Xing's background to them. And that is how it is. After listening, the elder wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, overwhelmed by the child's tragic origins. She beckoned Jiang Xing into her embrace. Good child, from now on, you are a member of the Yu family. Jiang Xing's eyes sparkled as she turned and cheerfully replied, Thank you, Grandma. Old Jiang pulled her closer, his gaze still scrutinizing. Even after hearing his son's account of Jiang Xing's background, he couldn't shake the feeling that the girl looked familiar, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Yet, his memory faltered with age, and he couldn't place where that familiarity originated, leaving him dubious of her identity. Noticing his actions, the elder admonished him lightly. What are you doing? What kind of attitude is that? You're scaring the child. Jiang Xing held old Zhang's gaze, showing no sign of fear. In her mind, she calculated that her disciples had scattered 200 years ago. Old Zhang, at most, was only a few decades old. With at least 3 generations behind him, he certainly had never met her. Observing her calm demeanor, old Zhang gradually relaxed his grip, softening his attitude. My apologies, little granddaughter. I'm just old and have seen too many people in my life. You simply look familiar. Jiang Xing smiled, cupping her face with her hands, somewhat bashful. Perhaps all children look alike. The elder laughed heartily, pulling her closer. Who said that? No child is as beautiful as our little granddaughter. But you are quite slender. You feel like you have barely any meat on you. The Yu family can afford to raise a child, so do eat well. Jiang Xing quickly shook her head. No.
I eat well.
I've been having good meals. She pinched her chubby cheeks, noting how much healthier she looked compared to when she had first pretended to be pitiful. Yet, she was not truly a child. Her skeletal structure was equivalent to her foundation, and it was normal for her to grow slower than ordinary people. After all, this was her true self, unembellished and taking on human form, growing slowly over the course of thousands of years. To the spirits of the earth, she was still but a child. The elderly man engaged in a lengthy conversation with the child, while Jiang Xing played the role of a little oracle, narrating the touching tale of a hamster and its elder brother. The old man delighted in storytelling, and her earnest responses made their exchange truly joyous, as if they were lost in their own world. This was no mere orphan. She was evidently a little treasure sent by heaven. Upon hearing that she had yet to start school, the elderly man was even tempted to leave the nursing home and take on the responsibility of caring for her for a year. Papa Yu's smile never faded, for no one could refuse Jiang Xing, the beloved. Grandpa and Grandma, there's no need to trouble yourselves. Xing will visit you often. I rarely stay at home, as I have to appear on television with my brother, she said with a soft voice that melted hearts. The elderly couple, who usually shunned visits from their children and grandchildren, nodded repeatedly. In the end, old Zhang personally cooked and invited them to stay for lunch. Jiang Xing devoured 3 bowls of rice, but Mrs. Lu forcibly took the bowls away, just as Papa Yu was about to intervene when her second bowl was empty. He found himself thwarted by his mother's chopstick tap. Let her eat. Are you not allowing her to eat, so she won't grow? Once released, the child quickly finished her 3rd bowl, but Mrs. Lu insisted on taking it away. No more. If you eat any further, your stomach will burst. Save some for dinner. At this, Grandma fell silent, anxiously watching Jiang Xing. After the meal, she discreetly inquired with Mrs. Lu, is the child's appetite normal? Have you taken her to the hospital? The doctor had assured them she was not ill, but perhaps had endured hunger in the past, advising them to regulate her food intake, which would remedy the situation. Grandma nodded, feeling reassured. After they were well fed, the 2 elderly ones took Jiang Xing around the nursing home to visit their old friends, introducing their little granddaughter one by one, even verbally issuing invitations for everyone to attend her upcoming birthday celebration. Yu Jian took notes of the elderly people's names, planning to arrange for the invitations to be delivered later. Chapter 84. There's no significant issue. I'll support her. The elderly wished to keep them for dinner, but Mrs. Lu and Papa Yu hurriedly whisked Jiang Xing away. Staying any longer might lead to an overnight stay. Upon returning home, they instructed the nanny to prepare dinner. Jiang Xing sat on the sofa watching television, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Mrs. Lu, noticing her drowsiness, arranged a soft pillow for her, allowing her to nap on the sofa for a while. When dinner time arrived, they called the child to wake her. No one had yet returned for dinner. Yu Songshu was busy with work and could not make it back, while Yu Kanglin was still abroad with his wife and child, and Yu Tsongnan had not made contact. Just as they were gathering around the table after washing their hands, they heard the sound of the front door opening. A woman tossed her bag onto the table, changed into slippers, and stormed in, radiating palpable anger. Yu Dai was back. She seldom brought her emotions home. What could have happened? Mrs. Lu helped little Jiang Xing serve her rice and looked up at her, asking, "What's wrong?
Who upset you?"
As she approached, she noticed Yu Dai's eyes were red with anger, a sight she had never witnessed before. Papa Yu reminded her to wash her hands and join them for dinner. "No, I'm not hungry," she replied, bypassing everyone's gaze and storming up the stairs, her steps heavy enough to threaten the very structure. Given her evident fury, it seemed best to leave her be for the moment. Jiang Xing called out to her sister, "Not eating is bad for your health. And being angry isn't good for you either." Hearing the child's voice, Yu Dai paused, took several deep breaths, and finally turned back to descend the stairs toward little Jiang Xing. "It's been a while since I saw you, little sister. Come here for a hug." She embraced Jiang Xing, kissing the child's cheek. "Little darling, have you missed your sister?" Jiang Xing observed her strange smile and gently patted her back in a soothing gesture. "Sister, don't be angry. You are the most remarkable inheritor of our traditional culture. Don't listen to others' nonsense. They are merely envious of your talent and achievements." Before Yu Dai could utter a word, her little sister had already voiced the source of her irritation. The past few days of performing in the capital had been anything but pleasant. A so-called instructor had joined the team, and for reasons unknown, she seemed to have taken offense at Yu Dai, constantly targeting her with a caustic attitude. Not only did she insist on additional practice sessions for Yu Dai, But she also made her life difficult by criticizing her expressions, comprehension, and emotions. To make matters worse, she had even sabotaged Yudai's costume on stage, causing her makeup artist distress and nearly preventing her from performing. Yudai had never been one to shy away from conflict, her temper fierce, however. She would never jest with her work or take out her frustrations on others during work hours. She had been patient with the instructor's petty schemes. Yet, the obstinate woman mistook her restraint for fear, and after provoking her further, she only escalated her antics. Could Yudai continue to tolerate this? Out of 5 performances, after the final one concluded, she returned backstage without even removing her crown and slapped the woman who had been so insufferable. The woman appeared stunned, eventually dissolving into tears, while the other team members looked at her with newfound respect. They accused Yudai of being arrogant and resistant to improvement, complaining that she could not bear to hear a few words. Yudai was infuriated. Even her former friends echoed the sentiment, as if they had all been bewitched. It was utterly maddening. They even suggested that she take a break from the next performance to adjust her state before returning. Adjust what state? She felt as though she were being temporarily sidelined from her job, while that insufferable woman reveled in her misfortune, grinning with delight. Surely, Miss Yu didn't earn her position through connections, did she? With such a lackluster performance, what legacy is there to inherit? Better to see it ruined in your hands. Yudai had never been one to make excuses for her circumstances, and she felt a deep sense of shame for the situation. As she was about to leave, the woman insisted on trailing behind, chattering incessantly. After enduring her for so many days, Yudai could no longer tolerate her impertinence now that work had come to an end. With a few swift slaps, she left the woman's face swollen. While she was all talk, she did not retaliate, simply crying instead. Someone had finally confronted her for her misdeeds, whether it was the team leader's ire or something else. They decided she no longer needed to return. Although the termination letter had not yet reached her, the leader's words were clear. Without an explanation, she would not be welcomed back. This so-called instructor, whose name Yudai had never even heard, had everyone siding with her. Yudai stood up, inexplicably calming her emotions, pinching Jiang Xing's little face gently. It's all right. Sister will handle it. She would not simply accept this injustice. Jiang Xing tilted her head. Sister, can we go see that woman tomorrow? Yudai bit her lip and shook her head. No, she asked like a mad dog. The woman had not targeted her out of the blue. She had been openly aggressive from the start. And Yudai feared for her sister's safety if she were to meet that deranged woman. Jiang Xing squeezed her finger. Sister, go wash your hands and come eat. Yudai obediently went to wash her hands, and Mrs. Lu leaned in to ask, Baby, do you know what's bothering her? Jiang Xing nodded. It's not a big deal. I'll support her tomorrow. Support her? With your little frame, you can confront her? You wouldn't even have a commanding presence. Anyone could easily overlook you, Mrs. Lu said, shaking her head. She was well aware of Yudai's temperament, having watched her grow up. She had never faced defeat, so to see her eyes reddened with anger must surely indicate something significant. Yudai had little appetite, consuming only a small bowl before retreating to her room to rest. Jiang Xing watched her departing figure, her brow slightly furrowed. Mrs. Lu suggested that once she was full, she could take the dog for a walk, to which Jiang Xing responded absent-mindedly. She took hold of the gray-furred Alaskan Malamute, which had been cooped up all day and was eager to run, yet was restrained by its little owner. Jiang Xing noticed its tail wagging incessantly with impatience and reached out to give it a gentle tug. Woof woof. What's wrong? What's the matter with your tail? Jiang Xing gently stroked its thick, fluffy fur and reassured. It's all right, just let me borrow some. Woof woof, it replied. Feel free to use as much as you like. I have plenty of fur to spare. Jiang Xing plucked a few more strands from its coat and playfully pinched its ears. What a good pup. Given its encouragement, she saw no reason to decline. Woof woof. The little master understanding its speech was the pinnacle of canine happiness. The following day, Yudai had a restless night and was abruptly awakened by a ringing phone. It was the team leader calling. She sat up in bed, her expression tinged with irritation. What is it? Come to the troop today to collect your dismissal letter. Yudai thought she must still be groggy and glanced at the note on her phone, convinced she had misheard. What did you say? I said, you no longer need to come in. Come to collect your dismissal letter today. Already vexed by the early hour, her anger surged to a boiling point. Get lost. If I choose to leave, that's my decision, not yours. Who do you think you are to dismiss me? How repugnant. Chapter 85. Before the expedition could commence. One is struck down. Yudai hung up the phone, flinging it onto the bed, and raked a hand through her disheveled hair, now wide awake, resigned. She got out of bed to wash up. The Peking opera troupe she was part of was called the National Essence Institute, and she was the youngest direct disciple of the late head. After the head's passing 2 years prior, she and a few senior siblings formed the core of the institute. The current troupe leader was not even a direct disciple. He was simply an outsider who had come to learn midway. She had always followed her own path, dedicating most of her time to studying the scripts, so she had little interest in running for the leadership position. Eventually, some senior peers voted for him, and he had led for 2 years. Although his personality was not particularly endearing, he was, for the most part, honest and diligent, managing to secure a fair amount of performance income for everyone. Many of her peers relied on performances to make a living. Unlike her, who came from a privileged background and had little concern for sustenance, those driven solely by passion were exceedingly rare. In the current climate, the survival space for national essence was exceedingly narrow, and some could barely get by on government subsidies. The leader's role was acknowledged by all, at least ensuring that no one in the troupe went hungry. However, had he been possessed? How could he dismiss her? Had he lost his mind? After washing up, she applied a light layer of makeup and noted it was only 7:30. As she changed clothes and went downstairs, her usually slumbering little one was already seated on the sofa. The aunt was bustling about in the kitchen preparing breakfast. "Good morning, sister." Yudai paused, walking over to her. "Why are you up so early today, sweetheart?" "I want to go to the National Essence Institute with you today." Yudai hesitated. Clearly, she had declined her request yesterday, yet her sister had risen early, resolute in her decision to accompany her. However, now at the institute, no one would welcome her, and she feared that bringing her sister would lead to disdain directed at them both. Jiang Xing gently placed her cool little hand against Yudai's cheek, her eyes sparkling with stars. "Sister, don't worry. You have never been an outsider at the National Essence Institute. If anyone leaves, it will be others." What was it like to have such a comforting little treasure? Yudai felt a piece of her heart soften, and she reached out to stroke her sister's head. The aunt brought over the prepared breakfast, and after they finished, Yudai decided to take her sister along, lifting her into the car. After a 40-minute drive, they arrived at the Fragrant City's National Essence Institute. Yudai carried Jiang Xing from the car and took her hand as they entered through the open gates. It was only 8:30 in the morning, and without any performances, the institute felt rather desolate, with hardly anyone around. The architecture of the National Essence Institute was steeped in ancient style, lacking a second floor, constructed of red brick walls with a roof of crimson tiles. 2 plum trees stood in the courtyard, their leaves having fallen, devoid of blossoms, lending an air of stark melancholy. It seemed the woman had anticipated Yudai's arrival. She had been waiting in the courtyard, dressed in a flowing white gown, perched on a stone bench, her arm propped on her head, her eyes fixed intently on Yudai as she crossed the threshold. Upon seeing her, Yudai's expression darkened immediately. The woman, satisfied with her reaction, smirked and shifted her gaze to the child beside Yudai. In a few swift steps, Yudai approached her. "Why are you still lingering here? The performances in the capital have concluded. Shouldn't your so-called guiding teacher be leaving?" The woman in white showed no sign of anger. She laid her arm flat on the table, slowly straightening her back, her smile blooming, her voice melodious and gentle. "Of course, I'm here to take your place." Yudai's fists clenched in fury, wishing she could slap her across the face, but her sister held her hand, halting her movement. "It's wrong to occupy someone else's body." The woman's gaze darkened, her expression shifting as she stared at Jiang Xing, reaching into her pocket, retrieved some of the dog fur she had collected from Gray, and blew it towards the woman. The woman's pupils dilated, and she screamed, tumbling from the bench as she watched several wolves pounce upon her, mercilessly tearing at her, causing her to writhe in agony on the ground. After several shrieks, the woman's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Yudai stood dumbfounded, watching her collapse without warning, as if stricken by a sudden illness, and instinctively pulled Jiang Xing back a few steps until the woman lay utterly still. Yudai cautiously approached, kicking her foot, but there was still no response. "She can't be dead, can she? How could someone confront a scam like this? We did nothing." Jiang Xing observed the boy struggling against the wolves, utterly defenseless, his body marked with several bloody bites. His magical powers were ineffective against these wolves, leaving him to rely solely on his frail form for resistance. Jiang Xing comfortingly patted her sister's hand. "It's all right, sister. You go find someone to help her inside. I'll stay here." Yudai approached and patted the woman's face, but she remained unresponsive, her lips pale, resembling someone on the brink of death. Sister, I'll be back soon. An outsider dying in her National Essence Institute would be exceedingly bad luck. Jiang Xing watched her leave before slowly lowering her gaze to the boy beside the woman, who had lost the strength to struggle and could only passively endure the onslaught. Jiang Xing's heart stirred, and the wolves transformed back into ordinary strands of dog fur, scattering with the wind. She knelt beside the boy, gripping his neck, causing him to instantly morph into a small, pitiful fox. His once pristine white fur was now stained with blood, and he gazed up at Jiang Xing with sorrowful eyes, whimpering softly. Stubborn and unyielding, he would never change his mischievous nature, forever unable to achieve greatness. The little fox whimpered, its large tail drooping limply. Jiang Xing's palm glowed with a faint green light, powerful spiritual energy enveloping the little fox, healing its wounds in an instant, but along with the healing came layers of restrictions placed upon him. The boy realized what was happening and frantically resisted, but Jiang Xing had him firmly in her grasp, leaving no room for rebellion. Held tightly, he could only watch helplessly as the spiritual power he had painstakingly cultivated was sealed away, transforming him into an utterly ordinary fox.
What? Did you hear that?
Came the fox's lament. The boy was a newly emerged fox spirit, 600 years old, barely able to achieve human form. He had occupied that woman's body purely to exact revenge on Yudai. When he was still a fox, Yudai had been a wealthy young lady, and her subordinates had captured him as a gift for her. She had kept him caged, daily threatening him with skinning or serving him as a meal. He had been furious. Although he had been well cared for and his coat was glossy, his spirit was deeply wounded. Thus, upon attaining human form, he sought her out for revenge. He never anticipated Yudai would have such good fortune, reincarnating once more as a wealthy young lady. Naturally, he intended to make the life of this fortunate lady a difficult one. Foxes excelled at ensnaring human hearts, and he had finally managed to unravel her social connections. He cast a humiliating glance at the child pretending to be innocent. Before the expedition could commence, one is struck down. Chapter 86. Today is the 15th. Let us call it 15. Yudai called over 2 individuals to carry the unconscious woman inside, having just summoned an ambulance. Jiang Xing, with her back turned, squatted beside a flower bed. Yudai approached her and inquired, "Sister, what are you observing here?" Jiang Xing lifted her gaze, revealing a small fox drenched in blood, which she held in her hands. Standing up, she presented the injured creature to Yudai, her eyes wide with innocence. "Sister, I found this wounded fox here. I have no idea where it came from." Startled, Yudai instinctively reached out to take it from her, intending to discard it, such a dirty and dangerous creature. However, Jiang Xing was quicker, swiftly concealing the fox behind her back. "Sister, it's very weak right now. If it falls, it might die." The fox feebly struggled, its tail twitching slightly. Noticing Yudai's furrowed brow, Jiang Xing cautiously revealed the fox once more. "We should take it back and care for it, sister. It's been through so much." The fox wagged its tail excitedly, oblivious to the irony of its predicament. Yudai's disdain was evident, yet under Jiang Xing's hopeful gaze, she reluctantly retrieved a cage to secure the fox. Meanwhile, voices from the courtyard called for them, announcing that the woman had regained consciousness.
Yudai,
Clutching the fox in one hand and holding Jiang Xing's hand with the other, entered to find the woman staring blankly at her. Yudai felt a surge of annoyance. "What more mischief can you conjure? You're awake? No more theatrics?" The woman covered her face with her hands, seemingly ashamed to meet their eyes.
Em sorry.
"It's my fault. I will leave immediately, and not disturb you." Yudai couldn't help but chuckle at the woman's dramatic demeanor, exasperated by her insinuations that Yudai had been trying to drive her away. Jiang Xing turned her attention to the quietly resting fox in the cage, which was half asleep.
What are you looking at?
It has standards for companionship, of course preferring someone of a similar temperament to avoid any drastic behavioral changes that might raise suspicion. After the woman spoke, the team leader chimed in. "Do you still have your luggage here? Perhaps you should visit the hospital for a checkup before leaving." Yudai raised an eyebrow at him. "What's this? A change of heart?" Under her scrutinizing gaze, the leader felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He realized that dismissing Yudai was a foolish decision. After all, how could the Cultural Institute thrive without her contributions? Many resources came through her, bolstered by her personal fame and prestigious family background. The man scratched the back of his head, feeling a twinge of regret for his impulsive actions. "Yudai, I apologize for my earlier words about your dismissal. They were said in anger and should not be taken to heart." Yudai's expression remained cold, and she chose not to respond. First, she had to attend to the matters at hand. they could settle accounts later. She took Jiang Xing to wash their hands and brought the injured fox to a veterinarian. Although the fox appeared gravely wounded, it turned out to be merely superficial injuries. It was just weak and looked pitiful. After being cleaned, the fox revealed its pure white fur, resembling a cat more than a fox. As the veterinarian bandaged the fox, Jiang Xing took hold of Yudai's hand, scribbling in her palm. Yudai glanced down, puzzled by her behavior. Having spent some time in a Taoist temple, she recognized the markings as talismans. What's wrong, sister? Jiang Xing pressed her hand down, then released it. It's nothing. Sister, let us keep the fox with us. It's very gentle and won't harm anyone. Jiang Xing cast a spell using the fox's blood essence, binding the control to Yudai. If the fox ever harbored thoughts of harming Yudai, the spiritual blade around its neck would sever its throat. The small fox, with red-rimmed eyes, lamented its tragic fate. Having barely reached maturity, it had already faced the harshness of society. The clean fox was undeniably more beautiful than its previous filthy state. Jiang Xing had always had a fondness for furry animals, having brought home many pets over the years. The fox realized it was about to fall into yet another human's grasp and felt despondent. Having suffered greatly centuries ago, it had its fur polished to a shine. Nearly losing it all, its tail, a significant area of concern, was often ridiculed by its peers for being less than fluffy.
Now,
it was not just this female tyrant but also her companions, making escape even more impossible. The veterinarian handed the pristine fox back to them, reluctantly stroking its back, clearly enamored by such a beautiful creature. It must be quite valuable. Jiang Xing cradled the ruffled fox, replying, "It's not worth much, well under 100 million. Yudai pressed her lips together, suppressing a laugh. She hadn't anticipated her sister's humorous exaggeration. Indeed, it was a fortunate find. It was only then that Yudai remembered to inquire about the fox's gender. The veterinarian replied, "It's male and appears to be a juvenile. It's also ready for neutering." Instantly, the fox began to struggle violently in Jiang Xing's arms, crying out in distress. "You must speak."
No, no.
Being captured as a spiritual pet was humiliating enough. Now they were talking about neutering. The city was filled with wicked people. It wanted to return to the mountains. Wailing in despair, Jiang Xing gently patted its back, soothing it. "I understand you're upset, but please calm down." She turned to Yudai, shaking her head. The fox is quite intelligent. It knows that being neutered could lead to depression, which would hinder its recovery. Hearing this, Yudai reluctantly abandoned the idea. They purchased an appropriate cage from the veterinary hospital, placing the fox inside for Yudai to carry. "Sister, shall we give it a name?" Yudai glanced at the fox in the cage. "How about Little White?" Jiang Xing pondered for a moment before responding, "Sister, our Samoyed at home is also named Little White. It's the same name." Yudai slapped her forehead, realizing their household was filled with pets named after their fur colors. "What's today's date?" "The 15th. Then let us call it 15. The white fox received a new name. It remained unresponsive, for it had been called 15 centuries ago and had grown accustomed to it. The mischievous child had placed a restriction on it, stating that it would regain its strength once it comprehended certain truths. The fox scoffed at the idea, believing itself to be exceptionally clever and unable to break free from the constraints. Once the fox's wounds were treated, Yudai returned to the Cultural Institute. It was already 11 o'clock, and more people had gathered. Upon seeing Yudai, many felt a twinge of guilt, evidently recalling their earlier unkind words towards her. Those who usually got along with her quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Yudai. That woman instigated discord, and I failed to see her true nature while blaming you." With that woman's remarks as a catalyst, it seemed to open the floodgates of grievances among them, as complaints filled the air about how they had spoken without thinking, being swayed by their mentor's actions. Jiang Xing thought of that girl, who, after being possessed by the fox, had her reputation tarnished. Now that she was at the hospital for an examination, she would surely recall her every action over those days, probably perplexed as to how she had been so audacious. Yudai frowned as she listened to their apologies, feeling as though, in an instant, they had reverted to their original selves. The days when she was bullied felt like a fleeting dream. Jiang Xing tightened her grip on Yudai's hand, recognizing that it wasn't solely the fox that had bewitched their minds, it had amplified their inner desires. That team leader, usually honest and straightforward, had become brazen, even going so far as to declare he would oust Yudai. Was it merely a moment of anger? No. It stemmed from thoughts he had long harbored, only held back by his respect for Yudai's status. Harboring such animosity towards Yudai was merely a reflection of his own inadequacies. Despite occupying the position of leader, he lacked true authority. The girl who was Yu Dai's closest companion, why did she conspire with the fox to torment Yu Dai? It was nothing but jealousy. Jealousy of Yu Dai's talent and capabilities, of the master's evident favoritism towards her, and envy of Yu Dai's esteemed lineage. She felt herself inferior in every aspect, and even though their relationship seemed the closest in daily interactions, she still resented everything Yu Dai possessed. As for the others, their every word and action stemmed from their genuine feelings. The tradition of Peking opera was already in decline, with fewer young people interested, lacking the vitality for new generations to carry it forward. Even in the finest National Essence Theater of Xiang City, performances were scarce, and their revenue hardly matched the expenditures. After the director's passing, many lost their original intentions. Witnessing higher earnings in other professions fostered a sense of imbalance within them. They no longer wished to continue, leading to a lackadaisical attitude during rehearsals, treating every performance as merely a formality. They had forgotten that even in the absence of an audience, the rules dictated that performances be dedicated to the spirits from all corners. Observing the expressions of those around her, Yu Dai seemed to begin to grasp their sentiments. The voices of discussion gradually faded, and a multitude of eyes turned to Yu Dai, awaiting her response. She gazed upon the faces, familiar yet foreign, and for the first time, she heard complaints emanating from their lips. People tend to speak of lofty ambitions, yet the reality often revolves around the mundane necessities of life. Xiang City, a place of high expenses, is populated by the affluent. However, beyond the local elite, many exist in the city's shadows. Perhaps they were wealthier than those from outer cities. Yet surviving in Xiang City without income proved equally challenging. She had witnessed that senior brother donning a delivery uniform, a secondary job he took to make ends meet. Yu Dai sighed softly. While she could comprehend their situations, true empathy eluded her. Raising her hand to press against her forehead, she asked solemnly, "Today, I pose a question to all of you. Do you wish to continue performing Peking opera? Do you still aspire to take the stage?" The National Essence Theater was the culmination of the master's lifelong dedication, and harboring resentment would never lead to a commendable performance. "I will not allow you to present subpar work to the audience, as that would be a disservice to the stage." The crowd exchanged glances, their discontent palpable, yet unwilling to concede. Why should the National Essence Theater, a legacy left by the master, be at the mercy of one individual? Were they not all disciples of the master? Could she truly dismiss them at her whim? Their dissatisfaction stemmed primarily from the fact that, despite being disciples under the same master, she enjoyed his favoritism and was entrusted with the theater's management after his departure. Their discontent was but a manifestation of their internal struggle. They were reluctant to relinquish the National Essence Theater, yet felt burdened by Peking opera. The senior brothers and sisters present, all direct disciples of the master, had embarked on their journeys at a young age. Times had changed, and hearts had shifted. Yu Dai's gaze traversed the faces filled with resentment before finally resting on the leader. He stood silently to the side, observing the discontent unfold. His silence was not born of a lack of grievances. Rather, he was the least qualified to voice them, as he was not a direct disciple of the master. Having joined the National Essence Theater merely 5 or 6 years prior, with mediocre talent and skills, his honest nature and some business acumen led to his election as leader. Yu Dai squeezed her fingers, pulling Xiao Jiangxing behind her, her brow frosted with a layer of icy mist, her eyes suddenly cold, a familiar sign of her impending ire. "Now, in my capacity as the director of the National Essence Theater, I hereby relieve you." Yu Dai pointed a finger at the man who dared to suggest her dismissal. "Of your duties as leader. You need not return. Settle your own salary." She was, after all, the newly appointed director as per the master's will. Her authority within the National Essence Theater was supreme. Yet, out of reluctance to manage affairs directly, she had allowed the election of a leader to oversee operations, an outer disciple, unaware of Yu Dai's true standing. For him to utter such absurd words of dismissal was both infuriating and laughable. She then turned to her senior brothers and sisters. Noting that the National Essence Theater had not recruited new talent for many years, scanning the room revealed only 13 individuals remaining. "And you all," Yu Dai paused. "If you do not wish to continue, do not burden yourselves or me. I understand that times are tough. Those who voluntarily exit the National Essence Theater, come speak with me directly, and you shall receive a severance payment of 500,000. 500,000, an amount equivalent to a year's salary in Xiang City, far exceeding what one could earn in 2 years at the Peking opera." The leader, realizing the implications, turned pale, Why did others receive severance pay while he did not? Yu Dai scoffed. Shall I calculate how much public funds you have misappropriated? The man fell silent, unable to respond. In truth, his timid nature prevented him from making any bold financial decisions. Having served as leader for 2 years, he had only earned a modest sum. Yu Dai chose to ignore him and instead addressed the quietly conversing crowd. Their attitudes spoke volumes. After this debacle, it seemed few would remain at the National Essence Theater. If the master were aware from beyond, he would surely be distressed. Indeed, the first to step forward was the senior brother who had taken to delivering food. His face wore an expression of regret. I'm sorry, junior sister. I no longer belong in the National Essence Theater. The meager earnings cannot sustain me. Yu Dai nodded, offering no further words, and promptly transferred 500,000 to his account. Is there anyone else? Resolve this swiftly once I tally the numbers. I will print the termination contracts. You can sign them and leave, severing all ties with the National Essence Theater. Upon hearing the phrase severing all ties, the senior brother's eyes reddened, and he could only lower his head to avoid Yu Dai's gaze. Survival is hard. Life forces difficult choices. Eventually, others raised their hands, and within 10 minutes, 10 more departed. Of the original 13, only 2 remained, a senior brother who had joined just a month before her, and the girl with whom she had forged years of camaraderie in the National Essence Theater. Until today, they could even be called close friends. Chapter 88. You will sleep with Xiaoying tonight. Yu Dai turned to Shan Xiaoying. And you? Will you not leave? She tilted her head defiantly and replied, I will not leave. While she indeed felt jealousy over all that Yu Dai possessed, her passion for Peking opera was genuine. Otherwise, she would not have chosen this challenging path. She acknowledged Yu Dai's strength, and the kindness Yu Dai had shown her over the years could not be denied. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. Yu Dai ceased to question her, shifting her gaze back to the silent senior brother. Wait for me for half an hour. I will go print the contracts. Yu Dai led Jiang Xing towards the inner courtyard, where the office housed a printer. Jiang Xing glanced back at the remaining members. Their expressions heavy with solemnity. None appeared joyful about receiving severance pay. They had truly loved this profession, perhaps still did, but ultimately, self-preservation took precedence. No one was at fault. Sister? Jiang Xing called out to Yu Dai, who seemed lost in thought while waiting for the print job. Yu Dai instinctively ruffled Jiang Ying's hair and pulled out a stack of papers from the printer. Do not worry, sister. The late director's dedication has not been squandered in your hands. The National Essence Theater will not withdraw from the Peking opera stage because of this.
Yu Dai smiled faintly,
though it was clear she found little comfort in those words. With only 3 people remaining, the National Essence Theater could hardly support a grand stage. Sister can recruit anew, whether young talents or seasoned Peking opera performers. The National Essence Theater shall rise again, boldly stepping into the public eye. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over Yu Dai. Indeed, the master had single-handedly nurtured 14 disciples and established the National Essence Theater. With just 3 remaining, how could they not achieve the same? She pulled out 22 contracts, casually grabbed 2 pens from the table, and led Jiang Xing back to the front hall. Once everyone signed the termination agreements, they did not linger. They took their contracts and left. Yu Dai cast a glance at the other 2 individuals, remarking that the Guotsue Institute was on a temporary hiatus and that she would inform them of any further arrangements. With that, she took Jiang Xing by the hand and departed from the institute. Upon arriving home, Yu Dai entrusted Jiang Xing to Mrs. Liu, while she ascended the stairs with a cage containing a small fox. Observing Yu Dai's silhouette vanish at the entrance, Mrs. Liu's eyes darted with curiosity as she pinched Jiang Xing's chubby cheeks, inquiring, What troubles your sister? She seems rather downcast, Jiang Xing replied succinctly, providing Mrs. Liu with a brief account of the situation at the Guotsue Institute, which left Mrs. Liu in prolonged silence. Yu Dai's mother was deeply engrossed in Taoism, rarely fulfilling her maternal responsibilities. It was her father who had single-handedly raised her, inevitably overlooking certain aspects. Consequently, Yu Dai had developed a fiercely independent character, seldom allowing her parents to intrude on her personal affairs after reaching adulthood. Having known Yu Dai since childhood, Mrs. Liu noted that the time she spent at the Guotsue Institute often surpassed that spent at home, and now, with such significant upheaval occurring at the institute, she had not confided in her family. Jiang Xing pressed a gentle kiss on Mrs. Liu's cheek, her eyes sparkling with reassurance. Do not worry, sister will handle it well. This is a transformative opportunity for the Guotsue Institute. Upon hearing Jiang Xing's words, Mrs. Liu's melancholic mood dissipated entirely. In the days that followed, Mrs. Liu and Mr. Yu took Jiang Xing out daily for dining and recreation, with only 3 days remaining until the cherished birthday celebration. However, as time drew near, Yu Kenglin had returned home with his wife and child, yet Yu Tsongnan's arrival was still awaited. Mrs. Liu called daily to urge him, and he consistently replied that he would be back soon. On this day, Mrs. Liu made yet another call. This time the backdrop was not the art studio, and her expression appeared somewhat brighter. "When will you return?" Yu Tsongnan, holding his phone, recorded himself packing his luggage, stating that he had an early morning flight the next day and would arrive home by nightfall. Mrs. Liu remained dissatisfied, expressing her frustration that he would not arrive until the following evening, knowing full well the time was of the essence. With a playful grin, Yu Tsongnan shifted the topic, asking, "Where's my sister?" Jiang Xing took the phone, her voice sweet and docile as she replied, "I'm here, second brother." Yu Tsongnan playfully tapped her face through the phone screen. "You are truly adorable. I will be able to hug you tomorrow." Just as he was about to speak further, he noticed his sister's expression suddenly grow serious, her brows knitting together in concentration. Amused, he tapped the phone screen. "What's the matter? What are you thinking about?" Jiang Xing bit her lip, her small hands calculating something, her frown deepening as she refrained from answering him. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Yu Tsongnan hesitated, unsure whether to disrupt her thoughts. "Shall I hang up then? I'll see you tomorrow." "Wait," Jiang Xing interjected, regaining her composure. "Second brother, please walk downstairs while holding your phone, towards the greenery in the community." Mrs. Liu, overhearing Jiang Xing's instructions, felt a sudden wave of anxiety wash over her. "Is your second brother encountering something strange?" Jiang Xing's tone suggested a significant possibility. After a moment of silence, she did not respond to Mrs. Liu, but urged Yu Tsongnan to descend. Yu Tsongnan resided in an old-fashioned community where no building exceeded 6 stories. He lived on the 3rd floor. Despite his confusion regarding Jiang Xing's insistence that he go downstairs, he complied, setting down his packing to don his home slippers and make his way down. Exiting the building, he found himself facing the greenery, 2 neat rows of low shrubs, with a large tree standing amidst a patch of grass. Jiang Xing encouraged him to approach the tree, stating, "It's right in front of you. There's a yellow apricot leaf on the ground. Pick it up, bring it back, and keep it in your pocket tonight." Yu Tsongnan found the request absurd, as he stood before a yellow camphor tree, wondering where he might find an apricot leaf. It seemed utterly ridiculous. Yet as he looked down, he noticed a brilliant yellow leaf at his feet. "What are you waiting for? Pick it up." Jiang Tsongnan, momentarily taken aback, complied clumsily. He had never shown his sister the scenery of their community. Yet she not only knew about the trees by the entrance, but also about the apricot leaf beneath them. How astonishing. Nonetheless, it seemed ludicrous. Where could an apricot leaf come from? Little did he know, the leaf was a representation of Jiang Xing's hair, recently dispatched through express delivery, upon which she had drawn a talisman for safety. Having calculated her options, she had chosen to bear the risks for him, should she have helped him evade this incident. He might have encountered trouble on his return flight. However, his return would be delayed once more. Yu Tsongnan took the apricot leaf home. Promising to keep it close before ending the call with Jiang Xing placing his phone aside, he held the yellow leaf, examining it thoroughly, yet finding nothing remarkable. Nevertheless, he chose to trust his sister, tucking the pristine leaf into his pocket and returning to his tasks. He had created a new painting for her, a large piece that he had just framed the day before and had sent out that morning. It would arrive home before he did. He meticulously checked his luggage, ensuring nothing was forgotten. Would he be able to sleep that night, filled with anticipation for the following day? Chapter 89. Hurry. Go save him. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. In the living room, Yu Xiaobao was engrossed in playing egg party on a large tablet, expertly balancing an egg on his head. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing sat nearby, sipping milk. Unsurprisingly, Yu Xiaobao and Jiang Xing successfully claimed victory, and he eagerly presented the victory screen to her, seeking her praise. Jiang Xing glanced at it, dismissively pushing it away as she mumbled, "Not bad." After days of diligent practice, Yu Xiaobao had improved his skills, while his little aunt remained at a novice level, only managing to hold a single goose egg. He was certain she would be delighted to play with him. However, Jiang Xing's mind was not on the game. She handed the tablet to Yu Xiaobao, allowing him to play both eggs while she withdrew from the game. Mrs. Liu approached with a bowl of freshly washed grapes, settling beside Jiang Xing and pulling her into an embrace. A shadow of worry crossed her features as she murmured, "Baby, mother feels uneasy." Perhaps it was the unusual interaction between Jiang Xing and Yu Tsangnan earlier in the day that made her feel as though something ominous was looming. Yet Jiang Xing remained silent. Jiang Xing took a moment to focus, then downed her milk in one go, her cheeks puffing out like a pufferfish. Mrs. Lu set the cup back on the table, offering a tissue in case she had drunk too much too quickly. Jiang Xing absent-mindedly touched her warm forehead and suddenly declared, "It has begun."
Begun?
"What has?" "You Xiaobao, it's time for bed," Yu Kenglin announced. Freshly showered and donned in a black silk pajama set that exuded an air of elegance, unintentionally emitting a chilly aura. It was now 9:30 in the evening. Children typically slept early, and he needed to take Yu Xiaobao back. Yu Xiaobao, having just switched to a new map, was wide awake, glancing at his little aunt, who had not yet succumbed to sleep. "Daddy, I don't want to sleep so early. I'm not tired." "Your little aunt is different from you. At her young age, she has mastered the art of staying up all night, while you will barely manage to last until 10 before your eyelids start to droop," Yu Kenglin stated firmly. "Time to go to bed." Yu Xiaobao's disappointment was palpable as he gazed forlornly at the 2 eggs on the screen. Jiang Xing retrieved the tablet from him, asking for her phone back, and both exited the game. "All right, you should go to bed. We can play tomorrow."
Fine, good night.
Little aunt. Yu Xiaobao, viewing her as his gaming partner, felt content at her words, extending his arms for Yu Kenglin to carry him back to bed. Yu Kenglin frowned, observing his son entranced by the game, while he noticed his sister was not similarly engrossed. Despite both being 6 years old, the disparity in their dispositions was striking. After dealing with Yu Xiaobao, Jiang Xing turned around to comfort Mrs. Lu, saying, "Mom, it's time for you to sleep. Second brother is not in danger. He will be home soon." Upon finishing her words, Jiang Xing bent down to find her slippers, slipped them on, and stood up. "Mom, I'm heading back to bed now." She planted a tender kiss on Mrs. Lu's cheek, whispering a good night. Mrs. Lu's heart softened, her previous unease dissipating entirely as she affectionately returned the good-night kiss. Watching her little one ascend the stairs. After completing her nightly routine and extinguishing the lights, Jiang Xing lay in bed, the moonlight filtering through the window, gently caressing her serene face. Under the moon's cradle, she quickly succumbed to slumber, while the buds above her slowly unfurled. Fire. Call for help. It's blazing up. Where are the firefighters? In an aging residential complex, one unit was engulfed in flames, the inferno having originated from the second floor, its fiery tendrils spreading upward. Residents, some clad only in their nightclothes and others bare-chested, fled down the emergency stairs, even at a safe distance feeling the heat of the blaze. The ferocity of the fire was alarming, awakening many neighbors, who, upon realizing the disaster, swiftly responded by rushing downstairs, soon gathering in a chaotic crowd. Whispers of concern filled the air. The fire has completely consumed the second floor. It's so fierce that the third floor is now compromised, and the flames are climbing to the fourth. Will it spread to the adjacent building? My home is right next door. When will the fire department arrive?
Hurry.
Is everyone out? What is happening? Has everyone evacuated? The residents of Unit 1 exchanged anxious glances. This building, only 6 stories tall and part of an older complex, housed one household per floor, and the neighbors were familiar with one another. The residents of Unit 1 appeared disheveled, having sensed the fire in their dreams and fled without concern for their appearances, their distressed expressions drawing scrutiny. A man stepped forward, inquiring once more, "Is it just you from Unit 1? Is everyone down?" He was clad in ordinary loungewear, standing just over 6 feet tall, with sun-kissed skin, striking features, and piercing eyes that resembled stars. His neatly cropped hair framed his chiseled face, accentuated by 2 diamond studs adorning his left ear. An aura of unintentional intimidation surrounded him, as he felt an inexplicable restlessness. Jiang Xing floated beside him, green energy flowing from her fingertips into his mind, silently urging him to rescue those in peril. The residents on the second floor were momentarily stunned by his demeanor, wiping the sweat from their brows. Suddenly, a realization struck. One resident from the third floor was missing. Though seldom home, he had been seen that morning ordering a delivery and bringing down a package. It was uncertain if he remained inside. Without waiting for further explanation, the man dashed toward the raging flames, his agile form racing up the emergency stairs, leaving the residents unable to call him back. His silhouette vanished from sight, followed by the blaring sirens of fire trucks. Jiang Xing flicked away the restless buds that had emerged and floated after him. The man retrieved a fire extinguisher from the hallway and struck it against the precariously hanging door, which, already weakened by the flames, crumbled under the impact. The fire had originated from the second floor, and while the situation on the third was somewhat better, thick smoke billowed within, stinging the eyes and making breathing difficult. Jiang Xing hovered nearby, murmuring, "Bathroom, bathroom, bathroom." The man, sensing something, charged directly toward the bathroom. Yu Tsongnan felt as if he were on the brink of death. Even with a damp towel over his mouth and nose, the smoke stung his eyes, and he found himself surrounded by his scattered sketches and brushes. When he rose, the door was already ablaze, and the curtains had caught fire. Within mere minutes, the carpet and appliances were consumed, leaving him with no escape but into the bathroom, where he flooded the floor with water to create a temporary safe haven. Hearing the sound of someone banging on the door, he couldn't help but marvel at the speed of the rescue. He was saved. Amidst the choking smoke, he squinted to see someone charging into the inferno, approaching him. Chapter 90. The night breeze rises. Fan Zhaoye immediately spotted the man hunched on the ground. His white shirt was stained with water, his arms and forehead smudged with ash. Eyes squinting in a daze as he looked up. Scattered around him were waterlogged sheets of paper, and he resembled a soiled origami rose, fragile and delicate. Fan Zhaoye reacted swiftly, grasping the man's arm and lifting him from the ground. He picked up a paintbrush and, cradling the man in his arms, dashed out the door just as firefighters rushed up the stairs with hoses in hand, brushing past them. Jiang Xing floated around them twice before dissipating into the air. Many residents witnessed the man successfully rescuing another from the flames, showering him with praises for his bravery. Fan Zhaoye maneuvered through the crowd, carrying the semi-conscious Yu Tsongnan to the ambulance, who exhibited signs of mild carbon monoxide poisoning. Fan Zhaoye glanced at the resident from the second floor, asking, "Does he live alone?" The man swallowed hard and nodded, Yes. I've never seen anyone else." Fan Zhaoye furrowed his brow but ultimately decided to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. Yu Tsongnan, not deeply poisoned, regained consciousness after 2 hours. His lungs feeling as if they were torn apart. The smoke inhaled that day far exceeded all the second-hand smoke he had ever breathed in. Fan Zhaoye handled the admission paperwork and paid the medical fees, returning with a few receipts to find the man awake. A nurse had already changed him into a clean hospital gown, while his half-soaked white pajamas lay discarded nearby. Awake? Fan Zhaoye approached, placing the payment receipt on the blanket covering him. "This is for your hospital expenses. Remember to reimburse me." Yu Tsongnan stared at him, his mind still clouded, his gaze somewhat vacant. Fan Zhaoye noticed the redness at the corners of his eyes and the rosy hue of his lips. His hand, resting outside the blanket, was as delicate as jade, fingers slender and elegant, as if they had never done a hard day's work. He glanced down at his own rough hands, internally defining Yu Tsongnan as a fragile man unable to care for himself. Yu Tsongnan spoke, his voice hoarse. "You saved me?" Fan Zhaoye retrieved a cup of warm water for him. "Drink this." Yu Tsongnan, slightly delayed in his reaction, took a couple of sips from the cup, finding it inconvenient to lie down and wetting his collar in the process. With a grunt, he roughly grabbed 2 tissues and placed them at his collar, finally helping him finish the glass of water. It was now 2 a.m, and Fan Zhaoye rubbed his weary brow, saying, "You're physically fine, but the situation at your home is not so good. For specifics, you'll need to verify the information with the fire department in the morning." His home contained numerous canvases and papers, all flammable, which had only exacerbated the flames. Yu Tsongnan stirred, clutching the receipts scattered across the blanket. "Are you a firefighter?" The man hesitated before replying, "I'm retired." Yu Tsongnan responded with a quiet then asked, "What's your name?" The man chuckled softly, but did not answer, reaching for the paintbrush he had picked up earlier. "Great artist, I saved you and your paintbrush." "Thank you." Yu Tsongnan continued to gaze at him, his expression now clear-headed. "What's your name?" He squeezed the receipts in his hand and added, "I don't have my phone with me, so I can't repay you right now. Could you leave your contact information and name? I'll pay you back when I'm discharged." Upon hearing this, the man seemed unconcerned, shrugging his shoulders. "Let us discuss it later. I live on the 6th floor of Unit 2. Just come find me." Going back, he had no intention of returning. It was merely a temporary residence. If it burned down, so be it. He was eager to return home to celebrate his sister's birthday. Fortunately, he had already sent her portrait ahead. Otherwise, all his efforts over the past 20 days would have been in vain. As he hurried back, he suddenly struggled to sit up, anxiously inquiring, "What time is it?" Fan Zhaoye pressed a hand against his forehead, gently pushing him back down. He was still inhaling oxygen, with an 4 drip attached to his hand. What was he fidgeting for? "It's 2 a.m. 2 o'clock, and his flight was at 8. How long do I have to stay here? Is there something urgent? Yu Songnan nodded, needing to catch the flight at 8. Fan Chaoyue scoffed coldly. At this hour. You should just relax and lie down. You're still in bed, but already thinking about catching a flight? Forget it. You won't be leaving this hospital today. Yu Songnan obediently settled back down, gazing at the dazzling lights above. He could not return now. Mrs. Lu would surely start lecturing him again. However, he preferred not to let her know, otherwise, she would not only lecture him but also cry in secret. Fan Chaoyue twirled the paintbrush in his hand before finally placing it in Yu Songnan's grasp. Here, I heard that in your profession. A cherished paintbrush is akin to one's beloved wife. Yu Songnan pressed his lips together, gripping the brush tightly, his dreamy Danfeng eyes glistening with unshed tears. Exuding a natural allure mingled with a hint of unspoken shyness. Fan Chaoyue averted his gaze, feeling as though he had stumbled into a surreal atmosphere. He then heard Yu Songnan ask, "What is your name?" So eager to know?
I am.
Fan Chaoyue clenched his teeth, his gaze obscured in shadow. And you? The great artist Yu Songnan. He openly declared his identity, expressing his passion for painting with his pseudonym Nan Feng. Oh. Fan Chaoyue scratched his ear stud. I am but a simpleton. Devoid of any artistic sensibility, incapable of truly appreciating art. He casually pulled a chair closer and sat back. I am Fan Chaoyue, Chaoyang for morning, and Yi for night. Yu Songnan murmured his name, chuckling softly, like a gentle breeze. Fan Chaoyue glanced at him, feeling a slight itch in his throat, his thumb grazing his index finger's tip. Why did he insist on sitting here with him? It was already irrational to rush in and save people amidst a blazing fire. Now he was sacrificing his rest to keep him company. He was an adult. It was perfectly normal for him to be in the hospital alone. Upon realizing this, Fan Chaoyue stood up, hands thrust into his pockets. I'll head back to rest now. I'll come by to see you during the day. I hope you don't discharge yourself without permission. You still owe me. Yu Songnan looked at him upon hearing this. Fan Chaoyue did not linger, striding out with hurried footsteps. Something felt off. Despite his clear, bright eyes, he sensed an underlying plea for him to stay. If he continued to observe, he might indeed end up accompanying him through the night. Fine. It was his lust clouding his judgment. He had never encountered such a beautiful man before. What a pity. They were not of the same kind. After today, the chances of meeting again seemed slim. Yu Songnan gazed at Fan Chaoyue's departing figure, whispering his name, Fan Chaoyue. He caressed the paintbrush in his hand, undisturbed by the events of the night, reflecting back on his helplessness amidst the flames. The only figure he saw approaching through the blaze was him. With the night came the southern winds. From then on, the great artist's brush would capture countless images of that figure walking towards him from the flames. Chapter 91. Sister Yanzhuang returns home. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Jiang Xing pulled the blanket over her head, groggily contemplating resuming her slumber. The tender sprout atop her head twisted and turned, eager to escape the cocoon of warmth to bask in the sunlight. It felt as though someone was tickling her. Jiang Xing swatted randomly and accidentally touched the restless little sprout, instantly waking her up. She sat up, her eyes still shut, as the sprout stretched comfortably in the sunlight, its two tender leaves swaying gracefully. Stop it. Upon hearing her command, the leaves drooped instantly, resembling wilted eggplants. Jiang Xing clipped a small clip beside the sprout, pretending it was her ornament, allowing it to bask in the sun. As her birthday approached, the number of people mentioning her had increased significantly. Yu Songnan sent a voice message in the family group chat, explaining that due to weather conditions, his flight had been delayed and he would be arriving on the early morning flight instead. Mrs. Lu had refrained from expressing any further opinions on the matter. After sitting on the bed for a while, Jiang Xing finally got up to wash up. She dressed herself in a white sweatshirt and cream-colored overalls, her sprout bobbing joyfully atop her head, clearly delighted. Don't move too much. If someone spots you, you'll be uprooted, understand? Okay, I want to move. I'm very good. After getting ready, Jiang Xing opened the door and stepped outside. It was now 8:30, half an hour later than usual. Miss A. Xing, have you brushed your teeth? Come over for breakfast. Jiang Xing waved at the auntie, greeting her with a cheerful, "Good morning, auntie. I've already brushed." She walked straight to the dining table, climbed onto a chair, and sat up straight, waiting for the auntie to bring out today's breakfast. She had woken up late, and the porridge was at the perfect temperature. Yu Jian and Mrs. Lu had already left, while Yu Kenglin went to the office. Yu Lingshan and Yu Xiaobao had risen early, eaten breakfast, and taken the dog out for a walk. Now, the house only had little Jiang Xing as the sole master, with even the butler having left to pick up the two elders who had decided to stay for a couple of days. The auntie, lacking experience with little Jiang Xing, was hesitant, since she had yet to start school and didn't have homework. Letting her play on the phone all day wouldn't be good for her eyes. Miss A. Xing, do you want to find young master? Jiang Xing was the same age as Yu Xiaobao, but the transfer procedures for Yu Xiaobao had yet to be completed. With a few days remaining, they could spend more time together. Once young master started school, Jiang Xing would have no peers to interact with. Jiang Xing was oblivious to the auntie's thoughts, finishing an entire plate of salt-baked shrimp and a large bowl of seafood porridge. The moment she set down her bowl and chopsticks, the auntie swiftly collected the dishes. Fearing she might ask for another serving, Jiang Xing hopped down from her chair, grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, and headed for the door. In the courtyard, the auntie was clearing the fallen leaves from the fountain pool. Upon seeing Jiang Xing heading outside, she called out, "Miss, where are you going?" Jiang Xing politely replied, "Good morning. I'm waiting for Brother Liang to come and play. He has coming to pick me up." After all, Jiang Xing was just a 6-year-old child. With no one to accompany her, the auntie hesitated. "Does Madam know?" "She does. I'll go play now." At the front gate, the guard confirmed the identity of the vehicle's owner before allowing entry. A flashy red Ferrari glided smoothly down the road. Jiang Xing clutched the straps of her overalls, watching as the car rolled to a stop just a few steps ahead of her. Liang Jingqi emerged from the driver's seat, his face beaming with joy. "Sister, it's been so long. Did you miss Brother Liang?" Jiang Xing retorted, "Stop pretending, or I'll be mean to you." Liang Jingqi's pride was wounded. Pouting, he tousled his silver hair styled into a trendy look. "You're not going to compliment me? Don't you think Brother Liang looks even more handsome after such a long time?" Jiang Xing, uninterested in banter, walked straight to the back seat of the car, opened the door by herself, and climbed in. There was no warm embrace for their long-awaited reunion. The little darling was acting so cold. Liang Jingqi returned to the driver's seat, casting a glance toward the back where Jiang Xing was leisurely engrossed in her phone. "Had I known my sister would be so indifferent to me, I wouldn't have come." Jiang Xing shivered slightly, rubbing her arms, frowning at him, her sprout accessory resembling a large question mark. "What are you doing?" Unable to withstand his little wife's demeanor, she playfully complimented. "Wow, Brother Liang looks like a celestial being today. So handsome. Such exquisite features, and look, you have exactly 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth. So unique." Liang Jingqi fastened his seatbelt, obediently starting the car. This evening, Liang Jingqi is hosting a grand concert at the Xiangqing Sports Center, which can accommodate up to 100,000 attendees. The tickets, a staggering 100,000 in number, were snatched up in less than a minute upon release. Despite his seemingly juvenile demeanor and lack of intellect, as a top-tier figure in the music industry, his concerts are notoriously difficult to access. Coincidentally, this event is scheduled just before Jiang Xing's birthday, and naturally, he intends to bring her along. "Has Yan Zhuang returned? Have you invited her?" Upon hearing the question, Liang Jingqi glanced at the rear-view mirror. "How would I know if she is back? Of course, I didn't invite her." "What? You still don't have Yan Zhuang's contact information? You sent them both to the consulate that day and they didn't even exchange numbers?" Jiang Xing clutched her chest and rolled her eyes dramatically, resignedly opening WeChat to find Yan Zhuang's account to share with him. After having left her number, it was only natural that she later added Yan Zhuang as a friend. Although their communication had been minimal, Yan Zhuang did inform Jiang Xing about her return. The Yan family of Wancheng, being a prestigious lineage, hurried to confirm the news. What would typically take a month was accomplished in just 10 days. Upon verifying Yan Zhuang's identity, they swiftly facilitated her return procedures. Aware of the hardships Yan Zhuang had endured abroad, the Yan family sought every possible means to compensate her. For the first time, she experienced an outpouring of affection from so many people, leading to a bewildering life upon her return. The news of the Yan family's daughter's return dominated the trending searches for several days, largely due to her brother's activities in the entertainment industry. Inviting her to the concert would be a splendid way to foster emotional connections. "You should invite her. The flight from Wancheng is just an hour long, and your concert doesn't start until 8 this evening. Surely, you wouldn't be reluctant to part with 2 VIP tickets? Nonsense." Liang Jingqi's grip on the steering wheel became inexplicably moist. "We are friends. Since she is back, I should invite her to enjoy the finest vocal performance." Jiang Xing remained silent, her heart unperturbed by his words. Liang Jingqi picked up his phone, opened the business card Jiang Xing sent him, validated the information, and clicked to add her as a friend. After parking, Liang Jingqi glanced at his phone and noticed that she had indeed accepted the invitation. After a moment's thought, he composed a message to send her, confident in his experience of inviting friends to concerts. The response came swiftly, okay. So decisive, ready to come at a moment's notice. Liang Jingqi collected his thoughts, donned a mask, and exited the vehicle, lifting Jiang Xing from the back seat as they arrived at the underground parking lot of the Xiangqing Sports Center. Having just descended from above, they saw fans already gathering along the sides of the road, having arrived early. However, entry would not commence until 4:30, meaning they would have to wait outside for an additional 5 to 6 hours. The dedication of fans is truly remarkable. Carrying Jiang Xing, Liang Jingqi took a special passage, where staff guided them inside. Are we going to wait here until evening? Yes, lunch will be brought over shortly. There are special arrangements that are yet to be finalized. We must present our best selves to the audience tonight. After all, they paid thousands for their tickets. Jiang Xing insisted he set her down so she could walk ahead, her curiosity piqued by the structure of the arena, which was open air in the center. With rain expected this evening, those seated in the middle would surely suffer. Rain? Liang Jingqi looked up at the clear blue sky. The view is best in the center, and those tickets are the priciest. Not daring to dismiss her words lightly, he promptly ordered 10,000 disposable raincoats to be prepared for every seat. As Liang Jingqi conferred with the staff about the evening's schedule, Jiang Xing ventured onto the stage. Enormous screens were positioned at every angle, ensuring that every audience member could witness the star of the night. Remembering she hadn't informed her family about her outing with Liang Jingqi, she snapped a photo of the venue and shared it in their family group chat. Jiang Xing, tonight, I'm going to see Brother Liang's concert. Ms. Liu, Yu Kanglin, Yu Songshu. There was no need for a triad of question marks. Jiang Xing sent an adorable emoji, signifying that Liang Jingqi would personally escort her home after the concert. The group chat quickly filled with messages of discontent. Jiang Xing dismissed the notifications and ceased to respond. After half an hour, Liang Jingqi approached her, plopping down beside her. Brother Yu said he's bringing his wife and child tonight and asked if I had any tickets left. He playfully pinched the green sprout hairpin atop Jiang Xing's head, which she promptly swatted away. However, Brother Yu directly transferred me 100,000, and I gave him 10 tickets. With 10 tickets, the Yu family would not just be 3 people, it would likely comprise 10. You seem to have plenty of tickets. Liang Jingqi pointed to the front rows, asserting, the first 2 rows are reserved for me, not for sale, and I can give them to friends. Yet, he truly had no idea whom to invite. Yu Songshu had attended one of his concerts 5 years ago. Inviting him felt less appealing than inviting a dog, as the dog might at least be willing to come. Families like theirs generally shun such gatherings, making it unlikely for his parents to attend, let alone the rest of the Yu family. As for friends in the industry, there was no need. Everyone was busy, and he didn't wish to add to anyone's schedule. He contemplated letting Jiang Xing occupy 2 rows, ensuring her safety while preventing anyone from conversing with her. Noticing his relaxed posture, Jiang Xing inquired, are you finished? The remaining equipment checks are now handled by professionals. There shouldn't be any issues. We just need to wait for the catering staff to arrive. Liang Jingqi clutched his phone, the screen lingering on his chat with Yan Zhuang. She had mentioned coming with her brother, but who exactly was her brother? He recalled how Jiang Xing had claimed to know Yan Zhuang's brother to gain her trust, which was why she recognized Yan Zhuang. In reality, he had never met Yan Zhuang's brother, and if Yan Zhuang inquired about it, the truth would undoubtedly surface. Leaning back, he sprawled on the floor. Upon returning to the Yan family, she should have realized that he was not familiar with her brother, so why was she suddenly bringing him up? Jiang Xing sent him information about Yan Zimu, and upon reading it, Liang Jingqi sat up abruptly, exclaiming, it's him. Yan Zimu, a veritable disaster in the entertainment industry, possessed the looks of a model, yet the charm of a jester, an impressive academic record marred by peculiarities, and a manner of speaking that left much to be desired, all while boasting a level of intelligence that was quite questionable. Unfortunately for Liang Jingqi, Yan Zimu was his sole idol. He clutched his chest, collapsing back in anguish. When his manager had shown him the debut video of Yan Zimu, he had remained silent for an entire morning. It featured Yan Zimu performing a dramatic scene of a CEO's obsessive love for the female protagonist without any props. Xiao Jingqi, you're still young. I want to touch you. With furrowed brows, he struggled to contain his emotions, but if you dare to bring up breaking up. His visage twisted in a grimace, fiercely biting his lip. The identity of Xiao Jingqi needed no further explanation. Do you know what it feels like to have your toes gripping the ground? Netizens had questioned his intentions, suggesting he was merely seeking attention. Yet he produced 3 years' worth of fan expenditures, amounting to a staggering 10 million. Not only did he remain silent, but the internet also fell into a hush. He was laughed at on trending searches. With a brother like this, when do you start your business? It was rumored that he had not purchased tickets for the Xiangqing concert because Yan Zhuang had returned home, and he had opted to take his sister out instead. Liang Jingqi's expression twisted in disbelief. He had never anticipated that it would be Yan Zimu. Although Yan Zimu's antics had made him the subject of ridicule for months, they had never crossed paths, but this time, he knew he could not escape. Liang Jingqi hesitantly clicked into Yan Zhuang's chat window, wondering if he could simply say, "Never mind, I'll treat you next time." Jiang Xing, perceiving his reluctance, promptly interjected, "Brother Liang, they're already on the plane." T'd a bit impolite to refuse now. Liang Jingqi, utterly dejected, set down his phone and gazed vacantly at Jiang Xing. A look of despair etched across his face. The tender sprouts atop Jiang Xing's had swayed in tandem with her emotions as she stifled a chuckle, patting his chest reassuringly. "It's all right, Brother Liang. It's precisely because Yan Zimo likes you that when Sister Yan Zhuang asked him how well he knows you, he replied unequivocally that you have a great relationship. How could it be otherwise? His affection is one-sided. Who could possibly understand? Someone like him, with such mediocre acting skills, actually made it into the entertainment industry. Was there truly no one else available?" The thought weighed heavily on Liang Jingqi, who sighed repeatedly, lamenting the difficulty of making money and the unpleasantness of life. The staff summoned them for their box lunches. After Liang Jingqi had eaten, he needed to discuss his look for the evening with the makeup artist. Time slipped by, and fans began to trickle into the venue, tickets in hand. Chapter 93. How did you know I attended the concert? Yan Zhuang and Yan Zimo arrived earlier than anticipated. Liang Jingqi had the staff deliver tickets to them, initially hoping to catch up before the concert began. However, upon realizing it was Yan Zimo, he chose to keep his distance. So they headed straight to the inner area and took their seats in the front row. As twilight descended, Jiang Xing had her fill and bid farewell to Liang Jingqi, making her way alone through a special passage into the inner area. The sensation of being behind the work desk was vastly different from standing in front of the stage, where countless spectators created an indescribable spectacle. As more people filled the venue, the network slowed to a crawl, and eventually, the mobile service became unusable. After glancing at the time, Yan Zhuang stowed her phone and surveyed the surroundings, unexpectedly spotting a child approaching her. Her eyes lit up as she waved. Little Jiang Xing. Yan Zimo skillfully unfurled Liang Jingqi's support banner across his lap, eagerly anticipating the last half hour. Upon hearing his sister's call, he turned, albeit a moment too late. The newcomer was a child clad in pale yellow overalls, her hair styled in 2 little braids, with a round, cherubic face and sparkling eyes that resembled crescent moons. She radiated joy, her head adorned with sprouts that bobbed with her lively movements. "It's Star." His eyes suddenly ignited with fervor, his gaze glued to her like glue. It's the darling. Today's darling is so adorable." He followed Liang Jingqi, naturally keeping up with the variety shows he appeared on. Having watched the passionate live streams and edits countless times, who could understand? He truly adored the nation's darling. Jiang Xing glanced at him, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. She did not linger before him, instead enveloping Yan Zhuang in a big hug. "Sister Yan Zhuang, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Yan Zhuang returned the embrace warmly, gesturing to indicate Jiang Xing's height. "You haven't grown at all." Jiang Xing stepped back. "I'm just growing slowly." Yan Zimo watched enviously, pondering whether he could join the conversation. Since his sister's return home, he had become slightly more conscious of his image, not wanting her to think him peculiar, thus he held back. Jiang Xing turned, her gaze landing on him. "Brother Zimo, hello." Yan Zimo's eyes flickered, a charming smile spreading across his face. "You recognize me?" He knew it. His efforts in the entertainment industry had not been in vain. Even the stars knew him. Jiang Xing, observing his increasingly bizarre smile, silently seated herself beside Yan Zhuang, who effectively shielded her from his gaze. Yan Zhuang lowered her eyes, her expression slightly cold, and delivered a light smack to his head. Yan Zimo, feeling aggrieved, covered his head and dared not protest. The Yu family arrived just in time, upon spotting Jiang Xing. Yu Xiaobao wriggled free from his parents' grasp and rushed to sit beside her. "Auntie, I'm here." Yu Xiaobao beamed with joy, having secured a spot next to his aunt, while another seat nearby was already occupied. Liang Jingqi had provided tickets that were all together, and they settled into their row. Did I see that correctly? It seems to be Hamster and Shuyang. Sister, you're not mistaken. They're wearing masks, but I'm a diehard fan of Hamster. I do recognize him anywhere. Look, it's the older brother and the beautiful Shan Shan, along with their child. Has Star arrived? That position behind the empty seats must be where Xing Zai is sitting. How presumptuous. Is it not merely that Xing Zai is a bit short and concealed by the chair? Jiang Xing sat up straight, but regrettably, her head remained hidden, with only the tender leaves atop it visible to those behind her. In truth, there was merely an empty row of seats separating her from the discussions behind her, which she could hear all too clearly. At 8 o'clock sharp, the stage lights abruptly dimmed, plunging the raucous stadium into silence. A concert for 100,000 people was quieter than a classroom of 10. The melodious voice, like a gentle spring snow, filled the air, the prelude melancholic and sorrowful, as his voice traversed the clouds like a babbling brook, soothing the soul. I once loved you fervently, chasing you across thousands of miles. The love you gave was like withered roses, leaving only the scent of decay. Suddenly, the stage lights blazed to life, and the star of the concert descended from above. The audience erupted, fervently waving glow sticks and shouting their idol's name. High-definition images were projected onto the screen, capturing the light in his eyes. Today, he donned a loose, low-cut shirt, golden tassels fluttering in the wind, and his newly dyed silver hair shimmered with a golden halo under the stage lights, cradling a bouquet of roses as if descending from the heavens. Liang Jingqi, who could have relied on his looks, chose to rely on his talent. So handsome. I raise my banner for you, brother. Hearing the heart-wrenching shouts, those near the front of the inner area were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xing turned to see Yan Zimo, who had gone wild, his arms raised high with Liang Jingqi's support banner, nearly shouting his throat raw. Unable to endure his high-pitched cries, Yan Zhuang delivered another light smack, pulling down his arm to spare him further embarrassment. As the sky began to drizzle, everyone donned raincoats. The rain could not extinguish the fans' fervor, instead enhancing the atmosphere. The romance in the earbuds finally materialized before her eyes, listening to beloved songs and seeing cherished individuals. This collision of romance and reality revealed the true meaning of live performances, emotions that earbuds could never convey. This encapsulated the essence of the concert. What does a sea of lights of 100,000 people look like? Jiang Xing tilted her head, surveying the unified glow of lights in the venue. Everyone was in harmony, waving glow sticks in unison, surrounding their adored idol. Only she perceived the overwhelming force of belief surging towards the stage. This is what it means to be an idol. The influence of an idol is immeasurable. It is precisely because so many pursue him, using him as their benchmark, that he must restrain himself and strive to become an even better version of himself. This concert encapsulated the theme of his tour this year, following a nearly identical thematic flow as the time approached the conclusion of the theme. The next segment involved calling out names, and those whose names were called had to answer unreasonable questions. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. The camera first focused on a young woman. A girl suddenly appeared on the big screen, and Yan Zhuang, surprised, lifted her gaze to the stage. Liang Jingqi, too, had not expected the cameraman to choose so well, instinctively smiling as a layer of perspiration formed on his hand gripping the microphone. The audience erupted in waves of screams. What a stunning face! Her features are striking, her gaze languid, and her jawline sharp, so regal. Yan Zimo leaned closer, appearing on the large screen, his excitement surpassing even Yan Zhuang as he embraced her arm. Brother, this is my sister. Chapter 94, no title today, let's just make do. As Yan Zimo's face appeared, it elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. Liang Jingqi, with an immunity to distractions, focused intently on Yan Zhuang's expression. Excuse me, this beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Amidst the raucous cheers, Yan Zhuang calmly stared at Liang Jingqi, then shook her head. Liang Jingqi's voice rang out again. No? Is it that you don't have one now? Or have you never had one? The audience erupted with laughter. What are you doing, Liang Jingqi? Have you been watching too many dating shows and now want to fall in love? Yan Zhuang seemed oblivious to the teasing from Liang Jingqi's devoted fans behind her. She raised her hand, gesturing towards the man on stage, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Liang Jingqi was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a naive confusion, unable to comprehend her meaning. The audience, witnessing Yan Zhuang's gesture, screamed in a frenzy. The cheers crescendoed, bringing Liang Jingqi back to reality. Thank you for your cooperation. Beautiful lady. Let's invite our next friend. How about a gentleman this time? The camera shifted to a man in his 40s sitting in the third row, who looked quite familiar. Isn't that the director of Passion of Fire? He waved at the camera, looking somewhat out of place among the younger crowd. Liang Jingqi exclaimed incredulously, Director? How did you get here? Did you buy a ticket? The director nodded at the camera. Wow, you're quick on the draw. The director covered his face. Aren't you supposed to be off work for now? All right, may I ask how many guests will be on the next episode of Passion of Fire? He quickly added, If it's still 9, director, you better think it over. 9 guests would leave him alone again. The director blushed and held up 10 fingers. Liang Jingqi huffed proudly, Well, at least you have a conscience. Now let's choose our final friend. This time, the camera goes directly to our little friend. The cameraman steadied the shot on Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing gazed at the stage, her sparkling eyes filled with a hint of confusion, enveloped in an oversized raincoat, her hair accessory peeking out from under the hood, giving her an adorably dazed appearance. Ah, the baby. So adorable. I just want to hug her. Liang Jingqi sat at the edge of the stage, propping himself up with one hand, the light casting a gentle glow on his face. Today, I brought my little sister to my concert, and I have a small personal wish. Today is a perfect occasion. My sister's birthday is approaching, and I want to send birthday wishes to Jiang Xing right here on the stage. My fans, and I will sing a birthday song for the stars. What do you all think? Liang Jingqi extended the microphone. Yes. The roar of applause was deafening. The sea of lights transformed into a pink ocean, with the staff backstage controlling the glow sticks, illuminating the words Happy Birthday in the middle of the audience. The glow stick swayed, and everyone sang along to the birthday song. This was a special segment of his concert in Xiangqing. Yu Tsongshu gazed tenderly at the bewildered Jiang Xing on the screen, softly humming along. Jiang Xing's birthday was on November 15th, while his was on November 16th. This was his second time attending Liang Jingqi's concert, and it was well worth it. It was already quite late. Everyone should be cautious on their way home. He expressed his gratitude to the friends inside and outside the venue for their companionship throughout the evening. Thank you all for your hard work. Liang Jingqi took a deep bow to the audience, concluding with the concert's theme song. Besides the spectators inside, countless fans stood outside, having traveled far to support him despite not having tickets. As the concert ended, rose petals and confetti scattered across the stage, marking the conclusion of the event. Yu Tsongshu approached Jiang Xing, scooping her up, with Shi Yang following closely behind as they headed towards a special passage. The front rows had been deliberately arranged with barriers, preventing many who wished to approach Jiang Xing after the concert from getting close. Yu father held Ms. Lu's hand, who continued to complain about Yu Tsongshu being busy for over 10 days and then immediately snatching his sister to hug. Yu Kenglin held Yu Xiaobao, one hand grasping Yulan Shan's, as they departed. Yan Zima watched as the Yu family gradually left before turning to the composed Yan Zhuang beside him. Sister, aren't we leaving? Yan Zhuang shot him a glance, her brow furrowing as she poked his forehead, quietly warning him not to embarrass her. She intended to find her little dog, clearly feeling that bringing Yan Zimo along would be a source of humiliation. Yan Zimo rubbed his forehead, slightly pained by her forcefulness. He felt somewhat indignant. When had he ever embarrassed himself? He was clearly the center of attention, looking quite impressive. Yan Zhuang fiddled with a small bell tied to the black strap around her neck, adjusted her raincoat, and stood up. Let's go. Yan Zimo quickly rose to follow her, heading towards the backstage via the special passage. Jiang Xing removed her raincoat, tossing the disposable poncho into a trash bin. Yu Tsongshu and Shi Yang lingered with her, as she had just urged her parents and older brother's family to head back first. It was nearing 11 o'clock, and while the concert had been fine, now that it was over, Yu Xiaobao was already yawning. Liang Jingqi, who had disappeared from the stage, reappeared backstage. He had changed into several outfits during the performance, now sporting a black punk-style ensemble that complemented Yan Zhuang beautifully as she approached. Upon seeing her, Liang Jingqi felt his breath slow inexplicably, finally ready to greet her properly. Miss Yan, welcome back to the country. Yan Zimo, evidently more excited than his sister, exclaimed, Brother, I heard from my sister that it was you. Yan Zhuang pushed him aside with one hand, stopping his embarrassing behavior. She replied to Liang Jingqi in a composed manner, Thank you. Liang Jingqi felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze. Her seemingly gentle eyes burned with an intensity that ignited his skin inch by inch. Something was amiss. Liang Jingqi cast a desperate glance around before finally spotting Jiang Xing and making his way towards her. Sister, is Liang Ji's voice expensive? Jiang Xing unreservedly showering him with praise, replied, "It's beautiful. Liang Ge is truly amazing." Liang Jingqi's eyes crinkled in delight, and just as he intended to lift her up, Yu Tsongshu stepped in first. "This is my sister, not yours. Go home and hug your own sister." Liang Jingqi's expression instantly fell. Jiang Xing patted his shoulder. "Don't be sad yet. Yan Zhuang is starving after coming to see your concert all day. You should take her out for a midnight snack." Liang Jingqi glanced back quickly, retracting his gaze. "Aren't you all going?" Jiang Xing yawned. "I'm still little. I need to rest." Yan Zhuang said, "I haven't grown taller. And I think my sleep affects my growth speed, so I've decided to go home and sleep." Yan Zhuang approached them, extending her finger to hook Liang Jingqi's collar behind him gently. With no force, Liang Jingqi instinctively took a couple of steps back, bringing him closer to her. "Those who are willing shall be caught." Chapter 95. Take her out for a midnight snack. Jiang Xing reminded Yan Zhuang to remember to attend her birthday party before following Yu Tsongshu away. Apart from the staff tidying up the equipment, only the three of them remained. Yan Zimo quietly inched forward towards Liang Jingqi, thinking he couldn't miss such a grand opportunity to dine with his idol. Yan Zhuang, sensing his intentions, swiftly kicked him in the rear, sending him away. Yan Zimo, clutching his backside, looked at his indifferent sister in disbelief, wondering what he had done wrong. "You go book a hotel for 3 days, stay for Jiang Xing's birthday." "Oh," Yan Zimo replied, but still felt something was off. After all, he could just book it on his phone. "I want to go eat a midnight snack too." Yan Zhuang gazed at him with a smile that was neither genuine nor feigned. "Do you not see how much you resemble a late-night snack? How dare you disturb her solitude with the puppy?" In her mind, Yan Zimo recited, "Sister has only just returned, after enduring hardships for over 20 years. It is only natural to give her a little leeway." Noticing what she perceived as a flicker of understanding in Liang Jingqi, Yan Zhuang tugged at his collar and sauntered towards the underground parking lot. Liang Jingqi's gaze lingered on Yan Zimo for a fleeting second before he turned back to the back of Yan Zhuang's head, a look of trepidation crossing his face. And he could only obediently follow her. But wait, were they truly that familiar for him to be alone with Yan Zhuang? Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Liang Jingqi took the initiative to lead her to his car. Yan Zhuang opened the passenger door herself and settled in, prompting Liang Jingqi to open his mouth in protest. Yet ultimately he remained silent, observing her somewhat excessive self-sufficiency. The nightscape of Xiangqing sparkled brilliantly, with every stretch of road adorned by extraordinarily beautiful landmark buildings, a breathtaking sight. However, Yan Zhuang exhibited no interest, leaning back with squinted eyes, fixated on the horizon ahead. The tranquil atmosphere was laden with tension. He broke the silence, asking, "What do you want to eat?" Yan Zhuang turned her head to look at him, a palpable sense of pressure enveloping the confined space, while Liang Jingqi, feigning seriousness as he focused on the road ahead, could feel his throat tighten with anxiety. For reasons unknown, perhaps it was the deep-seated intimidation stemming from Yan Zhuang's demeanor, he felt as though she might casually pull a gun and end his life with a flick of her wrist. She struck him as a perilous individual. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he could not report her, nor could he avoid coexisting harmoniously with her. Yan Zhuang leaned closer, casting shadows upon him. "Are you nervous?" Liang Jingqi shook his head, attempting to mask his unease. Her icy fingers brushed against his face, causing his pupils to dilate momentarily as he instinctively slammed on the brakes. Yan Zhuang frowned slightly, clearly unable to resist provoking him. Once she leaned back into her seat without further ado, he let out a sigh of relief, and the car resumed its steady pace. "I want to go to a night market for barbecued skewers," she declared. Liang Jingqi had initially set a reservation at a Western restaurant, considering that after so many years abroad, she might not have an appetite for Chinese food. To his surprise, she insisted on the night market instead. He quickly altered their destination to the most popular night market street in Xiangqing, home to a well-regarded barbecue establishment. The car parked in a designated lot near the night market, as city regulations prohibited vehicles from entering the bustling street, allowing only electric bikes and bicycles. Liang Jingqi, still in his performance outfit, thankfully found a jacket in the car. After donning a mask to obscure his features, he stepped out. Yan Zhuang, however, remained seated in the passenger seat, seemingly unbothered by his precautions. Believing she had dozed off, he opened her door to awaken her, only to find her light-colored eyes fixed intently upon him. The November air was chilly, prompting Liang Jingqi to instinctively wrap his jacket tighter around himself as he heard her request, "Help me unbuckle the seatbelt." He hesitated, looking down at her, both of them caught in a standoff. Ultimately, he relented, leaning down to swiftly unfasten her seatbelt. With a click, he attempted to withdraw. But a cool hand gently pressed against the nape of his neck, the woman's chilling fragrance enveloping him, her soft touch brushing against his forehead. "Thank you." Liang Jingqi rose abruptly, forgetting the height of the car, and with a thud, he collided with the back of his head, nearly inducing a concussion. He staggered back a few steps, his eyes appearing dazed. Yan Zhuang chuckled lightly as she exited the vehicle, casually shutting the door behind her and walking toward him. Liang Jingqi, witnessing her approach, instinctively recoiled, resembling a frightened child encountering a predator. "Don't come any closer," he implored. "How can we go eat barbecue together if you don't?" She retorted. "I don't know where the barbecue shop is." Liang Jingqi felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. "You are taking advantage of me." Yan Zhuang showed no sign of remorse, even countering his accusation. "Does a kiss on the cheek count?" "Of course it does," he protested. "I thought it was merely a gesture of friendly etiquette." Caught off guard by her clever rebuttal, Liang Jingqi momentarily found his thoughts drifting. Wasn't this the custom in F country? The cheek-kissing greeting? Rubbing the back of his aching head, he pondered whether he had been overreacting. As the pain subsided, he took a few steps closer to her, his expression awkward. "Well, shall we go for a late-night snack then?" Though he said this, he dared not draw too near, the psychological pressure weighing heavily upon him. Yan Zhuang, unperturbed, allowed him to lead the way, following closely behind. After a 5 to 6 minute stroll, they arrived at the barbecue shop. It was indeed a place with a good reputation, noticeably more crowded than the surrounding stalls. Their arrival drew quite a few curious glances. The tables and chairs were set up outdoors. They searched for a relatively quiet spot to sit down and ordered 200 yuan's worth of skewers, along with a dozen beers. Noticing her enthusiastic selection of beers on the menu, Liang Jingqi inquired, "Do you drink?" Yan Zhuang handed the marked menu to the proprietor and shot him a glance. "What, you don't drink?" Liang Jingqi shook his head. "I do, but not beer." He found the taste of beer peculiar and could not quite get accustomed to it. Yan Zhuang disregarded his words, propping her head on her hand as she played with her phone, appearing somewhat fatigued. Catching a flight was indeed tiring, and it was nearing midnight. The proprietor served the dishes promptly. Within 10 minutes, the grilled meats arrived, their spicy and savory aroma wafting through the air, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. The condiments were on a nearby table, and they could mix their own preferred flavors. Liang Jingqi effortlessly prepared the sauce. Yan Zhuang, not in a hurry to eat, cracked open a bottle of beer and drank half of it in one go before pausing. Upon returning, Liang Jingqi was met with the sight of her downing beer so vigorously, and he casually remarked, "How's your alcohol tolerance? With such a chugging style, you must be quite capable." Yan Zhuang wiped away the tears that had formed from the sudden gulp, her action inadvertently reddening the corners of her eyes. "It's average." "What?" She lifted her gaze to meet his. "I said, my alcohol tolerance is average." Liang Jingqi was left astounded. "Average? And you dare to drink like that?"